Chapter 1. There is a big problem with this vine snake. Real tree, real tree. Hearing these two heart-wrenching shouts, the young man standing on the ground in a daze suddenly woke up. Where is this? Looking at the environment completely different from before, the boy was a little confused. What are you still standing there? My tree, there is a bag on the ground there with 3 elf balls inside. Just take one of them and put Pokemon out to save me. Hurry up, I can't hold on. The man's voice coming from beside him was very quick. Maki looked up and looked at the place where the sound came out. A somewhat fat middle-aged man was wearing a long white coat, but his lower body was paired with shorts and flip-flops. The man was running in circles quickly, and behind him a strange little animal was chasing him. His breathing was so loud that even Maki could clearly hear it. It was obvious that he was about to run out of energy. Not far from him there was a white shoulder bag on the ground, and 3 red and white elf balls inside were looming. I'll go. Is this a game? What a classic dart. The situation is urgent at the moment. Maki didn't have time to complain or think about the current situation and rushed to the place where the bag on the ground. As the man in the white coat said, there were only 3 Pokemon balls in this bag that were very conspicuous. Maki's hand quickly touched a elf's ball. At this moment Maki was stunned again. Time seemed to stop suddenly, and a mechanical sound without emotion suddenly came from his ears. Ding! It was detected that the host touched the elf ball. The system was activated and the data was loading. Ding! After the data is loaded, turn on the Pokemon analysis data eye. The host can freely view the Pokemon data in front of him. This function can be turned on and off freely. After the mechanical sound disappeared, Maki felt a warm current pouring into her eyes, and 3 very technological data panels immediately appeared in front of her. Vine snake female. Qualification level purple. Attribute grass. Features sing the opposite tune. Strength level 5. Freshman level 110. Fire chicken male. Qualification level blue. Attribute fire. Features fire. Strength level 5. Water leapfish male. Qualification level blue. Attribute water. Features torrent. Strength level 5. System, what does this qualification level mean? And what does this new level mean? Genshu immediately asked silently in his heart. I know all the 3 Pokemon trees in front of me. After all, I have seen them many times in the game. But there are 2 concepts on the panel that real trees cannot understand: qualification level and strength level. He had never heard of this before. He guessed that it might be a setting similar to the individual value and level in the game. Unexpectedly, this attempted question really responded, and Maki heard the emotionally unfeeling metal female voice again. Strength level. Stratification level 110 is the freshman level. Level 1120 is the ordinary level. Level 2130 is the proficiency level. Level 3140 is the senior level. Level 4150 is the elite level. Level 5160 it is the gym level. Level 6170 is the master level. Level 7180 is the king level. Level 8190 is the champion level. Level 9199 is the myth level, and level 100 is the supreme level. Qualification level layer white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, rainbow. Then the purple vine snake is the strongest, so it's decided that it's you, vine snake. Masha grabbed the vine snake's elf ball on the far left and threw it out vigorously. Click! The elf ball hit the ground and opened it on its own. In a gust of white light, the vine snake made a brilliant appearance. She looked like a little green snake. Her belly was cute buttery, and her 2 little hands were casually placed on both sides of her body with big red eyes full of doubt. Vine snake use vine whip to the elf chasing people. Seeing that he had successfully summoned Pokemon with the elf ball, Maki felt excited about his dream come true and immediately put on a look, the posture of a trainer. Tang tang! The vine snake pressed confusion about the passionate true tree. She didn't know the boy in front of her at all. I don't know what he was gesturing at him. Besides, she doesn't know how to use Fujibang. Maichu, the vine snake doesn't know how to use the vine whip now. Let her use the impact. She can do this. Dr. Odajuku looked at the somewhat silly Pokemon and felt helpless. Damn, the snake patterned bear is still chasing me. Why are you 2 so unreliable? I really can't stand it. Vine snake use impact. After listening to Dr. Odazumaki's speech, Maki did as he did, trying to get the Fuji snake to use the impact to solve the opponent. But the vine snake was still indifferent, and its cute little face seemed to be full of question mark. Look at it and think of a solution. Maki. Dr. Odazu was really unbearable. Unexpectedly, Masaka chose this vine snake that had just arrived here. No wonder she didn't listen to Masaka's command. Let's think of a solution. System. Masha was chanting in his heart. He could not have any solutions. He was also confused and could only turn to the awakened system. Ding! It was detected that the vine snake liked to be praised, and it was recommended that the host change its command method, which would likely work. So that's the case. After the system prompts, Maki suddenly became confident and said to the vine snake again, hey, why is there such a beautiful vine snake here? If she could knock down the snake pattern bear over there with her impact, that fine, that's beautiful and handsome. There can't be such a Pokemon in the world. Tang tang! The tang tang snake made another tang tang sound, and this time her voice obviously had some pleasure. Then her eyes were aimed at the snake-patterned bear chasing the doctor and quickly rushed towards it. Her body also brought a layer of colorless energy during the sprint, and it straightened straight, hit the snake bear. Bang! The snake-patterned bear, who was hit on his head, felt a dizzy moment and fainted. Tang tang! The vine snake that had dealt with the snake-patterned bear hugged two green small hands in front of her chest, let out a soft hum, and her gem-like red eyes secretly glanced at the real tree behind her. The little eyes were proud and had a hint of expectation, as if they wanted Maki to say something else. Wow, so handsome! I'm so handsome! I'm so handsome! It turns out that there really is such a beautiful and handsome elf in the world. What luck did I have to let her appear in front of me? This is not a dream. Masaka suddenly understood the meaning of the vine snake and quickly released it with a combo. Tang tang! You can hear from the sound that the vine snake was really satisfied this time. Her voice was full of comfort, as if she had been touched by a strange switch, and even her eyes narrowed with satisfaction, on her face a smile. This person is pretty and can praise him very much. I decided it's you. Be my lady's trainer. Tang tang snake thought so. Your vine snake has arrived. Please sign for it. Chapter 2. Become a trainer. It's not bad. Maki can actually command the vine snake I just met. I heard that her personality is a bit awkward. The doctor, who was out of danger, looked emotional. He gasped and did not forget to complain about vine snake. In this short period of time, Maki had already integrated some of her memories and knew that the man in a white coat in front of her was the famous Dr. Otazumaki, and his current identity was his adopted son, who had been adopted by him for 1 year. Doctor, who doesn't have it? I think the Tang Tang snake has a very good personality. She is beautiful and cute, and she is also very handsome when using moves. She is simply an ideal elf. Maki is not as scruple as a doctor. You should know that the vine snake is listening net to you. Pokemon is very smart and can fully understand human language. Maki didn't want to lose all her favorability just now because she agreed with the doctor's word. Tang Tang snake heard Maki's word and smiled again. She is worthy of being the trainer she liked, and she has a good vision. Unlike some guy in a white coat who likes to say bad things about others. It seems that you really like this child. Thank you for your blessing. Our field observation has finally been completed successfully. Let's go back to the institute first. Dr. Odamasaki picked up the elf ball and took back the vine snake and asked the Maki. Said Otazumi Research Institute. In the institute, Maki and Doctor have already rushed back to the institute because the research was not far from the wilderness just now. They came back very quickly. In addition to them, there is another person in the institute. She was wearing a red dress with black shorts and a red trainer headscarf wrapped around her head. Her brown hair was randomly split on both sides, looking very girlish. Maybe it was because the girl looked angry because she had been waiting outside the institute for a long time. She pouted, but she looked very cute. Masaka, this is Xiaoao, the child of our neighbor's house. They just moved to Weiabai town a few days ago. She is the same age as you, and she also received the Pokemon today and became a trainer. Dr. Odazuki is Masaka, introducing this strange little girl. Xiaoao, don't be angry. I did delay it just now because I encountered some things. I apologize to you and introduce to you that he is my adopted son Mashu. It is also a fate that you will become a trainer on the same day. Here, come and get to know each other. Well, let's go. Dr. Odazusa apologized sincerely to Xiaoao and introduced Maki to Xiaoao. Hello Xiaoao, my name is Masaka. I'm very happy to know you. Can you be friends with you? Masaka showed a bright smile and stretched out his hand to Xiaoao. Yeah. Seeing Maki's handsome smiling face, Xiaoao's face turned red inexplicably. The two of them also held their hands together, announcing the initial construction of friendship. Okay, since you have met, let's start our business today. Let's choose your favorite Pokemon. Dr. Otazumi took out the white backpack and put it out one by one. 3 Pokemon to choose from. The 3 Pokemons of the Yuzengia of the 3 types of water, fire and grass were all standing on the table, with some silly storm leaping fish, the energetic fire chicken, and the very cold vine snake with hands on their chest. I'll choose first, doctor. I'll choose the vine snake. Before Xiaoao could take a closer look, Mashu immediately told the doctor loudly about his choice for fear that Xiaoao would take the lead. I finally got a higher favorability from the vine snake, so I couldn't just be chosen by others. Well, if you like the vine snake very much and you don't even look at the other 2 elves, then vine snake will be your partner in the future. You must cultivate her well, Dr. Odazusa said with a smile. Just now he saw that Maki loved the vine snake, but he still wanted to give him a chance to choose. The doctor was also very pleased to see that Maki still chose the vine snake without hesitation. Such a true tree that values emotions will definitely be able to build a strong bond with the elves in the future and become a trainer who is the only one. It's worthy of being the trainer I chose, just being decisive. Tang Tang snake was also very happy and his eyes narrowed with a smile. She looked very disdainful on the surface, but in fact she was observing Maki's actions. If Maki dares to choose another elves, she will definitely give him some colors. Then I will choose Hwazhaji. This child looked very energetic. Xiaoao gently touched Hwazhaji's head and had already made his own choice. She could feel that the Huo chicken was the Pokemon she was destined to be. Then I will train this child. Don't worry, water jump fish, I will train you into a super giant womp monster. It will not be worse than the two of them. Dr. Otazumi comforted her softly and was not selected. Some lost leaping fish. Hearing his words, Shuya became very happy with the naked eye. Since you all have your own Pokemon, then congratulations on becoming a glorious trainer. These are 5 Pokemons for you to be given to you and can be used to capture wild Pokemon. This is Poke Dream calligraphy and trainer identity card must be kept properly. Dr. Odamasaka took out the prepared things and sent them to the two of them. The moment he took over the trainer's identity card, Maki heard the sound of the system again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a new trainer. The opening gift package was officially issued and the rewards were received. Advanced ball *10 all reagent medicine *10 unknown elf egg *1. Ding! It was detected that the host and the vine snake recognized each other and initially established a bond and received a special reward, the power of mutual communication. The power of mutual communication, the trainer can communicate with his Pokemon and understand each other. It's really good. This reward has a mysterious elf egg and I don't know what kind of Pokemon will hatch. The most important thing is that you can communicate directly with the Tang Tang snake in the future. Then I'll leave first. Dr. Maki, goodbye, I'm going to travel. At the entrance of the institute, Xiaoao solemnly said goodbye to Maki and Dr. who were sending her to the door and rode their bicycles to set off. The girl's back looks particularly firm in the setting sun. It's really good. It's so good to be young. Dr. Odamas's sighed, but when he turned his head to look at Maki, he found that Maki's eyes were always staring at Xiaoao's bicycle, his eyes full of envy. Immediately afterwards, Maki turned her head and looked at the doctor with her suggestive gaze. Now, without Maki speaking, the doctor also knew what he wanted. Don't envy others. You can ride this bicycle and travel. If you don't become a champion, don't come back to see me. Although I really want to say that unfortunately the doctor really doesn't have a bicycle. The doctor's smile suddenly solidified under the eyes of Maki. Immediately afterwards he seemed to suddenly think of something, rushed back to his room and took out a shoe bow. Masaka, come and see, these are wind speed shoes. Putting them on can increase your foot strength and make you run fast. Let's try to fit your feet. The doctor took the shoes out of the bow and handed them to him. Real tree. As for bicycles, there is no one in the research institute for now, but I am quite familiar with the owner of the Zijin bicycle store. When you arrive at his place and report my name, you should be able to get a bicycle. The doctor continued. Also, this is the admission recommendation letter for the trainer school in Kana City. It is not that easy to become an excellent trainer. There is a lot of knowledge to learn. Maki, take this letter to the school to handle it. With this letter, you can learn a lot of knowledge by entering the school, and there is not much time to attend classes in this school, so you have a lot of time to travel around. Seeing Maki, who had already put on wind speed shoes, Oda Masaka looked very happy. She smiled with relief. Well, doctor, thank you. I will not let you down and I will gather Pokemon book and become an independent trainer. Maki further merged the memory, remembering the doctor's expectations of him. After only half a day in this world, we can see that the doctor treats him very well and cares about him very much. Maki also made a secret promise that he would definitely fulfill his agreement with the doctor. Xiaoao. Chapter 3, Flying Mantis. The NET morning, Maki left the institute wearing wind speed shoes. Dr. Odamasaki was still sleeping and Maki didn't have the idea of waking him up. Everything I should say was said yesterday, but today I just need to leave silently. Maki chose to walk west and head to the Orange Hua Forest to the northwest of Weiabai Town. He originally wanted to take the same route as Xiaoao, heading north to Gumei Town and then west to Chinjua City. However, the moment he left the institute, the sound of the system in his ear appeared again. Ding! It was detected that the host has officially started traveling and the limited time mission has been triggered. Please go to Orange Hua Forest within 3 hours to check in. After completing the check-in, you will receive a mysterious reward. Since there is a reward, I have to go. If you want to go to Chinjua Forest, the path to the west of Weiabai Town is undoubtedly the best choice. Maki ran quickly along the path and wearing wind speed shoes he ran very quickly as if he was flying. Before leaving, Maki had been looking at the map for a long time and remembered the route in her mind, so there was no need to worry about getting lost. After running for about half an hour, I finally saw the shadow of the forest. Looking at the large tall trees in front and the sign with the Orange Forest written on it, Maki knew that she had arrived at her destination. The trees here seemed to grow particularly well. The real tree hurriedly walked into the forest, couldn't help but sigh. In his previous life he had also been to many forest parks, but none of them could shock him like this now. The trees here seemed to be favored by God. They all grow thick and strong, and even the weeds on the ground are like this. They grow very lushly, and some of them can reach the waist of real trees. What a wild forest! As soon as the tree entered the forest, it released the vine snake and placed it on its shoulders. The grass-based vine snake also likes this forest environment. She sits quietly on the shoulders of the tree, her eyes narrowing, and enjoys this peaceful environment. Ding! It was detected that the host has successfully entered the Orange Hua forest, and the clock-in was successful and the random reward was obtained. Luck was enhanced. Lucky enhancement. In the NET 2 hours the host luck will be enhanced and the chance of encountering a rare Pokemon with high talent will be greatly increased. As soon as I entered the forest I gained a strong gain and the real tree felt pretty good. Maybe you will encounter some super Pokemon later. If you can successfully conquer it plus your own Pokemon eggs, the team members will be able to become more and more full at once. Vine snake, are you hungry? After walking for a while, Maki suddenly heard a gentle cooing sound from her right ear. He suddenly realized that the little cutie sitting on his shoulder might be hungry. I'm not hungry. The sweet voice of the vine snake appeared in Mashu's mind. Mashu now has the ability to communicate with the vine snake and can communicate directly with the vine snake without words. Hey, then I can only eat it myself. I originally thought that it would be great if I could have lunch with Miss Vine Snake, the world's most lovely one. In that case I would have been happy all day. What a pity I can only enjoy this delicious candy-flavored secret energy square. While communicating with the vine and snake, Maki took out his food from his backpack, and vine and snake. He had roughly understood the character of Tang Snake and also knew that such arrogant words often spoke in a verbal way. If you don't want to be hungry, you are actually hungry. At this time just give her a step down and she will have a good meal. Since eating with me can make you so happy, then I will reluctantly eat with you, but remember my kindness. Okay, I'm so touched. Thank you, Miss Tang Snake. Can you have dinner with me like this in the future? If possible I will be grateful. Beauties, thank you Maki. Listening to the soft and sweet thank you in my mind, Maki felt happy suddenly. Tang Snake picked up the energy block in the pink lunch bowl in front of her with both hands, put it at her mouth and bit it gently. Bite it. That way it looks like a little squirrel eating pine cone. It's so foul. My vine snake is so cute. Looking at the vine snake eating obediently, Maki also smiled. San. In the quiet forest occasionally there were a few cries of insect-type Pokemon. After lunch Maki and vine snake set out again and explored aimlessly in the forest. Suddenly the vine snake's ears suddenly stood up and its little head immediately looked towards the southwest. It can be roughly judged from the vague sound that it seems that Pokemon is fighting there. Let's go and take a look. Maki also noticed something was wrong. Although his hearing is not as sharp as that of the vine snake, judging from the abnormal reactions of the alarmed insect Pokemon and the vine snake, it is judged that something must have happened in the southwest direction. Maki ran quickly and had been communicating with the vine snake in his heart, rushing towards the source of the sound. The increase in the wind speed shoes made Maki run fast. In a short while the sound of the Pokemon fighting could be clearly heard by Maki. It sounds like it seems that there is not only the roar of Pokemon but also the voice of humans. So is this the trainer conquering Pokemon? Zayazu, there is still some at the end of this chapter. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. The incident happened in front of it. Maki slowed down and tried not to make any sound. Judging from the sternness of the Pokemon's scream just now, the trainer should not be a good person but should be a character like the elf hunter. Hiding behind a big tree, the real tree finally saw the scene ahead. There were 4 Pokemons in the small open space ahead. The most conspicuous one is a flying mantis covered with green body. It gasped and supported the ground with its 2 swords to prevent itself from falling down. The scars covered with its body were enough to prove the tragic battle just now. Although he was seriously injured, the flying mantis still exuded a terrifying aura and his angry eyes stared fiercely at the abbot snake, gas bomb and coyote dog in front of him. As long as they dare to get closer, the flying mantis will definitely make them pay their due price. The man standing in the distance was wearing a black suit and uniform, and the red R-shaped logo on his top was very conspicuous. This is a Rocket's person. Maki was shocked. The uniform of the man in front of him was exactly the same as the Rocket's in his previous life's memory. It seems that I have to be careful. Flying mantis male. Qualification level purple. Attributes insect flying. Strength level 12 normal level. Features technical E-per. The Maki opened the eye of data analysis and the data of the 4 elves appeared in front of him. Only the flying mantis has a purple qualification. Although the remaining 3 elves are similar in strength to the flying mantis, they are all ordinary level but their qualifications are only green. No wonder the flying mantis can last for so long with the combined efforts of 3 opponents. This is completely burning its potential. Chapter 4 Justice Sneak Attack. A great elf, very talented and look very determined. If you train it well, you will become a great player in the future. Maki has already developed a love for talent. The flying mantis is a relatively rare insect attribute Pokemon with strong combat ability, and the main thing is that it is very handsome. The flying mantis in front of him can last for so long with 1 against 3 and won the respect of the Master Tree. We have to find a way to save it. Maki thought so. He continued to hunch over and slowly approached the rocket's trainer. It is completely unrealistic to let the vine snake fight the 3 elves alone to save the flying mantis. The method that Maki thought of was to capture the thief and first capture the king and then sneak attack from behind to get the 3 elf trainers. Flying mantis, stop resisting stubbornly. Be my elves obediently. I will attack you with super strong elf. The rocketsman laughed wildly. He felt that he was very lucky today. He came out to perform a mission and could meet such a top-notch flying mantis. If I capture it back and dedicate it to the boss, I might be able to become a coder and my future is really bright. The 3 elves surrounding the flying mantis received the command of the trainer and began to slowly approach the flying mantis. They all showed malicious smiles on their faces and energy fluctuations had already gathered on them and they were obviously preparing to release their attack skills. The flying mantis looked shaking and began to build up momentum. No matter what the ending is, it will take one away first. Just as the flying mantis was about to fight to the death, the situation suddenly changed. A very fast stone suddenly flew out from the grass behind the rocket's pawn and rushed towards the back of the pawn's head. Bang! After careful aiming by Shishu, the stone was very powerful and hit the back of the pawn accurately, making him dizzy. But this was just the first wave of attacks of the combination skills. After the stone hit, 2 figures, one big and one small, jumped out of the grass and rushed towards the pawn, who was still in a dizzy state. The little green figure was obviously faster. Its body was covered with a faint colorless energy and it directly hit the pawn's waist. The big black figure arrived later and kicked it up and hit the pawn's side face. This despicable sneak attack combination technique worked very well. The rocket's pawn was still in an extremely happy fantasy moment and got a baby sleep the net second. It can be said that Masaki is very considerate in this regard. He is afraid that others will feel uncomfortable standing and dreaming, so he will directly send him to lie down and dream, even saving others the effort of falling asleep. He is indeed a good young man in Wayabai town with outstanding morality. The 3 elves of the rockets immediately turned around when they heard the movement behind them, but what was greeted was the white light of the elves, recycled elves. Maki directly found the 3 elf balls on the paw's waist, took back all 3 of his elves and then put the elf balls into his backpack, preparing to release them when they were free. These elves are probably also poor elves that were forcibly captured by the rockets. Putting them back to nature is a good choice. This is a complete remedy which can restore the injury. After Xingyun Liashui finished the above things, the real tree threw a bottle of full remedy towards the Fission mantis and planed casually. If an elf who is very wary like the flying mantis rashly goes up to him and sends medicine to him, he might be hit by a sickle. Maki won't do such thankless things, just throw the medicine to him and let him decide for himself. Although he really developed a love for talent, he also wanted to conquer a high potential Pokemon like the Fission mantis, but he felt that if he went up to fight the weak flying mantis at this time, he would be no different from the rocket. He took off the rocket's pawn's clothes and took off all his clothes. He stuffed a rag into the pawn's mouth, took out the hole removing rope from his backpack and gave him a tortoise shell. Maki then breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. The first time I did this kind of thing I was always a little worried, but there was no trouble in the end and I successfully completed the sneak attack. Net is the time to collect the loot. Maki fumbled in the jack of his pocket and successfully found out thousands of alliance coins, cash, several bottles of injury medicine and a machine that didn't know its purpose. No matter what he is, all these ill-gotten gains have been confiscated anyway. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the rocket's players and receiving the reward, increased experience of vine snake. A mechanical sound sounded in his mind and Mashu immediately pointed his gaze at the vine snake. Net to him, the experience package of the system reward turned into invisible energy and rushed into the vine snake's body. The aura emitted from her body suddenly became much stronger as the energy was fully absorbed. Masaki immediately opened the eye of data analysis and checked the current information of the vine snake. Vine snake female, qualification level purple, attribute grass, features sing the opposite tune, strength level 11, normal level 1120, new skills vine whip, tight bundle, ultimate sucking. Unexpectedly, this wave of experience packages was so powerful that it suddenly upgraded the vine tang snake from level 5 to level 11 and directly advanced to a large section from a newcomer level to a normal level. In addition, not only did the strength become stronger, but the vine snake also felt that it became stronger. Several ways to use skills naturally appeared in her mind and she had already started using them on the spot. Pokemon is a very magical creature. Their genes record the use of many skills. These skills will be understood by themselves themselves when they reach their strength. As for some other skills that cannot be mastered by themselves, they can only be learned by relying on skills machines teaching or genetic. The so-called skill machine is to seal the skills used by Pokemon into a special container using technological means. In this way other Pokemons have the opportunity to understand their burning skills as long as they use the well-made skill machine. It is really a very convenient machine. Of course, good skilled machines are also very popular. It is said that there was once a skilled machine that destroyed light which sold for a high price of more than 100,000 yuan. Maki feels that when his Pokemon become stronger in the future he can also burn their skills to make a skill machine to make some money. As for genetic skills, as the name suggests, Pokemon can learn skills through genetics. Some of the skills that Pokemon parents can pass on to their children. The magical genetics is still effective in the incredible Pokemon. Vine Snake, how do you feel now? Can you adapt? Maki asked in her heart. The Vine Snake has been in a state of closed eyes since the beginning, which makes him a little concerned. Well, I'm in a stable state and I'm a little uncomfortable with it. Tang Snake responded. She told the truth about her physical condition so that Maki would not worry more. Chapter 5. Come on the battle. Vine Snake Vine Whip. With the command of the Maki, two tough Vine Whips tended from the shoulders of the Vine Snake. The Vine Whips were very fast, and with the whistling sound of the wind they slap hard on the big tree in front of them. BASBSB. The fierce force of the Vine Whip made the big tree, which was a little too old to bear it, and a thick skin was blown open, leaving scars several centimeters deep. Okay, it's worthy of being the most beautiful Vine Snake. It's so talented. It's not long after I just understood the Vine Whip and I can use it so skillfully. If I can use some cleverness, the power of the Vine Whip should be greater. That kind of Vine Whip is worthy of your temperament, right, Vine Snake? The Vine Snake has fully adapted to her body after becoming stronger now and is practicing the skills she just learned with Maki. She is worthy of being an elf with extremely high talent. The first time she used the Vine Whip she can already cause considerable damage. Masaki immediately gave him a compliment, and at the same time he vaguely proposed some points that could be improved. The more you praise the Vine Snake, the more you praise, the more you will be confident, but you must also have the necessary knocking. Maki has gradually summarized the correct communication rules with the Vine Snake. Yes, the Vine Snake responded softly. After receiving the praise from the Shizu, the Tang Snake was very happy and sent out another super absorber that he had just learned, hitting the poor big tree while secretly observing the Shizu's reaction. That's it. With the little look of love, Maki suddenly understood the meaning of it. The Vine Snake was obviously saying, praise me. It's great. It's worthy of being my strongest and cutest ace elf. This move is super absorbing and is really talented. If the release speed can be slightly faster, you should look a little handsome. Tang. Maki had just finished his routine praise when he heard a serious warning from the Vine Snake. He immediately turned his head with her and looked in a direction behind him. I heard that there was movement there. Maybe it was the enemy. Maki and Vine Snake both became sharp and they were staring firmly in the direction where the sound came. Accompanied by the rustling sound of leaves, a green figure also appeared in front of them. That Pokemon was the one who left with the full remedy medicine just now, the Flying Mantis. He is back again with a full-time attitude. Fission Mantis used the full reagent medicine given by the real tree, which healed all the injuries on his body in an instant. As the top therapeutic drug on the market, the efficacy of the Quanfa medicine is very terrifying. It can restore Pokemon's full physical strength in a short period of time and even cure the abnormal state of Pokemon. Abnormal state, as the name suggests, is a special state that Pokemon may fall into during battle. Common special states include poisoning, severe poisoning, sleep paralysis, burning, and freezing. Each abnormal state will bring different negatives to Pokemon. The effect is even life-threatening, so the trainer should try to avoid his Pokemon falling into some abnormal state. Of course, some Pokemon's characteristics and skills can actually enhance their power in abnormal state. Some trainers will take advantage of this and use some special props to actively put their elves into abnormal states to increase the power of their skills. The Flying Mantis stood there without any desire to attack Yuan. It gestured something in the air with its two swords, and while talking about the Mantis, it seemed that it wanted to say something to Maki. Come on the battle. If you win, I will follow you. A strange voice suddenly came into Maki's mind. Masaki immediately realized that it was the sound of a Flying Mantis. The system's function of the same mind is really convenient. It can directly understand the meaning of the Pokemon language, which also saves us from figuring out the meaning of the Flying Mantis. Since I want to come and fight, then come on. Masaki has always liked the Flying Mantis and has also thought of subdue it. Now that there is a chance to subdue it perfectly, Masaki will naturally not let it go. Although the Flying Mantis is an elf with insect and flight attributes, both attribute just restrain the grass attributes of the Vine and Vine Snake. The Vine and Vine Snake faces the Flying Mantis, which is difficult to hell. In the case where the strength strength of the two sides are similar, the advantages brought by the flying mantis attribute are too great. However, Maki is still very confident. Although the flying mantis is strong, it is just a wild Pokemon and the vine snake is commanded by him, the trainer. A good trainer can make his Pokemon use his strength very well. Masaki, who happens to have this confidence, will complete a reverse attribute challenge for everyone today. I'll take your challenge. Come on, fight. I will make you my partner, flying mantis, Maki said seriously. He stood up straight and stared at the flying mantis not far away. The fighting spirit in his eyes was ignited and he was already in a state of combat. Faced with the enthusiastic battle of the Maki, the Fanfiction mantis also gave a warm response. Its nervous heart finally let go and breathed a sigh of relief. Maki finally agreed. This shows that he really fell in love with him. As long as he accidentally loses in the battle, he can naturally become his elf. Yes, in fact, the Fanfiction mantis has already recognized the real tree, but it is a little unsatisfied, so it uses this method to make the real tree conquer it. When he was besieged by 3 elves, the flying mantis was already a little desperate. Under such circumstances, the Maki appeared like a savior and defeated the trainer of the 3 elves in an instant, successfully rescued himself and even put him in the process of the precious medicine was given to myself. In the secret observation of the flying mantis just now, Maki was very happy with the vine snake and was obviously a trainer who treated his Pokemon as a partner. It may be a very happy thing to be his elf. Fanfiction mantis suddenly thought of this. As soon as this idea appeared, it quickly occupied its mind and even directly controlled its actions, causing the flying mantis to unconsciously emerge from the grass and appear in front of the real tree. When facing the real tree, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn and the two sides seemed to be in a state of hostility. This made Fanfiction mantis a little panicked and quickly pressed his intention. Fortunately, Maki accepted it happily, otherwise the flying mantis would have regretted death and said directly that I would die if I wanted to be your elf and I had to do these things. Vine snake, vine whip. At the beginning of the battle, the vine snake's small body burst out with huge energy. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed out several meters and 2 vine whips on his shoulders had already stretched out and quickly whipped towards the flying mantis. Chapter 6: Conquering the Flying Mantis. The flying mantis flew quickly in the air, leaving several clones where they flew. This is the shadow clone skill, which Pokemon can be seen at speeds that cannot be seen clearly by the naked eye. He divided several clones to confuse his opponent. Although I want to let the real tree win, the flying mantis still want to act a little first and show off his strength. If Maki won too easily, he might think that the flying mantis was just that. So as soon as the battle began, the Fanfiction mantis took it seriously with all its strength. Tang tang. The vine snake that was sprinting quickly was indeed confused by the shadow clone of the flying mantis, not knowing that it was the real body. It's okay, vine tang snake. If you don't know if that is true, just hit it all. The command of Mashu like Dingai Dingai's Dingai needle appeared in vine tang snake's mind and she calmed down suddenly, controlling the tension of the vine whip sweeping across all the flying mantis figures. As the clones that were hit disappeared one by one, the vine snake suddenly widened its eyes. She found that there was no real body in those clones and the flying mantis had already hidden in other places. At this time, the disappeared flying mantis had quietly appeared behind the vine snake and a successful smile appeared on its face. This is his tactic. He uses his clone to confuse his opponent and then appears around his opponent at a super fast speed, find out his weaknesses and kill with one blow. The face of the flying mantis gradually became gloomy and the terrifying face skill was activated. This skill can reduce the opponent's speed so that the vine snake could not avoid its net attack. Immediately afterwards, the flying mantis's sharp swords were raised high and a white light had already lit up. This is the skill that is only used for water release. Even if it hits the target, it will not cause much damage. This is the combination technique of the flying mantis, which it has learned by itself in many battles. The flying mantis itself is a fast attack elf. It wins with high speed and high attacks, but it is not very capable of bearing it. Therefore, this kind of strategy of creating opportunities and solving combat with one blow is very suitable for flying mantis. But the flying mantis didn't know that the vine snake facing its back was also showing a successful smile on its face. At the beginning of the battle, Maki told her that it would be difficult to hit the Pokemon which is extremely fast and has strong ability to seize opportunities directly launching an attack. Therefore, the vine snake can deliberately sell a flaw and suddenly take action when it is close. When all the clones were broken apart, the vine snake was carefully observing the surroundings, preparing skills to welcome the flying mantis that might suddenly appear. The flying mantis would never have thought that she had noticed her when she appeared behind the vine snake. The 2 swords that gathered strength were about to fall, but they saw the vine snake turning around quickly and its wide eyes released a terrifying light which made the flying mantis fall into fear for a moment and rely its defense on its body a lot. This is the guilt eye skill of the Tang Tang snake. It can scare the opponent by using sharp eyes and achieve the effect of reducing defense. Immediately Immediately afterwards 2 other vine whips that were ready to go also flew out from the shoulders of the vine snake, tightly binding the 2 swords held by the Phaeacian mantis. The Phaeacian mantis is the most proud of. The weapon was unable to move and was difficult to use. The whole set of counterattacks of the vine and vine snake was smooth and smooth. Everything was completed in a few breaths, leaving no chance for the flying mantis to fight back. In addition to the reason why the vine snake is already ready, the flying mantis has also contributed. His terrible face skills were originally used to reduce the speed of the vine V. The effect of the reverse of the characteristics of the vine snake is that it can reverse all the abilities of the applied body, and the debuff effect will become a gain effect, and in contrast the gain effect will also become a debuff effect. Therefore, if you want to deal with the vine tang snake, using weakening her skills will become her help, and using the enhancement of her skills can truly achieve result. This is the characteristic of singing the opposite tune. If the opponent does not understand it, it will cause great trouble. The flying mantis is the first victim of the opposite character of the vine and vine snake. He originally wanted to let the vine and vine snake win miserably, but he didn't expect that the other party would not need him to let the water go and arrest him directly. The vine whip wrapped around the sword and continued to tie the flying mantis all over, wrapping it like a mummy, and the flying mantis was completely unable to move. The vine snake was not enough, so it hit the flying mantis a few times and the flying mantis almost lost consciousness. He murmured in his mouth, constantly saying and admitting defeat, hoping that the vine snake could stop torture. Vine snake, he has surrendered, so let us let him go for the time being. Flying mantis will be our partner in the future. This will not be good for him. Masha heard the weak voice of flying mantis admit defeat and immediately stopped him. The behavior of the vine snake. She dragged the flying mantis wrapped in layers on the ground, posing in a few handsome positions from time to time as if she was showing off her spoils in front of the tree. If this continues, the flying mantis may leave a shadow. Okay, the vine snake looked a little unwilling, but it still untied its restraints and revealed the flying mantis with an spare inside. It's okay, the flying mantis. Masaki rushed up and checked the situation of the flying mantis. The entire remnant medicine in his hand had been poured into his mouth. The effect of the total reagent medicine is still strong. After a while, the Phaeacian mantis recovered his energy. He felt that he had never been so tired, and even the situation was not like this just now when he fought against the 3 Pokemon. As agreed, become my partner, Phaeacian mantis. Seeing that the flying mantis was nothing serious, Maki breathed a sigh of relief and tended his hand to the flying mantis with a smile. The Phaeacian mantis nodded solemnly and handed his hand to the Shizu. The relationship between them was built up. Then come in the flying mantis. Maki took out the elf ball and gently touched the flying mantis head. A white light flashed and put it into the ball. The elf ball vibrated slightly and then returned to normal. This means that the flying mantis has officially become the second partner of the true tree. Let's come on together in the future, flying mantis. The flying mantis jumped out of the ball by itself and slapped the high fives in the air with his own knife back. Their story has just begun. Super Giant Mantis. Chapter 7. Rocket's Ender. Click. The real trees swayed in the forest easily, and from time to time they broke a few branches scattered on the ground. The NET destination is to register at the training school in Kana City, but it is actually a long time before school starts, so Maki is not very urgent. The forest in the afternoon is not as hot as outside. The dense forest separate most of the sun. From time to time a breeze blows by, making people feel very cool. The vine snake with eyes closed was resting on the shoulders of the tree. Of course she didn't fall asleep, just closed her eyes and rested. With her eyes closed her hearing will become more sensitive. The vine snake listened carefully to the sound coming from all around. If there was any abnormal movement it would report to the Maki. The flying mantis was also sent by the Maki to explore the way forward of the Maki. Once the dangerous situation was discovered they would come back to report to the Maki. This is what Gensha mean. Based on his understanding of the Rocket's players should not run into the forest alone to catch elves. They are usually dispatched in groups. Maybe they come to the Orange Hua forest. What big moves are there? Knowing that there is such a large criminal organization in the forest, Gensha naturally needs to be more cautious. After all, not every Rocket's player is as human as Musashi and Kojiro. Most of the Rocket's players are real criminals, but they really kill and set fire. Besides, the Rocket's headquarters is not here, it is Feng Yuan area. There must be some ulterior motive, secrets when the Rockets run from Guanda to this place. It is with the help of 2 Pokemon that Maki was able to move forward slowly in the forest so leisurely. There is movement ahead and it is the flying mantis fighting with other elves. Maki was looking at the map and the sound of a vine snake suddenly appeared in his mind. It pointed his hands at the front, his face full of anxiety. Well, let's go there quickly. Maki put away the map and ran quickly. With the blessing of wind speed shoes, his speed is very fast. Most elves in the forest are unwilling to fight because if you are injured in the wild and not treated in time, it is very likely that the wound will be infected and killed. The elf tried to adhere adhere to the principle of not violating the river water and live their own life well. Therefore the flying mantis was more rela-ed in the front. From the sharp temperament and the body with many scars, we know that this guy is not easy to mess with. Many wild elves ran away when they saw the flying mantis from afar. How dare they fight against it? But there is never a shortage of young men in this world, such as the two coyote dogs that suddenly emerged. They are average in talent and only have the newcomer level 010, but with the tacit cooperation of the two elves over the years they have won many elves that are stronger than them. 2 against 1 is the source of their confidence. The flying mantis was besieged again, but fortunately this time it was not 3 opponents but 2. The flying mantis' thin wings vibrate quickly and moves quickly in the air. The shadow clone technique has been activated and several clones have been separated to confuse the opponent. Then it instantly appears in front of a coyote dog and 2 sickles swings continuously and hit the other person's body. But the other party was 2 against 1 after all, and they were also very smart. They didn't care about the clones in the sky that confused them. They just waited for the flying mantis to attack in close proximity and then seized the gap and attacked behind the sneak attack. Bang! When the continuous slash hit, the other coyote dog opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth and bit the thin legs of the Fanfiction mantis that had no knees. This is a skill that can be learned by canine Pokemon. It can cause damage by biting the opponent, and sometimes it can cause the opponent to shrink too. The flying mantis was in pain and 2 consecutive slashes hit a coyote dog in front of him. The effect is outstanding. The coyote dog fell directly to the ground and fell into fainting. The insect type skill continuous killing restrains the evil coyote dog, and the continuous use of continuous killing will make the continuous killing more powerful, which will result in this gorgeous killing. In this way there is only 1 opponent left. Vine and Vine Snake help use Vine Whip. Maki finally arrived and the situation suddenly reversed. Now they are 2 against 1. BASBSB. 2 slender Vine Whips quickly stretched out, whipping on the coyote dog that bit the flying mantis without letting go with the whistling sound of the wind. The flying mantis endured the pain and followed a series of slashes to complete the harvest. This battle is finally over and both elves have both experiences. It's a little up. After treating the flying mantis, the real tree began to educate it. How many times have I been injured in the past few days? And this injury was actually completely avoidable. What should I do when I see 2 coyote dogs suddenly jumping out of the grass? The answer is it is best to go. First go to the back to find the real tree and the vine snake to meet up, and then go back to settle the score with the coyote dog and the others. Instead of doing this now, I rushed up and was forced to be injured before letting Maki come to rescue me. The flying mantis was humbly trained and did not dare to object at all. It felt that Masaki was right and she was really too impulsive, like a stupid fool, too easily provoked, and she should be more smarter. Through this battle the flying mantis has grown a lot again. Drip drip drip. After resting on the spot, Maki was about to continue on the road, but a burst of rapid mechanical sound came from her backpack. She searched in her backpack for a while and then found the source of the sound. It was a small machine. I searched on the Rocket's members before, and Maki threw it in her backpack and ignored it. This machine looks like a black round cake with a small round screen on it. At this time the machine was vibrating continuously and a green arrow appeared on the screen pointing to the direction behind the real tree. Is this compass? Maki fiddled with it, casually poked the screen a few times and the small machine stopped vibrating. NET to this arrow is a symbol of east, west, south and north, which are obviously props used to indicate the direction. The direction pointed by the green arrow may be the rocket's target place or something. The rockets ran far away to the Orange Hua Forest. What exactly did they want to do? Maki fell into hesitation and wanted to follow the arrow to see, but she was afraid of some danger. She was still too weak now, so it would be better to be low-key. Ding! The host was detected and found the sender left by the rockets, and the temporary mission was triggered. Please check in at the mission location according to the sender's guidance. Detect the rocket conspiracy and have a chance to get rare rewards after completion. Then go, since the system has spoken. What are you waiting for? Maki finally made up her mind. Chapter 8 Rockets Cotters. Since you have to do dangerous things, you naturally need to prepare in advance. Maki has always been a cautious person and doesn't want to do things that are not sure about. He took out the Rocket's uniform suit that he had just taken off the Rocket's pawn and put on a baseball cap to cover his face. However, this is still not very safe and is easily recognized by acquaintances. Maki decided to do these things in the future and must be used as a mask for a variety of monsters, which is a perfect disguise. It's not enough to just look like it. Fortunately, the 3 Pokemons I just captured had not had time to release them. Maki released them and communicated friendly for a wave, which finally made them surrender. Under Maki's military training, the 3 elves stood together looking at him with trembling slightly, and fear could not stop rushing into their heart. Is this man a devil? Did you remember all the rules and regulations I told you? Maki stood between the vine snake and the flying Mantis holding her hands in her chest and her hair was automatically windless. Against the backdrop of the black rocket suit there is a big villain's flavor. The three Pokemon lowered their head and they didn't dare to show off their anger, but they just kept nodding. Okay, let's go. After receiving a positive answer, Maki put away all the elves, leaving only one rocket Superbat to explore the way. It can emit unique sound waves and detect the situation ahead. Following the instructions from the sender in hand, the Shizu quickly arrived at the destination. This is an open space with the surrounding trees being particularly thick, as if they were all shot with a lot of growth hormone. The dense branches and leaves almost blocked all the light, making the place look very dark, but there was an underground tissue joint. However, the real tree hiding in the grass around him did not see a single person. These people from the underground organization really don't have the concept of time. After a while, the Rockets team members wearing the same uniform arrived from all directions. The team members didn't look very familiar. After they met, they didn't speak but just lowered their head and waited quietly, looking like members of the underground organization. This just happened to be true for Mash's wishes. He was afraid that the other Rockets members would know each other, so he would easily get into trouble. Putting away the super bat that was still investigating, taking a deep breath to calm down his excitement, Maki walked out with a slightly lowered head and walked into the sight of other team members with a cold face. He looked very relaxed and could not tell that he was a new trainer wearing a Rocket's cloak. He didn't say anything and Maki directly found a big tree to lean on like other team members, looking like he was not allowed to enter, but he had a bit of the essence of the performance. Under the calm appearance there is an extremely nervous heart. Maki felt that his heart was in his throat as he walked over. Both hands are ready to release the elves in the elves ball at any time. The eyes blocked by the baseball cap quietly glanced at everyone present and they could run away immediately when there was any movement. Fortunately, the other team members just glanced at Maki and stopped looking. Almost everyone has arrived and we can set off when the Cotters arrive. Are everyone here? A rough voice came and a strong man appeared from the dense forest. He was wearing a red motorcycle jacket with pointed spikes and black leather pants, a golden metal mask on his head which only covered the upper half of his face, and his short hair and beard stood upright, looking quite wild. Report to the Cotters. All the 20 members of this operation have been in place and can set off at any time. The team members in charge of the counting quickly ran out of the report, their voices trembling slightly. The man in front of him is the strongest man in the Rockets and his name is Vicious. I heard that his temper is very strange. If he is in a bad mood he will punch and kick his subordinate. This really put huge pressure on this small team member. Okay, very good. Everyone clean up and prepare to do it. IAS laughed and clapped his hands, slowly approaching the reporting team member who dared not move. Suddenly a fierce whip leg hit the soft abdomen of the small team member directly. But I don't like others talking to me so loudly. Have you heard it? Be careful. NET time. I know. Thank you for pointing out the mistake. I will pay attention to it. NET time. The small team member who was kicked a few meters away was full of pain and blood had already flowed out of his mouth, but he still had to smile and apologize to the culprit who kicked him. Maki, who was watching, couldn't help frowning. He really didn't expect the Rockets to be so cruel to their people. This is the Rockets with a very strict hierarchy. As the highest Cotter in the team and the direct person in charge of this operation, no one dares to say anything even if he kills that small team member directly here. It is because of Vicious's right to be in charge of other people's life and death. Many Rockets players are desperately working on tasks and accumulating contributions just to upgrade and make a decision one day. It is because of this group of desperate players that the Rockets have developed so quickly and become the largest underground organization in Guangdu in one fell swoop. After kicking IA didn't even look at the small team member for a long time and continued to introduce the content of the NET task. I believe you have all got some rumor in advance. This mission is of great importance and cannot be missed. I hope you can all concentrate. If something goes wrong I will definitely make you look good. This mission is not difficult. You actually don't have much to do. The person in charge of searching can report the information in a timely manner. Follow my team members to use this special elf to capture the net to fire the gun and follow my command. Vicious randomly pointed out several team members and began to assign tasks. Half of the team members were dispatched to search for the traces of the target elves. Maki and half of the team members were dispatched to capture net guns and Vicious be responsible for arresting together. Then go. At the order of Vicious, the team members responsible for the search scattered. The rest were led by Vicious in the opposite direction. The absent-minded Maki followed Vicious at the end with a very solemn presence. The situation was obviously wrong. That person who by IAS looked like he was not easy to mess with and he had no chance to run away. According to what Nobisuz said, the Rockets spent such a big group of players to gather in this orange forest just to catch a Pokemon. This Pokemon is not the legendary Pokemon. What kind of Pokemon would it be? Maki lowered her head and followed the team. All kinds of guesses flashed through her mind. Chapter 9. The target appears. Boss, an abnormality was found here and the space in fluctuated abnormally. The target is likely to have appeared. Maki followed the search team to explore the forest for a short time and his subordinate voice transmission came from Bish's intercom. Go and take a look. Bishus turned the direction and started running directly. Maki and others were stunned for a moment and then they followed one after another. This is worthy of being a strong man with the title of Rocket's strongest man. He runs very fast. Maki has also struggled to keep up with him. Thanks to the wind speed shoes there are already several people net to him. The team members fell behind because they couldn't keep up. However, Bishus, who was running in the front, seemed to care about these things at all because he always felt that these subordinates were actually dispensable. He is confident that he can complete the task alone and it doesn't matter if the team members behind him are, as long as he settles the score with them later. These ways that even his running speed cannot keep up. There is no need to stay in this world. Is it almost here? Maki tried hard to run with Bishus rhythm but found that his speed suddenly slowed down and the destination should be coming soon. Boss, the target has appeared and there is a trainer net to her. She is very strong. We are trying to hold them back and we can't hold them up anymore. Please support. The voice of our subordinate suddenly came from the walkie-talkie. It can be heard from the sound that the battle over there should be very urgent. Is it finally here? It's such a waste. Can't even hold them back. Hearing the news that the target had appeared, IA licked his lips and showed a crazy smile. Then he changed direction again regardless of whether other team members could keep up and began to move forward at full speed and rush towards the destination. No, come again. Maki was powerless to complain. This guy was slowing down a little and suddenly rushed so quickly, a little faster than before. After swallowing a bottle of full remedy, I felt that my lost physical strength was constantly recovering. I burst out at the fastest speed in an instant. The wind speed shoes under my feet were almost grinding out of Mars and then I kept up with Bishus' speed. The seemingly huge multiplayer team is now the only one who is left with him and Bishus, which makes Maki, who is an undercover agent, feels a little stressed. He secretly cursed the other team members and even the leader couldn't keep up with running. What kind of villain is he? The huge rockets actually followed the undercover agent. Should they reflect on it? It's right in front. As he got closer to his destination, Maki could already hear the Pokemon fighting sounds with the whistling wind coming from ahead and the sound of the trainer. It can be heard from the sound that the trainer net to the target. He is actually a woman. Prepare to shoot. IAS suddenly slowed down and turned to Maki behind him. He didn't expect that there were still team members who could keep up with him, who was running hard. It seemed that this guy was good. When he went back he could tell the boss to train him well. This moody Bishus had a rare love for talent. There is no way it's all because his subordinates are too useless and basically cannot keep up with his actions. Over time he almost never regards these subordinates as human beings. Now that there is a subordinate who can keep up with him, it is naturally worth his attention. After running with all his might he finally arrived at his damn destination. The battle scene in front was finally seen clearly by the real tree. Seeing the white and green figure running in front of it, it was just lying in the air. Beautiful flowers bloomed in the grass around it and the trees became vibrant. He finally knew what the target was to be captured. No wonder the rockets were going to send so many people. They actually wanted to catch the rabbi. Although it is a little different from what I remember it should be because it has changed from a plane to a solid body. The light green onion head, the slender tentacles stretched on the head, the big blue eyes with black circles and the elves like cicada wings, and the green body that was like wearing a green jumpsuit. It's impossible to be wrong. That's the rabbi of the phantom beast. By the way, I am guessing something here. We are now a technology person. Only then did Maki remember that he could use the eye of data analysis to look directly. After turning on the analysis function, the elf's data panel suddenly appeared in front of the real tree. Shirabi. Qualification level red. Attributes grass superpower. Features natural reply strength. Introduction time and space travel through Pokemon with magical power through time and space will travel through time and wander around various regions. It can heal pain and also distribute its own power to plants and trees. It is said that in the forest where the rabbi appeared, the plants and trees will grow very lushly. It is generally believed that as long as the rabbi appears, there will be a bright future waiting for us. It's really a rabbi. It seems that the system has added the gain of my luck that has been enhanced. Looking at Rabbi Shi's introduction, the tree finally understood the reason why the plants in the Orange Hua forest are particularly lush. It turns out that it is all thanks to its blessing. It's just ridiculous that even though it is this way, there are always humans who want to seize it and bring the dark future to it. This is really ironic. I won't let you succeed. Roundland shark. Use the re-step. The Roundland shark, surrounded by the group, suddenly jumped high and then suddenly fell down. The shock wave emitted by a heavy step directly knocked away all the Pokemons around them. Net to Rabbi Shi. There is a petite girl trainer directing the Roundland Shark. She looked about 10 years old with long soft golden hair draped on both sides, wearing an elegant indigo dress and 2 bows on her head that were of the same color as the skirt. The cute little face of the girl trainer was as cold as ice, and the big water spirit's eyes were almost frozen. She stared at the Rockets team members who surrounded her without any timidity and was astonishing as she was. The players around him were obviously the one who had the advantage of more and less, but she was so glared that she didn't dare to move. It is obvious that he is the age of a little girl, but he already has such a powerful aura. Who is this sacred Roundland Shark female? Qualification level golden. Attributes dragon ground. Features Cheyenne. Strength level 15 normal level. Introduction: road shark Pokemon lives in a horizontal hole heated by geothermal heat. If an enemy approaches, it will pounce out of the hole and bite it. Not only the little girl trainer showed amazing talent, but even her Roundland Shark was full of talent. Sure enough, will the powerful trainer and the powerful Pokemon attract each other? Chapter 10 Sorry, I'm an undercover agent. Chapter 11 Escape. Before everyone could react, Maki disappeared directly from the spot, burst out with an astonishing speed and rushed to the side of Rabbi. Amid the blonde girl's scream, Maki took her hand with her left hand and hugged Rabbi in her bad condition with her right hand, and she was directly a desperate sprint. After Maki ran a few steps, she felt that the little girl was too slow and could not keep up with him at all. He simply stopped and put Rabbi in the girl's arms, then picked her princess up and started running away again. Don't dare to Rella. He knew that those traps could only control Bishus for a while. The danger has not been eliminated yet. It is too fast than Xiao. I will catch up later. I have to take advantage of this precious time to run as far as possible. That big brother, are you a member of the Rocket? Why should you save us? The blonde girl in Maki's arms turned slightly red and she suddenly asked Maki's question. She was also confused. The situation was urgent just now and neither she nor Rabbi Shi had the energy. At the most desperate moment she felt that she was about to be caught. The handsome boy in front of her stood up in time and saved her. He was obviously wearing the Rocket's uniform, so why did he risk saving them? He was using such a shy way to actually lift her up like a princess. This is the first time she has had such an intimate contact with a man of the same age. Her head is pressed against his chest and even his rapid heartbeat can be heard clearly. He had a faint refreshing smell on his body which should have been touched by the grass-type Pokemon after being stayed for a long time. She has watched this way of hugging on TV and it is clearly used by people who are very close to each other. It's a bit frivolous to look at the female princess I met for the first time, but seeing that the other party did this to save him, the girl forgave Masaki. Long story short, I am an undercover agent, not a real Rocket. I don't want to see you and Rabbi Shi being caught, so I rescue you. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Masaki. Where are you? Masaki couldn't breathe even when he spoke. Today his size volume exceeded the standard. My name is Zulan. The girl's voice came into the ears of the tree clearly. Okay Zulan, now concentrate and listen carefully to me. Those nets cannot control how long will they take for the Xiaos, and they will catch up immediately. Have you seen the big tree in front of you? We are separated there. I go to lead the Rockets away and you will take Rabbi Shi to the jungle. The farther you run the better. Maki looked back and said quickly. He had already heard the movement coming from behind. The Rockets and the others are catching up. Yeah, Zulan didn't say much. She is a very smart girl and knows what to do now and will not drag the real tree down. Do you still want to run away? It's so naive, boy. You have successfully angered me. Have you figured out your own way of dying? Bishus's voice came from behind Maki and the anger could hardly be concealed. The mark left by the net on his face added a little funny to the serious face. With the help of his subordinate he rushed out of the net and started chasing. He was very fast and soon he caught up with Maki. Maki could only barely follow him even when he ran with all his might, not to mention that he was holding someone in his arms. Are you here? Mashu's eyes flashed with a splendor. He quickly stopped and put Zulan down steadily. The 3 elves obtained from the Rockets players were quickly released by the real tree blocking Bishus behind them. This is not enough. The real tree threw out a few more smoke balls, creating a large area of smoke interfering with Bishus's vision and buying time for the orchid to escape. However, these moves were just light tricks for Gus Ha. The Haluga and Darkrow he released easily solved the 3 elves who surrounded them. The Darkrow also flapped his wings and blew away the smoke made by the smoke ball. The bloody red eyes stared straight at the Maki and bamboo orchid standing still. Yes, neither Mashu nor Zulan ran. It's meaningless to run now. Their physical strength is almost exhausted. Their speed is completely impossible to compare to the pursuit of Bishus. Even if they run, they can't escape being chased. Destiny. Boy, do you have any other move? Just use it. Do you know now? In this world, strength is the foundation of your foothold. Your little trick may have some effect, but under the huge gap in strength between you and me, you will never escape the fate of defeat. Bishus's word pierced on Maki's heart like a blade. He opened his mouth but could not make any rebuttal. Yes, what he said is the truth. He is still too weak. With such strength he can't even protect himself, let alone save others. Maki, don't listen to him. He is talking nonsense and trying to hit your confidence. Bissus, you have only strength but you don't have the heart of a strong man. You act despicable and the smelliest mice in the sewer are better than you. You wantonly destroy the forest and play with the enemy's mind will only make these inferior third-rate tricks. No wonder you are old and can only reach the gym level. A gym level minion like you can easily crush you in the future. Masaka didn't say anything and Zulan net to her couldn't help it. Her small body burst out with huge energy and she directly gave a verbal output to Bias. Looking at the real tree that looks a little lonely, Zulan really feels distressed. He has obviously tried his best to do his best, so why should he accept these verbal attacks? In Zulan's opinion, Masaka's performance today is better than any strong man he has ever seen. If someone wants to slander him, then she will block all these sounds. Okay, little girl, you are very good at speaking, but it's a pity that I am better than you. Now we are all strong, so let's keep your words in hell and talk to that kid. Hiraga spray flame. Gus Haas's whole body was trembling and it could be heard from his voice. His current mood is extremely uneasy. There is a saying that lies will not hurt people. The truth is the quick knife. He was indeed a bit broken by Zulan, and what Zulan said was indeed his pain point, but fortunately he has the right to shut up. What's the use of sharp teeth and sharp mouth? It's not like to die. Looking at the flames that had already hit them, Maki felt that he had entered a strange state like bullet time again. In his eyes the speed of the flames became slower and slower, almost still, but his thinking was it is becoming very active and the brain is running rapidly. But unfortunately this is useless. This state cannot save him and he cannot think of any feasible method. If you put your own vine snake or flying mantis out, you will definitely be killed instantly. The tree does not want to see them hurt. If you want to avoid it, it is too late now. As for the system, Maki has called it hundreds of times in his heart, but the system has no reaction at all. Chapter 12 Evil Thought. In the slowing world, a green light suddenly flashed, blocking the real tree and bamboo orchid. A barrier rose to block the fierce flame. It's time for Rabbi. Its power has been exhausted, but under such circumstances it still stood up desperately. You guys hurry up and run away from the portal. You must be fine. Don't worry about me. I will find a way to get out. Shirabi's ethereal voice suddenly appeared in the minds of Mashu and Zulan. It looked back and saw a large amount of super energy gathering behind the two, gradually turning into a stable space fort. This is a safe evacuation site and can be kept away from danger. Are you still thinking about escaping now? It's so whimsical. Black Ruga Darkro. The fluctuations of evil. Vicious waved his hand and the two elves released violent waves of evil together. The two waves gathered in the air to form a huge torrent of energy attacking Shirabi. Shirabi was in a state of lack of energy. He just used all the power. He had been trying hard to create a portal. He used the evil attribute skill to restrain it even more than Xia. Under the numerous unfavorable conditions, Shirabi could not resist this powerful joint attack. The protective cover in front of it melted quickly like the melting of ice and snow disappearing. The torrent of fused evil energy directly flooded the rabbi. Suffering the pain of rushing into the bone marrow, Shirabi raised his hand heavily and finally gathered some strength to send away the two Mashu and Zulan, who were still in the same place and could not bear to leave. They are all good children with your minds and cannot suffer with it. If you want to catch it, just catch one of it. Shirabi couldn't bear to implicate these kind children. Shirabi, the Vord of the space, can do nothing. The rabbi was caught by Bias with a mechanical gripping hand, and then a strange black elf ball was collected. Now then nothing could be seen. The space fort was completely closed and the real tree and bamboo orchid were brought to the safe place that the rabbi had set. I finally got you, Rabbi. She be obediently and become my power to rule the world. Vicious laughed wildly. He used a dark ball that could forcibly control Pokemon. The dark ball could turn all Pokemon into ferociousness and their power would also be raised to the highest level. Pokemons who were subdued by the dark ball followed all of his order. Even Pokemon of the level of Shirabi, after being conquered by the dark ball, could only become a tool for him to send. Vicious has great ambitions, so he doesn't want to surrender to others, nor does he want to offer Rabbi Shi to Sakagi at all. How could such a powerful force be given up? After conquering Rabbi, he could finally realize his ideal. He would rule the rockets and lead the rockets to conquer the world. A restless voice suddenly came from around him. Vicious looked up and found that he was surrounded by angry wild Pokemons coming from nearby. Did you come to avenge your god of forest, Rabbi? Unfortunately, this guy is now my tool. Come out, Rabbi Shi, give these inferior guys a taste of your power, Vicious said with a grim smile. The dark ball also opened on its own and in a dark fog Rabbi appeared beside Vicious when she was controlled. Its eyes were dull, its eyes were stained with a violent red color, its whole body was covered with a layer of black veil, hovering motionlessly beside Vicious like a soulless puppet. How could it be? The Pokemon around him him showed a surprised Press Zion. They were all people from the forest. After learning that She-Rabbi was caught, he rushed to rescue him. Unexpectedly, She-Rabbi was already controlled by this bad guy. What should I do? They don't want to fight Shirabi. The wild elf tried to awaken Shirabi, but it had no effect at all. Shirabi was still quietly by Bishus's side as if she was isolated from all sounds. Rabbit She, let's solve them. It was not good to be surrounded by IAS was a little impatient and directly urged Rabbit She to take action. A red light lit up in Rabbi's eyes and green energy quickly gathered on his body, turning into violent shock waves and spreading in all directions. With just one move, all the Pokemon surrounding Bishus were knocked away and the clearance was completed. No, it's too weak. But if it's this level, you can't conquer the world. Shirabi, you are the god of the forest. Your power is more than this. Release the darkness in your heart, destroy it as much as possible. This forest will absorb all of them and show our power to the world. The power that Rabbi just showed was far from enough, and it did not meet Bishus' expectations for it at all. Bishus wanted Rabbi to absorb all this large area of Orange Hua forest by Rabbi focus and turned it into become a stronger appearance. Rabbi, at Bishus' order, when he was under control, Rabbi tried his best to absorb the power of the forest. The countless deciduous branches in the Orange Hua forest were all swept up by invisible force, turning into pure power and pouring into his body. This is far from enough. Shirabi's body is like a bottomless pit, and the violent consciousness completely occupied its mind. It began to destroy the forest and thus absorb strength. Boom, boom, boom. Large areas of trees fell down under the attack of Rabbi and were absorbed by Rabbi. The outer edge of its body was covered with a layer of grass-based energy condensed into substance, and it looked like it was trapped in a sharp-toned manner. The ball is thorny. Yes, Rabbi She, you did a good job. That's right. Let your anger burn out. Turn this forest you love into your strength and truly integrate with you faster. You're destroying too slowly. Shirabi, hurry up. Bishus's words are like an evil devil constantly bewitching Shirabi. Releases his evil thoughts, because the more evil things the Shirabi does, the more his main consciousness will fall into it, because he cannot accept the evil deeds he has committed. Silent. The control of the dark ball is not absolute. The stronger the spirit of Pokemon, the more likely it is to break through the control. Bishus is now trying to strengthen the Rabbi's evil thoughts to suppress its good thoughts so as to achieve the effect of complete control. Under the control of Bishus, Shirabi's efforts to destroy the forest were stronger. Wherever it went, trees began to wither. The entire orange forest seemed to be covered with a layer of haze, as if the forest was wailing. More and more power to destroy the accumulation, and Rabbi She's body changed drastically again. The thorn balls around it continued to spread, wrapping Rabbi She and Bishus into a hideous giant of plants and trees. The giant is dozens of meters tall, looks like a mummy, and is wantonly destroying it in the forest. The Orange Hua forest, which has been alive after hundreds of years, has been thriving and has nurtured countless Pokemon, is facing the biggest crisis in history. Chapter 13 Miracle. In a cave on a hill net to the Orange Hua forest, the real tree lying on the ground opened its eyes. After a moment of confusion, Maki remembered her current situation. She was just pushed into the void of space by Rabbi's power and teleported to a safe place. This place seems to be a cave. After observing the surrounding environment, the dim environment here and the light coming from the cave entrance outside, you can see that the place you are in should be a cave. The momentum of this kind of space transmission is a bit big, and Maki feels pain all over her body and can't lift her energy at all. After trying hard to remove the elf ball at his waist and release the vine snake, the heart hanging in the tree was then let go. It is difficult for me to move now, and the bamboo orchid net to me is still unconscious. In this case, it would be bad if I encounter a wild Pokemon with high aggressiveness. Tang Tang Snake looked at Maki with concern and immediately took out the whole medicine from his backpack and poured it into Maki. Under the influence of the magical total reagent medicine, Maki felt his pain dissipated and his body became stronger again. He sat up with the help of the vine snake and then stood up slowly. This full reagent medicine is really easy to use. The system rewards the 10 bottles of full reagent medicine, but he didn't use a few bottles of his Pokemon. Instead, he used more himself. In the future, he must buy more places where he sells it. Save. Maki kept moving in place to adapt to her newly recovered body, but now things are not over. Before they were teleported away, Maki saw Shirabi was caught by Bishus and he had to rescue Shirabi quickly. And now he is different from what he just now, and he already has the trump card of the Rabbi when he saves him. When he woke up just now, he heard the emotional female voice of the system. Ding, the host was detected to successfully detect the rocket's conspiracy and escape safely. The mission was completed and the host began to draw rare reward. Ding, rewards have been obtained. Champion Experience card *1. Champion Experience card. It allows users and users' Pokemon to temporarily achieve championship level strength lasting 30 minutes. Bamboo Orchid, wake up. Maki gently shook Zulan's body and tried to wake wake her up. If the rabbi wants to save her, he has to take her with him. If he leaves her unconscious here and runs to save her, he is a little worried. And Maki just saw Bishus taking him, and rabbi destroyed the forest to absorb strength, so he shouldn't leave soon. Masaki, what this? By the way, Shirabi, you have to go and save Shirabi. Zulan, who was awakened, was also confused for a while, and then she wanted to get up to save rabbi, but she couldn't use her whole body. After trying several times, she failed to stand up, which made her so uneasy that she almost cried. Calm down first, Zulan. This anxiety cannot save Rabbi Shi. Zulan's actions made Gensha feel very distressed. Gently touched Zulan's head and took out the full remedy medicine for Zulan to drink. Maki's gentle word and the warmth from her head gradually calmed down Zulan. She closed her eyes and quietly waited for her physical strength to recover. Zulan, listen to me. We are now teleported to the mountain Net to the forest by Rabbi Shi. Rabbi Shi has now been controlled by Ia with despicable means, destroying the forest to draw strength and waiting for you to recover. Let's go and save it together. Seeing that Zulan had calmed down, Masha slowly talked about the current situation. But brother Masha, can we really rescue Rabbi Shi by ours alone? We are still too weak. Zulan, who calmed down, suddenly figured out the current situation. After facing Bish's failure just now, she knew that with the two of them alone there was no way to rescue Rabbi Shi. With Bishus they are still too weak. Zulan, you probably are not from our era, right? Maki suddenly asked a question. Yes brother Mashu, I don't belong to this era. It was the time when Rabbi brought me here. Zulan didn't know why Mashu suddenly asked this, but she still answered truthfully. Since even something like traveling through time and space can happen, then what is impossible? As long as you believe in miracles, it will definitely happen. After all, this magical world has never been there is a lack of miracles, Maki said softly. He suddenly stood up and the light in his eyes instantly shone brightly. Champion Eparian's card launch. Zulan felt that the tree had changed. After saying that, his soft hair stood upwards all of a sudden and his whole body was filled with pressure. His muscles stretched his clothes and his eyes also changed very sharp. The vine snake beside Maki also changed. Her body suddenly became much bigger and her whole body was wrapped in a green energy as if she was wearing a fitted coat, and her body gradually appeared. She showed a terrifying momentum. She was not tall and just stood still, which could bring great oppression to others. This is king level? No, this is the champion level. The unbelievable change in front of him made Zulan widen her eyes. She had seen several king level trainers and Pokemon, but none of them were there. Maki feels so oppressive now. Maki and Vine Snake should have entered the championship level higher than the king level, or even higher. What exactly happened? Is this the miracle that Masaka said? Zulan fell into a deep shock and her big eyes, which were already very watery, glared to the greatest E10. Zulan, do you believe in miracles now? Let's go and save Rabbi. Looking at Zulan's huge shocked look, Masha smiled happily. He took Zulan's hand and slowly walked out of the cave. That's what Rabbi Shi is now. Bishus controls it and destroys the forest wantonly. We must wake Rabbi Shi, Maki said, pointing to the giant vegetation that Rabbi Shi turned into. It is still in destruction and never stops for a moment. Standing on the mountainside, Zulan also saw the full picture of the current orange Hua forest. The originally dense forest is now in a mess, with large areas of trees being absorbed by the hideous giant as energy, leaving only a bare clearing. The Pokemon who were originally living and working in peace all fleeing everywhere looking for safe places. Fires were also lit around the forest and many nearby residents were organizing fire extinguishing. The forest is crying and Zulan feels sad. Let's go and Rabbi to rescue him and all this. The real tree released a flying mantis and flew over with it. It is now at the temporary championship level and its strength and physical fitness are both breaking through the sky. It is more than enough to carry a few people together. Chapter 14 Redemption. The flying mantis flew quickly to the center of the forest carrying a vine snake that tied the real tree and bamboo orchid with a vine whip. Although the flying mantis has become stronger, its body has not become larger and there is not enough space to accommodate, so this is the worst way to go. A vine whip of the vine snake was tied to the flying mantis, flying itself and not falling down, while another vine whip tied to the real tree holding the bamboo orchid. The bamboo orchid is in the arms of the real tree and there is no time to be shy. The flying mantis was very fast and Zulan felt that the sound of the whistling wind was everywhere in her ears and the scene in her eyes kept flashing, making people very dizzy. She simply closed her eyes and quietly waited for the end of the journey. It's not that she hasn't flown before, it's the first time she's so exciting. The flying mantis rushed straight towards the giant plant and tree transformed by Rabbi. Bang! The flying mantis directly hit the giant at close range and flew quickly with his swords, cutting the skin on the surface of the giant directly and rushing into the giant's body. It remembers that when Maki said that the Rabbi was at the heart of the giant, so it cuts directly from the giant's chest. Roar! The injured giant roared and slapped the entrance of the flying mantis with his palm, causing a strong wind to be blocked by the vine snake directly supporting the energy shield shield. The two elves are now champion level and are not afraid of the aftermath of these attacks. Besides, although this grass and tree giant is very strong, it cannot attack his body and can only constantly destroy the forest to vent his anger. Vine Snake lead the way. The giants of the plants are covered with yellow hay and thin rattan. They can't find any paths at all. If they are sensed by the vine snake, they should be able to find the rabbi. The vine snake pointed to the direction above the head, and the maki and bamboo orchid also looked up. In the large cocoon wrapped in the pitch black vines above, the figure of Shirabi was vaguely visible. Its eyes were not as agile as before. Its whole body was covered with black energy and a strange aura spread. How so? Zulan looked at Rabbi and her eyes became moist in an instant. She felt very distressed. Rabbi was obviously such a cute and pure Pokemon, but now she has become like this. It must be very painful to be driven to destroy the forest you love the most. Ah, you two little ghosts dare to come back. What a courage. It's a pity that Rabbi she is now my tool, so let it send you a ride so you can do it too. Be happier. Gus Ha's familiar voice came from the top. He walked out of the outer wall of the giant's open skin. He stood beside him two elf Helyaga and Darkrow. Shirabi also came out of the vine cocoon looking at the truth with a cold pression. Trees and bamboo orchid. The rabbi was like that. Obviously he had already treated them as enemies. Zulan and Maki felt bitter in their heart. Who would like to be pointed at by their friends with guns? Ha 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 ha. Rabbi she attack. I've sent your two good friends to the road. Thanks to them who came to the door themselves, I saved me the effort of finding them one by one. Thank you very much, Vicious said with a crazy smile with a very ferocious face. Bang bang bang. The energy around Rabbi quickly condensed and several black energy balls fell around the real tree bamboo orchid and plotted, causing a violent shock wave. This should be over. It's so pitiful. Gu Ia looked at the aftermath of the explosion below and sighed softly. The two little ghosts actually dared to come back, which he didn't expect. Now they can finally rest forever. I'm sorry, our story will continue. The future is bright and you are the one who should end. The smoke gradually dissipated and Maki and Zulan stood intact beside them. Vine and snake branches. Vine and snake branches. The shield slowly dissipated. What? Before Gus Haas could finish his surprise voice, he felt a chill coming from his neck. Then there was a dizzy moment and then nothing could be seen and the body without a head fell to the ground in front of him. Behind him there was an flying mantis and blood was dripping from the sickle. His own trainer was attacked. Luga and the Darkrow were about to fight back, but the flying mantis disappeared from the spot again and two cold light flashed by and they stopped thinking. This is the strength of the championship level. Originally Gu Ia was like a mountain that could not be crossed. In the face of the strength of the championship level, he was an ant that could be killed with 1 foot. Fission Mantis said, I didn't use any force yet they fell down and were not happy at all. Gus Haas fell, but Rabbi still did not return to his original appearance. It was still standing there blankly, not knowing what he was thinking. Maki came to Rabbi, hugged it directly in her arms and gently touched Rabbi's little head. Rabbi, feeling that he was being violated, Rabbi kept firing black lightning trying to knock the tree back, but Maki continued to hold Rabbi she like nothing was wrong, covering his warm palms on his forehead. He knew that compared with the pain that Rabbi she suffered, this little harm was nothing at all. Rabbi she, it's very painful but it's okay now. Go back to your original appearance. The bad guy has been beaten away. Zulan and I are here and no one will hurt you anymore. If it's very painful, let it go. I will take it with you. Maki picked up Rabbi she, looked at its eyes and spoke gently, wanting to convey this warmth to it. Yes Rabbi she, wake up. I'll be here. Let's play hide and seek in the forest. Go swimming in the sea together. Watch the stars at night. Wake up quickly. Zulan, they also came up and hugged Rabbi she together and tears kept falling on Rabbi she. Rabbi, hearing the sincere call of the master tree and bamboo orchid, Rabbi's dull eyes gradually became wet and big tears were shed. Immediately afterwards his eyes gradually became agile and the lingering black coat was slowly melting. Rabbi arched intimately into the arms of Shu and then rubbed against the bamboo orchid's small. His face looked like a naughty child. The familiar Rabbi is back. Both Mashu and Zulan couldn't help but cheer. After interacting with both of them, Rabbi clasped his hands together and recited the spell. The huge grass giant slowly dissipated and turned into pure grass. Attribute energy again returning to the forest. It will recover all the injuries suffered by the forest. No matter how much you pay for this, it is okay. This is the redemption of the forest and it is also the redemption of Shirabi for himself. Its eyes were full of determination. Chapter 15 Prayer. The vegetation giant completely dissipated and the dispersed energy flew to the destroyed bare wasteland, giving birth to new saplings again. The devastated forest is gradually recovering. Rabbi's actions continued. As the spell was chanting, the entire orange Hua forest was covered with dark cloud and heavy rain began to start. The rich life energy contained in the rain water can be seen that the saplings that absorb the rain water are at an astonishing speed. As the degree grows, it suddenly grows into the shape of a big tree. Although the body shape shape is much worse than before. I believe that as long as I give it some time I will definitely be able to return to its original appearance. Rabbi flew into the air and hovered over the forest. The green energy on his body slowly fell down with the rain. Where it flew past, the trees suddenly became lush and the grass also bloomed with beautiful flowers. The Pokemons also returned to their original home. They looked at the rabbi flying in the sky with a look of gratitude. Gradually, with the efforts of the rabbi, Orange Hua Forest regained its original appearance and was as vibrant as before, and the Pokemons lived and worked in peace and contentment. For this reason Shirabi also paid a huge price. He was treating the forest in a way that constantly burned his own life energy. When he landed back to Zulan, Shirabi fell directly from the air into Mashu's arms. It completely overdraws its life energy and its whole body has become withered. Maki and Zulan were both easily rescued and bottles of full remedies were constantly taken out of their backpacks and fed them into the mouth of the rabbi. However, the unfavorable total reagent medicine suddenly lost its effect and Shirabi continued to wither. Thank you, real trees and bamboo orchid. Thank you for saving me and the entire forest. I'm sorry to worry you. Don't try to save me anymore. I will soon return to the embrace of nature. I'm really happy to know you. I'm sorry I can't play with you anymore. Shirabi's eyes were suddenly opened and after stuttering a long passage he closed his eyes again, withering and spreading to his head, and even the last trace of vitality on his body disappeared. It has no regret. After the consciousness returns, the rabbi is actually very painful and guilty. The trauma of the forest is caused by it, so it burns life energy so resolutely and it feels that it is atonement. Rabbi Shi, wake up! Mashu and Zulan shouted and their tears kept dripping on Rabbi Shi. Shirabi seemed to have truly been silent, returning to the embrace of nature as it said. The two of them were surrounded by a large number of Pokemon before they knew it, and it seemed that they were the last time they came to meet Rabbi. The sadness enveloped the entire forest and the sky suddenly became gloomy again. The atmosphere became silent and the heavy rain and everyone's tears fell together as if God was silent with everyone for the passing of life. Damn it! The tree lay on the ground, tears kept dripping and his fist hit the ground hard as if he wanted to vent all the boredom in his heart. Why? This is the beautiful elf in his whole body, but because human selfish desires have become like this, withered. Why should we treat it like this? Arceus, you are the god who created everything. If you can hear it, please save the rabbi. Its time should not be here. Just stop. Maki's words infected all the Pokemon people around him. Everyone closed their eyes and prayed silently for the rabbi. Even the trees in the orange flower forest were shaking together as if they were praying for the time. It seemed that everyone's prayer was really heard by Arceus. In the originally gloomy sky, dark clouds suddenly dispersed and a strong golden light shone down, shining on Shirabi. Immediately afterwards, many circular vortices of time and space opened up above the forest and many other rabbis of time and space flew out from it. They flew into the air and attracted the rabbi when he withered in the arms of the true tree. A large amount of strange energy was generated and continued to pour into the rabbi's body. This strange power seemed to reverse time. Under the influence of this energy, Shirabi's withered body was slowly recovering and regaining his original vitality. The miracle happened again. Mashu, you are right. As long as you believe unswervingly, a miracle will really happen. Zulan murmured. Like everyone else, she was staring at the healed rabbi while pinching herself, afraid that everything in front of her was just a dream. However, from the pain in the body we can see that it is really not a dream. Shirabi is really saved. Yes, just believe it. Maki smiled and cried excitedly, threw the vine snake up and caught it. There are too many reversals on this day, which is really unbearable. Finally, as the last trace of energy surged into his body, Shirabi completely returned to his original appearance. Its eyes opened again and it was still as clear as it was. Shirabi was flying around his companions excitedly pressing his gratitude. These other time and space rabbis received a sense of inferior and then they went to this time and space to save the time and space. After completing the task, they said goodbye to Rabbi Shi and opened the void of time and space to return to their own time and space. Let them celebrate the NET time. Rabbi. After bidding farewell to his fellow tribe, Shirabi plunged into the arms of the tree. After a while of acting coquettish, he immediately ran into Zulan's arms and acted coquettishly and then flew up to express his gratitude to the other elves surrounding him. This technique of water has already been perfected. Welcome to you back, Shirabi. Maki gently touched Rabbi Shi's onion head and Rabbi Shi also enjoyed the caress of Maki, which made it feel very happy. By the way, you have to thank Mashu and Zulan for it. Rabbi suddenly remembered a very important thing. It just wanted to do it, but the energy has been exhausted just now and there is nothing I can do. Rabbi suddenly flew up and stretched out his little hand and pressed it on Maki's forehead. Don't move. When he heard Rabbi's words, Maki didn't dare to move but just watched it quietly send a green energy full of vitality into his body. Irrigated by this force, Maki felt that his physical fitness had become much stronger and it seemed that he could drive the special energy given by the rabbi at this time. After delivering it to the Maki rabbi, she gave it to Zulan again and then stopped. Real trees and bamboo orchids, I have given you some of my abilities. You can use some of my strength in the future. Rabbi Shi plain. This power is the gift it wants to give. Chapter 16 The Promise Under the Moonlight. Maki tried to use the power given by Rabbi when she tried to use it, and it felt a bit similar to the power of Changban seen in the comics in the previous life. This vitality-filled power can not only be used for healing but also let Maki bring the breath of Rabbi Shi, which will fill up her affinity for Pokemon. After thinking about it, the name of Changpan power is from Changpan Forest in Guandu, and the true tree is the power obtained in the Orange Hua Forest. Let's call this power the Orange Hua Forest. I discussed this name with Rabbi Shi, and Rabbi Shi also agreed very much. Real tree and Zulan, let's go and play. Rabbi Shi couldn't wait. It was originally a playful personality, but now the bad guys to catch it are gone, so he can naturally have fun. Well, I really can't stand you. I just recovered and I have to go play. Don't you have a little rest? Maki was a little helpless and was still a little worried about Rabbi's physical condition. Don't worry, I'm in a very good state now. I have endless energy, but I'm not in a good mood. As long as you play with me, you can recover. In order to prove that he was not seriously injured, Rabbi made a backflip in the air as if he was decent, and then he looked at Maki with his big eyes open. Seeing that it was in good condition, Maki agreed. Rabbi was so happy that he directly pulled up the hands of Mashu and Zulan and flew into the sky with them. It flies very slowly and you can leisurely enjoy the beautiful scenery of Fengyuan in the air. When he flew to the beach, Rabbi took everyone to dive into the water. The tree discovered that the vine snake was a little afraid of the weakness of water. As soon as she entered the water, she grabbed it tightly and refused to let go for fear that she would fall into the water. The flying mantis looks very novel. Under the influence of the magical power of the rabbi, everyone can breathe in the water. The flying mantis is so excited that he started fighting with the agate jellyfish living under the water. Unexpectedly, the young man came and the old man was chased by a group of poisonous jellyfish for a long time. In the evening, everyone had supper around the bonfire on the beach and chatted. The tree even encouraged the vine and vine snake to perform several shows, but the vine and vine snake rolled its eyes ruthlessly. The flying mantis was not afraid of life, so he started to fight with Zulan's round land shark. The two Pokemons didn't know each other until they fought each other, and they became familiar with each other and ran to the side to chat. Bamboo, come on, try this. Maki handed the fish he had just grilled to Zwanu. Grilled fish was a specialty he had studied in his previous life. After finally coming to the beach to play, I naturally have to show off my skills. Ah, okay. Zulan looked a little absent-minded, looking at the beach, wondering what she was thinking about. The fish from the tree was handed to her mouth and she realized that she took it over and took it and took it. Ah, it's so hot. Zulan was caught off guard by the scalding of grilled fish and kept lapping the wind with her hands. Idiot, I'll just swear and eat again and again. Come on, drink some water. Genshu said angrily with the water to Zulan. Hey Genshu. After drinking water, Zulan suddenly stopped and looked at Genshu straight as if she wanted to keep his face in her heart. What's wrong, Zulan? The tree was a little embarrassed by Zulan's serious look and responded a little crampedly. We are already good friends, right? Zulan asked seriously. Nonsense, of course yes. What's wrong with you? I've been a little listless since the beginning. Maki shook his hand in Zulan's eyes. It's nothing, it's okay. Zulan suddenly laughed, then quietly ate the grilled fish without saying anything. The night gradually became deeper and this world was not polluted by the light of the previous life. The sky was filled with stars and there were too many to count. Rabbi led everyone to the top of a big tree, waved his little hand, and a bed made of several leaves suddenly appeared on the top of the tree. It was the first to lie up and fell asleep directly. The other Pokemons were tired of playing and fell asleep. The vine snake fell asleep directly holding the real tree, making the real tree dare not move significantly. Now, on this quiet night, lying on the comfortable bed of leaves, feeling the breeze coming from time to time by the sea and looking at the stars in the sky, it feels really pleasant. Maki felt unprecedented comfort. Hey Masha, what is your dream? Zulan, who was lying net to her, suddenly asked. Dream? I think about it. My current dream should be as comfortable as I am now. My future dream should be to become a champion. After all, I am very handsome if I become a league champion. Where is you, Zulan? Genshu said lazily. It's indeed an old-fashioned dream like being a champion. I will become a champion and I will become stronger than you. My dream is to be able to eat the grilled fish you make in the future and also want to play with you. Zulan's voice became smaller and smaller. When she talked about her dream, only she could hear her voice. After the conversation ended, both of them fell into silence as if they were in a deep sleep. There was silence around and only the occasional sound of insects could be heard. Hey Zulan, you are actually going back, right? Go back to your own time and space, so you are so absent-minded. You have been thinking about this. Maki suddenly turned his head and looked at Zulan. Zulan didn't say anything but just closed her eyes tightly. But the tree saw that under the moonlight tears clearly flashed at the corners of her eyes. Sure enough, I still care about this matter very much, Zulan. Zulan, I have something to add to the evening saying. Zulan, do you believe in fate? The magical fate connects us together. No matter what era or where we are, we will definitely meet. We will be friends forever, Maki continued. How can we meet? We are separated by a long distance between time and space. Maybe you have forgotten me when you meet again. Zulan looked at the tree and tears kept falling. I was already in tears. It's okay, Zulan, do you still remember that sentence? As long as you firmly believe, a miracle will definitely happen. Believe me, we will definitely see you again and it won't take long. Let's make an appointment and both of them work together to be champion. I will go to find you then, but you can't forget me. Just don't recognize me then. Come on, let's go. Mashu gently touched Zulan's head and comforted her softly. Then the two of them hooked their little fingers together under the witness of the moonlight and completed the agreement. Zulan finally smiled. She said nothing but just looked at Maki quietly, looking at her face that looked particularly handsome in the moonlight, and then slowly fell asleep. She was still smiling in her dream, and I don't know if she dreamed of something happy. Chapter 17 Farewell. The NET day, the orange flower forest, the place where real trees and bamboo orchid first met. Rabbi brought everyone back early. He and Zulan have been staying in this time and space for too long, and it is time to go back. The vine snake and the flying mantis were saying goodbye to the bamboo orchid and the round land shark in turn. They hugged each other, not knowing what they were saying. There is no difference between Mashu and Rabbi Shi. After all, Rabbi Shi said that he could come back to play with Mashu if he had the chance in the future. Here, this is for you. This is the token between us. I also have one. When I meet, I can recognize the other person by taking this out so that someone will not forget me. Remember me well. If you dare to forget it, you will remember it. You are dead. Zulan suddenly rushed over, put a jade pendant in the hands of the real tree, and then threatened fiercely. Don't worry, I will never forget you in my life. I will also keep this jade pendant well and keep it with you at any time. But you don't forget me as soon as you go back. Mashu quipped while touching Zulan's head. It's time, and Rabbi opened the void of time and space and said his final goodbye to everyone. I'm leaving. Goodbye, Maki. Zulan suddenly stood on tiptoe, pecked the real tree's face like a dragonfly, and then covered her face and rushed into the void quickly. That real tree, I'll leave too. See you NET time. Rabbi looked at the real tree with a teasing look on his face and took the round land shark eating melons NET to him and also entered the void of time and space. The void slowly closed and took them back to their original time and space. Hey, I have to work harder NET. Maki touched the jade pendant with a little warmth in her hand and sighed silently. According to the report I saw last time, Zulan had become the league champion in the Shineo area a month ago, and she was just a fledgling little trainer. You have to become the champion and meet her. Many years have passed since her time and space. After waiting for herself for so many years, she wouldn't hate herself. Maki couldn't help but shivered when she thought of Zulan's angry look. Let's go, vine snake and flying mantis, let's go to Kana's city as soon as possible. Maki said. All things in Orange Forest are over and the NET destination is to report to the training school in Kana's city. Half a month later, there was a room in the hotel in Kana's city. The Maki, vine snake and flying mantis were gathering around a table staring at the Pokemon eggs placed in the incubator on the table. This egg is the reward for the system after the real tree became a trainer. After so many days, it is finally about to hatch. What kind of Pokemon could it be? Seeing the number of slowly decreasing on the egg incubator, Gen Tree was very excited. Finally, the countdown number on the incubator turned into 0 and the eggshell began to break irregularly. Immediately afterwards, a cute little head poked out from the top of the eggshell. Its head is blue overall, but there is a circle of black around its eyes and its long black ears droop on both sides. It seemed to know the breath of the real tree and it stared at the real tree tightly with a pair of red eyes with an inexplicable spirit. This is Leo Road. Maki recognized this Pokemon that looked like a puppy, and the eye of data analysis opened. Leo Road male. Qualification level purple. Attribute fighting. Characteristics mental power. Strength level 1. Freshman level 110. Introduction. The rippled Pokemon can use a kind of incompetent known as a wave guide, the power of conspiracy. When it is afraid or sad, the ripples will shake violently, conveying the feelings to the other party. Vine snake put on milk. Maki held the calcium tablets in his hand and took the moo-mooing fresh milk handed over by the vine snake. He fed Lialu. He had just come out of the egg and consumed a lot of energy and needed some replenishment. Lialu was just born and needed nutrition. The nutritional supplements that Maki had just bought from the store were just right and handy. Needless to say, calcium tablets are specially customized for the new Pokemon and are used to supplement calcium. Mumo milk is a milk produced by Pokemon called Big Milk Can. It is imported from Chengdu and is also a highly nutritious drink suitable for newborn. Lialu was just born and was sleeping. He lay down NET to the eggshell just after dinner and slept soundly. I'll ask you for more advice from now on. on Lialu. Maki gently touched Lialu's head and said softly, "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully establishing a bond with Leo Road and receiving the reward wave missile skill." The long-lost system reward appeared again. Maki originally thought it was just a reward for Lialu's skills. He noticed a new mysterious force appeared in his body. Only then did he realize that it was him who learned the wave missile. Maki tried it, gathered the wave missile in his hand, put it on the look of the anime character who had been watching before, and then fired it directly with both hands. Boom! The wave missile hit the hotel wall directly, leaving a large circular hole. The vine snake and the flying mantis were both looking at the tree and were shocked. Why did their trainer suddenly release their skills? What's going on? Although the power of the true tree wave missile is good, it has to be recharged if it cannot be released a few times. And more importantly, the wave missile broke the hotel wall and would have to compensate later. Masaki was so excited that she was just now finding out that the new skill was too excited and used it without thinking. She didn't expect that it would be so powerful that it would cost me again. After coming to the front desk, he paid the fine and Maki went out. There is a gym in Kana's city. Maki plans to challenge the gym first and then register at the training school. Taking a badge before entering the school can make you look more powerful, and it is worthy of Dr. Odamus's recommendation letter. Half a month has passed since Ulan left. During this period, the Maki deliberately slowed down and allowed the vine snake and the flying mantis to move forward while training in the forest. After so long hard training, the two elves made great progress and grew to about level 16 level. Kana's city is located in the south of Orange Hua Forest and is a large city. The scenery here is beautiful and the academic atmosphere is strong. It is called the City of the Integration of Science and Technology and Nature. It is not just a training school but also the headquarters of the famous technology company Duan Company is also here. Therefore the shops here often sell novel products that are not available elsewhere, attracting tourists from all over Quanfanjiuan to come and shop. When Maki just entered the store to shop, she saw some things she wanted to buy, but because she was short of money she didn't buy them for the time being. I have to find a way to make some money later. Maki lowered her head and thought about ways to make money. When I looked up again, a large yellow building appeared in front of me and there was an oversized elf ball logo on it. This should be the Kana's gymnasium. Fans are about to appear. Chapter 18 Challenge. Hello trainer, are you here to challenge the gym? If you want to challenge, please show your trainer certificate. As soon as Maki entered the door, a staff member in a suit came up to talk. Yes, okay. Maki took out the prepared ID and checked it for him. Thank you for your cooperation. Please come in. I wish you all the best in the challenge. The specialty of Kana's gym is rock attributes and it is easier to win with restraint attribute. The man in the suit handed back the ID and reminded him friendly. Thank you. Maki replied lightly and started to challenge directly. Of course he knew very well about the nature of restraint. For example, the attribute of his flying mantis is insect flight, which is 4 times restrained by rock. If he uses it to challenge the gym, it will be difficult to hell. But this time the Maki still has to challenge it with the flying mantis. As we all know, trainers who do not know how to fight counter-attack combat are not good trainers. This time, taking advantage of the opportunity to challenge the gym, Maki should also try to challenge counter-attack combat and practice her abilities in this area. Kana's gymnast cannot directly challenge the owner. If you want to challenge, you must first win a few apprentices. At this time, the shorts boy standing opposite Maki was an apprentice in the gym. Maki chatted with him for a few words before he realized that most of the apprentice in the gym here are students from the training school and were sent here by the school to exercise and practice technical. The battle began. Maki sent a flying mantis and the shorts boy sent a small fistone. Zioquanshi was still very confident when he looked at it, but when the flying mantis flew up, it was stunned and turned around and looked at its trainer helplessly. It does not have the ability to attack the air but can only hit and turn the circle. What can it do with the flying mantis? But the shorts boy will not admit defeat. This is a precious opportunity to fight. So first use the change round to improve defense. Anyway, the opponent's Fission mantis should not have the skills to attack the high defense small fistone, but Maki's command made him give up his struggle. Flying mantis / Vaga continuously. The flying mantis dived down from the air and the two sickles shone differently. On the left is the newly learned fighting skills tile and on the right is the insect skills continuous / This was learned by Fission mantis recently when fighting a wild Fission mantis in the Orange Hua Forest. When it saw that the other party actually used 2 different skills at a time, it was shocked and immediately learned to use it. It has a good talent and can use the skill after spending about 10 days, but it is still a little bit unskilled and the power of the skill is much smaller than when using one skill alone. Under the command of the master, the flying mantis first hit the top of Xiao Quan stone with the tiles and then hit the same position again with a continuous / bang bang. 2 crisp sounds sounded. During the first attack, Zioquanshi supported himself through his strong characteristic characteristic and prevented himself from falling down, but the second attack slash that followed immediately took away Xiao Quanxi's last trace of physical strength. Xiao Quan's stone was exhausted and the flying mantis won. Oh my god, it's obviously an absolute reverse attribute. In this case you can still win so cleanly. This kid is a bit fierce. Yes, have you noticed that his flying mantis uses a skill that uses two skills at the same time so that he can kill the small fist stone with strong characteristics in an instant? There is no such thing as awesome. It's just that Ollie's little bowing stone training is too bad. He doesn't even have a skill against the air. If I were to come I would definitely win. Several apprentices in the gym watching were talking fiercely about the battle, but the last apprentice wearing glasses was obviously very confident in himself. That's you. Can I choose you as my NET opponent? Maki suddenly said. The young man with glasses was still discussing fiercely with his companions, but he didn't know that the whispering discussion they thought was actually heard clearly by Maki. He was assigned to challenge by the challengers, so as an apprentice in the gym he naturally could not retreat. He gritted his teeth and went on stage. His Pokemon was naturally also a small fist stone, but unfortunately his ending was also instantly killed by the Fanfiction mantis. The tactic he effected was impossible to achieve at all. Although his small fist stone could fall, it could not hit the flying mantis that flew in the sky, and the flying mantis was easy to do. Strikes one directly. After winning 2 apprentices, Maki became qualified to challenge the owner. The apprentice with glasses who lost neatly lowered her head and got off the court looking very depressed. Maki said that he deserved it. Who told him to brag too loudly and was heard by him. After this battle he might not brag anymore. Thank you, Maki. After all, being modest and prudent is the good quality that an excellent trainer should have. After waiting in place for a while, the owner of the gym came out. As Masaka thinks the owner of the Kana's gymnast is a young girl. She has long ribbon-shaped hair, a dress and pink pantyhose, looking full of vitality. Seeing that the challenger was a very handsome boy, Duwan, who had a little face control, became interested in conversation and said, "Hello, I am Duwan, the owner of the Kana's gymnast and a student of the training school. I have to apply the knowledge I learned in the classroom to actual combat, so I became the owner of the gym. Can you tell me which kind of Pokemon you want to use and how to fight? It's amazing. You can become the owner of the gym at a young age. The Pokemon I use is the Vine Snake and the Flying Mantis. As for the battle method, it just 4 words and it's all done," Maki said with a smile. He admires Dujuan very much. He is a student and can become the owner of a gym. I heard that she is very studious and is a top student. I also have to go to the training school in the future, but I have to establish a good relationship with this classmate. Simple and direct combat method, but the rock attribute Pokemon is as strong as a rock. Let me try your attack power. Duwan has taken out the elf ball and prepared to fight. I won't let you down, Maki said lightly. Go, little Fistone. Come out, my partner, the flying mantis. It was still Xiao Quan Stone against Fanfiction mantis. Maki had just fought the same game twice, but this match should not be as easy as the previous 2 times. Duwan's little fist stone looked better than the 2 apprentices at first glance. She punched her body and her eyes were even more sharp. She obviously had a lot of combat experience. Maki looked at the panel of Xiao Quan Stone and found that it was actually level 15. It is worthy of being the owner of the Pokemon. You should know that the 2 small fist stones just now are only level 7. However, the flying mantis will not be afraid as long as the real tree is still commanding behind it. It will not be afraid of any opponent. Chapter 19, Reversal and Reversal. The battle officially began. The small fistone rotated in place and suddenly the wind blew up, meeting with the sand and dust created by the small fistone, turning into a huge sandstorm covering the entire site. The strong wind gathered fine dust and kept cutting the skin of the flying mantis. The battle must be over, otherwise the flying mantis will be consumed by the sandstorm and lose its energy. The flying mantis covers the surface of the body with energy which can weaken the damage of the sandstorm. Although the sandstorm is constantly hurting the flying mantis, it actually gives it a little advantage. Its speed is already very fast. Coupled with the interference of the sandstorm's site, it will be even more difficult for the other party to capture its movement. The little fistone kept rotating his body, observing the surroundings, but he could not find the position of the flying mantis. Calm down, little fiststone. It cannot hide all the time. If it does not attack, it will be slowly consumed by the sandstorm, so just observe the surroundings. Duwan analyzed. She has seen through the dilemma of the flying mantis. Now it seems that the little fistone that cannot find the opponent's trace is a disadvantage. In fact, the one who is really under attack is the flying mantis. If the net important blow is prevented this game, it's hard to win the battle. And the little fiststone just wait patiently and wait for work with ease. Hearing Duwan's command, Mashu also agreed very much. He is a genius who can be competent for the owner of the gym at the student stage. This is one of the compulsory courses for trainers, situation judgment. As a trainer, you must judge the situation of the battle with the fastest speed and give your Pokemon Pokemon a quick and accurate response command. Therefore situation judgment is the most basic and important skill of a trainer. Any strong trainer cannot have a poor situation judgment ability. Hearing Du Wan's words, Yao Quanxi suddenly calmed down. He listened to Du Wan's command and no longer spent his energy on searching for the figure of the flying mantis but only controlled a small area around him. The little fist stone is all focused and the rock energy gathers in advance. Just wait for the flying mantis to appear and can give it a headache. Suddenly Xiao Quanxi felt an abnormal energy fluctuation coming on his left side and a green figure flashed from the corner of his eyes. Here it's now. Xiao Quanxi's E-Press Zion trembled and a large piece of rock quickly formed in his hand and threw it towards the green figure on the left. Bang! The rock hit it accurately but the hit flying mantis scattered directly on the spot. Behind the small fist stone the real flying mantis double swords had already shined. I've suffered it, it's a clone. The little fist stone, the real flying mantis behind me. Du Wan realized that it was wrong and immediately made a command but it was too late now. The flying mantis's two swords fell one after another still in the order of slashing tiles and slashing. Bang bang! Two sharp attacks directly hit Xiao Quanxi's head. The first slashing tiles directly touched the solid characteristics of the small fist stone followed by continuous lashes and hits again. But strangely the continuous lash that could have harvested the last trace of physical strength of Xiao Quan's stone did not work. Xiao Quan's stone could still stand tenaciously and even smiled at the Fanfiction mantis. Then a huge rock hit the flying mantis directly. This time the rock hit the rock, not a fake body. The four-fold restraint rock seal was very powerful and it directly defeated the flying mantis and lost its combat ability. The Maki took back the flying mantis that fell to the ground and the sandstorm on the field gradually dispersed at this time. Only then did Maki see that a red aura strap was wrapped around the small fist stone. No wonder it can hold up the second consecutive slash of the flying mantis. It turns out that it is due to momentum. The momentum belt is a Pokemon prop. When the Pokemon carried on it is about to fall to death, when it is hurt it has a certain chance of inspiring the Pokemon's momentum so that Pokemon can hold on. The chance of this fatal blow is about 10%. This time Xiao Quan's stone also luckily triggered the props and won the Fanfiction mantis, otherwise it should be the one who fell down. Maki had to sigh at the rigorousness of the main tactics of the Cuckoo Hall. She made the small fist stone spin from the beginning of the battle and the sandstorm that soon covered the field. The Maki couldn't see clearly that it had such an important prop on it, thinking that the flying mantis could steadily take down the small fist stone with two attacks, which gave the small fist stone the chance to turn defeat into victory. What a rigorous tactic, senior sister Du Wan, but what I want to play NET is my ace. You have to be careful. Maki sighed sincerely. I'm just lucky to win. Your flying mantis clone confusion and double shot skills are the truly eye-catching tactic. This battle should be considered as your winning, Du Wan said softly. She was indeed amazed by the tactics of this handsome boy. She was really an idea-worthy command and directly created a chance to win, but he just called himself a senior sister. I don't know if it was a slip of the tongue. She doesn't remember that she has such a strong junior. Come out my ace, the world's most adorable vine snake. The light of the elf ball flashed by and the vine snake made a brilliant appearance. As soon as she appeared she jumped onto Maki's shoulder, gently touched Maki's head and looked at him with anticipation as if she was very praiseful to him just now. Satisfied, I asked him to say a few more nice words. The world's most lovely vine snake lady, my ace. The flying mantis unfortunately defeated the opponent's little fist stone hand. Now we are in a comprehensive disadvantage, but I don't think we have to worry at all because my vine snake is still. I didn't fall down. I know that as long as you are there, no matter how dangerous the situation is, I will win because you are the real strongest. Maki shouted full of emotion. He didn't know what Tang Tang Snake meant to praise him. This time he praised him directly and it seemed that the effect was very good. Look at me Maki, after all I am the only one you can rely on. The soft and sweet voice of the vine snake is real. When Shu's mind came to mind, Masha knew that this was already stable. After all, it is a vine snake with a boiling fighting spirit, so the opponent must be careful. Net. As soon as the Tang Tang Snake came on the field, it was a fast ultimate absorption and the activation speed was very fast and it did not give Xiao Quanxi any chance to react. The green grass type energy directly hit the small fist stone. This time the small fist stone's momentum was not triggered again and the attack of the vine snake directly took away its last trace of physical strength. Xiao Quanxi lost his combat ability and fell to the ground. Du Wan took back the small fist stone and sent his own ace to the north nose. The showdown between ace and ace has officially begun. Chapter 20 Evolution. North facing nose, female. Qualification level blue. Attribute rock. Characteristics magnetic force. Strength level 22. Proficiency level. Introduction compass Pokemon. Because its nose is made of magnet, this Pokemon faces north all year round. Seeing the information about the north nose, the tree had a headache. Although Although the vine snake had the advantage of its attributes, the level was suppressed. The north nose was higher than the vine snake at level 6. In this way the situation changed again, they got evenly matched, facing the north nose blocking the movable range of the vine snake. Since the north-facing nose is not as flexible as the vine snake, the cuckoo chose to use rock seals to block the sight as soon as it came up and restrict the movement of the vine snake. The vine snake and the maki kept communicating with each other's heart, and their reaction was also very fast, deliberately coming to the edge of the rock thrown towards their north nose to rub it a little. After being hit by the rock blockade, the opposite tongue characteristic of the vine snake triggers, which reverses the deceleration effect of the rock blockade into an acceleration effect and increases the speed by 1 level. The vine snake that obtained the acceleration gain advanced again and chose to move forward in the south direction of the battlefield. Since the head facing north can only always face the north, it will have less observations of the south. Choose a place where the opponent's defense is weak to launch an attack, which is also one of the compulsory courses for every trainer. After breaking forward for a while, the vine snake could already attack the north nose. Vine whip. 2 slender emerald green rattan sticks out from the shoulders of the vine snake and quickly whipped the body of the north nose. It is now facing the north nose, using electromagnetic waves and transmitting them to the vine snake through the vine whip. Wow, wavy. Yingbei nose endured the pain of being beaten by the vine whip, and the electric arc of his body leaped and was transmitted through the vine whip and directly poured into the body of the vine whip. Tang tang. The tang tang snake felt a tingling pain on her body, and she fell into a state of paralysis caused by electromagnetic waves, making it difficult to move. It's not just that. The vine-like snake affected by electromagnetic waves has now brought a certain amount of magnetism. The nose facing the north nose is a super powerful magnet. Suck the vine-like snake over facing the north nose. Du-Wan showed a successful smile on her face. Because the vine snake is paralyzed, it moves very slowly. If it is sucked close to the north nose, it will be unable to avoid the attack of the north nose. The victorious Libra suddenly turned to her side. Facing the north nose, use rock collapse to end the vine snake. The vine snake was attracted by the magnetic nose facing the north nose and had entered its attack range. Now it was time to end the game. The yellow rock energy gathers on the top of the head of the vine snake and it turns into a huge one and is about to fall. If this attack hits, the winner will be almost revealed. I won't let you succeed. Vine snake escape and then attack. As a former Pokemon game player, Maki has a challenge to the Kana's gymnast. He knows that the north-facing nose of the museum owner Du-Wan will use electromagnetic waves to impose a headache-inducing paralysis on the opponent's elf. Naturally, there will be some responses. In a critical moment, the vine snake took out the wooden fruit it was carrying and quickly took it. The effect of Musefruit is triggered, relieving the abnormal state in Pokemon, and the paralysis of the vine snake is eliminated. The vine snake vine whip tied the north nose with force. After pulling it hard, she quickly flew towards the north nose and avoided the rock collapse falling behind her. As the north nose approached, the vine snake's eyes widened, revealing an inapplicable light. This is the staring skill. Under the sharp eye attack of the vine snake, he fell into fear towards the north nose and his defense decreased at the same time. At this time, the vine snake was completely close to Kyobei nose and took advantage of Kyobei nose's fierce glare and fell into a brief trance. The vine snake seized the opportunity and the green grass type energy tended forward from both hands, forming a sharp leaf blade. Bang bang bang. The figure of the vine snake danced quickly beside the north nose like an elegant waltz, and the leaf blade also rotated with green light constantly falling on the key point of the north nose. The effect is outstanding. A knowing blow. Under the new trick of the Tang Tang snake learned, he screamed in pain towards the north nose and fell to the ground without fighting ability. This battle was won by the vine snake. Vine snake, well done, it's worthy of being my trump card. Maki was about to rush up to celebrate with vine snake, but found that the vine snake was in a bad state. After defeating the north nose, the momentum of the vine snake suddenly rose rapidly. Then a strange light fell and the slender figure of the vine snake also changed continuously under the influence of the mysterious white light. Is this evolution? The vine kill snake is evolving. Mashu immediately realized the current situation of the vine kill snake. Evolution is a thing that is in Pokemon, a special phenomenon. When Pokemon reaches certain conditions during its growth process, it will evolve into a new form. Evolution is a manifestation of Pokemon's growth and a leap in the level of life. The vine snake should have gained a lot of combat experience after defeating Kyobei, which led to her strength promotion. This upgrade made her just break through the critical point of evolution. Tang tang. The white evolutionary light slowly dissipated and the vine snake had evolved. She grew a lot taller, her slender body became even longer and two new pieces grew behind her and her narrow eyes flashed with excitement. Green vine snake female. Qualification level purple. Attribute grass. Features sing the opposite tune. Strength level 18, normal level 10-20. Introduction. The grass snake Pokemon runs on the ground like sliding. Use agile movements to confuse the enemy and then use a vine whip to tie it. Vine snake. Oh no, now you should call her green vine snake. The green vine snake rushed into Maki's arms and shared with him the double joy of victory and evolution. Maki was also very excited. She directly held the green vine snake and turned around in circles through her high and caught it, playing her favorite flying game. Kingza, thank you for your hard work. It's worthy of being you. I believe you can do it. After the celebration was completed, Maki gently touched the Kingza's little head and said softly, "Humph, that's all right. After all, I'm your trump card, stupid Genshu." The voice of the green vine snake sounded in the heart of the tree. After evolution, her voice also changed and she was no longer as soft and cute as before. It's the cute girl voice. She hugged her hands in front of her chest, her eyes narrowed and her face was full of pride and happiness. "I'm really happy to travel and grow up with the Maki. Let's go to a higher place in the future, Maki." The voice of the vine snake sounded again, and this time she rarely spoke her true thought. "Well, I will definitely do it, my ace." Maki's firm voice also appeared in the heart of Qingveng Snake. This is just the beginning and their story will continue. Green Vine Snake Chapter 21 Event. Congratulations, this is the rock badge of Kana's gym. Now it belongs to you. You have a will that is harder than the rock, which is what you deserve. Duwan took out the badge and handed it to Maki solemnly. "Thank you, senior sister. I haven't introduced myself just now. My name is Masaki. I am a trainer from Wayabai town. I will go to the training school to register for school later." Masaki took the badge with both hands and put it in preparation. "In the good badge bow," he said with a smile. Ding! The host was detected to successfully obtain the first badge and received the reward metal film. It was actually a metal film. The eyes of the tree lit up. The metal film was a magical prop containing concentrated steel attribute energy and a necessity for the evolution of the flying mantis. He had asked about the metal film in various stores before, but unfortunately the clerks couldn't explain it clearly and they didn't expect it to be so easy this time. "So that's how it is. No wonder you called me senior sister. I'm fine now. I'll take you to school to apply for admission. The principal will be very happy with an excellent freshman like you." Duwan's eyes lit up. She suddenly realized that she was very happy to be Maki's senior sister. "Well then, thank you, senior sister." Maki thanked. It is naturally excellent if Duwan takes him to enroll in school. "Don't be too polite. I'm going to go to school for the way." Duwan waved his hand, looking indifferent. It was just a simple task and she was also very happy to be able to help Maki. Trainer school principal's office. There were a few cups of hot tea on the desk and Dujuan and Maki sat aside. Opposite them was the principal of the training school. He had a bald head and his long beard was already grey. At this time he was wearing reading glasses and was seriously looking at the recommendation letter written by Dr. Otomasa. Well, it was recommended by Dr. Otomasaki. He just became a trainer and was able to defeat the cuckoo in less than a month and get the rock badge. He is indeed a very excellent child. Maki, you will be Arcana's trainer in the future. This is your student ID. After reading the letter, the principal put the letter into the envelope, took out the student ID from the drawer and handed it to the Shizu. Odajuku had already spoken with him on the phone, so the student ID had been prepared long ago and now it's just a process. "Thank you, principal." Maki hurriedly took the student ID handed over by the principal. "Zhenshu, you must learn knowledge well in the future and become an excellent trainer." Halfway through the principal's words, the phone on the table suddenly rang. The principal's face who answered the phone gradually became heavier and the person opposite the phone seemed to be talking about something bad. "There was some trouble in the Kalu Tunnel project that our school participated in the investment. Just now the foreman called me and told me that a few strange elves suddenly appeared in the mine. They moved very quickly and could not see their figures clearly. They often attacked the tunnel. The workers in the room are now unable to work. Dujuan, go and deal with this matter. I heard that Genshu is also very strong. You can go together to take care of him," said the principal, who put down the phone. The Kalu Tunnel is a major project recently established by the official Kana City and Liuyan Town to open up the cross between Kana City and Liuyan Town. The mountains are built to create a tunnel to connect the two places to strengthen communication between the two places. Now that the project has been disturbed by unknown elves, it is no wonder that the principal would be so unhappy. "Well, okay, Principal Deshu, let's go." Duwan agreed. The Kalu Tunnel is located in the northeast of Kana City. Dujuan took a bus with Genshu and arrived at the construction site soon. After asking the foreman said that the attack on them was a strange Pokemon and they often attacked from under their feet, but because the tunnel was too dark the workers could not see the Pokemon clearly. The workers can only evacuate the tunnel first and temporarily stop work to avoid any major casualties. With guessing, Mashu and Dujuan walked directly into the tunnel to investigate. Since this project has just started construction, the lighting facilities in the tunnel have not been laid yet. The tunnel tunnel was very dark and both the shizu and the cuckoo wore minor hats for lighting. Real tree, walk slowly and be careful, Du-won said suddenly. She is not only reminding Maki but also reminding herself. The tunnel is rugged and there are bumpy mounds in many places and fine stones are scattered everywhere. If you are not careful you will trip. Du-won just stumbled on the stone. If the real tree hadn't supported her she would have had an intimate contact with the ground. Senior sister hand, Maki reminded awkwardly. Since Maki helped her, Du-won has been holding Maki's arm, probably because she was scared. Masaki, I'm sorry, I'm a little scared. Du-won's face turned red all of a sudden and she immediately let go of her hand holding Masaki. The cave was too dark, she was really afraid and unconsciously grabbed the real tree. It's okay senior sister, if you're really scared it doesn't matter if you keep holding on, Maki said softly. Thank you, then I'm not polite Genshu. Du-won ignored it and grabbed Genshu again. This time she grabbed Maki's hand directly and felt the warmth coming from Maki's hand. Du-won suddenly felt much more relieved. It would be great if I could hold on and not let go. Du-won suddenly had such an idea in her mind and she immediately dispelled. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Maki was obviously a junior whom she had just met for a while, but she often had some strange thoughts about him. She really didn't look like he was usually dignified and calm. I'm entering the sequel period, but if it's Junior Master Mashu it doesn't seem impossible. Du-won thought silently. Dujuan, what are you thinking? He is your junior. Dujuan couldn't help but slap his face. Holding his junior's hand, some strange thoughts kept popping up in Du-won's mind and her original fear was suddenly left behind. I have to say that just about repelling fear, shaking hands is really useful. The two of them moved forward smoothly and reached the end of the tunnel, but the mysterious Pokemon mentioned by the foreman never appeared. Even along the way I didn't see another wild Pokemon. The tunnel was so quiet that I could only hear the footsteps of the two of them moving forward and the slight sound of the wind. Could it be that Chengdu was repelled by the construction team? Indeed, if construction is needed it should be the first to repel possible wild Pokemon to avoid causing wild Pokemon to hurt people. If Maki is right, then this mysterious Pokemon attack may have some clues. Chapter 22 Reasoning. This should be the end of the tunnel, Maki said, pointing to the rock wall that was half dug. There are many cigarette butts and shovels scattered on the ground here and many round pits, which further verifies the idea of the real tree. Hey junior brother, don't you think it's a bit strange? Logically speaking, we have been in for so long and we should have been attacked by the mysterious Pokemon for a long time, but now we are all here, why haven't they appeared yet? Du-won said in confusion. Don't worry senior sister, if I guess correctly we still lack a step. As long as we complete it they will come, Maki said with a smile. He picked up the shovel on the ground and hit the rock wall vigorously. Senior brother, are you? Du-won looked at the real tree with a shovel and knocked on the stone wall, not understanding why he suddenly did this. Maki didn't answer, and there was no need to answer because under the loud knock an abnormality suddenly appeared around him and many places on the ground began to bulge abnormally and it was clear that some creatures were moving below. They are here. Du-won was very excited and immediately released his small fist stone and Kobe to command their attack. Senior sister, don't attack them, we can talk to them. Masaki immediately stopped Du-won. His guess is correct. From the mysterious Pokemon described by the foreman, he launched an attack from the underground and disappeared quickly in the mounds covered with the ground. It can be judged that the most likely attacking the workers was a gopher. Pokemon like gophers live underground and it can be seen that they have not known that they have come in at all, but they are very sensitive to sounds. If they hit them loudly with a shovel here they should be able to attract them. The Maki activated the power of the orange blossom and a layer of green appeared all over his body and a temperament that could make the Pokemon feel friendly was naturally released. The real tree emits gentle fluctuations around it. Slowly he said, Gopher, let's talk. Feeling the gentle energy of the true tree, the mound on the ground suddenly swayed and then many little yellowish yellow head poked out from the ground and surrounded the true tree and the cuckoo. Du-won underestimated the strength of his opponent. If he really had a conflict with the gophers they would definitely not be able to gain any advantage. There are 30 or 40 gophers here. Although their Pokemon is very powerful they can't stand it. Lived so many gophers siege. Seeing the real trees walking towards them, the gophers all gave in away, revealing the 3 gophers in the middle. These 3 gophers are obviously the boss of the gopher group. They look very imposing and look much bigger than other gophers. Maki communicated with the 3 gophers and then he realized the reason why the gophers attacked the workers. This is not quite the same as what Maki thought. Originally the Minami thought that the construction team occupied the gophers' homes so they attacked the workers. Unexpectedly the facts were not the case at all. According to the 3 gophers, they knew that someone was digging a tunnel and were preparing to not interfere with the river water. They lived their own lives and ignored these things. But unexpectedly someone sneaked into the tunnel in the middle of the night and arrested some tribe members who were sleeping on the ground of the tunnel. The angry gophers saw the backs of humans who were capturing the same race. The man was wearing a black turban on his head and blue and white striped clothes, but unfortunately he ran away. Therefore the gophers no longer trusted humans and they began to attack the workers, trying to avenge their fellow races. So that's how it is. Maki lowered her head and recalled the clothes of the workers she saw just now. He didn't remember anyone wearing a headscarf. Tell me about the matter too, Mashu. I can also think about it for you. Du-Wan volunteered to look at Mashu's frowning look. Masaka told Du-Wan about the matter, but he didn't expect Du-Wan to have a clue. The clothes that the gopher said look like the standard uniform of the ocean team, and I happened to think of something that happened not long ago. A member of the ocean team stole the secret suitcase of Du-An Company, which seemed to be heading northeast. The suburbs ran away, Du-Juan said immediately. She just heard about this a few days ago and participated in the search for the ocean team, but that team member was like evaporating from the world. If this is the case, the prisoner who captured the gophers is likely to be a member of the ocean team, not those workers. Maki's eyes lit up. Janai's news is very important. When he first heard it, he felt that the prisoner described by the three gophers had an impression. It turned out that it was the uniform of the ocean team. Now that I think about it, it is indeed like this. The nature of the ocean team is similar to that of the Rocket. It is also a huge underground criminal organization mainly operating in the Fengyuan area and is in a competitive relationship with another organization called Lava Team. They think that the ocean is the source of all life and want to turn the whole world into an ocean and build the ideal hometown of Pokemon. Maki thinks they are very similar to the E-Team environmental organizations in their previous life, doing all kinds of anti-human things under the banner of environmental protection. This is how the ocean team is. In order to protect the ocean, it has to flood the whole world. This idea is too naive. Masaka felt that if they wanted to protect the ocean, they might as well destroy a certain area where nuclear wastewater was to be poured into the sea, so that they would be considered a contribution to mankind. Otherwise Gaaka might mutate and evolve into a new form in the future. Yes, the prisoner should be the ocean team member, and he should have been hiding somewhere in the tunnel before he ran far away. There were people from the search team everywhere. It is unlikely that he would have taken dozens of gophers out and still not discovered. Du-Wan further analyzed and once again accurately the location of the prisoner. Yes, and his purpose of catching gophers is likely to be to let them dig holes and hide in this tunnel. Considering that the gophers searched for so long but had not found him, it is very likely that the prisoner's hiding place on top. Maki said, pointing to the top of her head. The gophers are moving underground every day. If the prisoners dig underground, it is difficult not to be discovered by the gophers. Mashu thinks that the prisoner used the gophers he caught to dig a hole leading to the top of the tunnel. Use a skill called the Power of Secrets to open up a secret base, thus hiding inside and avoiding searches. The Power of Secret is a very special skill. Pokemon who learns this skill can create a secret base for his trainer in various locations. It is really one of the practical skills that trainers must have when they go out. Chapter 23 Investigation. It is speculated that the prisoner is likely to have not yet run away, so what we need to do is very simple, just find him out and catch him. But Mashu, he has been hiding for so long and has not been discovered. How can we find him? Du-Wan asked in confusion. They also walked through the entire tunnel and searched around deliberately along the way, but they couldn't find any suspicious places at all. Of course I have to leave it to professionals for finding someone, and I just happen to know someone. Come out, Lialu. Maki took out the elf ball and released her new partner Lialu. The person Maki thought of was naturally Lialu, which was not long ago. It has the ability to detect waveguides emitted by things, which is equivalent to a puppy radar. People can hide, but the waveguides he emits will not, and this will discovered by Lialu. Lialu, who had eaten and slept well, seemed very energetic, and as soon as he came out he threw himself on Mashu and refused to let go. What kind of Pokemon is this? I've never seen it before. Seeing the cute Lialu, Du-Wan was very curious and his eyes were bright. He wanted to get started and touched it, but he was afraid of making Lialu angry. It's Lialu, my new partner. Not long ago is a Pokemon from the Shenao area. It should be able to detect prisoners. Maki hugged Lialu a little higher and let it sit on itself on the shoulder. Tease it with your fingers. It look very close to you. Can I touch it? Du-Wan looked ready to move. After a positive answer, Du-Wan finally put her hand on Lialu's head and became addicted. Okay, Leo Road, it depends on you. Search the tunnel thoroughly to see if there are any strangers. Waveguide. If there is one, tell us. Maki and Leo Road communicated and told the mission goal. Get it, Leo? Lialu nodded to show his understanding and then closed his eyes and started to investigate. The tree also began to move quickly. Leo Road was just born and could not explore the entire tunnel at once. It had to run and test it. After running hundreds of meters to the there was no movement on Leo Road. Everyone was a little suspicious of whether the prisoner ran away directly. Maki didn't care. He believed in Leo Road's detection ability. It said that there there was nothing. If you have anything to say, until the entire tunnel was checked. Finally, when he ran to the middle of the tunnel, Leela finally reacted. He stood up from Maki's shoulder and began to take the initiative to guide everyone. After following the guidance of Leo Road for a while, it finally signaled everyone to stop. The stranger's fluctuation was at the top. Everyone was a little excited when they heard this news. Some gophers were eager to try and wanted to dig it up directly. Maki signaled everyone to be quiet, and the rash attack was not very safe and the other party might have left a way out for him. The safer way now is to concentrate firepower and directly bombard the interior wall of his secret base and catch him off guard. Listen to me, let's focus on fire together and attack together with long-range skills. Everyone is ready first. I will count down later. We will attack together. Do you understand? Maki introduced the tactics to the gophers again. The gophers nodded to show that they knew that they were all excited and were ready to use all their strength to give the damn prisoner a little good look. Maki and Cuckoo both released all their Pokemon and began to prepare. It is embarrassing to be the only one on the side. There is no other reason, it just doesn't have a ranged skill. However, Maki also arranged other tasks for it, which was to be optimistic about the target and arrest him as soon as he appeared. Okay, 3, 2, 1, open fire. Boom. As the countdown ended, everyone worked together to issue the most powerful skill and hit the place where Leela pointed. The rock wall that was hit shaking, cracking, and finally collapsed directly. Along with the rock there was also a man wearing a black turban and a blue and white striped suit. He was holding a suitcase in his left hand and a newspaper in his hand. He fell to the ground in surprise. Looking from the broken rock wall into the secret base, you can also see a huge iron cage with dozens of gophers locked in it. Success. The prisoner did not run away and was successfully shot down by them. The flying mantis immediately rushed up and the sharp sickle was placed on the prisoner's neck. The ocean team member also realized his situation and immediately raised his hands to press his surrender. Say, who instructed you to steal the suitcase? What's your purpose? Du-Wan immediately went up and started interrogating. 2M, just a minion. The boss asked me to come. I don't know anything. Don't kill me. The ocean team members looked very cowardly and kept shaking. I haven't said that, right? No minion can escape the search of so many people and live well in this tunnel. Tell me quickly, don't force me to make you suffer. Du-Wan looked frosty with a face full of frost, completely different from her usual self. But no matter what Du-Wan asked, the ocean team member was determined not to say it. He tapped the ground with his fingers as if counting the time. The gophers have rescued their companions, but they still haven't asked about it. Forget it, Du-Wan, let's leave him to Juncha and others for questioning. After all, they are professionals. Maki stopped Du-Wan, who wanted to commit violence. This player is obviously a loyal player of the ocean team and he obviously can't get any valuable news from him. It's a pity that you don't have that chance anymore. The bomb plods soon. You will go to hell with me. The ocean team member, who had been silent since the beginning, finally raised his head and stared at his blood-red eyes. Maki and Cuckoo, this person is obviously crazy. His neck was pressed against the blade of the flying mantis and bright red blood began to flow out. What? Bomb. Maki was about to take everyone to escape, but the bomb arranged by the marine team members at the secret base plotted directly. Boom. The bomb was powerful and the powerful shock wave suddenly rushed everyone to the ground. Fortunately, Maki grabbed the Cuckoo and the flying mantis net to him in time, otherwise he would have been scattered by the shock wave. Immediately afterwards, the top of the tunnel began to collapse. Large chunks of rocks began to fall. Tang tang. The green vine snake turned the vine whip into a net shape, trying its best to block the falling big stone. Maki directly protected the Cuckoo and Pokemon under her body, concentrating the power of the orange blossom and wave guide on her back. Rumble. The huge rock still fell and directly submerged everyone. Maki felt a huge force coming from behind and there was darkness in front of her. Chapter 24, Get Out of Trouble. The back hurt so much. The body is so heavy but the bottom is so soft. Maki slowly opened her eyes. Because she was wearing a miner's hat on her head, the falling stones had passed through several layers of buffering which did not cause any life danger. I just carried an overweight stone on my back. Although I had 2 layers of energy buffering, I still felt it hurts now. Maki tried to turn her neck and move her fingers. It's okay, but it's still moving, but now there are stones on the top, but the range of movement is very small. I have to say that the miner's hat on my head is of pretty good quality and it didn't break under such circumstances, and the lights on the stage are still illuminating the surroundings. Through the light brought by the spotlight above her head, Maki finally knew why she was so soft under her. It turned out that senior sister Du-Wan was pressed down by herself. The senior sister's eyes are red and tears are flowing all the time. It's not that she is being pressed down by herself. Maki suddenly thought, Masaka, you're awake. Seeing Masaka's head turning, Du-Wan suddenly became excited and wanted to reach out to touch Masaka's head, but his hand was stuck by the stone net to him and could not move at all. Senior sister sister, I'm fine, stop crying. Where are the green vine snakes and flying mantis? Have you seen them? Maki kept turning around and searching but didn't even find his two Pokemons, which made him very worried. They are all lying net to me, Du-Wan said. Tang Tang Yuan. Hearing his trainer looking for him, the green vine snake and the flying mantis were lying beside him, both of whom were saying that he was fine. Maki then breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was his Pokemon. Fortunately, after Leela pointed the road, he took it back into the ball, otherwise it might be seriously injured. Now we have to consider going out of this ghost place. Fortunately, Maki's hands can still move, so there is still a chance to escape. The Maki urged the power of orange flower to flow throughout his body and then distributed it to everyone to treat it. Under the influence of the power of orange flower, his back gradually stopped hurting and his arms were not so difficult to move. Thank you very much, Rabbi. This power is so useful. If the arm can move, it will be easy to deal with. The power of the wave guide is brought into the hands and the blue wave guide gradually takes shape. Bang! Maki grabbed the wave missile and pressed his backhand on the rock above his head. Under the destruction of the wave missile, the rocks gradually cracked and broke into small stones. That's great, there's a chance. Maki was very excited. Since the wave missile could destroy these stones, it means they can go out. After breaking a stone, the real tree did the same thing and broke all the stones that restricted them around. Slowly everyone can stand up. The Maki urged the remaining wave guide force to turn into a wave guide missile, and together with the two Pokemons it destroyed the big rock above its head. Bang! With a crisp sound, the rock finally shattered and the rock wall at the top of the Kalu tunnel was posed. You can go out. Maki and Du-Wan looked at each other and a look of excitement appeared on their faces. Masha thought she was already very excited, but she didn't expect Du-Wan to be even more excited. She hugged Masha heavily, so she squeezed Masha and was a little difficult to breathe. Du-Juan buried her face in Masha's chest and tears wet Masha's clothes. Masaka, don't do such dangerous things net time. Your own life is more precious than saving others. Du-Wan held Masaka's back tightly and cried. When he just woke up and saw the lifeless real tree on his body, Du-Wan felt that the whole world was dark. Fortunately, he woke up in time, otherwise Du-Wan might have committed suicide. Senior sister, be good, it's okay, everyone is fine, it's okay, it's okay. Maki also hugged Du-Wan, patted her back gently, soothing her somewhat excited mood. He knew that the senior sister was right. In a critical situation, the first thing anyone should consider is his own life and health, but he felt that no matter how many times he encountered such a situation, he would choose to do what he had just done. If you want to ask the reason, it is probably because of his damn sense of justice. Knowing that there is a tiger in the mountain, I tend to walk towards the tiger mountain. This is the romance of men. With Maki's soft comfort, the senior sister gradually calmed down, but tears still couldn't stop flowing. Real tree. The senior sister looked up and stared at the real tree with big red eyes. What's wrong? Learn at #UN%. Before Genshu could finish his words, Du-Wan quickly pressed her face on her right face and pecked her like a dragonfly. Looking at the Du-Juan who ran away with a red face after the secret kiss, Masha couldn't help but want to complain. Come back and take responsibility, bastard. Everyone is like this, they run away after kissing and they don't care about his feelings at all. Du-Wan seemed to have run away, but in fact she has been secretly observing the actions of Shizu. Seeing Maki standing there with a flushed face, she was really funny and angry. She is such a elm head. She has pressed it so clearly. Doesn't he understand? Come up and hug yourself. Maki was slow to move and the atmosphere couldn't help but become awkward. Senior sister. Maki broke the silence. What's wrong? Du-Wan looked back with anticipation. Let's go out, Maki said. Oh, okay. It seems that Masha doesn't understand what he means. Du-Wan sighed secretly. However, thinking that there were still many opportunities to be a classmate with him later, she cheered up again. Then the Fission mantis took on the transport plane and it grabbed the two of them in turn and sent them to it. The real tree looked under the pile of stones and the workers were already cleaning the pile of stone. The gophers are also helping, so they are very efficient. It seems that even if the real tree cannot come out by itself, they will be rescued. Maki took the cuckoo down the pile of stones and met with the foreman gophers. They were all very surprised that Maki actually came out by himself. It was really incredible. She is worthy of being a trainer. Net Maki and Cuckoo also joined the cleaning rank. With everyone's joint efforts, the stone pile was quickly cleaned up and the dying marine team members and the intact Du-Juan suitcase were also found. Now the Kalu tunnel can be constructed normally and even the gophers have agreed to help with the construction. I believe that with the help of this group of professional excavators the project will be completed soon. At that time, Liuyan town and Kana's city passing is convenient all of a sudden, and it should greatly boost the economy of both places. The employees of Du-Juan Company also collected Du-Juan's suitcase and invited Maki and Du-Wan to Du-Juan Company together, saying that Mr. Zifyuki, the president of the company, wanted to thank them well. In this case, Maki and the others naturally have no reason to refuse. It is is not a bad thing to be able to know the president of Duan Company. Maybe I can still see Daigo. Chapter 25. Thank you. Following Duan Company to President Zivaki's office, President Zivaki looked like he had no airs and specifically thanked Masaki and Duan for helping Duan Company with a big help. He is indeed sincerely grateful to these two young people. He sent so many people but failed to catch the thief, but in the end he was caught directly by the two young people. This is really a bit dramatic. I don't have the president. I actually don't have much effort. They are all dominated by Genshu. Duan sure. In her opinion it was almost always following Masaki's ideas throughout the whole process, and it was not an exaggeration to say that Masaki completed the task alone. No, senior sister, don't shirk this. You have also helped a lot. If you hadn't suggested that the prisoner might be a member of the ocean team who stole things, I would probably be in the dark until now, Masaki said immediately. He knew what the senior sister meant, but he was not that kind of person. Ha ha ha, what a humble child. No wonder you have such strength at such an age. You all have the heart of a strong man and you don't have to refuse anymore. Both of them have made great contributions. Mr. Zivoxai took a sip of water and seemed very happy. He hasn't seen such an outstanding young man for a long time. These two young men are humble and able to do practical things. Unlike his own child, he knows how to dig stones everywhere every day, and he doesn't even come back to help with things from his home. I don't know who I learned it from. To express your gratitude, do you need anything? Even if you tell me I have a few stone slabs on my hand. I heard that your main Pokemon is grass type, so this green stone slab will be given to you. This rock slab is given to the cuckoo that uses the rock Pokemon. In addition, this is a new mobile phone researched by our company. You can also try it out. Remember to give our technicians feedback. Mr. Zivaj, directly ask your subordinates to deliver the prepared thank you gift. It is an ancient stone slab and a new touchscreen mobile phone. The stone slab obtained by the real tree is green and full of rich grass-based energy. I believe that as long as I put it on the green vine snake, it can greatly improve its skill power. What Dujuan got was a rock slab with rock attribute energy. When Maki saw this stone slab, he was also very shocked. These stone slabs are likely to be related to Arceus, and each property has its corresponding stone slab. The stone slab in Maki's hand is a turquoise slab that symbolizes grass attributes, and the cuckoo gets a rock slab that symbolizes rock attribute. President Zifuki, thank you for your thank you, but will this thing be too pensive? Maki said in a deep voice. Ha 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 ha, it's a real tree. How could this happen? No matter how pensive these stone slabs are, if no one comes to use them and just let them dust in my warehouse, what's the difference between these precious stone slab and scraps? So if you give these stone slabs to you potential trainers, you are truly valuable. So don't have any burden, just use them. President Zifuki laughed heartily. Then thank you, President. Maki and Duwan took the stone slab and thanked them together. It's nothing, it's just some small gift. On the contrary, the suitcase you helped me get back is more valuable. In addition, it's a real tree. Have you been free recently? I have a little boy to ask you for help. And Mr. Zivaj said again, feeling a little embarrassed. President, please tell me, can I help you with any trouble? Masaka said immediately. He just accepted such a valuable gift from someone else, but now the other party has a request, so it is naturally difficult to refuse. Of course it must be a task he can complete. It's too difficult, but it won't work. That's right, my incompetent son Dago has gone. He ran to those mines all day long and his phone has no signal. Recently I heard that he has appeared in Wuda town. I happen to have a letter here. Can you go to Wuda town to find me? If you can't find it, it's okay. After all, that guy the dragon is not sure and he may go to other places to dig stone. Mr. Zivaj said embarrassedly, but the young man in front of him is very reliable. He has not found a suitable candidate for sending letters recently, so he can only ask this young man first. Okay, Mr. Zifuki, let me leave it. It just so happens that I want to go to Wuda town to challenge the NET gym recently, and it's just the way. Maki agreed. He was originally planning to challenge the second hall in Wuda town NET and to complete the agreement made with Zulan and meet after becoming the league champion. 8 halls are necessary. Now Zulan has become the champion. He also needs to speed up the progress. In addition, this time I send a letter, I might also get to know the former Feng Yuan league champion Daigo, who is a top-ranked fierce trainer in the world. It is always right to have a good relationship with him. I wonder how Zulan is doing now and if she will hate herself to death. Mashu couldn't help but think of it. That's great, Mashu. I know an Eparian sailor who can take you to Wuda town. His name is Hatch. He lives on the beach west of Chinjua City. You go find him and say I'm asking for it. If you go, just let him take you to Wuda town. Hearing Maki agreed, Mr. Zifuki was relieved. Since Masaru is just right, it would be the best, otherwise he would always bother a young man and he would be a little sad. After preparing for a little, after saying goodbye to senior sister Duwan, Masha was ready to set off. Duwan did not go with Masha, she still had some things to do, but the two changed contact information so they were not afraid of not being able to contact. Gensha went to the store and bought a large number of necessary consumables. Because Mr. Zvoxai gave him a shopping card, these things are all free. I can only say that it feels like holding my thighs, which is not bad. Got AO League headquarters champion's office. Real tree. Zulin, who was lying on the table and resting, suddenly woke up and looked around blankly. Is it a dream again? Zulin murmured when she realized that she was in the office now. She got up from the office chair and came to the balcony outside. It was already night now and the soft moonlight shone on her like the scene that night. He took out the jade pendant in his hand and gently stroked it, and the boy's figure once again appeared in his heart. When did this big liar Maki come to me? I have been the champion for so long. If I don't come to me, I will go to you. Zulin recently learned about the huge riots in the Qinjue forest in Fengyuan district. In this case, that Gai Shizu must be not far from the Orange Hua forest. Chapter 26. Full of charge. I'm back again. Orange Hua forest. In the orange forest, the real tree stretched Rela Ed. He was like going to the Orange Hua forest, and he was so familiar with it. The big trees around were shaking gently as if we were welcoming the arrival of real trees. As Maki walked, she would encounter some Pokemon pounced on him. This was not an attack but a prescion of kindness. In the forest here, Pokemon seems to be the true tree with the power of orange blossoms, a messenger of Rabbi Shi, and a human who can be trusted completely. Otherwise, when you see strange humans, these timid Pokemons will only look at them from a distance. Wuda town is relatively remote on an island located southwest of Fengyuan area. If Masha wants to go to Wuda town, he has to go to the west beach of Qinjue city to find an old man named Hatch who can take Masha to take him on a boat. So in order to go to Qinjue city, the real tree needs to go back and pass through the Qinjue forest again. But Maki is not in a hurry. After all, going to Wuda town still has to challenge the gym, and Pokemon's strength still needs to be trained. Therefore the Shizu simply slowed down and wanted to find a few accompanying students in the Orange Hua forest to let the green vine snake practice it well. Leo Road is now time to train, so you can take it to experience the battle a little. 10 days later, Orange Hua forest. There are many red targets in the open space in the forest. Maki and Lielu are training the use of wave missiles. Lielu use wave missiles. Maki first used the wave missile himself to hit the target as a demonstration and then asked Lielu to try to use it. Lielu shouted, pressing his understanding. It also looked very confident, and it has been almost a week since he practiced the wave missile with Maki. First gently bend down and pose, then gather the wave guide and enter the palm of your hand. The blue wave guide slowly takes shape on Leo Road and then it quickly pushes it out. Boom! The wave missile was very fast and directly hit the red target in front. Leo Road, it's great. Maki was also very excited to see this accurate wave missile from Lielu. After so many days, Lielu has not been able to develop a reputation. Various situations often occur. Maki, who once practiced, began to doubt himself and asked in his heart whether Lielu is not yet old to practice skills. Fortunately, this time it finally succeeded. Maki let Lielu practice a few times and found that the hit rate was really good and he could score more than 8 times 10 times. Although it still cannot reach the threshold for a wave missile to win, it can be considered an entry. After these 10 days of training, everyone has grown to a certain extent. There are all kinds of Pokemon in Orange Forest and they are all willing to be mentors to teach the Pokemon of the real tree. Masaka found 2 teachers for Qingveng Snake. One was the Lizard King, who was responsible for teaching her grass attribute skills and fighting, and the other was the Abo Snake, who was professionally responsible for teaching Big Snake. Yes, as a snake Pokemon, how can you not learn to stare at the big snake as a sign? In addition, the various grass type skills of the green vine snake are not very proficient and need to be practiced well. So according to the need, he selected 2 most suitable teachers from the Pokemon in the Orange Forest. As for the flying mantis, the real tree found a giant mantis for it to be a teacher. Flying mantis has been trying to absorb the energy in the metal film given by the real tree recently, but the absorption efficiency has never been high. There just happened to be a wild giant mantis in the forest which should be able to provide some experience with the flying mantis. After these 10 days of special training, the 3 Pokemons have gained a lot. In terms of strength improvement, the green vine snake reached level 22 proficient level and the flying mantis reached level 21 proficient level. Both of them completed the class breakthrough and successfully advanced from ordinary level to proficient level. Leo Road also reached level 10 newcomer level, making great progress. Since the training has achieved results, it is time to set off. NET stop. Destination Hatch's home. On the edge of the orange flower forest beside the grass, a green-haired boy was pulling with a bald uncle. The boy tried his best to rush into the grass, but he could not escape the clamp of the bald man. Man Chong, stop making trouble. It's very dangerous inside the grass. Let's go home. When you arrive in green shade, you will have Pokemon, the uncle said helplessly. This child Mangkon has been easily injured since he was a child, but he always likes to run around and come back with injuries. Today their family was about to move from Chinjua City to Luoyang town, but the child suddenly disappeared. After inquiring about it, he found out that he actually ran to the forest to catch Pokemon. Good humans run rashly into the grass, but they are likely to be attacked by wild Pokemon. The child is prone to damage his physique. If he runs into the forest, he may be in danger of his life. Fortunately, the bald uncle ran away. It was fast and stopped in time. No, Dad, Uncle Kunli gave me a snake-patterned bear. I can protect myself. I will go to the grass to catch a Pokemon and go to Green Yin Town with you, please Dad, this is my lifelong request. Man Chong turned around and begged sincerely, tears in his eyes. Okay, since you said that, I agree, but you must be careful and never be hurt anymore. The bald man was finally moved by the words of a full bloom. Thinking back then, he was so sincere. He wanted to become a world-class trainer, but he came back halfway. He worked in a company until now. Time is unforgiving. Now he has gone from that energetic boy. He turned into a bald uncle. After getting the agreement, he entered the grass with joy. Not long after, a rare Pokemon Larulus emerged. Full of joy, he immediately sent a snake bear to fight with it and successfully defeated Larulus to the point where he could conquer it. Man Chong took out the elf ball from his backpack. He was about to complete his first conquering life, but found that an elf ball was one step ahead of him and hit the e-hosted Larulus. After a vibrating spree, the elf ball lit up a red light and stopped. This means that the conquest has been completed. My own Larulus was rushed to be conquered by others. Looking back in despair, I found that my father had been watching him fall to the ground. Net to him was a man in a red suit with a cage. When we were fighting just now, we were full of attention on Larulus and we didn't know that there was an e-tra bad guy. Net to us. I didn't expect that I could still meet the rare wild Larulus when I came out to grab a Pokemon. Thank you, little devil Larulus, but it's worth a lot of money. The red man picked up the elf ball, he said with a grim smile. It's over, his face was full of despair. Chapter 27, Brave to be a good deed. The man in the red suit slowly approached Manchang, wanting to knock him out directly and he could escape. Mang Kong had never seen such a scene. Such a fierce man walked towards him looking like he was trying to beat him. His whole body was trembling and he couldn't even use the strength to escape. Leo Road Wave Missile. Suddenly a voice like a savior appeared on Man Chong. A blue ball of light flew from a distance and hit the back of the head of the man in red. The man in red felt dizzy and fell directly to the ground. Man Chong also sat on the ground, all of a sudden gasping for breath. I didn't expect that there were such criminals in broad daylight. Fen Jiayuan's public security was really not good. Maki stepped forward with a sigh and skillfully plundered the ill-gotten wealth on this lava team member. The red suit from this man and the unique lava team logo, it can be seen that he is the person from the underground crime organization Lava Team. Therefore Maki would not be polite to him and took out all the things on him. After taking out the small items on his body, he took off his clothes and put them in his backpack for emergency need. By the way, the uniform of the ocean player last time was also taken for himself by Maki. After receiving this Lava Team uniform, he collected the uniforms of the Rockets, Oceans and Lava Team. Thinking about it, he felt a little accomplished. Man Chong Net to him was a little stunned. He originally thought that Maki was a righteous person passing by, but he didn't expect that Maki would start to put away the spoils as soon as he defeated the bad guy. No matter how he looked, it didn't seem like something a good person would do. Could it be that black people eat black people? Man Chong thought of the plot he had watched on the TV series and was even more afraid of the Maki in front of him and began to tremble again. Maki skillfully tied the Lava Team member with a hole-removing rope and called the police to come and pull him to jail as soon as possible. Only then did he pay attention to the situation of the green-haired young trainer Net to him. This green-haired boy had a fearful face and kept trembling. It seemed that he was scared just now. Maybe he would leave a shadow for his whole life. These underground organizations are really harmful to others. Maki complained silently, not realizing that the other party was afraid of him. Hey, are you okay? The bad guy has been subdued by me, so don't be afraid anymore. Maki smiled and said with a kind face, You aren't you black and black? Man Chong was obviously shocked to see that the bad guy he imagined was so kind. Haha, you may have misunderstood. I'm just doing the aftermath of defeating him so that he won't suddenly implode and hurt people. You have to do things more carefully when dealing with these vicious underground organizations. Maki knew that the other party may have misunderstood and explained to the Lava Team member who was tightly tied by him. Sorry, I thought you were a bad guy and you were eating black or something. Man Chong realized that he had made a big joke. The one who saved him was a real good person, not the kind of eating black, a black super bad guy. Knowing that Masaki is an approachable and good person, Mang Kong finally opened up the conversation and complained to Masaki about his unlucky appearance, and Masaki, it's okay. Larulus Larulus should be in this ball. I'll release it and you can subdue it again. Maki was quite sympathetic to this child. If he hadn't met him by chance he would have to house at. Well, thank you brother, Maki said, thanking sincerely. Then he successfully subdued Larulus, who was released by the real tree, and successfully won the first Pokemon of his own. Larulus male. Qualification level blue. Attribute superpower. Features telepathy. Strength level 4. After looking at Larulus' data, Maki secretly affirmed it. Good Larulus, maybe he will become an excellent Elordu or a large Rhizome Galacto in the future. Man Chong, you are great. From your battle I saw my love for Pokemon. To cultivate your Larulus well, you will definitely become an excellent trainer in the future. Maki encouraged. After Mangkong introduced himself, he recognized Mangkong as a person. In the future he will indeed become a powerful trainer. Let's talk about it first. Brother Maki, I will aim for you and will definitely not disappoint your expectations. Monkin held Larulus's elf ball and tears fell down. The feeling of losing and regaining is really good and I am full of heartfelt thanks to Maki. Well then, goodbye Man-chun, I have something to do, let's go first. Maki opened the cage of the lava team members and released the long-winged OU inside. He communicated with Changbai OU, but he didn't expect it to be the Pokemon he was looking for in the old man Hatch, who depended on each other for life. Now you must take Changji OU to find Haki quickly so as not to worry, the old man can't stand such emotional fluctuations. Another point is that you have to run away before Junsha and the others come to collect the prisoners so as not to tell them that they are taking off other people's clothes. The last time I took off the ocean team uniform I was warned by them. A person like this can be considered a real trainer. Looking at Maki's back as he left, he clenched the elf ball in his hand full of longing. West of Chinjua City on the endless beach there is a wooden house that look very conspicuous. Xiaopai, your house is ahead, Maki asked. Yeah, the long-winged gull's voice rang in Maki's mind. When you step on and approach the wooden house you can indeed see an old man with a grey beard. He was walking around in front of the door uneasily and from time to time he wanted to check his cell phone. That should be Hatch, it seems like he is very uneasy. It is said that when he was young he could have taken risks on the 7 oceans with the boat, but after retirement he lived a leisurely life. Seeing Hatch's uneasy look, Xiaopai couldn't help it, so she flew up quickly and rushed into Hatch's arms. Hatch hugged Xiaopai happily. Tears fell down her face and kept saying something to Xiaopai. He and Xiaopai depend on each other for life, but they can't survive if they lose the other party. Who knows how he got through this half day? Those incompetent Junsha will only say that they will call to notify them if they find them. Where will they notify them? Not informed at all. I waited from morning to afternoon and there was no notification at all. Fortunately a little trainer happened to meet Xiaopai, so he rescued it and took Xiaopai home with reliable means. It was amazing. After ending his tenderness with Xiaopai, looking at the slowly walking towards the tree, Hatch smiled and became more and more pleasing to the tree. Thank you young man, thank you for saving my little pie. Hatch tightly held Maki's hand. It's just a simple task. By the way Mr. Hatch, can you take me to Wuda town? It was Mr. Zvgai who asked me to come to find you. Masha said nothing else and directly talked about the serious matter. Miss Junsha. Chapter 28 Martial Fighting Town. It's absolutely fine Wuda town, right? I'll go and add some fuel to the ship and you'll be able to set off later, Hatch said, patting his chest. After a while Maki got on Hatch's speedboat. Hatch drove very fast but the real tree couldn't feel the bumps. I can only say that I am a veteran crew member with decades of experience. The method of driving the ship is stable. After driving for about half an hour the speedboat slowly approached the shore. Jen should just go and do business. After you finish just come to the house over there to find me. That's my home. If you don't have a place to live in the evening you can come to my house. The two of them climbed to the wooden port of Wuda town. She pointed to a small hut in front and said, okay, goodbye Mr. Hatch, I'll go do the business first. Maki waved his hand and said goodbye to Hatch. Wuda town is very small and at first glance you can't see a few houses at all. However, the tourism industry here is quite developed. On the beach net to the port there are many young ladies wearing cool clothes playing freely enjoying this beautiful beach. The tree also saw that many people here were wearing white martial art. The server seems to be influenced by the gym here and the fighting style is very strong. When I came to Wuda town there were two main tasks. One was to send a letter to Dago and the other was to challenge the gym. Maki decided to find Dago first. However, Maki asked the residents on the island but they had never seen this person. In this case you can only look for the places where Dago might go. With Daigo's personality he should be digging somewhere, and Mr. Zvgai also said that Daigo might not have signals in the cave, so he asked him to deliver the letter. In this way you can initially lock the location of Daigo, which should be in the cave of Wuda town. I heard from the residents of the town that there is indeed a stone cave north of Wuda town, which is a place where stone collectors collect rare stones. However, there have been rumors of supernatural events in the cave recently which made many people afraid to go in, and and explore. The real tree is not afraid of any supernatural event, so it goes north and heads to the Cave of Stone. If there are any supernatural events, there should be some ghostly Pokemon being tricked, but human fears often stem from insufficient firepower. If only one person in Shizu would be afraid of these things, but now with so many Pokemon in hand, the little ghost is not afraid of it at all. That should be the Cave of Stone. The real tree has been far away from the area of Wuda town. On the coast in front there is a low mountain, and the dark hole at the bottom of the mountain is very conspicuous. The entrance of the cave is very large, and the real tree is probably 3 or 4 meters high. Looking out from the entrance of the cave, it was also pitch black inside, which felt very gloomy. No wonder so many supernatural rumors were heard. This was like a haunted place. "Hey little trainer, don't go in again, it's very dangerous here." A strong shout suddenly came from behind him. Maki looked back and found that he was a mountaineering male uncle dressed in a very classic style. He rushed to Maki all the way covering his knees and gasping for breath. "Uncle, you just said that this place is very dangerous. Is there something wrong?" Maki asked. "Yes, this cave has been very evil recently. Not only are there many rumors of hunting, but I just saw a fierce-looking man running in. He should be a wanted criminal." He explained with a kind face. "And uncle, it's really dangerous, but I have to go in." "Uncle, it's okay, I'm very strong." Maki smiled slightly, turned around and prepared to go in. "Wait young man, this cave is very dark. Have you learned the Pokemon? If you haven't learned it, I won't let you in. It's really dangerous inside. This is not a joke." Look, as the mountaineering male uncle seemed a little uneasy. "It's okay uncle, did you see this thing on my head? This is a special super minor hat made by doing a headlight with hundreds of watts which can shine inside like during the day. Now it is an era where technology changes life. No, there is no need to waste time learning any flashing technique." Maki pointed to the miner's hat on her head and said with a smile, "This is the equipment he used to use the shopping cart given by Mr. Zifyuki for free, and I have to say that the one who is free is delicious." "No young man, there are many wild Pokemons inside. If you don't have enough strength it won't work. Let's have a Pokemon battle. If you confirm your strength I will let you in." Seeing that all kinds of ways unable to stop this young man, the mountaineering male uncle used the last move of the Pokemon world and decided to fight. "If you have any questions, let's have a Pokemon battle." "Sure enough, are you going to fight? Then come on." Maki directly released his flying mantis, and the mountaineering man also released his small fistone. The two Pokemons started fighting, but unfortunately the gap in strength was too big. The mountaineering man's small fist stone was only level 15 and he was easily killed by the flying mantis. "Uncle, I can go in," Maki said lightly. "Well, go ahead, you're qualified." The uncle who lost the game was a little disappointed, grabbed the elf ball of the small fist stone, and a hint of unwillingness appeared in his eyes. In the Cave of Stone the real trees are slowly exploring. This cave is like a big maze. Its surroundings are almost the same and there are no references yet, so it is really easy to get lost. The robber has really entered the right place. It is estimated that it will be difficult to find him if he comes here to catch him. And the uncle is right, there are really many wild Pokemon here. Wearing a miner's hat with its own headlights, Maki alarmed many super bats resting as soon as she entered the hole. Fortunately, Maki, who has the power of Orange Flower, has already fully appreciated his affinity for Pokemon. The super bats just changed to a dark place to rest and did not come up to attack the real tree. Otherwise a tough battle would have been inevitable. That stone seems to be an unchanging stone, and the stone net to it is not a thunder stone. Looking at the two stones lying quietly in the small hole on the rock wall, the true tree's eyes lit up in front of him. It is worthy of being a stone cave that produces a lot of stone. You can find two useful stones as you walk. That seemingly ordinary round white stone should be an unchanging stone, which can make it impossible for Pokemon to evolve with it. Don't think that this is a negative effect. After all, there are still quite a few Pokemon in this world who are unwilling to evolve, such as Ash's Pikachu in the previous animation. Besides, unchanged stones can also be used to suppress Pokemon that are about to evolve, and they can fully explore the potential of a stage before evolving. Another yellow stone with lightning pattern should be a thunder stone, which contains rich electrical energy and can be used to evolve a specific Pokemon. Judging from the pattern of this thunder stone, the quality should be considered top-notch. Chapter 29: The Eyes of the Soul. This thunder stone should be sold in a friendly store for tens of thousands of yuan. This time I really got a lot of money on the road. It was because of the haunted cave recently and there were fewer people coming here, so I could only get a bargain like this. Maki knows why Daigo likes digging stones so much. This kind of pleasure of shipping is so satisfying. Maki stretched out his hand and was about to take out the stone, but he heard a movement from afar. It seemed that something was rushing towards here quickly. "Are you here?" It turns out that this kind of good thing is not that easy to get. Maki complained, but his movements were not slow at all. He took out the elf ball with his left hand and released the green vine snake. He took out the thunder stone and the unchanging stone from the pit and stuffed it into his backpack with his right hand. No matter what, take the thing first. Soul catching. A sharp roar came and Maki felt a black shadow flashing quickly in front of her eyes. The black shadow had a bright red light on her body, forming a long tail in Maki's eyes. This unknown Pokemon is very fierce. After seeing the opportunity, he will pounce on the face of the Shinchu. However, the green vine snake beside Maki's side also reacted very quickly, and two tough vine whip tended out quickly, sweeping the attacking black shadow. Under the lights of the miner's hat, Maki finally saw the Pokemon that suddenly attacked. It was hunched over like an assassin in a shadow with dark purple all over its body and the sharp claws in front of its arms issued a faint cold light. It has two sapphire-like eyes, and the red gems on its waist are emitting a charming light which is particularly conspicuous in this dark cave. This is the soul-catching eyes. Scary eyes male. Qualification level green. Attributes ghost evil. Features sharp gaze. Strength level 16. Normal level 10-20. Introduction. Dark Pokemon. Mainly living in the depths of the cave, they use sharp claws and use stones as food. It seems that it was because it snatched the food stored here by the soul-seek eye, so it was so angry. Maki instantly realized the reason for the attack. The rumors that this stone cave is haunted should also be the masterpiece of this soul-catching eye. However, after entering his backpack, Maki didn't want to hand over it. Such things placed in the wild without the name of the soul scene look so naturally. Someone who can get it. If the soul catcher wants to get the stone back, just fight it and give it back if you win. Soul catching. The soul grabbing eye, which had just maintained the same position, suddenly moved and its whole body turned black, gradually blending into the shadows around, looking for opportunities to attack. Green vine snake. Be careful, this is a shadow sneak attack. The soul grabbing eyes are hidden in these shadows and a sneak attack will be launched at any time. Maki reminded the green vine snake. The green vine snake also nodded slightly, its eyes glowing red, and it was vigilantly exploring the surroundings. This dark venue is the home court of the soul eye with shadows everywhere, and it is difficult to judge its location. By the way, since it likes darkness, it will destroy the darkness itself. Maki suddenly thought of finding a way to find a soul-catching eye. It took out several miner hats from its backpack, at once placed them on the ground to adjust the angle and opened them one by one. These were all bought when he was shopping in Kana City to prevent his needs from time to time. Thanks to the advanced space storage backpack in the Pokemon world, he wouldn't be able to take so many helmets himself. The light emitted by the high-power headlight of the miner's hat suddenly covered the surroundings of the real tree in all directions, and the soul-catching eyes hidden in the shadows around the real tree were suddenly revealed. Moreover, because I have been living in such a cave where I can't see my fingers all year round, I was suddenly shining with this strong light, and the soul-catching eyes were blinded and I could not see anything. This is a good opportunity to attack. The green vine snake immediately rushed to the side of the seizure eye, which was still covering its eyes. The Ye blade with the sharp sword intent quickly slashed on the seizure eye, knocking it to the point of fainting. The trouble was finally solved, and Maki sighed secretly. Unfortunately, this soul-seen eye has a bad qualification, mainly because its characteristics are not good, otherwise it can be conquered. Although the elves like soul-seeping eye are not of high racial value, they have a strong combination of evil and ghost attributes, and they can learn a lot of skills. If combined with the prank heart feature, it will be a very disgusting assistant. Unfortunately, this soul-catching eye has a sharp eye, so there is no need to conquer the true tree. Maki picked up a few good-looking stones from the ground and put them net to the soul-catching eyes. It was a gift for apologizing. I hope it can like it when it wakes up. In fact, the soul Jayan did nothing wrong. He just wanted to get his things back. Anyone who came back from the house would probably be angry. I just hope that with this lesson it can hide its own things better. After all, it will not be revealed. Maki continued to explore slowly, and by the way, he noticed whether there were any stones picked up around him. But unfortunately, I didn't see any valuable stones along the way. There are a few beautiful stones, and the real tree also picked up some of them to take them back and give them to the Dujuan. Dujuan and Daigo have similar interests and hobbies, and they also like these strange shaped stones. I can only say that she is worthy of being a user of the rock Pokemon and has a deep love for the rock. Qingveng Snake didn't like the dark environment here, so Maki took her back. There is indeed no light here, and it is really not popular with Pokemon, and it cannot even be used for photosynthesis. How can they bear it? This stone cave seems to have no end. The real tree has been walking in it for a long time, but it still has not reached its end, and there is not even a trace of a living person passing by. He began to wonder if Daigo was really here, so he wouldn't have left long ago. It's really quiet here, a bit terrible. Even with such strong psychological qualities as Masaki, he became a little nervous after staying in this dark and quiet ghost place for a long time. Deo runs around the world every day just to drill into such a hole. I can only say that no wonder I can become a champion, but this mentality is no longer enviable to ordinary people. Maki walks while thinking about these these bits and pieces so that she can relax a little. But when he turned his attention back to the scenery in front of him, he became tense. There is something on the ground in front, and it is a big black shadow. Looking at the big guy through the outline of the black shadow, Masha didn't dare to act rashly but just walk forward slowly. The lights of the miner's hat slowly illuminated the dark outline. Only then did Maki realize that he had too much of his imagination. The large black shadow on the ground was not a large unknown creature, but a lying person. Who will it be? Chapter 30. Junsha. The man in front of him really scared Masaka. His face was pale, which made Masaka think he was a corpse. After checking it, I realized that the man who was lying motionless was still alive, but his breathing was very weak and he might die soon. The man had multiple bruises on his body and several shoe prints on his clothes. It seemed that he had fought with others before he fell into a coma. But there is a thing that Shiki cares a lot. The man's shoe print size is relatively small. It seems that the person who fights him is a woman. The man's things were gone. There was nothing in the elf ball mobile phone training card and nothing was left. His whole body was clean and his clothes and pants were left. It seems that the woman who fought with him snatched his belongings and ran away, and she may still be in this cave now. After all, if there was a woman out in the cave, the male mountaineering uncle at the entrance of the cave should have mentioned her. So based on this clue, it can be judged that the woman has not left yet and is still in this cave, and Daigo should not be in this cave at all. If he were also in the cave, he would have taken the murderer out long ago. The man who was knocked down to the ground should be the wanted criminal mentioned by the mountaineering male uncle. Another female murderer took a fancy to the property on the wanted criminal, secretly entered the hole and knocked him down and took away the property. Maki looked at the man who fell to the ground, and combined with some clues he just got, he roughly analyzed the ins and outs of the matter in his mind. However, after he came to his senses after finishing his reasoning, he suddenly felt a thorn on his back, and there seemed to be a howling sound of wind coming from the back of his head. I was hit by a sneak attack. The murderer who defeated this man was behind him. Maki quickly reacted and his mind subconsciously sank rapidly. Bang! The sound of heavy object hitting the rock wall came from above his head. Maki realized that his rapid reaction might have saved his life. Maki was about to turn around quickly and punch the guy behind him. However, the black shadow behind him attacked faster. Maki felt a huge force coming from his butt and he was kicked to the rock wall. There was a sound of organ activities coming from the rock wall as if some secret door was touched. Then Maki's feet suddenly became empty. He fell rapidly and then landed on the ground. It should have triggered the secret door to fall into a trap. Hey, it doesn't hurt much. Maki was very surprised and felt that she didn't seem as hard as she imagined. What is below? Why is it soft? Maki's hands were groping under her and a soft feeling came from her hands which felt very relieved when she touched. He was very interested in playing and it felt like playing with plasticine. The soft things under him kept changing shapes in his hands. It's so strange. What is this slime-like feeling? Maki turned his head and this time he saw clearly. There was actually a person lying under me and she was a girl. And my hands were parked in that place where I couldn't speak. Broken. The originally cute and fun plasticine suddenly turned into a hot potato, which scared Maki so much that he raised his hand over his head. I did something that I felt sorry for others inadvertently. Maki lowered her head to confess to the girl for a while, then looked up at the girl's appearance. What caught my eye was a decent uniform. The tight short-sleeved shirt and the hip-covered skirt that had just reached their thighs perfectly highlighted the delicate and stylish figure. She should be considered very tall among girls and the height is almost the full length on her leg. The black stockings tightly wrap her slender leg and combined with the pair of khaki boots it brings a touching and exciting feeling. The beauty. Her pretty face was a little pale, her eyes were tightly closed and her long dark green hair was irregularly scattered around, which was stained with a lot of dust in the cave. This is Junsha. Maki recognized the girl's face. He had seen it before. Like Joey, everyone had the same face and was responsible for serving as police officers in various regions. Looking at Junsha, who was unconscious in front of her, Masha suddenly figured out a lot of things. His guess just now was wrong. The woman who fought with the wanted criminal should be this Junsha. After she solved the wanted criminal, she was also sneaked into the trap like herself by another person hidden in the cave, and then the trigger mechanism fell into the trap. Maki checked her injuries, but fortunately Junsha was still breathing and she didn't look very serious. I fell down from such a high place and was even pressed by someone and I could have suffered only a minor injury. Junsha, who can be a policeman in the Pokemon world where people are superhuman, is really strong in her physical fitness. Maki's hands covered Junsha's body, urging the power of orange blossom to flow into Junsha's unconscious body. Under the influence of this power of orange flower full of life force, green light appeared on her body and her injuries were gradually recovering. This what is here? The injury gradually recovered and Junsha also regained consciousness and slowly opened her eyes. She was a little confused when she woke up and her godless eyes were staring at the dark cave. Suddenly a sensation of itching came from the legs as if some little bug was crawling onto his leg. Juncha tried hard to raise her head, and through the light shining on her legs she saw the scene in front of her. There was a boy begging the inner side of her thighs net to her legs as if she wanted to take off her stockings. Pervert. Juncha was about to have an attack, but she couldn't use any strength. You wake up. It seems that the treatment I just did. You are still weak now. It's better to lie down and rest. Your leg injury is serious and these stockings have affected my treatment, so I can you take it off first. Seeing that Junsha was unconscious, she was looking up at him and her eyes were not very friendly. No matter how she looked, Masha felt weak and explained calmly, you can take it off, thank you for saving me. After hearing Maki's explanation, Juncha realized that she had misunderstood. The boy in front of her was not only a pervert but also her savior. She fell to the ground again to rest and quietly received Maki's treatment. Seeing that Juncha cooperated very much, Masha was relieved. He was afraid that Juncha would beat him up indiscriminately. Then I really have nowhere to say anything about my suffering. Fortunately, Juncha is a more reasonable type. Chapter 31 Treatment. Grasping the edge of the stockings and gently pulling them down, Juncha's beautiful white legs like artwork were completely posed in front of the tree. However, due to the injury, there are now many shocking blood marks on this work of art. Scars of all sizes tingled the nerves of Shizu like cracks. So many scars must be painful. Maki murmured softly, putting the taken off stockings into your pocket. Maki's fingers gently brushed over the scars with a little green light. The power of orange blossom, this mysterious power with your vitality, just like the magic ointment that is applied to the fairy tale. The medicine will cure the disease. Juncha, who had her eyes closed, only felt a coolness in the wound and the heart-wrenching pain slowly disappeared. Instead, the slight itch caused by the rapid healing of the wound made her unable to help but want to scratch it. It's so itchy. Juncha's face, whose eyes were closed, was a little red and she murmured softly, will this be better? Maki gently scratched the wound that had been healed as intact as before while observing Juncha's reaction. Well, it's so comfortable. Juncha snorted softly and her expression became rela-ed. It seemed that this was effective. Then I will continue? Maki asked softly. Well, keep going. Juncha nodded slightly and the little voice of Juncha could hardly hear it and her pretty face became redder and redder. With permission, Maki continued to start treatment. With the appearance of success in the last time, he became a little bolder this time. His hands were shining with dazzling green light and he observed carefully and waved his hands quickly, allowing the power of orange blossom to penetrate into every tiny wound. It was not until all the scars of all sizes disappeared and the artwork in the hand became beautiful and flawless again that Maki felt relieved. He took a big breath and took out a towel from his backpack to wipe his sweat. This healing seems easy, but it is actually very troublesome. After all this trouble, he was so tired, but fortunately there are reward for hard work. The injuries that Juncha could see on her body were basically healed and her complexion looked much rosy. After giving Juncha the full remedy medicine, now just wait for her to slowly recover her strength. Thank you. What's your name? Why is it here? After regaining some physical strength, Juncha had the strength to speak and began to ask some questions from Shishu. This should be her professional habit. My name is Mashu. I am a trainer from Wayabai town. I came to this cave to find a man named Daigo to deliver a letter to him. I was accidentally attacked by a criminal in the cave and fell here. Mashu directly took the lead by directly attacking him. He said all the purpose of coming here and then asked Miss Juncha, how did you come in? You can't have been attacked by someone. Juncha nodded slightly and told her appearance of coming in. It's similar to Maki's reasoning. She chased into the cave of Shizi to hunt down the wanted criminal. She won the battle with the wanted criminal. Finally she was attacked and triggered to fall into the trap. Also, Jen should just call me by in the future. My full name is Jun Shabeth. Jun Sha added another sentence at the end. If you are called Miss Juncha by Maki, you always feel that it is a bit too official. After all, everyone calls you this when you work. Jun Shabeth doesn't like Maki calling her like this. She wants to be closer to Maki. Okay Shiriki, do you have any clues about the people who attacked us? Maki continued to analyze. Now the last doubts in the entire incident are the identity of the sneak attacker and his motive. Shizu was very curious about what kind of person he was who attacked the police without regard for the consequences. I guess it's the wanted criminal's accomplice. His accomplice is probably also hiding in the cave, Juncha said lightly. But if it were an accomplice, why did he see his companion fall to the ground but refuse to save him? Maki asked again. Before he came down, the wanted criminal was still fainting on the ground. This was too much. It's a little unreasonable. I don't understand very much. There are all kinds of possibilities, but it's useless for us to discuss it here, so we have to go out. Jun Shabai thought too much and started to slap it. This is not hers strong point. Bao, don't worry, think about it. A normal prisoner knows that he will not be able to run away after he attacks the police, but this criminal continues to attack the person entering the cave. It is very likely that it is hidden in this cave. Some things that are very important to him them are not to be discovered by others. We should look deep in the cave and probably find the answer. Maki continued his reasoning, obviously finding the clue. So it's still the same problem. How can we get out? If we don't get out, no problem can be solved, right? Don't worry, have you seen the stone wall above? It's the secret door we fell down. Just destroy it and let my flying mantis take us up. Maki pointed to the rock wall above, said. The real tree releases Leo Road and uses wave missiles to bombard the stone wall above. Although the stone wall is very strong, it was still destroyed under the bombardment of multiple wave missiles, breaking into a pile of small stones, revealing the passage leading to the upper part. Let's go, I'll carry you. Maki took back. Leela called out his flying mantis and urged Junsha to come up quickly. But Junsha's face was flushed and she tried hard to get up, but she couldn't get up. Although her physical strength was recovering, the recovery speed was still not fast enough. Sorry, I forgot that you haven't recovered completely. Maki stepped forward and picked up Junsha. This is more convenient so that she won't have to get up by herself. Flying mantis, okay, take us up. Maki held Junsha with one hand and grabbed the arm of the flying mantis with the other and was directly led by the flying mantis. After practicing in the forest these days, its power has been greatly improved. Now with two there is no pressure to fly, not to mention that neither Masha nor Junsha are the heavy types, because it will be very vibrated when flying. Maki just wrapped her hand around Junsha's waist, which will easily fall. So Junsha hugged the tree tightly like a sloth hugging the tree. The two of them were tightly pressed together and the atmosphere became a little hot. It's so warm and the smell on his body is so fragrant. Junsha likes the feeling of hugging Maki like this. It has been a long time since I felt so at ease. She really hoped that the flying mantis can fly for a longer time and keep flying like this. Chapter 32. The bottom of the cave. That by we've already reached it. Looking at Junsha, who seemed to be asleep in her arms, Maki reminded softly. Although the feeling of being soft-hearted in her arms is very good, it is also a bit harsh. As a young man with a strong spirit, Maki feels that she can't stand it anymore. Can you hug it for a while? Masaki, I still don't have the strength. Junsha murmured softly in Masaki's ear and he hailed in a mischievous way. Junsha didn't know what was wrong with her. She didn't do this before. She just wanted to tease him when she saw Maki's funny look. I don't do this anymore. I really can't hold it back. Masha was really an eas and gasped as he spoke. Okay, I'm kidding with you. I can leave by myself. Junsha knew about Maki's difficulties. She was holding Maki and felt the feeling of being pointed at by a gun and got off Maki directly. It's not the time yet. No matter how you say it, you have to be more familiar with Mashu. She seemed as stable as an old dog, but in fact she had no experience at all. The moment she was pointed at by the gun, Junsha panicked and chose to escape directly. I really didn't expect that. Maki looked very young, but her capital was so strong. Maki took a deep breath to calm down her restless mood, but the swelling feeling could not be eliminated. Junsha was also sad when she looked at Junsha with a look of pain, thinking that it was all her fault. My shoe, otherwise I will help you. Stop, bye, please pause first, let me be quiet alone. Maki directly interrupted Junsha's possibility of continuing to cast spells and found a place to go quietly alone. As long as you keep walking on this road, you should be able to reach the end of the cave. After communicating with the wild superbat in a cave, Maki finally determined the correct route. Just now he was lost and wandered around in the same place for a long time. Maki thought of a solution, which was to directly ask these indigenous people who lived in the cave. However, after asking several wild Pokemons, they didn't know the route very well. They just live here and wouldn't remember any route at all. This made Shiza very collapse. Fortunately, after asking about 10 times, he finally found a smarter Pokemon and asked the right path. Jishu, you are so powerful. You can communicate with Pokemon like a friend and you can heal your wounds. You have strong ability to reason. You can't tell from the appearance. You obviously look like a pretty little girl. It's just a boy, but I didn't expect to be extremely capable. Junsha sighed sincerely. The closer you get to this young man, the more you will be attracted to him. Maki is simply a treasure. It's not as good as you said. To be honest, I'm actually a time traveler. This body actually contains the soul of a mature man and it awakens a powerful system. Then you understand. Masaki is lightly lit, said, shaking out his old foundation. Ha 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 ha, I have to add a little more. Zongshu, you are still very humorous. You can always be serious and funny, which is also a bonus for me, Junsha said with a smile. Maki let his hand helplessly. Look, even if you tell the truth, others won't believe it. They only believe in what they are willing to believe. Walking forward on this right road, it is indeed different from the front of the cave. First of all, a very intuitive change made the surroundings become much brighter, and some of the rock walls net to them were covered with shiny crystals. With the light emitted by these crystals, Junshu and the others do not have to rely too much on minor hats, but can also see the surrounding environment clearly. In addition, the oxygen here is obviously much more abundant, unlike the previous sections of the road that are difficult to breathe. The real tree saw many green stones on the top of the rock wall. He guessed that it should be oxygen stone which can evaporate oxygen. Masaka, be careful, that gangster might be nearby. Junsha held the elf ball in her hand, looked around vigilantly, ready to take action to resist the sudden sneak attack of the enemy. She was really scared after being attacked once. It doesn't matter. That person only dares to attack sneakily, which means his positive strength should not be as good as ours. We just need to be careful of his sneakily attacking. By you pay attention to the back and I pay attention to the front, he will not have an opportunity to take advantage of it. Maki said his guess. In his opinion, if the criminal was really capable, he would have swept through all enemies long ago, so he would not have to hide in the dark cave like this, like a mouse. Walking through the steepest path, I passed through a narrow rock wall. The scene in front of me suddenly became clear and the narrow and dark cave disappeared, replaced it. The space is as wide as a stadium with some rare ore everywhere. The master tree took a rough look and found that there were thunder stones, fire stones and water stone. In the corner the master tree saw a rare leaf stone. No wonder this place is called the stone cave. The content of this rare stone is really rich. Wait, Masaka, look, there. Is there someone there? Junsha suddenly said. Since he came in, he did not focus on these stones like Masaka, instead continue to look for possible enemies. Unexpectedly she really discovered something. In front of this ore hall there was a slope and a small path in front of the slope. Looking to the path from the front of the hall, you can see a glowing mineral, and net to it there seems to be a black figure. Hearing Junsha's words, Mashu immediately looked at the place she pointed at and saw a black shadow similar to a human-shaped one. But the human-shaped black shadow flashed by suddenly. I wonder if I had an illusion. Let's go and take a look, said Maki. No matter what, it is true to go over and take a look. The shiny ore looks unusual and is likely to be the target that the gangster is eager for. The black shadow just now was very likely a gangster. He noticed Maki and Junsha, so he hid immediately. The real tree with wind speed shoes is really like a gust of wind when it runs, but Junsha, who has recovered most of her physical strength, can easily keep up, and she is wearing women's flat shoes. This gap made Maki feel ashamed and decided to practice running hard. When she went back, Junsha thought it was nothing. She was a real police officer. She had physical requirements for her work. He rushed into the destination quickly, and under the light emitted by the ore, Maki finally saw clearly the gangsters who attacked them. It's you. Maki's face was shocked. Chapter 33. This is called professionalism. You are so amazing. You can come out after falling into such a trap and you don't even feel hurt, the mountaineer said with a narrowed eyes, not showing any nervousness. I should have thought of you long ago. You are the gangster hiding in the shadows. The rumors of the haunted cave in the stone cave were also spread by you, and the purpose is this mine fruit, Maki said slowly. Net to the mountaineering man was an ore that grew into a trunk. The top was like an open palm and a green fruit was held on it. The light source that the real tree and the others just saw came from this fruit. Under the action of the data analysis, the data of this luminous mysterious mine fruit also appeared in front of you. Life mineral fruit. Status immature, 10 minutes to complete maturity. Introduction. The magical ore fruit containing huge life force formed by the power of ore has the effects of prolonging life and improving physical fitness. The truth finally came out. The mountaineering man was discovering the soon-to-be ripening mine fruit in the cave. In order to enjoy this treasure exclusively, the mountaineering man spread the news that the mine was haunted and drove away all the people who came to the mine, and even attacked Junsha for this. He was really lawless. Ha ha ha, mediocre people like me can only place their hopes on such treasures to change their lives. It's a pity that I have been waiting for so long, but I still haven't been able to wait until the mine fruits mature. The mountaineer laughed out loud. Tears rose and fell again. His emotions fluctuated greatly in an instant, and it seemed that he could be admitted to the asylum. What a pity, uncle, you have worked so hard for so long and you have made me a wedding dress. Thank you, I will accept this mine fruit with a smile. The white light of the elf ball lit up and the green vine snake and the flying mantis all appeared. Along with both sides of the real tree, Junsha also quietly released the Kati dog, ready to attack at any time. You really respect me. You have to use such a big formation to me, but you are disappointed. The little fist stone that fights against you is my strongest Pokemon, but I still have the last one. The plan is you can go to hell with a crawler like me. If you can bring you to the back, it will be worth it for me. The mountaineer's eyes were filled with bloodshot and he was completely crazy. He took out the remote control hidden in his pocket and pressed the red button on it. But what was awkward was that the expected explosion did not happen and everyone was still standing there staring at the small eyes. You villains, why do you like to use bombs at any time? You can't change them for any other means. If you don't get annoyed, I'm just annoyed. Maki spread her hands helplessly. After being bombed once last time, Maki was very prepared for the villain's bomb. Seeing that the mountaineering man was in a bad condition, he directly activated the bomb signal shield he had just bought from Duan Company. The signal of the mountaineering man's remote control is blocked, so the bomb naturally cannot be detonated. What are you waiting for? Take him down. At the command of the the master tree. The flying mantis rushed up and captured the mountaineering male uncle. The green vine snake also used the vine whip and tied it up firmly. Maki had already rushed to the mountaineering man and searched his body skillfully. In the end he even took off his clothes. Even Lialu appeared from the elf ball and used the power of the waveguide to detect the bomb buried in the dark of the mountaineering man. Seeing Maki's smooth one-stop service, Juncha and Kati Dog looked at each other and both showed shocked prescience. They are obviously policemen and police dogs, but how come they look at them more professional? Masaka tied up the criminals and even handled the bombs without pollution, but they didn't help at all. By look, take him back and interrogate him later and then keep him for 10 or 8 years. Maki casually threw the handled mountaineer net to Juncha and said lightly, that way it was not as easy as dealing with a vicious criminal, but it was more like taking a sip of water. I said, Masaki, are you interested in joining our police force? You will definitely become a very excellent policeman. Juncha was a little stunned and threw an olive branch to Masaki. If I could be a colleague with Maki, I would see him every day. Maki naturally refused it at once. He had no plan. He was the man who wanted to become the champion. After dealing with the criminal behind this scene, I just need to wait quietly for the mine to mature. The mine was almost ripe. After a while the light on the mine increased by several degrees and slowly became contained in the fruit, and a fruit fragrance came out. Just by smelling it you can feel the excitement of cells all over your body. This mine is really good. It is a treasure that can make mountaineering men spend so much money and enjoy. Just by smelling it you can have such an effect. The tree walked forward and gently picked the mineral fruit. Take out the knife from the backpack and divide the mineral fruit into SI parts in an instant. Maki first divided one of his Pokemon and took out 2 more and gave it to Juncha and Kati Dog. Really, Juncha was about to refuse. Unexpectedly Maki directly predicted her movement, so she blocked her mouth with the mine and fed another serving of Kati Dog. Bye. If you still think I am a friend, don't refuse. This mine is full of vitality and your body has not fully recovered. It is time to eat a serving. The Kati Dog is also the time to grow. Eating some of this is conducive to future development, Masaka said sincerely. Mainly he is really not greedy for this thing, so he naturally wants to give it to everyone to try. As he said that, Maki took out his own portion and ate it. This mine is like a watermelon. Even if it is divided into SI parts, the portion is still very large. The mineral fruit melts in the mouth with a bit sweet taste and the remaining real trees cannot be eaten. I think the fruit is effective and my body has obviously become much stronger, and even the power of the orange blossom in my body has become stronger. As for the Pokemons of the real tree, they received a lot of good. The green vine snake and the flying mantis were both directly upgraded to level 1 and their aura became even stronger. Lialu suddenly rose to level 5 and his strength increased rapidly. Moreover, the mild increase of this kind of mineral fruit will not bring any side effects, which is very good. Juncha and Kati Dog after eating the mine fruit also changed. Kati Dog naturally became stronger and more powerful. Juncha's changes are a bit hard to describe. Her skin has become better and her pretty face, which is naturally beautiful, is now like a fairy descending to earth. Juncha came up and hugged Genshu, whispering softly in his ear, Genshu, I owe you more and more. You are so kind to me, how can I repay you? Chapter 34 Martial Arts Hall. This place should be the martial art hall. Maki murmured at the building similar to a large martial arts hall in front of him. Just after coming out of the stone cave and saying goodbye to Juncha at the port, Masha rushed straight to the Wuda town gym. The way Juncha cried when she parted just now was still vivid in her mind, but Masha didn't understand it just because she wanted to take the prisoner back to report her life and she was just apart for the time being. It wasn't a separation from life and death. Is it necessary to cry like this? After COAing for a while, Juncha got on the boat obediently and set off on the way back. When she left, Maki remembered something and took out a piece of women's stockings from her pocket. Oh no, I forgot to remember this to Juncha. The matter of Shizi Cave has come to an end successfully, but it's a pity that I didn't find Dago. Since I haven't found it, then forget it. Let's go to challenge the gym. Net. Hello, are you here to challenge me? As soon as I entered the gym, a staff member came up to me. Yes, Maki challenged the gym once and was already a little familiar with this process. He skillfully took out his training card and checked it for the staff. Welcome, a trainer from Wayabai town. This is the martial gym. The owner of the museum, Fujishu, uses a fighting attribute Pokemon. Please do a good job of dealing with it. After introducing the gym, the staff installed a piece of equipment Phi-Ed with a buckle on Maki. What is this? Maki asked. The gym is very dark. This is the lighting equipment. The lighting range is very small at the beginning. Every gym apprentice you challenge will charge this device and expand your lighting range. The staff explained. The gym is very dark and the challenger needs to challenge the apprentice more to expand the lighting range. This is also the evil taste of the owner of the museum. It is said that he often trials in the dark stone cave, so he wants the challenger of the gym to be too experience the feeling of exploring in the darkness. Okay, Maki was a little speechless. He felt that he no longer needed to experience the darkness. After all, he just came out of the cave of stone. The challenge area of the martial art gate is very big, like a dark maze. After Maki came in, she walked for a long time and didn't meet anyone. Such if you want to use some extraordinary mean, come out Leo Road. It's another opportunity for Leo Road to perform. What should I do if I can't find someone? Of course, please let Leo Road, which has its own radar. Under the guidance of Leo Road, Maki successfully found several gym apprentices and won easily. Because the strength of the apprentice in the gym is relatively good, the real tree is basically on the road of Leo, and it also won the victory with great stride. It's quite good to fight with Pokemon which has both fighting attributes, and Leo has also learned some fighting skills. After defeating several apprentices, Maki's lighting range was already very large and he walked all the way to the deepest heart of the gym. According to the apprentice who just defeated, he was the strongest apprentice. After defeating him, the only one left was Fujishu, the owner of the museum. The maze was illuminated like the daytime and the tree easily reached its end. Here there is only a closed door which says the place where the owner of the museum is located. Then let's start the final challenge. Maki took a light breath and opened the door. There is a big room at the door with a large air conditioner on, and I feel a cool feeling as soon as I come in. There were two people in the room eating hot pot around the table, watching the funny show played on the big TV while eating. Hearing the sound of the door being opened, both of them turned their head and the atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. The happy and relaxed atmosphere of the two of them disappeared. That I'm here to challenge. Is the owner of Fujiki Pavilion here? Maki softly broke the embarrassment. He recognized these two people who were eating hot pot. The blue-haired man with goggles should be the owner of the restaurant Fujishu, and the other handsome man with silver blue hair and suit should be the former champion of Feng Yuan Li, the young master of Duan Company and the stone enthusiast. This is the one who is very popular. That is the sending person that Maki has been looking for. Haha, I'm here to challenge me. Should I come and have some food first? Tengshu hit him. Haha, he felt a little embarrassed. He usually shows himself as hard training. He didn't expect that when he had a hot pot with his friend today, he was caught by the challenger on the spot. I hope there will be no bad rumors in the future. You are a Maki, right? Come and sit down, Daigo suddenly said. Fujiki also turned to look at Daigo, obviously not expecting Daigo to know the challenger. Okay, Maki responded and sat down opposite Daigo. Masaki, my father mentioned you to me. Thank you. It's really helpful for us. The suitcase contains experimental data from new technology. If it is leaked, it will be very troublesome. In addition, the letter can be handed over to me now, Daigo said slowly, and even put a bamboo wheel in the bowl of Maki. It's nothing, it's just a coincidence. Maki took out the letter and handed it to Daigo. He was a little confused now. Since Mr. Zivage had contacted Daigo, why did he need this letter? Moreover, as a stone maniac, he didn't dig stones but ate hot pot here, which made him go to the stone cave in vain. Okay Maki, I'll challenge Vine Tree later, right? I heard from my father that you are a very talented trainer. I'm looking forward to your battle. Daigo took the letter, took it out and glanced at it for a few seconds. Put it away. Well, Fujishu, the owner of the museum, I can actually start the challenge now. Mashu didn't want to eat anything anymore. He just wanted to finish the challenge as soon as possible. Yes. Fujishu finally had the chance to speak. As soon as Maki came in, he had a hot fight with Daigo, but he didn't have the chance to say that he was the owner of the museum and the protagonist here. Since all of them can be challenged, Fujishu took Masaki to the venue for the battle between the gym. Both Fujiki and Maki were in place and Daigo was also watching from the venue. Masaki, the Pokemon battle is very similar to the ebb and flow of tide. Let me see if you can understand the ebb and flow of tide. Fujishu thought of the opening remarks of the battle as if it were decent, and a sensation of the tides was aroused. The momentum of the strong spread. Now he looks like a museum owner. I won't lose, Maki said firmly. After the dialogue session before the start of the routine, the gym challenge officially began. The first Pokemon sent by Maki was Lielu. This is a good opportunity to exercise Leo Road. The first Pokemon of Fujishu is Wrist Strength, which looks very energetic. It should have gone through rigorous practice with Fujishu. Chapter 35, Flying Knee Kick. The Wrist Strength is also about level 15, which is similar to Lielu and is a rare and good opponent for Lielu. Wrist Power Rush Up and use the lower plate kick. Fujishu launched an offensive from the beginning, trying to seize the initiative. This is his fighting style, like a wave, constantly attacking and attacking until he defeated the enemy. Lielu fight him on the front metal claws. Maki also chose to fight directly. The showdown between fighting attributes Pokemon. Momentum is still very important. If Lielu retreats, his momentum will suddenly lower his wrist strength, which is not conducive to his growth. You should be head on and cultivate invincible beliefs. You can lose but you can't be afraid. Bang! Lielu's claws were filled with metallic luster and they met with the flying legs that were whistling with wrist force. Both sides were very fast and they fought back and forth several times in the blink of an eye. Lielu still has too little combat experience. When the metal claw attack was launched, the wrist force avoided it with the reaction, and then the wrist force kicked it away with one leg and landed at the foot of Maki. Lielu, who landed suddenly ejected himself, stared at the wrist force on the opposite side looking very unwilling. Lielu, can you still fight? Maki asked worriedly. Lielu didn't say anything and its attitude showed everything. This was the first time it was playing in an occasion where it challenged the pavilion owner level and it didn't want to lose. Okay Lielu, calm down. First capture the waveguide of wrist force and use the waveguide on him, Maki said. Since you don't have the advantage of head-on battle, then use wave missiles to teach the opponent to be a human being. Lielu closed his eyes and quickly locked the waveguide emitted by his wrist force. The force of the azure waveguide gradually condensed in its hand, turning into a basketball-sized waveguide and shot towards his wrist force. The wrist power ran quickly and it seemed that he wanted to avoid this wave missile directly, but the wave missile that locked its waveguide was like a follower and suddenly turned its trajectory and followed firmly behind the wrist power. It seems that I can't hide anymore, so let's break it. The wrist force stopped rapidly and he turned around and kicked the wave missile, but what was inconsistent with its expectations was that the wave missile plotted in advance before being kicked, causing a huge shock wave and directly lifted the wrist force to the ground. It seems that the effect is very good. Even the bystander nodded secretly as if he was very satisfied with the power of Liu's wave missile. What a strong wave missile! It is worthy of being a Lielu that can sense waveguides at birth. Fujishu sighed. As a specialist in combat attribute training, he obviously also has some understanding of Pokemon like Lielu. It's not over yet. This is just the first ring of the attack. The wrist strength was knocked down to the ground. Now it is a good opportunity to pursue. Flying knee kick. Maki directly let Lielu use his ultimate move, preparing to end the battle. A physical move with combat attributes has super powerful power. If you hit the ground, you will also be damaged by excessive force. This is a genetic move that Lielu has born in his birth. In the past few days, in addition to wave missiles, Lielu has practiced the most is flying knee kick, and he has been quite proficient in using it. An orange airflow emerged from Lielu and instantly covered its entire body like a shining fireball. Lielu bent his knees slightly to accumulate strength, then kicked his right foot on the ground, flying forward quickly like a gun popping out of the bore. During the rushing forward, Lielu bent his leg and his whole body's strength gathered in front of his knees. The surging orange energy was concentrated a little like a hot fireball. Wrist strength. Use lower plate kick. Wristly had just gotten up at this moment and there was no time to dodge Lielu's fierce kick, so he could only use the lower plate kick to fight it head on. Bang! The two Pokemon skills collided head on and the energy intensity of the collision could be seen from the scattered air wave. However, compared with Lielu's full strength to fly knee kick, the lower kick used in a hurry was still more than a little worse. In this collision, Lielu had an absolute advantage. After only one or two stalemates, Lielu broke through the defense of the strange force and the scorching flying knee kick directly hit the wrist strength chest. Bang! I felt a huge force coming from my wrist force as if I had a head-on encounter with a train driving at high speed. My body flew back quickly and was embedded directly in the wall behind the vine tree. The wrist force embedded in the wall in a large shape is already in a circle of eyes and it is obviously losing a combat ability. What a terrifying attack! It's like that huge wave. Real tree, your Leo road is very well trained. Fuji tree withdrew its wrist strength and sighed. Daigo also applauded gently and praised Lielu's performance. Lielu, you are amazing. These are the results of your hard work. Masha was also very happy to be praised by the two big shots and praised Lielu hard. These days Lielu has been training very hard, otherwise he would not have achieved such a big improvement. It is born with a ruthless spirit and is very strong. This battle has also made it successfully prove itself. You should know that Lielu has only been born less than a month ago. To be able to show such strength at this age, in addition to impeccable talent, it also requires real sweat and effort. However, although he defeated his wrist strength, Lielu had already overdrawn all his energy. It bent over and covered its knees and its lungs seemed to have flames ignited and it was like a bellows sucking in big breath. In this case the NET battle should not be able to be fought. Come back and have a good rest. Thank you for your hard work, Lielu. Maki took out the elf ball and took back Lielu. The NET Pokemon is decided to be you, the flying mantis. The second general sent by Masaki is the Fission mantis. It has reached level 22 after consuming the life miner and is only a little weaker than the green vine snake in the Masaka team. Moreover, his attribute is insect light and he still has a very advantage over the fighting attribute Pokemon too. In the white light emitted by the elf ball, the flying mantis appeared. Its whole body was green and issued a faint luster. The two sickles were extremely sharp like a blade forged by fine steel, shrinking a dangerous metallic luster. This is the result of the flying mantis absorbing the power of the metal film day and night. When it is completely absorbed, it is estimated decided that the entire body of the meter can be covered with a layer of metal armor, and it will also officially evolve into a giant plant mantis. Go Karam. The second Pokemon of the vine tree was actually Karam. It's really a very subtle choice. Fanfiction mantis, when will it evolve? Chapter 36, Crushing the Game. Karam male. Qualification level blue. Attributes spirit fighting. Features the power of yoga. Strength level 21. Proficiency level 2130. Introduction meditation of Pokemon. If you eat nothing, just focus on training your spirit, you can see the opponent's aura. Karam with a round face and a sausage mouth, a slender upper body and a bloated lower body, as if someone was wearing a pair of bloomers. As soon as Karam came out of the elf ball, he made a difficult yoga move. He first stood upside down at the flying mantis and then bent his leg so that he could look at the flying mantis through his crotch. This is both a show of skills and an insult. When making such a move, even if it has a harmless face for humans and animals, the tree will feel a little disgusted with it. Fujiki noticed Karam's movements and immediately stopped it, loudly apologizing to Maki. Sorry, Karam often does this, I'm very sorry. Maki waved his hand and said it's okay, no need to apologize. In fact, he had already winked at the Fanfiction mantis just now. The more ruthless he was, the better. He could not afford to offend some people. Flying mantis attack. Maki didn't talk much, just started fighting. The flying mantis flew into the air and suddenly divided up many clones to confuse the opponent. At the same time, they quickly approached Karam and pulled their positions closer. Karam used bodybuilding. Fujisha was abnormal this time. Facing the shadow clone of the flying mantis, he lost the desire to attack and chose to let Karam use bodybuilding to strengthen it first. One of the signature moves with fighting attribute. Pokemon who learns this skill can strengthen his attack and defense by tightening his muscles. It is a skill that is both offensive and defensive. The flying mantis would not let Karam strengthen under his nose so easily. It led the clone to approach Karam. Then it appeared on Karam's left hand in just a moment with a metal gate. Ze's sickle was bright green, stood in a row and shot in 2 consecutive times. After practicing hard in the Orange Hua Forest before, the flying mantis has been practicing the dual skills of the flying mantis very skillfully, and there is no sign of much awkwardness. Faced with the super-powered attributes, Fanfiction mantis chose to use insect-type skills to kill continuously, which just happened to deal restraint damage. At the same time, continuous slashes have a special effect that is, the more times you use them, the greater the power will be. The technology of the flying mantis's double skill is very suitable for continuous slashing skills. In just one round, the power of continuous slashing was superimposed twice. Wow! The flying mantis sickle fell down quickly, and the shiny sword light that burst out in an instant stimulated everyone's eyes. The sickle with green light and the howling wind sounded drew a beautiful trajectory in the air. However, as if Karam knew about the attack of the flying mantis in advance, he dodged the first continuous slash of the flying mantis. However, this attack has been more than once. After the first consecutive slash was lost, the second shot came with the trend. This second slash is faster and stronger than the first slash. Although Karam is quick to react, his right arm is still hit by the edge of the continuous slash. Just a little rubbing, Karam's skin was cut open. This attack should have cut the large blood vessel, and Karam's wound was stained red with blood in an instant. The pain in the wound should have stimulated Karam. It couldn't care about its pain and rushed up to fight the Fanfiction mantis in close combat. But the flying mantis is not false at all. It is not the newly born Leo Road. The experience of the battle is really made. Bang bang. Karam punched 2 consecutive punches. With the increase in the yoga power characteristic, the power of these 2 attacks was very terrifying. Even the air was blown up, making a low sonic boom. However, these 2 heavy punches under the rage had lost their composition. The flying mantis moved quickly and completely saw through the trajectory of Karam's punch. With a light wave, Karam's iron fist fell into the air. Immediately afterwards, the Fanfiction mantis grabbed Karam's staggering counter-attack after punching and used 2 consecutive slashes to greet Karam's vital point. Bang bang. The sickle with a faint green light seemed to be a weapon coming from hell, drawing 2 semicircular tracks in the air, quickly passing through Karam's body. The effect is outstanding. A knowing blow. The flying mantis blood drop sword crossed in front of his chest, still lying in a state of concave shape, and the Karam behind him had already spewed out blood mist and fell directly to the ground. Vine tree. Then this is a complete remedy. Let's treat Karam first. Masha threw out a bottle of total remedy to Vine tree with an uneasy look on her face. If Karam was too seriously injured, it would be bad if something happened to him. Thank you, Maki. Seeing that Karam's wound had begun to heal, Vine tree was also very grateful to Maki. Ago, who was beside him, looked at Maki and showed admiration again. Be humble and polite before the battle. Respect your opponent during the battle and use all your strength and show your integrity after the battle. My father is right. Maki should really become a great trainer in the future. It seems that he can indeed give that thing to him. Daigo thought to himself. He actually has the intention of testing the game of Maki here, and Maki has undoubtedly already scored high in him. Continue the battle. Real Tree. After dealing with Karam's injury, the fighting spirit of Vine Tree ignited again. It has been a long time since he was forced into a desperate situation. In the battle just now, Karam was almost completely at a disadvantage and was completely crushed by the Fanfiction mantis, which made him a little frustrated. Come out Super Power King. Fujisha summoned his ace Pokemon. Come out Green Vine Snake. If you want to fight the opponent's ace, you naturally have to use the ace to deal with it. Maki also took back the Flying Mantis and chose to use the Green Vine Snake to fight this last battle. Super Power King Male. Qualification level Blue. Attribute Fighting. Characteristic Thick Fat. Strength level 25. Proficiency level 20-30. Introduction. Pushing Pokemon hard. I really like to compete with large Pokemon people, and I can knock out the truck with just one slap. The Super Power King looked like a super strong sumo wrestler with a pair of large and elongated palms and a strong muscle all over his body. It just stands still and looks very intimidating. Compared with the Super Power King with a burly body, the Green Vine Snake is like a small snake that can be grasped at will, and the two Pokemons are not of the same magnitude at all. However, the fighting spirit bursting out from the Qingveng Snake is even better. As the trump card of the True Tree, she has an absolute belief in winning. After all, in her opinion, if she cannot win cleanly, what ace is it? Chapter 37 Ace Duel. The Super Power King is a type with high attack and high defense but low agility. It is like a heavy armored warrior. The best choice for such an opponent, Kingvzi, is to consume guerrillally and slowly win the game. Super Power King get close to the Green Vine Snake and push hard. Fujisha learned his cleverness this time. He learned his failed experience in fighting and chose to let the Super Power King directly seize the initiative. Super Power. The Super Power King roared and rushed directly towards the Green Vine Snake. Its large-scale body stepped on the field and even the ground trembled. When approaching the Green Vine Snake, the Super Power King's palms opened and the yellowish light gathered in it. The two iron palms suddenly pushed towards the Green Vine Snake. Fighting attribute physical skills. You can attack multiple times and you have a chance to put your opponent in a state of paralysis. Green Vine Snake used the Vine Whip to avoid the attack. Maki also thought of a response strategy, allowing the Green Vine Snake to tie the Super Power King through the Vine Whip to borrow power so that the Super Power King can be restricted while dodging. Tang tang. The Green Vine Snake slides on the ground like a python, gently dodged back and easily avoided the two pushes of Super Power King. Then two tough and violent stretched out, directly binding the Super Power King's waist. The Green Vine Snake ran quickly, turned around the Super Power King, wrapped the Vine Whip around the Super Power King's waist for more than 10 times and tied the Super Power King firmly. The waist was tightly tied and the Super Power King felt uncomfortable, but unfortunately his palms were too big and he didn't have the sharp nails like Nura, so he couldn't cut off these annoying Vine Whips. The Vine Whip tied the Super Power King very tightly and the Super Power King's belly was much thinner. It wasn't over yet. The Qingtang Snake stopped and directly met the Super Power King face to face so that he could look at it. The Green Vine Snake's eyes suddenly became fierce and a strange red light lit up and a creeping aura spread out. The big snake stared. The unique skills of the snake-like Pokemon are accurate and anyone can be numb. It is hard to describe that feeling. When the moment he looked at the Green Vine Snake, the Super Power King seemed to see a giant python from the prehistoric world. Its vertical pupils had no emotion and stared at it coldly. A strange feeling emerged from his body. After being glazed by a big snake, the Super Power King felt that there were small snakes crawling around everywhere in his body. They kept licking the Super Power King's body with their snakes. All of them were. It seemed like it was covered with mucus, and a chill with a sticky feeling kept hitting the spirit of the Super Power King. My body is paralyzed and it's so hard to move. The Super Power King, who was trapped in hallucinations, wanted to stretch out his palm to dispel the small snake on his body, but he felt weak and his whole body was stinging like a needle. When the Super Power King came to his senses from his trance, the Green Vine Snake had already pulled the Vine Whip and appeared directly in front of its eyes with dazzling green light on its arm. Swish, swish. Yebian wave, bringing out two gorgeous trajectories, and hit the head of the Super Power King. This is not over yet. The Super Power King is very resistant to beating. It ate these two blade. It endured the stinging pain caused by muscle paralysis, raised its palms and met the leaf blade that was coming from the Green Vine Snake through the air. Bang! The iron palm and the blade were in the end, and the power of the Super Power King was even better. The Green Vine Snake was beaten back, but the Vine Whip tied her and the Super Power King, stopping her like a seat belt. Lived. This battle cannot tolerate mistake. Qingveng Snake does a good job, but it will be better if you fight rigorously. Masha communicated with Qingveng Snake through his mutual understanding. Well, I understand. Qingtang Snake nodded. The small defeat just now made Qingtang Snake realize that she could win the Super Power King many times, but the Super Power King only needs to win her once. This is the fault tolerance rate brought by durability and defense. So I want if you win you must remain calm. Just now Qingtang Snake actually had the opportunity to avoid fighting against the Super Lee King, but this Dao situation made her a little obsessed, making her choose to face against the Super Lee King. Super Power King grabbed the vine whip and pull the green vine snake over. Tang Shi commanded if the other party wanted to run away he would pull her over. This vine whip not only limits the Super Power King but also limits the green vine snake. Super Power. Hearing the instructions of the vine tree, the super power of the Super Power E plotted instantly. He pulled the vine whip and wanted to pull the green vine snake over directly and then take it away with one move. But both the vine tree and the Super Power King obviously overlooked a very important point, that is the green vine snake is the one with the initiative. Seeing the action of the Super Power King pulling the vine whip, the green vine snake reacted quickly and the green blade light of the leaf blade flashed and the vine whip connecting her and the Super Power King was directly cut off by her. The Qingveng snake successfully escaped this disaster, but the Super Power King was in trouble. Its full strength directly pulled out the air and the huge inertia made it fall backward and fell to the ground hard. Good opportunity. Green vine snake leaf blade. Maki directly directed the green vine snake to launch an attack hoping to end the battle. Tang tang. The green vine snake's flexible body moved quickly on the ground like a ghost. Suddenly two cold light flashed again and Ya blade hit the head of the Super Power King again. The green vine snake was like a flying mantis just now and she learned the essence. The Super Power King behind her has lost his combat ability and has fallen into a circle of eyes. The outcome of this battle has been decided. The green vine snake is amazing. The Maki was also handsome by the performance of the green vine snake just now. It rushed to the scene and picked up the green vine snake directly and couldn't help but kiss her in the face. Tang 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 tang. At that moment the green vine snake's expression was very complicated. She was first confused, then surprised and finally shy. The Qingveng snake's little face suddenly turned red and he walked around in front of Maki several times like a small train and then directly hit the elf ball on Maki's waist and returned to the elf ball. In her words, she needed some time to calm down and she looked really embarrassed. It's so strong Dashu, you are a surging wave that is stronger than I imagined. In this way you will definitely become the power to guide this era. Fujisha put away the Super Power King and praised him with a smile on his face. Holding a real tree. This is the Boeing badge of the martial art gang. If you have the chance, come and fight again. Maki. Vine Tree took out the badge and handed it to Maki. Maki also solemnly put the badge into the badge bow. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the second badge and receiving the reward 1 year of cultivation time in the cultivation space. Cultivation space, a strange space. The time flow rate is different from that of the outside world. 1 second in the outside world, 1 year in the space. Practice it with all your heart. You have to work hard quietly and amazed everyone. The long lost system reward is here again. This reward is very practical and Genshu is very satisfied. Chapter 38 Keystone. Daigo also walked up and he patted his hands gently, applauding Maki's performance and said with a smile, Maki, it's a beautiful battle. I saw your strength as a trainer and your future is bright. Maki scratched her head embarrassedly and responded, thank you for your praise. Compared to a truly powerful trainer, I still have a lot to learn. He felt a little flattered today and it was really great to be praised by such a big shot. However, no matter how much he praises, Masha still clearly knows that he is actually just a fledgling novice trainer and he still needs to work hard. Don't be embarrassed, your performance is perfectly matched with any praise. You are the only obstacle to a powerful trainer. Only time, so I'll give it to you. Don't be shy, hold it. Daigo took out a colorful stone, solemnly handed over to Maki. This stone is as big as a marble and the 5 colors of yellow, green, blue and purple occupy a layer on its surface, making the stone look very magnificent. The center of the stone contains symbols like DNA spirals. It's extremely mysterious to go up. This is keystone. Maki recognized the stone in her hand and was very surprised. Yes, this is the keystone. I didn't expect that you are not only good at fighting against the real tree but also have such a rich knowledge reserve. I only recently learned the name of this stone. According to the news from the Carlos area, the stone contains an unknown energy that can react with another matching stone, allowing Pokemon to break through the limits of the gene. Unfortunately, I have not found the whereabouts of another stone yet, explained Ago. He really looked at Masha differently, but he didn't expect that Masha knew even the keystone. He really couldn't underestimate the young people today. Realizing that he might have been posed a little too much, Maki could only use a dry smile to hide his embarrassment. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. Dr. Odazusa told me about this kind of stone yesterday, but he didn't expect to see the real thing today. Thank you, Deo. I will accept this keystone without hesitation. Masaka felt that no one in this world knew keystone better than him. Keystone, as the name suggests, is the keystone that opens the gene lock and is a prop used by all trainers to start super evolution. The so-called super evolution is beyond the boundaries boundaries of Pokémon's evolution so far and is an evolution that breaks through the limit. The Pokémon Society has undergone super evolution, temporarily release hidden powers and genes and EERT abilities that cannot be possessed through general evolution. At present only specific Pokémon can undergo super evolution. Moreover, super evolution is a temporary state that cannot be maintained permanently. Just like the Digimon NET door, you will change back to your original form after you finish the game. If a trainer wants to make Pokémon super evolve, he needs two conditions. The first condition is that the evolution props must be complete. The trainer holds the keystone and the Pokémon holds the corresponding evolution fossil. The second condition is that the trainer and Pokémon should have sufficient bonds, and in layman's terms the relationship should be deep. In this way the power of bonds will touch the keystones and evolution fossils, thus completing a miraculous super evolution. However, in addition to super evolution, there is also a more abnormal way of breaking through the limit. That kind of evolution is called bond evolution. It only takes a bond that is so strong that it is explosive and you don't need anything else to complete the evolution of the sky directly. It is really an evolution exclusive to the protagonist. Maki put the keystone into her backpack thinking that she would take it into a necklace NET time, so she would take it around, which was very convenient. The moment the keystone entered the backpack, the pleasant sound of the system appeared in his ears again. Ding! Congratulations on getting the keystone to the host and getting the reward, giant Pinto Mantis evolution fossil. The tree was ecstatic. Now there was a keystone and even a supporting evolution fossil. When the flying mantis evolved, you can try super evolution by yourself. Maki, I actually have one more thing to ask you. Daigo suddenly touched his head and said, looking a little embarrassed. What's the matter? Just say it, I can help. Maki came to her senses and patted her chest and said, it is naturally difficult to refuse if he asked him to help after accepting such a gift from Dao. Besides, Maki is actually very happy to be able to help Daigo. Daigo is very good and a good friend who can make friends with him. Here, it's this bow. I was going to send it to Kana's shipyard, but something suddenly happened at home. I have to go back and deal with it. Can you please ask you for this? Thank you. Daigo took out a medal. The suitcase said with a wry smile. It's really embarrassing to ask Maki to help this way. No problem, it's a small matter. I can also travel to Kana City. I heard that the beach there is very beautiful. Maki agreed directly. Isn't it just to deliver things? He thought it was something that he wanted to challenge the remaining gym. It is also a must to go to Kana City. It would be a big deal to send things there. Daigo seemed very uneasy and he planed a few more words to Maki. He changed contact information and then sat on the armored bird and flew away in a hurry. The real tree was so envious of this cool and elegant way to see it. It would be better if you could fly, if you put a Pokemon in your own right. Not to mention anything else, relying on this rushing efficiency alone, you must cultivate one of them. Whatever you say. How to say, Mashu, are you leaving now? Do you want to go surfing with me? Fujisha patted Mashu's shoulder and said yes. Maki agreed directly. Although he has achieved both goals of coming to Wuda town, he has not experienced surfing since his previous life. If he has the opportunity to experience it now, it is naturally a very good opportunity. Hearing Masaki agreed, Fujisha was also very happy and he took Masaki directly to the beach behind the island. There are no other people here. There are still many waves, which is considered the secret base of the vine tree. Usually he comes here alone when he has time, which is very comfortable. Maki felt that he had no talent for surfing. Vine tree demonstrated it to him several times, but he couldn't learn it and fell into the water many times. However, his Pokemon all learned very quickly. When they got the surfboard, they were basically self-taught and started rushing up along the waves, which made the real trees watching on the shore full of envy. Fortunately, the green vine snake still takes care of Maki's emotions very much. She carried the surfboard to invite Maki to rush together and successfully took Maki, the surfing idiot, to experience the pleasure of surfing. After playing all afternoon, the sunset began to set. The flying mantis and Leo Road were still surfing together, while the real tree and the green vine snake were sitting on the beach to rest and enjoy the sunset together. Thank you, Qingveng snake, it's great to choose you. Maki held the Qingveng snake in her arms and whispered quietly, I'm still saying thank you. What a fool. What can you do without me? Dashi. Listening to Dashi's words, the green vine snake narrowed his eyes happily and his tail was proudly raised. However, her reply to Maki's words was still sharp. Chapter 39, Kana City. The NET day at the port of Wuda town. Maki found the old man Hatch, who was playing with Pippi. Is it going to Kana City to deliver a letter? It's absolutely fine. Pippi, let's go. Hearing Maki talk about the destination of the NET stop, Hatch got up and started his boat. Kana City is a port city located in the southern part of Fengyuan, which can be directly accessed from Wuda town. It is the harbor for Fengyuan's foreign exchanges. Merchant ships from other regions come to Kana City every day. In addition, the super large beautiful beaches in Kana City and its unique local market have attracted attracted a large number of tourists. Not only Fengyuan area but also from other areas. People choose to travel when you are visiting the location. Your first choice is often Kana City. This time Maki is going to give Duan Company's suitcase to director Kusnaji, who is a celebrity in Kana City. He is a straight explorer, the very famous Kusnaji shipyard and the Museum of Marine Science. He is operating it. It is said that the suitcase contains high-precision parts required for shipbuilding. In order to speed up the shipbuilding progress, director Kusnaji has urged him several times. Hatch was still fast and steady in driving the boat. The Maki and the green vine snake had just enjoyed the beautiful scenery of the sea for a while. There was already a large beach in front of them. The Maki could see that many beauties in swimsuits were playing on the beach. They were playing very happy, making everyone who watches want to join. My tree, there is Kana City in front of it, Hatch said, reducing the speed of the ship a little. There are already many people swimming in the area near the beach, so you have to be careful here. After arriving at the destination, Hatch's speedboat approached the shore at a mooring point net to the beach, and the tree also took the green vine snake and officially stepped onto the beach of Kana City. There are so many people here, and the beaches in Wuda town are of two styles. Looking at so many young girls, Maki couldn't help but sigh. The beaches in Wuda town are basically full of surfing men, and there are no few beauties in swimsuit. Maki thinks this should be a trend formed under the influence of the museum owner Fujishu. The speedboat docking was quite loud, attracting many people's attention. A big sister in a cool swimsuit came over. Her plump figure was very attractive and she was holding a stack of colorful paper in her hand. Maki felt that she should be here to hand out the flyer. The swimsuit elder sister was indeed coming for Mashu. She walked straight to Mashu and said, "Hello little brother, welcome to Kana City. Where did you come from?" Mashu didn't really want to chat with strangers, so he replied as he walked, "Thank you, I came from Wuda town." "Wow, it's from Wuda town, it's quite far away. I'm from the Pokemon Audio Club in Kana City. A competition is being held there. As long as you participate you will get a gift and win the championship. There are rare props to give them to you." The swimsuit elder sister finally got to the point. She quickly followed Maki's footsteps, took out a flyer and sent it to Maki. "Ding, the limited time mission is triggered. Please invite the host to participate in the Pokemon Audio Club competition and win the championship successfully. After completing the mission you will receive a random reward." "Okay, let's see." Maki took the flyer. He didn't want to take it at all, but since the system triggered the task, he wanted to see how powerful the game was. After registering for this competition you can participate in it after becoming a member of the audience club. If you participate you will be given a wakefulness soda and the champion will be given a comforting bell. This looks quite good. It should be an event that the club just opened. Under the guidance of the swimsuit elder sister, Maki walked through the beach covered with parasols everywhere and came to the front of an exquisite small building. "This is the Pokemon Audio Club. I heard from the swimsuit sister that it is an organization that is spread throughout the Pokemon world. Almost every area has at least one club building. The branch of Fengyuan has just opened. This club was originally a place for communication for people who like Pokemon and also displays each other's collections. Most members of enthusiast clubs prefer the unevolved and cute Pokemon and do not like battles but rather gorgeous competitions. This time Fengyuan branch plans to expand its business and hold a battle competition to attract people who like to fight. It will make it fun to communicate with each other when there are more people." Walking into the club's lobby, Maki saw that there were already many people sitting in the lounge area here. Everyone gathered in front of a huge TV as if watching a gorgeous competition. They were discussing it very enthusiastically, which made people unable to help it want to join in. The gorgeous competition is a competition that shows the charm of Pokemon and has just emerged in recent years. In traditional battle competitions, Pokemon needs to defeat his opponent head-on to show his strength. The gorgeous competition is different. The participating Pokemons have the opportunity to show themselves on their personal stage. As long as they show their beauty they can get high scores. Therefore the gorgeous competition attracted many people to participate. They may not be outstanding in the battle but they all have their own yearning for beauty. This kind of trainer who specializes in participating in gorgeous competitions to cultivate Pokemon is also called a coordination trainer. Coordination trainers pay attention to the appearance and condition of their Pokemon, so they will dress up their Pokemon and let them eat tree fruits, Pokecubes and Pokemon to improve their status. They also pay attention to the training of Pokemon moves, including the gorgeousness and completion of the move. It is said that the current league champion Mikali is a top coordination trainer. His signature Pokemon Venus is known as one of the most beautiful Pokemon in the world. Also because of Mikali's huge influence as the champion, many Fengyuan trainers regard him as their idol and embarked on the path of coordinating trainers. Following the swimsuit sister to the front desk, took out the training card and handed it to the front desk lady to apply for the membership card. Maki was waiting a little bored when she turned around and was about to play with Qingtang Snake, she found that she was actually watching the big TV net to her. At this time the gorgeous competition on TV was coming to a great time, and a female trainer in a gorgeous dress was directing her 9 tails to complete various moves. The flame vort is controlled by the 9 tails to form a ribbon-like effect, and it follows the trainer in the field as he danced. The flame ribbons around him were surrounded by him, and then he danced. So beautiful. Even a person like Shizu who lacks aesthetic cells can't help but sigh at this moment. The green vine snake looked at the dancing 9 tails and its eyes were full of yearning. She is also a Pokemon who has her own pursuit of beauty. This time she saw such a gorgeous competition which really gave her a great impact. Masaki, I want to participate in this kind of competition too. In Maki's mind the voice of the vine snake suddenly appeared. Chapter 40, The First Battle with Xiao Ao. Do you really want to participate in the competition? Then go. Seeing the fascinated look of the green vine snake, Maki knew that she should also want to participate in the competition. She was originally the kind of Pokemon who like beauty, and it was quite suitable to participate in the gorgeous competition. Maki has always respected his Pokemon's wishes. Since the green vine snake wants to participate, they will participate. Well, let me ask, has there been a gorgeous competition held in Kana City recently? Maki asked about the front desk lady who was helping him apply for a membership card. Yes, Kana City has always had a tradition of holding gorgeous competitions, and the latest competition was 3 days later. The front desk lady replied. She is very efficient and is not idle. At the same time as she answers questions, she quickly applied for a membership card of Shizu. Give it your membership card, you can go around our club and the competition will begin soon. The front desk lady handed both the identity card and membership card to Maki and reminded him at the same time. Okay. After taking the card, Maki thought of taking a good look in front of the TV and learning more about the system of the gorgeous competition. As he turned his head, the club's door was also pushed open. A girl walked in. She wore a red bow on her head and her brown hair looked very sunny. Xiao Ao, why are you here? The training home that I just came to see was Xiao Ao, whom I met at the PhD Research Institute. Maki recognized her and took the initiative to say hello. Xiao Ao saw the tree and her eyes lit up. She walked to the tree and said, long time no see tree. Are you here to participate in this club competition? By the way, how are you going to challenge the gym? I've got a badge. Xiao Ao took out the badge bow and showed Maki the rock badge she had just obtained. Yes, I'm here to participate in the competition and I've already got 2 badges. By the way, Xiao Ao, do you plan to participate in the gorgeous competition? Maki also introduced his situation and he suddenly remembered the animation of his previous life. Xiao Ao often participates in gorgeous competitions. Masaki, are you a prophet? I have plans to participate in the gorgeous competition. When I was in Kana City I participated in a gorgeous competition, but I was just someone else's assistant. Now I want to participate in it myself. Look, I came to Kana City. As soon as I talked about the areas I was interested in, Xiao Ao suddenly opened up and talked about his mental journey to Kana City. That's a coincidence. I plan to participate in this gorgeous competition. We will be our opponents by then. I hope you can show mercy. Maki said. Xiao Ao also had to apply for a membership card and they stopped chatting. Maki took the green vine snake and wandered around the club and received the awakening soda water promoted on the flyer. After a while the competition began. Since the club was relatively small, few people participated. The participants basically used cute Pokemon with no combat power. Maki won't have much strength to play all the way to the finals, and his opponent was Xiao Ao, who became a trainer on the same day as him. The first battle between the two of them started from their understanding to the present. Because the contestants here use the cute initial Pokemon, Maki also uses the smallest Lielu in the team. Xiao Ao should have the same purpose as Maki. The Pokemon she used was also Mew Xiaogong, who had just been conquered for a while and was one of the 3 imperial families in Fengyuan area. Mew Xiaogong male. Qualification level blue. Attribute grass. Features mouse hung. Strength level 13, normal level 110. Introduction. Lin lizard Pokemon has many small thorns on the soles of her feet so she can walk on the walls and ceiling. Maki looked at Mew Xiaogong's data and felt that his Leo Road win should be quite good. Leo Road is now at level 15 and his hard power is a little stronger than Mew Xiaogong. Of course, a strong Pokemon may not necessarily win. Maki often commands his Pokemon to defeat the strong with the weak, so the level of a trainer is equally important. After both sides are ready, the game begins. Leo began to set off his posture and accumulate power to start the wave missile, intending to use his most skillful moves to test Mew Xiaogong first. The blue wave missile quickly formed, locking the position of Mew Xiaogong and quickly attacking towards the position. Mew Xiaogong dodge. Xiao Ao commanded that the wave missile was very fast, but Mew Xiaogong was also very good at it. She felt that Mew Xiaogong could completely avoid avoid it. Cattle the palace. Mu Xiaogong seized the opportunity, jumped high and steadily avoided the wave missile. It smiled disdainfully in the air, feeling that the puppy Pokemon opposite was nothing more than that. Mu Xiaogong, be careful. Xiao was relieved when he saw Mu Xiaogong jumping over the wave missile, but unexpectedly the wave missile turned directly like eyes, attacked Mu Xiaogong's back. But the reminder was too slow at this time. The wave missile had hit Mu Xiaogong's back and plotted with a loud bang. Capital. Mu Xiaogong let out a muffled groan and was knocked to the ground by the shock wave of the wave missile explosion with his press Zion, very painful. Stand up quickly, Mu Xiaogong. Xiao shouted uneasily. Lilu's wave missile is coming again and Mu Xiaogong will lose if he doesn't get up quickly. Hearing the call of the trainer, Mu Xiaogong endured the pain, shook his body gently and then stood up. Although his whole body was in pain, it didn't want to disappoint Xiao. It was this force that supported it to stand up. Good. Mu Xiaogong used the shadow clone. Xiao Yao was very moved when he saw Mu Xiaogong standing up. She also thought of a way to deal with wave missile. Since it is useless to dodge directly, she would use the shadow clone to create a few more clones so that she should be able to avoid it. Mu Xiaogong quickly got up on the spot and several clones immediately appeared around him to confuse his opponent. Boom! The tactics worked and the wave missile passed through a fake clone and hit the field directly. Mu Xiaogong also seized the opportunity and quickly approached with several clones, hoping to launch a close-fitting attack to solve Lilu in one fell swoop. But unexpectedly it had just advanced a while when it saw Lilu running towards it. Its whole body was wrapped in orange-red energy. It suddenly jumped forward and pushed its knees to the front of its body. The high concentration of energy made its knees look like red soldering iron. This is a flying knee kick. Bang! Lilu ignored the other clones and hit Mu Xiaogong accurately with his full strength. The strong impact made Mu Xiaogong unable to bear it and fainted directly. When he was hit directly by Lilu, it was surprised that it could not understand why Lilu could directly find its true body. The winning Lilu smiled with a crooked smile and looked very evil. The method of Lilu to separate the true body is very simple. The clone will not emit waveguide, so it easily won the game using this information. I lost, but I will definitely win NET time. Chapter 41 Charming Halo. Masaki, you are really strong. Congratulations on winning the championship. Xiao looked nothing unhappy when he lost and sincerely congratulated Masaki. Thank you Lilu, you did a good job just now. Maki touched Lilu's head and praised softly. The battle just now, the real tree didn't intervene much, it was Lilu's own reaction. Maki has indeed seen Lilu's growth by being able to judge the situation of the battle so quickly and make good use of his own advantages to win successfully. He felt that if he had to command himself, it would probably be like this. Lilu was really talented, just like he was born for fighting, with a terrifying combat intuition plus the ability to feel the waveguide. It can be said that it has become more winged. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the Pokemon Audio Club Championship and winning the reward Charming Halo. After winning the final, a simple award ceremony followed. The club's president came out to present Maki with a small golden medal and a prize to comfort the bell. The comforting bell is a prop with special energy. It looks like a pure white bell tied with a red rope. It sound can calm Pokemon. As long as you carry it, Pokemon will become more and more with the trainer close. This prop is very suitable for Lilu because it requires a certain degree of intimacy with the trainer to evolve. It is a Pokemon that requires bonding power. Maki took out a thin rope and tied the comforting bell into a necklace, which gave Lilu a necklace. Lilu seemed very happy when he received the gift and ran around the tree constantly making the comforting bell jingle. Masaki, you have such a good relationship with Lilu. Xiao sighed. From the battle just now, she could feel that Maki looked very trusting in Lilu and let him play on his own. Lilu was also very successful and did not disappoint Maki's expectations and won cleanly and neatly. Xiao envies such a relationship. She feels that although her relationship with Pokemon is not bad, there is always a vague gap. Oh, is that? After all, I raised it. The first person it saw when it came out of the egg was me, and then I was together all the time. Lilu and I are really close relative, Maki said with a smile. He really likes Lilu. I know why you are so strong. Masaki, you will become an amazing trainer. You will definitely do it. When Masaki talked about Leo Road, Xiao saw the light in his eyes full of all are gentle. At that moment she knew that the difference between her and Maki was here. Maki really treated Pokemon as a close relative and she couldn't do this at the moment. After the Pokemon Audio Club game, Maki and Xiao left together. They just talked about the topic of the gorgeous competition, and now Xiao plans to take Genshu to buy clothes. Xiao originally thought that Genshu must be very researched, but he didn't expect that he was a complete layman. He only knew the basic rules of the gorgeous competition, and even the competition needed to be formal. I don't even know whether I pretend to be a competition, and I don't even know that I need a competition certificate to participate. participate in the competition. You just don't know anything and you're going to participate in the competition? Xiao Ao said with a face covering. She just felt that Maki was a trainer that she couldn't reach and now she has become too shaeable all of a sudden. It turns out that geniuses like Masaki have such time. I really haven't understood it yet, but the green Tang snake just said that she was going to compete and I was planning to go now. Maki touched her head and smiled embarrassedly. The charming halo he had just opened was combined with the already handsome face and a sunny smile which was really foul. Looking at Maki's smiling face, Xiao Ao was a little addicted and showed a foolish smile. After a while she realized and gently patted her face to wake herself up while no longer looking at Maki's foul face. She didn't know what happened to Maki. When she first met she was just normal and handsome. After the finals his face became extremely attractive and Xiao Ao often couldn't help but get obsessed with it. Masaka, don't laugh like that again in the future. It's too foul. Consider the feelings of others. Xiao Ao said with his head down. What's wrong? Is it because I'm smiling ugly? Then I won't laugh anymore. Hearing Xiao Ao's words, Masha was a little embarrassed and immediately stopped smiling. No, it's not ugly at all. It's the kind that's hard to explain. When you look at your smile you'll forget it. Don't say it anymore anyway. Be careful in the future and stop smiling at other girls. Xiao Ao said. Suddenly she couldn't speak. She stamped her feet with embarrassment and ran to the front. Xiao Yao's strange performance was so confused that Shiza was very confused. No, just be a riddle man. But what happened when he ran away suddenly? Didn't he agree to go buy formal clothes for participating in the competition? Fortunately Xiao Ao was not running fast, so Maki ran for a few steps before chasing him. Kana City, a clothing store. How is it? Is it okay? Maki came out of the fitting room and had already changed into a full formal outfit like Daigo. Facing Xiao Ao and the clerk's eyes she shrugged embarrassedly. I have to say that Masaki is really a bit pensive now and his straight suit has indeed added a lot of points to him. Now that is anyone who sees it has to praise you for being so majestic. It's okay, I think it's okay. Although Maki is really handsome now after losing her composure just now, Xiao Ao has already gained some immunity so he still looks calm. But the clerk net to her was not like Xiao Ao. She looked at Maki straight, her legs couldn't stop lamping, her face turned red and her eyes were so gentle that it seemed like water was about to drip out of her. Looking at Mashu in a daze, he couldn't even speak. Maki now knows how terrifying the charm the system has enhanced him. He just walked along the way and saw many hot gazes of women. There were even some bolder girls who whistled directly at him, which made him a little distressed. Hey, hello clerk, can you help me wrap my clothes? Maki had already gone back to change her original clothes and waved her hand gently in front of the clerk's eyes. It has been so long since, and the clerk is still in a daze. When she heard Maki's call she came back to her senses from her world and immediately apologized to Maki while packing her clothes. Maki secretly smacked her tongue. Fortunately this charming aura could be turned off, otherwise she would have to cover her face in the future. It turns out that being too handsome is really a sin. If you get too close it will be trouble. Chapter 42 Water Wutong. After buying the clothes, Maki and Xiao Ao separated temporarily. Xiao Ao is going to conduct pre-match training and Maki also remembers that she still has some serious work to do. He also had to deliver a courier and wanted to give Duan's suitcase to Director Kusunaji. The director probably was an ES now. As soon as I arrived in Kana City I was just having fun and completely forgot that there was still this thing. Maki felt a little guilty. Open the navigation software on the phone and determine the position. Maki stepped on her thigh and started running. With the blessing of the wind speed shoes he was very fast. Not long after a very magnificent building appeared in front of the real tree. According to the navigation this is Kusunaji shipyard. Hello brother, I'm from Duan Company. I'm here to deliver the e-press delivery to Director Kusunaji. Can you take me to see him? Maki walked towards the security personnel outside the shipyard and showed them his hand, said the suitcase inside. In such a large shipyard Mashu doesn't want to find someone by himself. It is naturally the best if someone leads the way. Sorry, Director Kusunaji is not here now. He has just left the shipyard and should be at the Museum of Marine Science, the security brother said helplessly. It was too abnormal for the time that the director had arrived. As soon as he left he came. Then there was nothing I could do. Maki picked up her suitcase and turned around and ran towards the museum. I secretly complained that Director Kusunaji was too troublesome. He was in charge of both places and he had to go to two places to work every day. The large blue building in front is the Museum of Marine Science. I heard that there are many exhibits inside including marine water quality, soil and sand samples, model ships and popular science on the ocean introduced. But for some reason there was a large group of people surrounding the entrance of the museum discussing something enthusiastically. Maki went up to ask and found out that it turned out that a large number of people from the ocean team suddenly rushed in from the museum. Although they said they were just here to visit, no one believed what the people from the underground criminal organization said. For safety, everyone ran outside the museum and are now discussing the purpose of the ocean team. Masaka doesn't care about these things, so he is not afraid of the ocean team. What can he do to him in broad daylight? Maki put away the suitcase she wanted to deliver and entered the museum with a swagger. Hello sir, the ticket price is 50 alliance coin. Maki was about to enter but was stopped by a ticket seller at the front desk. I'm here to help your boss deliver the letter. Don't buy tickets, right? Masaki was speechless. Your postage was not collected from the delivery, but you have collected the toll. How can you bear it? Sorry, this is the rule, otherwise you will tell the director later and ask him to reimburse you. The ticket seller's attitude is pretty good and it seems that she has difficulties. Have all the guys there bought ticket? Maki asked, pointing to the ocean teams who were visiting inside. Well, they all bought ticket, the ticket seller affirmed. Then what else can I say? The ocean team members who are likely to make trouble have paid, so it's nothing he can pay. There are not many 50 alliance coins and Maki just doesn't like to be treated unfairly, so she has to tell the ticket sellers so much. As soon as Maki entered the museum hall, she was watched by many marine team members incuriously. Normal people were stared at by a group of such people and they had already run out, but Maki completely ignored the eyes of the ocean team members and went upstairs as if nothing had happened. The ticket seller said that the director was on the second floor. Some young men in the ocean team wanted to go up and stop the shizu, but they were all stopped by some old members of the ocean team. When that person is so calm, he must be fearless. If he goes up like this, he might be beaten to the point where his mother doesn't recognize him. He only gets the little salary of the team members. What's the life? The old team member taught the new team members earnestly. On the first and second floors, two large white ship models caught my eye. There was no member of the ocean team here. I could only see a man in a white coat working seriously against the computer. That should be Director Kusunaji. Maki recognized his face, which was the very famous director himself. Director, I'm here to deliver thing. This is the official document bow given to you by Duan Company. Maki took out the official document bow and placed it directly in front of the director. Oh, the parts I ordered from Zvoxi have finally arrived. Thank you very much. We can start preparing to sail. Director Kusunaji stood up excitedly and took the somewhat heavy official bow. Just as the director was about to open the official bow, two marine team pawns suddenly rushed in outside. They seemed to have been monitoring Director Kusunaji and rushed out as soon as they saw the silence of the tree coming to deliver things. We are the ocean team. Our boss wants those parts. Can we give them to us? Well, don't make it difficult for us to do it. The ocean team member came over from two directions and said with a smirk, if you want to grab it, hurry up. Why do you say so much? It's mother-in-law and mother. Maki had already held the elf ball and was waiting for them to take action. What a crazy guy, you guy. Wait, when our boss comes up you can have good fruits to eat. The ocean team members tried their best to maintain their majesty, but their trembling hands had already opposed their heart. This is how these small team members bully the weak and fear the strong. If Shiki showed a little timid appearance, they would definitely go up directly. But Maki now looked calm, as if she was waiting for them to take action. In this case they hesitated and did not dare to take action rashly. Maki also doesn't want to take action. Although he can win, it will be bad if he takes action and the ocean team members below come up to siege him later. Since both sides did not take action, the situation suddenly became stalemate. The atmosphere became a little awkward and the two ocean team members also stopped to rest, trying hard to think about if there was anything harsh to say. At this time another person came up to the second floor. He was wearing the ocean team's iconic headscarf and a blue tights that looked like a diving suit. He looked fierce and had a beard. It is majestic. This is Shui Wutong. Maki recognized this man with a distinctive appearance, and he was Shui Wutong, the boss of the ocean team. It takes so long for you two to grab something. It's really hard to deal with it. Shui Wutong walked over slowly and said lightly, boss, we are wrong. We are not doing things well. Please punish us. The two small team members were really scared and knelt down and asked for punishment, but Shui Wutong didn't even look at them but walked straight to Director Kusunaji. Chapter 43 First Review. Cortes Kusunaji, please give the parts to the ocean team, as the ocean team will make these parts more valuable. The vast ocean feeds all life in the world. We love the ocean just like children love their mothers. Therefore give us the parts and let us expand the ocean. I represent people all over the world. Thank you. Shui Wutong said, sincerely wanting to convince Director Kusunaji. He looks rough, but he speaks unexpectedly organized and infectious like a real missionary. This should be the reason why he was able to conquer so many younger brothers. But his philosophy is basically completely wrong, and it is true that all life exists because of the sea. But if we only have the love for the sea, we will turn the whole world into the sea so that humans will have no place to settle down until humans evolved into gills. This solution should be a bit outrageous. Sorry Shui Wutong, I can't give you these things. If you really want them, you can also buy them from Do & Company. In addition, I kindly remind you that if I call the police, the members of the alliance will come soon. Director Kusunaji was too lazy to pay attention to the other party. He sat down and watched the computer work while Shui Wutong was talking. His words are also plain and impactful, and he is worthy of being a big boss. Kusunaji, you will regret it. Seeing that the fooling was failed, Shui Wutong made a harsh word, turned her head and left without any delay. The other two team members knelt on the ground, immediately followed their boss and ran away. When it comes to running away, they are professional. Director, then I'll leave too. Maki was also ready to say goodbye. The letter has been delivered, the task has been completed, and I have read the fun. Now it's time to leave, and I still have to prepare for the gorgeous competition. Well, goodbye, you can take a look at the museum. The director replied without raising his head. By the way, director, when I came in just now, I paid the ticket for the 50 alliance coin. Can you reimburse me for it? Masaka said immediately. He had forgotten about this, but as soon as the director talked about visiting, he immediately remembered it. Director Kusunaji finally glanced at Maki this time. He stood up, took out a 50 yuan coin from his pocket, handed it to Maki, and then sat down and continued to work. Maki left with satisfaction, and now he finally didn't lose money. A few days later, the gorgeous competition hall of Kana. The host is making an opening speech. Then he introduced the judges in turn. The first one is the president of the Pokemon Audio Club, Mr. Jianwu. The second one is Miss Joy from the Pokemon Center in Kana, and the third one is Director Kusunaji, who had just given something to him. After the judges took their seats, the competition began immediately. Because Maki was arranged to be the last one to appear, he was not in a hurry. He just closed his eyes quietly in the seat to rest. The green vine snake was very interested and kept looking at the stage. The performance of the contestant this morning was the first review, and it was also a more familiar display session. At this stage, the trainer and Pokemon should play together and use their skills to present gorgeous effects as much as possible. The judges will score based on the gorgeousness and completion of the performance, and you can advance if you score high. The second review was held in the afternoon, and a real battle would be held at this stage. It's just that you must keep it gorgeous during the battle. The more gorgeous the attack, the more points you will get, with a limited time of 5 minutes, and the winner will win with the highest score. They were about to go on stage. Maki rested for a while and even lay down to take a nap for a while. The green vine snake finally woke him up. When he opened his eyes, Maki happened to see Xiao Ao and her hunting Fini butterfly gained high scores and advanced with excellent performance. Net, it's time for us to go. Green vine snake let them know what gorgeousness means. Maki stood up, tidied up her somewhat messy suit, and then walked out of the lounge with green vine snake. The Net one is a trainer from Weiabai town who participated in this gorgeous competition because of a whim. Let us welcome it together, Dachu. The host introduced loudly, igniting the venue enthusiasm. Hearing this name, Jianwu and Kusunaji and the judges sat upright and prepared to watch it carefully. What's wrong? Do both of you know this player? Joey, who was sitting in the middle, laughed softly when he saw the performance of the two. Yes, he is a very good young man. Jianwu said that he was the person who presented the award to Maki that day, so he knew Maki and looked forward to Maki's performance. Well, I do know each other. Director Kusunaji didn't explain much, but just stared at the curtain on the stage. Finally, the red curtain opened, and amid the melodious music, Maki, wearing a decent suit, appeared. He had already turned on the halo of charm, which caused a scream as soon as he appeared. Of course, in order not to steal the limelight from the protagonist, Masaki immediately turned off his halo and signaled everyone to start watching the performance of Qingteng Snake. The green vine snake jumped up gracefully, and the vine whip stretched out at the same time, posing a love shape in the air. Then she rotated and landed on the ground, and many green seed flew out and sprinkled on the ground. The light of the green vine snake gathered, and many energy spots like fireflies appeared around it, as quiet and beautiful as a dream. Then she danced gracefully on the stage with the rhythm of the music. Every time she jumps, the seeds that have just sprinkled out of the place where she passes will sprout quickly, blooming beautiful flowers and blooming step by step. In this way, the green vine snake gently twisted its slender body, and its speed became faster and faster. Almost all the stage was filled with beautiful flowers, turning into a sea of flowers. The vine whips on both sides of her body were like two green ribbons. From time to time, they picked a flower blooming on the road and threw it to the cheering audience, igniting the enthusiasm of the audience again. Finally, when the green vine snake came to the center of the stage, the seed in the middle grew a strong tree, and its branches were arranged like steps. The green vine snake moved lightly, walked to the top of the big tree, and then used the vine whip to form a love shape. At this time, a breeze suddenly rose on the stage, rolling up the petals and slowly falling from the sky. The green vine snake also fell down at the top of the big tree, closing its eyes to sleep. The poignant music slowly stopped, and the performance ended. At the moment the performance ended, the audience stood up. Even the three people in the comment seat were the same, and tears were already shining in Miss Miss Joey's eyes. Then deafening applause drowned out the entire venue. It can be seen that the performance of Maki and Vine Snake was really successful. Chapter 44 Win. The performance is over and the NET step is the scoring session. The three judges showed their scoring board and all of them were written with 10 points. The host said excitedly, wow, all the three judges gave full marks. It's really rare. Can you ask Miss Joey for the reason for giving full mark? Joey took the microphone handed over by the host and said, this is the most beautiful performance I have seen in so many years. This kind of performance that can touch people is truly gorgeous. With a very high evaluation, President Jianyu, why did you give a full mark? The host asked again. It's very beautiful, so it's full. President Jianyu's answer was concise. What a very direct evaluation. Director Kusunaji, can you tell me what you think? The host turned his attention to the last judge again. Director Kusunaji, same as above. He was too lazy to answer. It looked good, so the full mark was that simple truth. Kusunaji was packing up his things and preparing to leave. Maki was already the last layer, but he still had to go back to work. Haha, what a simple answer. It's very consistent with the director's personality. Okay, congratulations to contestant Maki for advancing. Thank you for bringing such a wonderful performance to everyone. Let's give him the applause together. The host, the interview session was over and the competition this morning was over. The players who advanced in the first round can go back and rest now, and the second review will begin in the afternoon. The lunch break passed quickly. The tree just took the green vine snake for a meal and took a nap for a while, and the time passed in an instant. When Shiza hurried to the venue, it was not long before the lottery was started. The contestants who should arrive have basically gathered in the background. Maki greeted Xiao Ao and stood there quietly waiting for the lottery to start. There were 8 players who advanced, so the lottery draw was also very fast. Maki draws a male player and is arranged to play in the last game. Since it was still a while before the fight started, Masha was relieved. He rushed over at noon and had not had enough sleep. Now he was just enough to make up for his sleep. Compared to Maki's calmness, Xiao Ao is not so happy. She draws the favorite to win the championship and still plays in the second game. It seems that waiting will surely be a tough battle. Soon the second round of the game started fiercely and the audience gave the most enthusiastic shout. The atmosphere in the entire venue was particularly good and it was not inferior to some of the battle conferences at all. Since each battle is limited to 5 minutes, the game will be held very quickly and the third game will be over soon. It will be Maki's turn to appear. Net. Hearing the news that he was going to play, Maki jumped up from the bench and ran to the field with a green vine snake in his arms. In the contestant channel, Maki also met Xiao Ao, who had not long after the game. She looked in a bad mood. Xiao Ao lost, losing to the favorite to win the championship, and even the gap in scores was very small. Her eyes were red, obviously she had just cried. Masaki, come on. When Masaki approached, Xiao Ao squeezed out a smiling face, patted Masaki's shoulder and added oil softly. I will win even your share. You can wait and see if you win in the end. Maki gently rubbed Xiao Ao's head, leaving only a faint sentence, and went on stage. He doesn't like Xiao Ao like this. If he is sad, he will cry and cry loudly. I was obviously very injured. Why did I force myself to laugh? That would be too pitiful, isn't it? So for the sake of the girl who was willing to squeeze out a smile for him in pain, Maki wanted her to laugh truly happily. The game begins. After checking all the process, the referee shouted, the Pokemon sent by Maki is naturally a green vine snake, while his opponent's Pokemon is a love fish. Love fish female. Qualification level white. Attribute water. Features leisurely and leisurely. Strength level 10. The fish in front of me that looks like pink love is the love fish. It is very beautiful but obviously not strong enough. Green vine snake leaf blade. Maki was abnormal and chose to attack violently at the beginning. The love fish was about to make a cute appearance and pose to increase the score, but the green vine snake had already rushed to it. Bang bang. 2 green light flashed and the leaf blade flashed on the love fish alternately. The green grass attribute energy E plotted on it and the love fish closed its eyes and fell into a fainting. The competition ended just now. Nothing is needed at Ali went to calculate the gorgeous score and Qingteng Snake Shui knocked down his opponent with 1 blow. What that? The love fish loses a combat ability and the green vine snake wins. The referee was also stunned, hesitated for a while before making a judgment. The battle between love fish and green vine snake is much worse, so it ends with just 1 blow. The audience was also surprised and were discussing heatedly. They thought it was an even match, but the game ended less than 20 seconds later. It was really a bit sudden, but soon they were no longer surprised because in the NET 2 games Maki won it cleanly and advanced to the final. His fighting style is very special. He did not specifically consider the gorgeousness of his moves. As long as he quickly defeated his opponent, the score would not matter. Maki sat under the ground and watched the game. At this time, the winner of the second game of the semi-finals was also born the favorite to win the championship before the game, Xiao Shun player, who defeated Xiao Ao. Combo. The Pokemon used by Xiao Shun is Poison Rose and he is also a good powered battle player. It can be seen that in the second round of review the concept of gorgeousness is no longer so important. As long as the opponent can be defeated there is no need to worry about being less gorgeous than the opponent. Therefore the players who were not good at fighting strength and only focused on gorgeous performances were all eliminated. After both players were in place the final between Maki and Xiao Shun started. The tree glanced at it and found that the poisonous rose was only level 18 and his green vine snake still had the advantage. As soon as the green vine snake came on the field it used a vine whip and directly tied up the poisonous rose that was somewhat slow to react. Then he used the snake to stare, almost scaring the poisonous rose. In critical moments the poisonous rose burst out and broke free from the constraints and then the poisonous needle shot out and attacked the green vine snake, but the Qingveng snake avoided the poisonous needle just by rushing and then the Ye blade combo and all hit. Poison Rose fell down on the spot and fell into a coma. Qingteng snake stood there with her hands in her chest looking very unfulfilled. Although it has won the championship of this gorgeous competition it always feels like it is not enjoyable enough. There is no way the opponent is a little too weak. Chapter 45 Fenjai Bicycle Tour Kanto Rocket Space. In a slightly dark room Sakagi was leaning leisurely on the sofa watching TV and there was a cat boss lying in his arms. In front of him was a secretary wearing purple clothes. Boss Sakagi researcher Kitatsu stole the gene bank and fled. ZI secretary reported. Well, I understand. Is there anything else? Sakagi gently stroked the cat boss in his arms and said softly, the mission of Bishus failed and died in the Orange Hua Forest. Secretary ZI flipped the booklet in his hand and continued. Well, it's not surprising if that guy has something wrong. How is the current progress of Kameng's experiment? It basically done. Feng Yuan area Kana City. After winning the championship of the gorgeous competition Maki was about to leave and was about to go to the nearest Maizumi city to challenge the third gym. In addition Maki still remembers that doctor told him that he could go to the bicycle shop in Zijin City to ask for a car. Masaki is looking forward to it. After traveling for so long he doesn't even have a transportation tool. He is really tired. If he could get a bicycle he would be a car owner like Xiao Ao. After the gorgeous competition Xiao Ao hurriedly left saying that he had something to do at home. At that time she rode her bicycle and left showing off Maki's face again. After you get the bike you must ride it. Thinking of the future life with cars the speed of running in the tree has accelerated a lot. Zijin City is just north of Kana City about 10 kilometers away. Maki ran over and saw many bicycle lanes and there were still many cyclists riding on it. It seems that the cycling atmosphere in Zijin City is very strong. Seeing these lanes means that Zijin City is not far away. After running forward for about 10 minutes Maki arrived at Zijin City. As soon as I arrived here Maki saw a super large game hall with colorful neon lights hanging outside making people want to go in and take a look. But Maki didn't stay for too long. He followed the navigation on his phone and rushed straight to the bicycle shop, which was the place that attracted him more. When I came to the place indicated on the map Maki was very surprised because the store was very small and looked a bit shabby, which was a bit inconsistent with the temperament of the city of Zijin City. Maki pushed open the store door and walked in. There was only a man with thick lips inside looking like he was reading a newspaper. Hey, Ziong has not been peaceful recently. More and more Pokemon have been kidnapped and the security of the alliance is getting worse and worse. The man took a sip of tea and said indignantly, hello, is this Fenjai bicycle? Maki asked weakly, feeling that the other party seemed to be in a bad mood. Because he was preparing to come for free he felt a little unconfident. That's right, I'm what you mean by Fenjai. It's the owner of the store here. This energetic guest, let me guess you must want a new bike, right? Then you're here to the right place. Seeing Maki, Fenjai suddenly jumped up from the chair showing great enthusiasm. Your shoes look dirty. Did you come from a very far place? Feng Ye glanced up and down at the Maki and immediately discovered the key point. Well, I'm from Mibai town and it was Dr. Otazumaki who introduced me. Maki said, oh my god, you have never been here in Beijing. You're too tired. If you have a bicycle that is in a windy bike you can go anywhere easily while enjoying the breeze. Since you were introduced by Dr. Odamasaki I'll give you a bicycle. I have two types of bicycles here. I don't know which one you want. Fukuno looked very generous and directly stated that he wanted to deliver the car. The car had the logo of his store name, which was also an advertisement for him. Fukuno introduced it in detail and asked Maki which bicycle he needed. He has two styles of bicycles here. One is a sound bicycle that pursues speed. As the name suggests, it is faster. The other is a bicycle that pursues skills. Relatively lightweight, designed for people who love driving skills. Maki naturally chose a sound bicycle. The purpose of his bicycle is to rush, and naturally the faster the better. Feng Ye was very quick to move. He took out a beautiful blue bicycle and started debugging. After confirming that there was no problem problem, he asked the Maki to get on the bike and try it. Maki got on the bike excitedly and took a few laps outside. It felt very good. Now he has a car family. How is it? It's very good, Fenjai asked, looking at Maki, who had returned from a ride. Well, it's so cool, it's very fast. Maki said, Zhenshu, this bicycle will belong to you in the future, but I have a small request. I wonder if I can do me a favor. Can I participate in a competition on behalf of our car shop? Because there are no customers in my shop, so I can only ask you. Feng Yet asked, suddenly his face full of difficulty. Maki naturally accepted it directly. It would be fine if someone gave him a car, and it would be fine to help him. At least he wouldn't feel that he would owe him so much. Ding! It was detected that the host owns his own bicycle and received a reward bicycle upgrade. After agreeing to Fenjai, the bicycle belonged to Maki completely, and the system rewards were also received, and the new car that Maki had just obtained was upgraded. The upgraded bicycle has no changes in appearance, but it is faster and has the function of accumulating energy. Every time you ride it for a while, you can release the accumulated energy and sprint for a while. In addition, the bicycle now seems to be used outside. Star technology is ridiculously light and can be easily lifted with 2 fingers. It is said that this upgraded bicycle also has the function of driving on the water, but the real tree has not tried it yet. After agreeing to Fukuno to participate in the competition, Maki put on the cycling suit of Fukuno Bicycle Store and came from the back of the car shop to the bicycle avenue. Several people have gathered here, all riders representing various stores. Soon the competition began. Maki directly sprinted in full size from the beginning. He felt that his feet were about to step on Mars, and his bicycle was also very powerful. He took him directly to the group of cars because the tree ride faster, and suddenly it collect the energy storage of the bicycle to trigger the sprint function. Now other riders can't even see the tail lights of the Maki car, and since the tracks of this competition are basically straight, this brings the advantages of the Maki car to the E-Tream. Gil, no, just step hard, you can speed up straight, right? That fine. In this way Maki fully utilized the performance advantages of his car and directly won the first place with the advantage of leading the second place. Boss Fenjai, who was watching from the side, jumped up and shouted loudly, this is the driver in his store. This is really worth it. I gave out a bicycle and found someone to participate in the competition. I didn't expect that he was even better than a professional athlete. You should know that some of the riders in other stores came from Carlos and were top players who rode the tour of Carlos. But Maki burst out, all such great god. The great gods almost rode their bicycles out of Mars, but they couldn't even see the tail lights of his car. Chapter 46 Iron Rotary. Among the many onlookers there was a special old man. He was wearing a yellow jumpsuit. His hair was grey, but he was very energetic. He shouted loudly for Maki, who was crossing the line, and then he squeezed into a crowd that rushed to Maki. Maki was shocked by this group of a little crazy people, and then she realized that these people were all here to ask for autographs. He didn't know what autographs he had. He just participated in the competition for his bicycle and he won with his super bicycle advantage. Sorry, I'm just an amateur rider. I'm going to challenge the gym later. Please give in. I'm in a hurry, Maki said helplessly. Now he is surrounded by Tuan and cannot escape at all. What he didn't expect was that as soon as Maki said this, the people around him became even more excited. The amateur riders could blow up a bunch of top professional players. This is a genius. If he wants to get his signature, will have great appreciation potential in the future. Sign me a name, young man. I am the owner of Zijin Gymnasium, so it's useless for you to go to the gymnasium now because I'm here and I'm not in the gymnasium at all. The voice of the old man in yellow jumpsuit, very penetrating even in such a noisy environment, also made Maki clearly hear it. Mashu turned around curiously and saw an old man in yellow looking straight at him. When he saw Mashu turning back, he also showed a carefree smile. This person seems to be Tai Yuan, the owner of Zijin Gymnasium. Why are he here to join in the fun? The real tree was speechless, but he thought it was fake, but he didn't expect it to be the owner of the museum. But this seems to fit his style. I heard that Tai Yuan is an old naughty boy and is happy every day. He especially likes to watch bicycle competitions. He often fails to open the gym because of playing around, so he has been complained by many trainers. Then there was nothing I could do now. Maki put the bicycle into her backpack, first signed a name for Tai Yuan and then started to sign it for others in turn. When it comes to this signature, Maki was quite resistant at the beginning, but after signing in he felt a sense of accomplishment. He signed faster and faster, almost like a mechanical assembly line signature. When we came to our senses, everyone had already left with their signatures and satisfied, and there was only one iron spinner playing with their mobile phone. You're done, let's go. Seeing that Masaki was idle, Tai Yuan put down his cell phone and said, Go? Where to go? Maki asked in confusion. Of course I went to my gym. Aren't you going to challenge me? The young man is confused by the signature. What do you think I'm waiting for here? Isn't it just waiting for you to go back together? Tai Xuan laughed and laughed. In this way the first time Maki's back seat was given to Tai Yuan. He sat on it ruthlessly and urged Maki to set off quickly. The people watching the audience around him looked at the iron spinning of the tree and started to whisper. The gossipy gaze made the tree feel a little overwhelmed. He simply started riding and then accelerated again. The bicycle suddenly rushed out like a rocket. Because the speed was too fast, the passers-by could not see clearly and they felt something flash by. Hey boy, it's too fast. My old bone is a little unbearable. Tai Xuan couldn't laugh now. He held the bicycle seat tightly for fear that he would fall down. It's so terrifying to be young. If I had known that he drove so fast I wouldn't have. No, it seems that it was because he rode fast and won the championship that he got into his car. The sound of howling wind was around and Tai Yuan felt that his thoughts were a little confused. What? Get faster, right? No problem. Hearing that Tai Yuan could not stand it, Masaka became playful and accelerated the speed again. The energy storage of the upgraded bicycle was completed and it was directly ejected again, and the speed was 2018. Speed up again, completing the overtaking of a car net to it. The driver in the car looked at the bicycle that was surpassing him net to him, then looked at his dashboard with question marks on his head. No, what the hell? It was so outrageous that I had already run to 80 yards but I was overwhelmed by a bicycle. Under such high speed, Maki passed through most of Zijin City and successfully arrived at Zijin Gymnasium. Hey Master Tai Yuan Hall, are you okay? We have arrived and can get off the bus. Maki gently shook Tai Yuan's shoulders, feeling a little apologized. Tai Xuan seemed to faint and his face was a little bad. This drive was still a bit too exciting for him at this age. Do you think I look okay? The young man is riding a very good bike. Don't ride it again net time. Tai Xuan stood up tremblingly, took several deep breaths before he calmed down. He swore that this was his last time riding a bicycle and he would never want to ride it even half again. He was a little disgusted when he saw the back seat of his bicycle. Fortunately he hadn't eaten at noon, otherwise he would have to vomit here. Sorry, I'm not very good at riding a bike for the first time. Maki smiled a little awkwardly. When Tai Xuan heard this, he immediately ignored Genshu and walked into Zijin Gymnasium alone. No matter what he said, it was his first time riding a bicycle. Don't think he was an old man and it's easy to cheat. How can I ride 90 yards on my first bike? Tai Xuan thought about Masha's crazy behavior just now and then remembered that he said it was his first time riding a bicycle and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. No, he has to trick that kid. Isn't you going to challenge the gym? This will open all the institutions in the gym so that the kid can experience the sourness of Zijin Gymnasium. After thinking about the scene where Maki was defeated in his own gym, Tai Yuan couldn't help laughing. Director Tai Yuan, what are you laughing at? Should we fight directly or go through the process? Seeing the old man net to him suddenly laughed strangely, Masha couldn't help feeling a chill. He always felt that the old man was thinking about something bad, which really made people care a lot. It's nothing, by the way, the gym has not opened. I have to go in and prepare. Boy, you go to the bench to rest first. When you can challenge it I will remind you. Tai Xuan suddenly returned to his normal Zion said seriously. Okay, no problem. Maki doesn't care. Just challenge it. Just wait a moment, it's no big deal. Just before challenging the electric property gym, he also had something to prepare. So after exchanging contact information on the mobile phone, Tai Yuan and Maki temporarily parted ways. Tai Yuan wants to go in and arrange the real treats, a sour and refreshing mechanism, while Maki wants to go shopping to deal with this gym battle. Maki has always been a cautious person. She likes to be fully prepared before doing something. It just so happened that he also had a certain understanding of Tai Yuan's Zijin Gymnasium. They were all the information he had found on his mobile phone before. In this internet era it was very convenient to collect information. Both sides were moving very quickly. When Maki finished buying things and left the store, Tai Xuan happened to call. After receiving a call from Tai Yuan, Maki went straight into the gym. Since the museum was not open today, there were no staff in the gym who mentioned precautions. However, Tai Yuan's gym is very high-tech and a machine guides the real tree to the challenge area. This area has a very classic maze-style design. It seems that many gym owners are quite interesting, but they like to set up many mazes in the gym and then they appreciate the challenger in the surveillance. That's right, Tai Yuan is like this. He locked the Shiki in the monitoring room, now prepared French fries and Coke, just waiting to see Shiki's joke. In the anticipated gaze of Tai Yuan, Maki walked into the maze and slowly approached the first trap he designed. Yes, that's it, ha 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 ha. Seeing that Maki had already entered the trap of the maze and was about to trigger the first mechanism, Tai Xuan laughed loudly, feeling that he had to take revenge. But after a while Tai Xuan was stunned. No, the mechanism has obviously triggered it. Why is he still like it? Okay. Tai Xuan was a little confused. He designed an electric shock device there. People passing by would be electrocuted by the sudden electric shock device and would often be scared to jump up. Maybe it's a malfunction. This is the case with with the machine. If it is not repaired frequently, all kinds of failures will always occur. Taiyuan bit his fries and tried to convince himself, but the net Taiyuan was not in the mood to eat French fries. Because the real tree goes from the starting point of the maze to the it, all the hidden mechanisms passed by have no effect. The revenge he expected failed. What's wrong? The device is broken. Looking at the computer clearly showing that the device is normal, Taiyuan planned to go to the scene by himself. He came to the maze with his toolbow. He was about to inspect the mechanism and triggered the electric shock of the mechanism. I'll go. Isn't this broken? The iron spindle, which was suddenly electrocuted, screamed and jumped up. Only then did he realize that he was frightened by the kid and the mechanism was not malfunctioning, but there must be some kind of anti-electric shock prop on that kid. In fact, Tai Xuan guessed correctly. Maki had already learned the key points of the Zijin Gymnasium through the strategies summarized by others in the forum. One of the most important points is how to prevent the electric shock mechanism designed by the iron spiral of the museum. Chapter 47. This is not necessarily. For this purpose, Maki specially bought a specially made super small lightning rod and put it on it. This prop was invented by scientists by the lightning rod characteristics of some electric elf and can prevent electric shock attacks to a certain extent. After passing the challenge area, since no apprentices in the gym have come today, Masha can skip the educational apprenticeship and directly challenge the museum owner Taiyuan. In the battle area of the museum owner, Maki and Iron Xuan are already in place. A Master Taiyuan Pavilion, have you just made a hairstyle? It's so wild. Maki looked at Taiyuan's hairstyle that was raised up due to electric shock and couldn't help but say, I was accidentally powered up when I was repairing the equipment. Can you stop laughing? Let's start quickly. Just be ready to feel the shock of the electricity, Tai Xuan said angrily. This time he was really disappointed and he couldn't wait to find the scene in this gym battle. Well, okay, I won't smile anymore. I just remembered the happy thing just now. Let's start the fight. Maki twice stopped her smile and said seriously, okay, the rules are very simple. Singles 3-on-3, let's start. Tai Xuan couldn't wait to throw out the elf ball. ZZZ. The first Pokemon sent by Taiyuan had a unique appearance. 3 iron balls combined with screws and SI identical magnets net to them form the entire body of this Pokemon. 3-in-1 magnetic monster. Qualification level blue. Attributes electric steel. Characteristics magnetic force. Strength level 21. Proficiency level 20-30. Introduction. The magnet Pokemon is an evolutionary form of the little magnetite. When floating in the air, it will emit strong magnetic lines and high voltage electricity. 3-in-1 Magneto. The combination of electric and steel attributes looks difficult to deal with. Looking at the data panel of the 3-in-1 Magneto, Masaka thought. After thinking about it, Leo Road is more suitable. Flying Mantis and Green Vine Snake have no advantage against the steel attribute Pokemon. Although Leo Road is only level 16 and has some disadvantages in terms of strength, it is better to the steel attribute with the fighting attribute still have some advantages. According to information, the 3-in-1 Magneto of the owner of the Taiyuan Pavilion should be its weakest Pokemon. It would be nice to let Leo train. Anyway, if you lose, there will be 2 big brothers and sisters to protect you. Go Leo Road. After the decision, Maki also threw out his elf ball. Leo Lu came out of the ball. He shouted excitedly and finally could fight. I've been idle these days and I haven't fought. You know, Leo Lu is a little warrior and fighting with other Pokemon should be the best entertainment for it. It is very itchy every day and is eager to fight. Well, it's Leo Lu. It looks very energetic, but Pokemon like Leo Lu is also very rare in the Shenao area. You kid is really an adventure. Tai Xuan saw the tree Leo Road also shown in front of his eyes. Leo Lu is still young and is not very good at fighting. I hope the owner of the Iron Xuan Pavilion and the 3-in-1 Magnetoman will help you with more guidance, Maki said sincerely. Well, there is no problem at all. Tai Xuan likes such a modest trainer and of course he will give full guidance. In his opinion, these outstanding young people are the pillars of the league's future. The Pokemon on both sides was in place and the gym challenge officially began. At the beginning, Tai Xuan commanded the 3-in-1 Magnetron to start the action. The electric Pokemon naturally needs to have a combat field suitable for them, a 3-in-1 Magnetite and an electrical field. Taiyuan's tactics are very clear. He chose to use electrical fields from the beginning to enhance the power of other electrical properties. An electric arc jumped on the body of the 3-in-1 Magnetite and several mechanical sounds of unknown significance came from their mouth. A yellow energy flowed to the ground and quickly spread to form an electrical field. The entire battlefield is covered by electrical field and arcs jump from the ground from time to time. Leo Road bodybuilding. Maki chose to strengthen the start, thereby improving Leo Road's offensive and defensive capabilities. This can make up for the level gap between Leo Road and the 3-in-1 Magnetoman to a certain extent. Leo thought about the previous wrist strength of Fuji Tree to guide it. Bodybuilding method instantly activates its strength, tightening its muscles as hard hard as metal and successfully completing a bodybuilding and strengthening both attack and defense. Both sides have reached the start they want, and the NET step is the formal attack. The 3-in-1 magnetron drew some electrical energy from the electrical field, and his whole body was suddenly wrapped in dazzling yellow light, and there were electric arcs on his body leaping up. The current gathers together and becomes a larger current shooting directly towards Lielu. This is 100,000 volt. Electric attributes with signature ranged attack skills. Leo Road Wave Missile. Facing 100,000 volts, Maki chose to let Leo Road use wave missiles to resist. Lielu quickly mobilized the waveguide energy on his body, and the azure blue waveguide instantly formed and met 100,000 volts, causing a huge explosion. The 3-in-1 magnetron obtained the 100,000 volts of the electrical field increase, which was obviously stronger. The converged current directly broke through the wave missile of Lielu and rushed towards Lielu without reducing its speed. However, as soon as Lielu launched the wave missile, it moved. He quickly turned around while moving at high speed, avoided 100,000 volts in a daze, and cleverly resolved the offensive. Beautiful, clean and neatly avoided. Your Leo Road is really good, boy. Before Mashu could praise it, Taishien on the opposite side had already started to praise it. Zaizu, there is still some at the end of this chapter. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Tai Yuan has always praised such an excellent Pokemon, and he has no concern about whether he is the opponent's Pokemon. ZZZ. The 3-in-1 Magneto pressed helplessness. His trainer has always liked to praise his opponent's Pokemon, and it has become very accustomed to it. Yellow light gathered on it again, and several invisible electromagnetic waves spread out quickly. Wherever the electromagnetic waves passed, there was a sound of wavy sound from the surrounding air. This is also one of the signature skills of the electric system. Electromagnetic waves can cause the opponent to fall into a state of paralysis as long as they hit it, and can control the opponent's actions. Taishien originally thought Lielu would dodge, but he didn't effect. Lielu didn't dodge this time, but jumped forward directly during the sprint and rushed towards the 3-in-1 magnetron at high speed. While jumping up, its knees were already pressed against the front and an orange-red flame ignited. This is a flying knee kick. I didn't expect that your Lielu would be so powerful. However, even if you can fly knee kick and eat electromagnetic waves, you may fail due to being paralyzed. Oh, after all, the paralysis of the 3-in-1 magnetron is very strong. Real tree, you should pay attention to this NET time. Taishien directly pointed out the shortcomings in the real tree's tactic. In his opinion, Lielu's attack was very reckless. Lielu should first avoid electromagnetic waves and then look for an opportunity to attack. Unexpectedly, Maki shook her finger gently and said with a mysterious look on her face, "This is not necessarily true." The owner of the Tai Yuan Pavilion. Chapter 48. Lucario. What else do you have to deal with? Looking at Maki's confident look, Taishien was also very curious. He looked at Lielu's actions on the field carefully, and he wanted to see what else Maki could do for him. The Lielu, which used a flying knee kick, was affected by electromagnetic waves, but it actually took out a small green fruit and ate it, and the electric arc that jumped on its body disappeared in an instant. This is Musiguo. I'm going, you guy, you're trying to target, right? Taishien now knew why the real tree was not afraid of the electromagnetic waves of the 3-in-1 magnetron. It turned out that it had been prepared long ago. Countermeasures. Musifruit is a magical tree fruit. Pokemon can remove all of it after eating Musifruit. The abnormal state is really a must-have tree fruit for fighting against people when traveling at home. It's unfair. The owner of the Tai Yuan Pavilion. Facing the electric attributed gym, it should be reasonable to prepare the countermeasures for the paralysis in advance. Maki waved his hand and said, looking really innocent. After Lielu's contact paralysis, its flying knee kick still did not stop. With great power, he directly pushed his knee to the center of the 3-in-1 magnetoman. Bang! Fighting and steel-based fighting system. The effect is outstanding. ZZZ. Lielu's attacks enhanced through bodybuilding combined with the super high-power flying knee kick and the damage increase created by attribute grams. The 3-in-1 magnetron could not resist such an attack and fell directly to the ground, losing combat ability. Taishien gritted his teeth and took back the defeated 3-in-1 Magneto monster. He remembered what Maki said to him at the beginning, saying that Lielu could not fight and that he would give him more guidance. Taishien really wanted to record the battle of Lielu just now and let Maki take a good look. Damn, he actually called it not fighting. If this is considered impossible to fight, then wouldn't his 3-in-1 magnetron be just a battle waste? Although this kid is a talented person, he deserves a beating when he speaks. Taishien wants to talk about this to Maki after the battle. Leo. After defeating the 3-in-1 magnetoman, Lielu jumped up happily. This was its first time to kill his opponent in seconds. The pleasure of instant kill directly hit Lielu's nerves, making him feel excited. It was also this time that Lielu felt that the experience he had accumulated had loosened and its strength seemed to have risen a little more. before. The comforting bell on its body also made a crisp sound as it beat. Then a shining white light came directly wrapping Leolu. Leolu's body was constantly rising under the white light, and an inapplicable gust the momentum also spreads from it. This is evolved boy, it's really good. It seems that after the battle just now your Leolu has met the conditions for evolution and is about to evolve into Lucario. Looking at the scene of being, Taishien was also very moved by Leolu wrapped in miraculous light of evolution. In his impression, everyone with Lucario trainers seemed to be doing well, such as Zulan, the new champion of Shenao, who left a deep impression on Tai Yuan. In the venue, the white light on Leo Road was gradually restrained and it had become a brand new form. Now everyone should call it its new name, Lucario. Compared with the past, the most intuitive change is that it has grown taller, from less than half a meter to about 1.5 meters. Now Lucario's ears stood up high and 4 playful long hair grew from behind. Its eyes were very sharp and looked majestic. There is a thorn on the back of its hands and on its chest, and its body proportions are still similar to those before. The upper body is thin and the lower body is relatively strong. Leo. After the evolution was successful, Lucario was still as lively and active as before. He first jumped around in the spot a few times, tried his new body, and then rushed towards Maki directly and gave Maki a bear hug. Oh, you have become so heavy now and your strength has become much stronger. You should pay attention to it when playing in the future, but don't hurt others. Maki was pulled back several steps by Lucario's sudden bear, and the arm that was caught by Lucario should have been a little bruised. This child has just evolved and cannot control his own strength well. He is obviously exerting too much force. Lucario male. Qualification level purple. Attribute fighting steel. Characteristics mental power. Strength level 19, normal level 10-20. Introduction. The wave guide Pokemon is said to be able to see an opponent who could not see it by capturing the wave guide. Looking at Lucario's data panel, Maki nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the benefits brought by evolution were many and his strength increased significantly. In addition to the significant increase in all abilities, Lucario has now added a new steel attribute, and he can also learn various steel attribute skills in later. Hey boy, we are still fighting for the gym challenge. Please be more serious. Can you cultivate your feelings and wait until the fight is over? Taishien said helplessly. Although it is a great thing to see the younger generation's Pokemon evolve after fighting him, they have been in touch with each other for too long. Seeing Lucario holding Maki, he didn't want to let go. Maki also released the green vine snake, and the flying mantis were communicating with Lucario. Tai Yuan really couldn't help it and interrupted directly them. Oh, sorry Senior Taishien, I'm so happy that I forgot all the important things, Maki said with a smile. Lucario also got off him and returned to the battlefield. That fine, come out the Thunderfall beast. Taishien immediately sent his second Pokemon. It is a Thunderfalling beast and also a Pokemon with electric attribute. Thunderfalling beast male. Qualification level blue. Attribute electric. Characteristics static. Strength level 22. Proficiency level 20-30. Introduction. Lightning Pokemon will store static electricity in body hair for discharge. When a storm approaches, sparks will be emitted from the whole body. The Thunderfalling beast of the owner of the Tai Yuan Pavilion appears. The guide said that the most noteworthy thing about the Thunderfall beast is its electrostatic characteristics, which can paralyze the Pokemon that directly contacts it. Lucario's Musafruit has been eaten, and it seems that you must try to use ranged attack. Seeing the iron rotary thunder beast, the strategy of dealing with it suddenly appeared in the mind of Genshu, and just so happens that Lucario is a Pokemon with both long range and short range strength. He can cooperate with many tactics and can avoid using close range skills when facing the Thunderfalling beast. Wave guides are converging. Chapter 49. Electric shock batch. Lucario use wave missiles on it, Maki commanded. Since you want to launch long range attacks, wave missiles are undoubtedly the best choice. After Lucario evolved, his ability to utilize wave guides has become stronger and he can use more wave guide power. Thorny. The Azure wave missile quickly took shape in Lucario's hands, and the size of the Biliolu stage was at least twice as big as it was. Just the confidence that evolution brought to the true tree. The wave missile was quickly pushed out by Lucario, leaving a trace even on the passing sight. This is the true power of the wave missile. Thunderfalling beast avoided it quickly. Faced with the aggressive wave missile, Tai Yuan used his unique skill to dodge it quickly. The thunder beast ran quickly, trying to avoid the wave missile. Senior Tai Yuan, I forgot to tell you that Lucario's wave missile cannot be avoided, Maki said with a smile. The wave guide of the Thunderfall beast has been fully understood and detected by Lucario, and this wave guide will follow it firmly like a bone-attached maggot, and it will not be able to get rid of it at all. The scenes on the field have proved this. Although the Thunderfalling beast was running desperately and had already run for most of the field, the wave missile behind it was always following it. Moreover, because the Thunderbolt beast has been dodging, Lucario has released 2 more wave missiles, and now there are a total of 3 wave missiles missiles following the Thunderbolt beast. I'll go, I can't hide it. This is the first time Tai Xian fought against Lucario and he has only heard of it before. I didn't expect that this wave of missiles could still track it was really a very strong skill. Since you can't avoid it, then blow it up. Thunderbolt beast use 100,000 volt. Tai Xian had no choice but to let the Thunderbolt beast use skills to bombard the wave missile. Running like this is not a solution. Thunderfall. The thunder falling beast roared and the iron spiral's command was just right. Yellow light came out of its body and electricity quickly gathered. Then it turned its head and a current shot out quickly and a head-on confronted the wave missile that was coming. The 3-in-1 magnetron on the ground left the electrical field not dissipated yet, so the Thunderbolt beast 100,000 volts was very powerful, directly breaking the first wave missile, but 3 wave missiles flew over from behind directly. He smashed the remaining little current and took turns hitting the thunder falling beast. Boom boom boom. 3 consecutive explosions sounded on the thunder falling beast. It was blown up and flew high, then fell to the ground motionless and had lost its combat ability. It was another complete victory for Lucario, and after evolution Lucario showed its super suppression. Good done Lucario. Maki rushed into the venue and gave Lucario a bear hug. Lucario was also very happy and directly hugged the Maki and threw it away before catching it. This Lucario's first battle was very successful. I'm forced into a desperate situation. It's so scary. Tai Xian put away the thunder falling beast. He looked at Maki and Lucario as if he saw his former self. He used to be so passionate, but it seems that he is still okay now. It's ignited. Come out my last ace. The thunder beast. Tai Yuan suddenly became like a passionate boy and his already loud voice was full of fire. The momentum of that moment scared the tree. Thunder and lightning. In the white light emitted by the elf ball, a handsome dog-shaped elf appeared. The yellow mane raised high up like lightning, making it look very majestic, and an inapplicable light flashed in its red pupils. It's just a showdown between dog. Thunder beast male. Qualification level blue. Attribute electric. Features lightning arrestor. Strength level 24. Proficiency level 20-30. Introduction. Thunder and lightning beast. A power discharge potom can emit strong current from the temple. The current in the air will be collected on the temples and create thunder clouds on the hair. Masaka looked at the data and said it was okay, it would not be much different, so he could play it. As soon as the Thunderbolt beast landed, Lucario locked the waveguide it emitted. A blue waveguide came out of his hand. It also ran, advancing with the waveguide, quickly approaching the Thunderbolt beast. This time the Thunder Beast is not an electrostatic characteristic and you can use melee battles to determine the outcome. Thunder Beast discharge. Tai Xian has experience this time and will no longer try to avoid wave missiles, so he directly chose to fight hard. Shining electric light jumped out of the yellow mane of the Thunder Beast and all the free ions in the air were absorbed by it. Then a powerful current was released from it, covering the entire battlefield. Discharge is a skill with a large range of coverage and is most suitable for release in such occasions. Bang! The current generated by the discharge directly hit the wave missile that flew halfway, causing the wave missile to detonate in advance. At the same time the current hit Lucario and was carried down by Lucario. Fortunately it did not trigger the paralysis effect. Lucario jumped forward quickly. He raised his knee kick and had already prepared his momentum and rushed to the site of the Thunder Beast in an instant. Bang! A knowing blow. This powerful and heavy kick hit the Thunder Beast's handsome head and the strong impact directly hit it to the edge of the field. Lucario would not miss the opportunity to pursue. Another wave missile was formed in his hand and directly caught up with the flying Thunder Beast. Boom! As soon as the Thunder Beast landed, it was hit by the chased wave missile and was directly knocked out of the field. Not only that, these two attacks also made it unconscious and could not fight at all. Zaizu, there is still some at the end of this chapter. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Lucario won this battle. Lucario directly completed 1-on-3 matches when he was at a level disadvantage. Great Lucario! The real tree, the green vine snake and the flying mantis surrounded Lucario and congratulated it. The little bitch hatched from the egg has grown up and now Lucario is already a reliable Pokemon. This is the meaning of growth. Maki and Lucario hugged each other tightly, moved by Lucario's growth. You have a good relationship with Lucario. No wonder it evolved so early. It is said that a Pokemon like Leolu can evolve only if they truly recognize their trainer. Real tree, I am optimistic about your future. Tai Xian was also very happy. He felt that this kid Masaru would definitely be a striking figure in Fengyuan in the future. Thank you, Senior Tai Xian. Thank you very much for your advice. Maki and Lucario separated and thanked Tai Xian. There is no need to thank you. This is the electric shock badge of Zijin Gymnasium and this is a skill machine with 100,000 volt. They are all your prizes. Please accept it. Tai Yuan took out the badge and prize and handed it to Maki. Well, thank you, Senior. Maki took out the badge bow and put the badge in. Ding! The host was detected to obtain an electric shock badge badge and receive a reward feature stealing card. Feature stealing card. After using the feature stealing card, the host can temporarily obtain the features after super enhance Pokemon around him. Props with unknown meaning. Tired? Have a good rest. Chapter 50 New Zijin. At this time the lights in the gym suddenly went out and the surroundings became dark. Is there a power outage? It should be a power outage. There are often such things recently. I'll go to the power distribution room to see it, Tai Xian said. He took out the flashlight and ran to the distribution room immediately, but halfway through the lights in the gym lighted up again. Intermittent power outage. It's like this again. It's the third time this week. Tai Xian touched his chin and thought. At this time his cell phone rang again. When he picked it up his face suddenly became gloomy. Okay, I understand. Tai Yuan put down his phone and waved to Maki again. Boy, come here, I have a task left to you. What's wrong? Maki asked. I think it possible that something happened to Xin Zijin. Xin Zijin was a power station before, but it was abandoned. You can go and take a look. Maybe something is abnormal. Someone told me just now. Recently a museum owner who came to me to study from other areas disappeared. It was suspected to be related to the recent kidnapping of the electric Pokemon. I have to investigate this matter. Tai Yuan took out a key and handed it to Masaru, and then left after giving some details. Maki also left the gym, took out his bicycle and headed to the south of Zijin City. According to Tai Yuan, Xin Zijin is in the southeast of Zijin City and it takes a section of water to get there. The Maki rode very fast and soon arrived at the lake shore on the south side of Zijin City. When the upgraded bicycle encountered water, it automatically transformed into a water mode and galloped directly on the water. After jumping over many Pokemon floating on the water and resting, the tree came to the right bank of the lake. In front of it was a dark hole which should be the entrance to the new purple corsive that Tai Xian mentioned. When I walked into the entrance of the cave and blocked the real tree, I was a rusty iron door. Maki took out the key given by Tai Yuan and put it in the position where the door was opened. The iron door vibrated for a moment and then slowly opened. Is this the new purple corsage? Maki murmured. What appeared in front of me was a large piece of metal wall. As soon as I came in, I could smell the smell of engine oil and the roar of the machine could be faintly heard. The real tree releases Lucario and lets it take charge of the alert. Lucario covered his head with his hands and closed his eyes and felt the waveguide in this area carefully. It took a long time to open its eyes and a trace of worry flashed through its humanized eyes. There are not only our waveguides here but also other people's waveguide. Lucario's voice emerged in Maki's mind. No, this place may be occupied by some criminals. Let's go out to find Tai Yuan first. After hearing Lucario's words, Mashu immediately realized something was wrong. Logically speaking, the new Zijin has been abandoned for a long time and it is impossible for half of the person to be there. Now there are so many more people suddenly. What can it be if it is not a criminal? However, just as Maki was about to go back, she found that the entrance behind her had been blocked by a thickened metal iron door at some point. This iron gate seems to be specially designed to reinforce Pokemon and even Lucario cannot blow it open. The scene in front of you is also changing. Countless iron walls rise from the ground. Zi turned the empty new purple corundum into a big maze and the real tree had already seen it, and a little magnetron was floating at the entrance of the maze. It seems that I'm going to make a breakthrough again, Maki said helplessly. The criminals here may have known that someone is coming, so the NET path will be difficult to walk. The real tree released both the green vine snake and the flying mantis. Why do you think of me now? The voice of the Qingtang snake appeared in the ears of the tree, looking a little dissatisfied. Even in challenging the Zijin Gymnasium, Lucario evolved again and suddenly became the largest Pokemon in the team. She should feel that her eldest sister's position was a little shaken. King Vzi, you will always be the trump card in my heart, so don't be angry now, okay? Said Maki. Then he picked up the green vine snake and kissed it directly. He knew very well that when dealing with the green tang snake, it is the most effective way to directly touch the hands and feet. The Qingtang snake was kissed and his whole body suddenly became soft and even his little face turned red. It was hard to say whether he was happy or angry. In addition, her tone softened. Okay, then I'll help you this time. After all, if I don't have me, the Maki should have been trapped here for the rest of her life. Qingbu Snake said softly. Okay, now our goal is to follow Lucario's navigation, find the mice hidden in the dark and then knock them down, and the mission is completed. Maki lets everyone stay together and then briefly introduce it. I've found the content of this mission. At this time the sound of the system appeared in his ears again. Ding! The limited time mission is triggered. Please rescue the master of the gym trapped in Xin Zijin and defeat the enemy hidden in Xin Zijin. After completing the mission you will receive a generous reward. Is the owner of the gym mentioned by the Tai Yuan pavilion here? No wonder he disappeared. Hearing the information given by the system, Maki fell into deep thought and murmured, since the owner is trapped here, then rescue that person first. If you have an Etra helper, the difficulty of the task will be the first. Lucario looked at the close shows a single waveguide to us. Where is it? Said Maki. What is known is that the owner is trapped here, so he will not be trapped in the depths of Xinziang. It is very likely that he is trapped not far from the Shishu and the others. Even if you find the wrong one, you may be an enemy who is alone. In short, it is not wrong to find someone who is alone first. Leo. Lucario nodded and immediately began to feel the waveguide. Its eyes became blue and then gradually returned to the clear light. There is a lonely person close to us right in front. Come with me, Lucario said. It took the lead and set off the road ahead. Let's keep up. Maki also followed Lucario with the remaining two little ones. Because the maze may be full of dangers and the waveguides that Lucario feels are intermittent, everyone's travel is not fast either. What's even more troublesome is that when they just passed by the little Magneto at the entrance of the maze, the little Magneto actually attacked them directly. Although this little Magnetron could not pose any threat, it was killed by the Chingteng snake in one move. But this also gave Maki a reminder that there are likely to encounter many such little magnetites in the future, and these battles are difficult to avoid. Chapter 51 Mecha Man. New purple cord in the maze. Maki and his party were still moving forward. They formed a triangular formation with Lucario leading the way in the front with Green Vine Snake and Flying Mantis on the left and right sides, while Maki sat keep the middle. On the way we encountered several scattered Pokemons, all of which were little Magneto monsters, but before they could react and launch an attack they would be directly solved by the Pokemons of the True Tree. In this way they moved very quickly and were about to approach the single waveguide. It may be difficult for ordinary people to find the right route in this maze, but for the Maki who has Lucario there is no need to worry about these things at all. When he moved to an intersection, Lucario suddenly stopped, detecting the surrounding waveguide and constantly communicating with the real tree. Flying Mantis, an unknown Pokemon, appeared on the right side. Clean it up. During the marching, Maki directed. Now their command system is like this. Lucario collects information and gives it to the real tree, and then the real tree makes the final decision. Oh, Fishing Mantis agreed and was about to go to the right side of the team to carry out the mission. Wait, the Pokemon waveguide suddenly increased a lot over there. No, several Pokemon waveguides appeared in all four directions. Everyone is on guard and ready to fight, Maki said seriously. The Pokemon I met before were all scattered in 3 or 2, but then there were a lot of them all at once. It seems that the mastermind behind them has discovered them and is preparing to use methods to deal with them. Enemies appeared on all 4 road, front, back, left and right, and they were in the center. If they fought in this way they would be surrounded and suffered a great loss. Maki thought for a while and immediately said, we will break through first, and then fighting here will be detrimental to us. The safety of the road ahead is not yet certain, and breaking through the road is now a safer choice. Leo received the finger after ordering. Lucario immediately turned around and rushed forward, and the road was the first to go back and forth, and Maki and the others followed. Their team immediately collided with the team on the road behind. The gathering of Pokemons were still all little Magneto, but their strength was still too weak. Although they occupied a numerical advantage, they were still easily solved. Maki and his team used the same method to solve the remaining 3 waves of Magneto monsters. Now everything is done. Lucario continued to lead the way. Maki breathed a sigh of relief and said, after solving all the enemies blocking the road, just as they were about to move forward, a mechanical voice suddenly came from the front. I'm sorry, you can't move forward because I'm here. What appeared in front of Maki and the others was a tall humanoid mecha. This mecha should be more than 3 meters tall, covered with silver metal outer armor, and a dazzling red light flashed on the body. Electric drive, medium-sized mecha. Estimated strength level 35. The enemy's weapons are so advanced. Maki didn't expect that his opponent was such a metal monster, and his strength was very strong. The system estimated that its strength was similar to that of the level 35 Pokemon. Absorb. The mecha made another mechanical sound, and then the middle of its body was opened directly, and many mechanical hooks tended out of it, collecting all the dizzy little magnetites on the ground. After collecting the little magnetron, a red light lit up in the mecha, and its strength has been significantly improved. The NET time is the time to attack. The person in the mecha control room smiled slightly and prepared to launch the weapon system, but when he looked forward it turned out that the 3 Pokemon that was in front of him had disappeared. Damn it, he actually ran away. The man cursed inwardly, turned on the tracking system and started chasing him directly. Maki is very busy now and his opponent is very strong, so he ran away while it was catching the little Magneto. However, it is estimated that the other party will catch up, and Maki is thinking about a response strategy. He has no trump card at all. He has not used the opportunity to practice the system. He was originally going to wait until the Pokemons have reached the bottleneck period to use it, but now he thinks that it is also a good idea to use it in a critical situation. A good choice. When he was in a desperate situation, he directly took the Pokemon into the space to practice for a year, but reality only took a second, and when it came out again it was very likely that the information gathered gap would turn around. So this cultivation space is a very valuable trump card. If you use it directly now, Genshu is a little reluctant to let it go. He thought about it again and suddenly he thought of what he bought in the store last time to challenge the gym, and he suddenly had a countermeasure in his mind. Everyone listen to me. Wait, Maki communicated with her friends while running and told them about the countermeasures to deal with the enemy mecha later. After everyone got to know each other, they were waiting for the arrival of the enemy mecha. Did you give up and run away? Very good, you are very self-aware. The mecha man arrived and smiled wildly. Do it, Maki shouted and pressed the button of the machine in her hand. This time the power transmission jammer can interfere with current transmission within a certain range within 10 seconds. This was originally used to deal with the electric shock mechanism of the owner of the Taiyuan Hall, but unexpectedly it was useless at all, but now it comes in handy here. After the jammer was started, an invisible fluctuation dispersed. Due to the interference of the transmission of electricity, the energy transmission channel of the electric energy mecha was suddenly paralyzed and the red light on the mecha people was suddenly wiped out. No matter how powerful the mecha is, if it has no energy, it is just a pile of scrap iron. What's going on? What's wrong? The man in the mecha operation room looked at the operation screen that suddenly became dark and panicked. Then he realized that there was no energy at all and then hurriedly turned on the backup energy system. At this moment, the moment Maki shouted to take action, the three Pokemons began to act. The green vine snake hung Lucario on the mecha with a vine whip and poured 2 barrels of gasoline down from above. It's just that the real tree was bought in case of unnecessary need, and it really comes in handy now. The mecha has strong physical defense and it should be difficult for the Pokemon of the My Tree to break through its defense, so this is the only way to do so. The gasoline had been poured out and the green vine snake quickly brought Lucaliola back. The flying mantis also threw out a fire lighter to the gasoline-filled mecha man. Boom! When the open flame and gasoline met, the entire mecha man suddenly started to ignite. The man in the operating room just started the backup energy system and felt that the surroundings suddenly became very hot. I'm lost, I'm on fire. The man's face turned pale. Chapter 52 Xiao Juer. Boom! The flames burned the mecha's battery, causing a big explosion which directly broke the mecha's explosion. When Maki and his team rushed back to the scene, the originally majestic mecha had disappeared and only many dark fragments remained on the ground, some of which were still burning with flame. All the little magnetomons absorbed by the mecha were blown out and scattered everywhere. Among the many fragments, a human-shaped black charcoal was lying, and it seemed that it was already walking peacefully. Judging from the remaining pieces of clothes on the ground, this man should be wearing the Rocket's uniform. Is it the Rocket guys doing it again? What do you want to do this time? What a big deal, Maki said, her face full of disgust. After experiencing the last incident in Orange Forest, he has no favoritism for the Rocket. Based on existing clues, the power outage in Zijin City, the Pokemon kidnapping and the missing gym owner should all be masterpieces of these Rockets members. And the Rockets will not do these things without reason, and they must have more important goals, and they may involve some legendary Pokemon. With many questions, Lucario led the way and continued to look for the missing gym owner. No matter what the Rocket's purpose is, he will definitely go to the depths of Xin Zijin and break their conspiracy. Perhaps it was because the person in charge of this maze area had become burping. Net Maki and the others did not encounter any obstacles and directly arrived at the location of the waveguide sensed by Lucario. Is it here? Maki said in confusion. There is nothing wrong around it, just like other parts of the maze, it is ordinary. Leo. Lucario nodded and began to grop on the walls and floors. It is very certain that the person's waveguide was sent from this position, and it would be impossible to be wrong. There should be a hidden door to the mechanism hidden here. Then everyone began to search this area and explored the hidden mechanisms. The green vine snake was the first to discover the abnormality. When exploring a wall on the left, it touched the hidden secret door. As a roar sounded, the original wall slowly sank at the position it touched and replaced by a metal door. Maki tried it and it seemed that the door could not be opened normally, so he could only use some violence. Everyone open the door when the fire is gathered, just face this position. Maki knocked on the door a few times and marked the marks in one place. I have to say that the quality of this door is still very good. The green vine snake, flying mantis and Lucario attacked each other for several minutes before successfully opening the door. Maki slowly pushed open the somewhat damaged door. At this time a dazzling lightning attack came, blocked by Lucario, who had responded in time with a wave missile. Appearing behind the door was a zebra-type Pokemon. It snorted at Maki and the others and kept making low roars, and it seemed that it didn't want them to get close. Thunderbolt Zebra Female. Qualification level blue. Attribute electric. Features electrical engine. Strength level 30. Proficiency level 20-30. Introduction Thunder and Lightning Pokemon. A rude Pokemon. If he loses his temper, he will discharge electricity from his mane in all directions. The Thunder Zebra seems seemed to just want to guard this secret room, but it was not very aggressive. Maki realized that it should be the Pokemon of the missing owner. Thunder and Lightning Zebrarella, I'm here to save you. Let your trainer come out and let us talk, Maki said gently while letting the green vine snake Rella, and don't do it. He raised his hand and the power of the orange blossom was activated and a green light appeared all over his body and a kind of affinity temperament automatically emanated. The charm aura also opened up together and Maki's charm suddenly became stronger. Feeling the affinity energy of Maki, the Thunder Zebra believed what Maki said. Sometimes the rabbi's aura on him should not be a bad person. Thunder Lightning. The Thunder and Lightning Zebra gave up the space, allowing Maki and his friends to enter the secret room at the door, and at the same time he was uneasily talking to Maki about what happened. Only then did Maki know why they were here. According to Thunder Zebra, it and its trainer Xiao Juer were going to visit the experience of the Tai Yuan AC gym, but they witnessed it halfway. A Pokemon kidnapping incident. Xiao Juer and the Thunder Zebra chased the bandits all the way to Xin Zijin Li. When they were preparing to attack the bandits, they were sneak attacked by the bandits' companions and were seriously injured. Then the Thunder and Lightning Zebra fled all the way with the injured little Juer, but accidentally triggered the mechanism and was trapped in this secret room. It's okay, don't worry Thunderbolt Zebra, I will help your trainer heal the wounds. Looking at the Aeneas Thunderbolt Zebra, Maki felt very distressed and gently touched the Thunderbolt Zebra's head to comfort it mood. Inside the secret room, Xiao Juer was lying inside. Her eyes were closed tightly, her lips were very pale and her fair legs were posed directly, which was so beautiful. But Masha was not in the mood to appreciate these things. He came to Xiao Juer and first took out a bottle of full remedy for her to drink. He found that this full reagent medicine was really useful and it could come in handy whether something happened to Pokemon or a trainer. It was just a bottle of complete remedy, which was not enough. The power of the orange blossom of the true tree gathered on its right hand and directly covered the top of Xiao Juer's head. Xiao Juer must have been knocked down by a rocket's gangster with a blunt weapon. Even the real tree could directly see the swollen bag on the other end. The power of the orange flower is worthy of being a gift from Rabbi Shi. In terms of this healing ability alone, it should be considered as the most important instance in Feng Yuan. Under the influence of this power, Xiao Juer is gradually improving. The big bag on the other end is also returning to its original appearance. After a while the treatment was completed and Xiao Juer's long eyelashes suddenly trembled. She opened her blue eyes and locked her eyes on the real tree standing in front of him. The boy in front of him was clean and handsome, and Xiao Juer felt that the whole Hezhong should not find such a man that suited her aesthetic taste. His eyes seemed to have magic. Generally she could no longer look away after just a glance. Is it you saved me? Xiao Juer said softly. She felt a little unreal now. The boy in front of her was so beautiful, which made her think that everything in front of her was just a dream. However, the warmth coming from the top of the head was so real. Xiao Juer couldn't help but reach out and gently touched the boy's face. It's true, not a dream. The touch from the fingers was so real, which made Xiao Juer excited all of a sudden. She was so eager that she directly covered both hands on Shinshu's face. Xiao Juer. Chapter 53 Confession. Maki. As soon as he was about to speak, two cold little hands covered his face. Seeing this, the owner of the hand seemed not to be planning to take it away. My name is Mashu. You are the one I saved. But Miss Xiao Juer, can you take your hand away? Mashu said softly, feeling a little embarrassed. Hearing Mashu's words, Xiao Juer took her hand away from Mashu's face as if she was scared, but then grabbed Mashu's hand tightly. Well, I'm a little scared. Can you just let me catch it like this for a while? Xiao Juer looked at Maki with her blue eyes, afraid that she would be rejected by him. Okay, it's okay, you're fine, don't be afraid. Maki sighed and said helplessly, thank you Mashu. Xiao Juer suddenly let go of her hand, then threw herself into Mashu's arms and hugged him tightly. Burying her head in the chest of Shiza, Xiao Juer took a deep breath and her face showed an abnormal crimson red color. Can you touch my head again? The feeling just now is so warm. Xiao Juer pressed against Mashu tightly and looked at Mashu with her pitiful big eyes. At that moment both sides felt the other's heartbeat. Yes, but can you let me go first? If this happens, won't you feel a little hot? Maki said, gently touching Xiao Juer's head. The soft and tender touch of Xiao Juer's body and the refreshing scent like citrus were all impacting his nerve. Although he was not disgusted with such an intimate hug with a big beauty and even a little intoxicated, the gaze of the green vine snake net to him that was about to burst into flames still made him calm down quickly. Let me go quickly, the green vine snake is going to be jealous. Maki kept shouting in her heart. Hearing Masaka's words, Xiao Juer buried her head in Masaka's chest and took a deep breath, then slowly left Masaki and said, okay, the energy has been replenished. I'm very happy to know you Masaka. My name is Xiao Juer and I am the owner of Liwen Gymnasium in Hezhong. My profession is a model. I am 168 centimeters tall, weigh 45 kilograms and my measurements are 85 centimeters 63 centimeters 80 centimeters. Okay, no need to say that, it's so clear. Hearing Xiao Zhuer's figure information, Maki was stunned for a moment and then hurriedly interrupted. How is it, Mashu, what do you think of me? I am very satisfied with you. Seeing Mashu's a little shy, Xiao Zhuer smiled knowingly and said softly, if you score a full score of 100 you can score a 100. You are really a perfect girl. Maki said, so can I be your girlfriend like this? Maki, since I just woke up and saw you I fell in love with you. If I want me to give you a score of 100 points I can give you 10,000 points. Xiao Zhuer suddenly became serious and looked into Maki's eyes. Her hands tightly covered Maki's hand and even the veins on the back of her hand were bulging because she tried too hard. This is not very good, right? Maki was a little confused by Xiao Zhuer's sudden straight ball. Shiza really wants to complain. Are you also direct? You just met for less than half an hour and confessed directly. It was a bit too sudden, but looking at Xiao Zhuer so serious it is really hard to be firm. Reject her. Shhh. Before Mashu could finish his words, Xiao Zhuer pressed his lips with her fingers and signaled him not to say anything more. There is nothing bad. Since you didn't reject me I will treat it as your agreement. Please give me more advice in the future, Zhenshu. Xiao Zhuer threw herself into Zhenshu's arms again and put her head on Zhenshu's head on the shoulders of the tree. She likes the feeling of being intimate with Mashu very much, which makes her feel very relieved. Mashu has a good smell and Xiao Zhuer likes it very much. We'll talk about these things when we go out. We're still in Xinziang and we have to destroy the rockets conspiracy. Maki hurriedly put the topic on the topic. Maki spoke and stood up at the same time, got rid of Xiao Zhuer without leaving any trace and came to Qingteng Snake and picked her up. He was afraid that he would sink deeper and deeper and the Qingteng Snake face looked so gloomy and scary. You still have a conscience. I thought you were going to be hooked away by a bad woman again. Listen, Maki's shoulders belong to me, so you can't let others lean on you. The voice of the green vine snake was in Maki. A heart sounded. The Qingteng Snake nodded with satisfaction and jumped onto the shoulder of Maki. This is her position and she was actually trusted by that woman just now, which really made her angry. Seeing that the green vine snake was not making any big fuss, the Qingteng Snake breathed a sigh of relief. The green vine snake had completely regarded his shoulders as his territory. Xiao Zhuer's actions just now would be regarded as provoking her by Qingteng Snake. Wow, real tree, is this your green vine snake? It's so cute. You actually use our Pokemon. It seems that you are really destined to be with me, real tree. Xiao Zhuer left. When I arrived in front of the tree I wanted to touch the green vine snake, but I was directly avoided. Well, yes, the green vine snake is indeed Hezhong's Pokemon. If you have the chance in the future I want to go to Hezhong to see it, but I still have to go out here first. Maki saw the topic and said that the trend of deviation quickly brought the topic back to the main topic. Really? I'll take you to Hezhong to play, but Mashu, you're right. Let's go out here first. I have to find the guy who sneaked into me to take revenge. I remembered that Xiao Zhuer couldn't help clenching her fist when the guy who attacked her. At that time she felt that someone seemed to be approaching her behind her and she turned around and confirmed several times, but she didn't see any trace of her. Then just as she turned around she felt a heavy blow in the head and instantly lost consciousness. Now that I think about it, the one who can approach her so quietly must be the ghostly Pokemon. Xiao Zhuer shared everything she learned with Mashu and Mashu also agreed with her views. Masaki also thought it was strange before. Logically speaking, Xiao Zhuer is a real gym owner after all. She should not be so easily surrounded by a rocket barely attacked behind her back and she was not discovered at all. It's like it was made by a ghostly Pokemon. It can be said that it makes sense. The ghost type Pokemon is born with the characteristics of being elusive. When Xiao Zhuer is focused on chasing the enemies in front, it is indeed very likely to succeed. Xiao Zhuer. Chapter 54 Supernatural Event. After resting in the secret room for a while, Maki and Xiao Kuer continued to explore together, but Lucario was still leading the way chasing another lonely wave guide. In fact, Masaki is quite confused. These people from the rocket clearly know that they broke into Xinziang, so why didn't they attack directly and solved them directly? Instead they divided it into one by one and defeated it one by one. Zhenshu guessed that they might have another task that they had to complete, so they first sent 2 team members to delay time to avoid being directly taken over. Masaki, you just said what team is behind the scenes? Xiao Zhuer asked suddenly, her delicate face full of doubt. It's the Rocket. They are the largest underground criminal organization in Guangdu, but I don't know why I reached Feng Yuan recently. Maki said lightly. This group of Rockets people actually do a big job like Feng Yuan. Compared with them, Feng Yuan's Ocean Team and Lava Team are both safe. Thinking of recent experience, Xiao Zhuer couldn't help but complain. This group of people from underground organizations is really worry-free. They have to make a lot of noise every time, and the same is true for Hezhong's Plasma Group. Their boss has also recently constantly delivered speeches in various places, making it very messy. Yes, I really want to see a super ruthless person appear in the future and directly remove all the underground organizations. In that case the world should become much better. Maki imagined. He has this idea but he doesn't have that ability yet. The two of them chatted and talked but they didn't feel the tension at the enemy's base camp. Soon they arrived at the end of the maze. The territory after the maze became an extremely gloomy cemetery. A large wasteland was covered with tombstones with a sense of age. From time to time there were breezes from unknown to know where they came from, making a gentle wailing sound, but it was like this. The grave-like land is very suitable. Are we already reached the second level? Looking at the two clearly divided realms, Maki couldn't help but complain. There was still a very modern mechanical maze in front which suddenly turned into a gloomy and terrifying cemetery. Such a transformation is really unacceptable. Just like playing a game and passing the level. After passing the level 1, the scene of the second level suddenly changed. Masaki, I'm a little scared. Xiao Zhu'er looked trembling, then she leaned on Masaka, naturally holding Masaka's arm tightly with both hands, as skillful as if she had rehearsed many times. Don't be afraid, don't forget we have Pokemon. Even if there are really ghosts we can knock them down, Maki said confidently. Although there are really things like ghosts in the Pokemon world, they are usually called ghost attribute Pokemon. But people's fear of ghosts is usually based on the premise that ghosts cannot be harmed. If one day humans can also harm ghosts, then we can believe that some brave people will definitely make ghosts pay the price. The ghostly attributed Pokemon is such a ghost that can be hurt, so there is no pressure from the true tree. Well, I was very scared just now, but as soon as I hugged the tree I felt at ease. Genshu, can I hold you like this all the time? Xiao Zhu'er suddenly changed her tone and her voice became a little sweet. It's so fucked that this makes the real tree a little unable to hold on. Don't worry, I will protect you so I don't have to hold me anymore. Let's go in and take a look. Maki quickly accelerated her pace and stepped into the cemetery. It's really a bit uncomfortable to get used to the touch of metal floors and suddenly step on this kind of soft land. Adapt. Xiao Zhu'er also let go of the real tree tactfully, but she still held the real tree's hand. The real tree did not let go, so she let her hold it. This made Xiao Zhu'er secretly happy. This was actually her little trick. If you directly ask the Maki to hold hands, the Maki will definitely not accept it, but if you hold the Maki first and then hold hands, the Maki will accept it. The wind in the cemetery was very cool and there was even a bit of wet feeling. I don't know how the rockets made such disgusting wind in this confined space. It is very likely that the one who stayed here, the team member's masterpiece. There has always been no shortage of inventors in their team and all the players have strong hands-on skill. Just like the trio of Alligator seen in the animation of the previous life, they can always make some strange inventions and various robots can be created at will. It is really amazing. He advanced dozens of meters further forward and at this time a gust of demonic wind blew. The moment the wind was blowing, goosebumps suddenly crawled on Maki's back. He felt a wet tongue licking every place that was blown by the wind. A low voice came from his ears and the vague voice seemed to be shouting, "Give me back my life. There is a ghost in the real tree. It seems to be behind me." Xiao Zhu'er was really a little scared this time and hugged the real tree tightly again. She admitted that when she was outside the cemetery just now she did have the ingredients to pretend, but this time she was really scared. After the gust of wind blew, she felt that her back suddenly became very heavy. It was like there was a person lying behind her. That weight, that touch. It's impossible to be wrong. There are dirty things behind her. There is no ghost. There is nothing on your back. You don't have to scare yourself. Maki glanced at Xiao Zhu'er's back. There was nothing behind her. It should be just her illusion. Zhang Zhenshou, look ahead. Zhenshu confirmed the situation behind Xiao Zhu'er, but Xiao Zhu'er on the other side tightly grabbed his sleeve. What's wrong? Is there something in front of me? I'll go. As soon as I turned around, Maki was shocked because there was indeed a tall man standing in front of him. It was wearing a morning suit with a pale face as if it had been dead for dozens of days, and its limbs were thin, basically no different from skeleton. It's really a ghost. Maki was shocked by this unindividual thing and subconsciously released a wave of missiles to attack the man. The dry man also opened his mouth and spit out a large wave of flame. The flames and the wave missile collided and a strong shock wave spread. Feeling this familiar shock wave, Maki's eyes were no longer turbid and suddenly became clear. You are not a ghost. You are Lucario. First of all, ghosts should not use a more positive energy like flame. Moreover, if you use real flames, the temperature rise should be noticed around you. But I didn't feel all these feelings. Instead, I felt the fluctuations of the collision between two wave missiles. It was not flame but wave missiles. So all of this is an illusion. Chapter 55, Ghost Core. After Maki finished saying those words, the world suddenly changed and all the gloomy tombs around disappeared, turning into a vast hall covered with green screen. The evil ghost in the shroud also turned into a confused Lucario, and Xiao Zhu'er also felt that the evil ghost on her back had disappeared and became relatively umbrella ed. Not far from Maki and the others, a man in a white coat and rocket's uniform suddenly appeared. He had long hair, a beard on his face, and there was a machine net to him that was unknown to use. Seeing that the surroundings had turned back to their original state, he couldn't help but sigh and said the codes for details were not processed well. Sure enough, the invention could not deceive himself. If a small detail is wrong, it will cause him to fall into it. The person in the illusion discovered the clues and you discovered them, which was a punishment for me that I was not meticulous enough. What a terrible invention. Unfortunately, it comes from a person like you. I think your machines should be crying too. They could have been used to benefit humans, but they were used to give humans by people like you. It's so sad to bring fear, Maki said softly. He has always been disgusted with organizations like the Rockets who master cutting-edge technology. People with bad minds have too strong power, which will only bring chaos to the world. Hearing Maki's words, the Rockets man couldn't help laughing. He laughed so wildly as if he even laughed out loud. After calming down, he said, ha ha ha, it's such a naive statement. Those high-ranking Alliance scholars will not recognize my art at all. They will only trample my hard work on the soles of my feet and then spit on top of it. Without Boss, my research would not be successful at all. We are all a group of failed people, and we only gained a new life when we met Boss. Boss Kitatsu, I remember that the Rockets should have only one Sakeke. Where did you Boss Kitatsu come from? Could it be that you are a traitor to the Rocket? Maki grabbed the suspicion and asked. He originally thought that this was another incident of Sakage's envoy, but he didn't expect that this group of people might be traitors within the Rocket. As soon as he heard Maki mention Sakeke, the Rocket's manzi suddenly changed his face. He spat hard and said, Sakage, don't be with me and that guy. He is also the same guy as those senior executives of the Alliance. He is not worthy of being our boss at all. Only Kitatsu boss is the one who can really guide us toward a bright future. Hearing this, Maki was basically sure that the incident here had nothing to do with Sakeke but was the work of these Rockets traitors. It's so pitiful. I was abandoned by the League and the Rocket. Now I can only stay in such a place where I don't see the light of day in front of the shy mouth. I probably know why you are not welcome anywhere, just you. I think it is normal for you to be abandoned with such a low-powered personality, Masaka said lightly. Yes, you can live with the dirty fantasies in your head for the rest of your life. It's better to use the machine you invented to create a fantasy you like and live in the fantasy for the rest of your life. After all, you are a coward who can only escape. Xiao Zhuer also learned from Maki's tone and teased each other. Hearing the words of the two, the Rockets man seemed to have been posed and poured a lot of salt water on the wound. He covered his head and rolled on the ground. He didn't know what he was performing. After a performance, he stood up again, took out more than a dozen elves' balls from his body and said, it seems that you are also inferior humans who cannot communicate. Then my ghost army will destroy you, and prepare to you tremble under the most desperate fear. You must pay the price of your life for what you say. Ha 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 ha. It seems he is crazy. The Rockets man's hoarse threatening did not scare his opponent at all. Xiao Zhuer was still whispering to Maki calmly. Yes, his condition is indeed not right, but we cannot take it lightly. The so-called ghost army is probably composed of many ghostly Pokemon. Xiao Zhuer, you have to be careful not to be sneak attacked again. Maki became seriously and prepared to fight with the Pokemon. Click. The Rockets man threw all the elf balls on the ground, and the elf balls opened together, lit up a violent white light. In the white light, many black shadows can be seen appearing, and then they disappear from their original position. Haha, this is the invisible ghost army. You must be careful. Ghosts are everywhere. You are ready to wait for destruction in endless fear. The man opened his hands and smiled wildly. Facing the crazy provocation of the Rockets man, Maki seemed calm. This is not necessarily the case. Although I don't know what you are laughing at, I can tell you very responsibly that the ghost you trust is truly strong. There is no way to hide in front of the person. Indeed, the ghostly attribute Pokemon that can hide its own trait will cause a headache for the opponent, but this is not without a cracking method. For example, some Pokemon can find hidden ones by learning skills. Ghost Pokemon. A more powerful way is to discover it directly through the senses. For example, some canine Pokemon have special spiritual consciousness and can directly detect the location of the ghost. Lucario of the True Tree is even more abnormal. It is like a super radar that can capture all Pokemon's waveguide. Through the waveguide, it can lock the enemy's position. Besides, the True Tree has another way to discover their location, that is his data analysis eye. Although the ghost core are hidden, the True Tree can still see many data panels lying in the air. That scene, it's really not too spectacular. Moreover, there is also good news. Although the number of ghost core is large, their strength is not very good. Their average level is only level 15. If such strength is not hidden, it will probably be killed by the Pokemons of the True Tree in one move. Everyone launch an attack directly in the direction I pointed. Don't hesitate, Maki commanded. Hearing Maki's countermeasures, the Rockets man laughed again. Ha ha ha, do you want to try it? Just try it. You You will never find my ghost core in your life. The Rockets man's smile lasted for only about 5 seconds. After Maki began to command, his mouth began to open hugely and he couldn't laugh at all. Chapter 56. The Boss of Bu. Every time Maki commands, he can find a ghost's position and he can accurately find the direction they escape. He killed several opponents in just a few waves. Moreover, the counter-attack of the ghost core can always be predicted in advance by Maki and will give them a fierce counter-attack. In this battle rhythm that suffocated the Rockets men, the ghost core he was proud of was in less than a few rounds. It was solved by Maki in such an understatement. After solving all Pokemon's 2 vine whips reached out directly tied him firmly, making him unable to move. Maki, who appeared beside him at some point, was searching him. How did you do it? Why do you seem to be able to see the ghost core? Is this a superpower? The Rockets man asked unwillingly. Compared to his previous hysteria, he is now, it seems, submissive. Yes, my eyes can see through yin and yang and ghost can't escape my magic eyes at all, Maki replied casually. Maki is becoming more and more proficient in dealing with prisoners. Just say a few words here. He has searched all the belongings of the Rockets man and even his clothes and pants have been stripped off. The only pair of shorts on his body is the last respect Maki left to him. I am worthy of being a genius in the league. It's different from a waste like me. Let's do it quickly, don't waste time. The Rockets man closed his eyes as if he accepted his fate and quietly waited for the true tree. The trial. No, I have never been a genius. I am just an ordinary person with dog luck. Don't think about dying. Then I'll be ready to spend your life in prison. By the way, your machine is pretty good. Interestingly, I will belong to me in the future. At least I have made some contribution to the society, Masaka said lightly, naturally putting away the things that had just created the illusion. This thing has great potential, just like Maki's VR device in his previous life, and it is a super high-end version. It can completely simulate a world of super high reality for users. Not only visual and auditory aspects but also sensations like smell and touch can present you with the same realities. If a machine like this is a bit improved by people from Duan Company, then take it to watch videos, play games, etc. Wouldn't that be awesome? In other words, the Rocket's brain circuit is too clear. They made such a powerful thing but thought it was scary. No wonder no one appreciated him. If Genshu had the technical ability to create such a powerful machine, he might have become the boss of a big company long ago. As for the Rockets men's ghost core, Maki gave all the elf balls to Xiao Zhuer and then prepared them to donate them to charity and distributed these misguided Pokemon to trainers in need. After dealing with various objects on the man's body, the NET step is the harsh interrogation process. Maybe this person has been defeated by Maki, or maybe he is afraid. In short, the interrogation process is very smooth. Almost every question is answered and the efficiency is very high. Through interrogation, Maki learned about the origin of these people. It turned out that these people were small groups composed of several members who were not satisfied with the Rocket. Their boss is a researcher named Kitatsu. He is very capable but he is not appreciated by Sakagas, so he secretly won over 3 members who were similar to his Eparians and formed a defection team, and he successfully stole the gene bank and funds through a loophole in the Rocket security and then fled to Fengyuan overnight to conduct an e-pariment, saying that he wanted to shock the whole world through this e-pariment. However, only the BIA researchers themselves knew the specific content of the e-pariment. They just did chores for him and caught Pokemon at BIA's instructions. After all, the 3 of them also have their own research directions, such as the member who turned into black charcoal in front, whose research direction is the mecha that can compete with Pokemon, and he himself is this kind of machine that creates illusion. As for the last one, the equipment to wear for Pokemon, the 3 young members who were depressed and unsuccessful in the Rockets were all such talented inventors. Maki was very moved when she heard this. No wonder the Rockets can become the leader of the Pokemon World Underground organization. It's really nothing to say about this talent reserve. After asking what to ask, Maki tied the Rockets player up in a big way, tied him up tightly like a mummy and hung it directly on the metal wall NET to him. In this way there is no need to worry about this guy running away. You can leave him here and wait for the Alliance to come and accept him later. Maki and the others are going to continue moving forward. According to the information they just obtained, there are only 2 enemies left in this new Zijin base. One is a Rocket's younger brother who is in the research direction of Pokemon equipment. It is said that his Pokemon is a monster brought out from the Rocket. He is not very strong and wins through his equipment. Another person is the boss behind this incident, a researcher Bu. He has nothing to do with information about him. At present he only knows that his research direction is genetic and is a student of Dr. Fuji on the Rocket. At this time, the laboratory deep in the new purple corsage, a long-haired man in a white coat was sitting in front of the computer. He looked at the compile data that ordinary people could not understand, but he showed an intuition. Researcher Kitatsu's fingers quickly typing on the keyboard murmured, "Give me some more time and it will will be born. Humph Sakagi and Fuji, let you see my talent. Ikatatsu talent. He is the most talented researcher in the world. At this time the door of the laboratory was pushed open and a teenager in the rocket's uniform walked in. Boss BO0ER was also defeated by the invaders. The invaders are now coming here. They are very strong. I'm afraid I can't stop them, the rockets whispered. The boy lowered his head as soon as he entered the laboratory and did not dare to look at the BO researcher. It's okay, the experiment is about to be completed. Just lock them for a while. 03 The number 2 elf ball on the table, you can deal with them. Researcher BO's eyes never left the computer screen. Said lightly, okay boss, I will definitely complete the task and stop them and will not let them disturb the experiment. Hearing BO's words, Zero-san suddenly felt at ease. He took the number 2 elf ball on the table. Jing left the laboratory. For a moment the laboratory became extremely quiet and only rhythmic keyboard tapping sound. Chapter 57 Superpowered Person. New Zijin in the channel. After solving the second rocket's team member Mashu and Xiao Juer continued to move forward. The road behind was smooth and there was not even a Pokemon blocking it. There was silence around and only their own footsteps could be heard. Masaka, the surroundings are too quiet, there will be no ambush, right? Xiao Juer frowned. She didn't like this quiet atmosphere very much. Yes, according to Lucario's exploration the wave guides of the remaining two are not far ahead. We must be more careful, Maki said. He always remained vigilant and did not rely because of his Rela-ed defense here. At this time a sound of gentle footsteps suddenly came from the road ahead. When I looked up I saw that it was a Rockets boy. He was wearing a black Rockets uniform and his face covered by a black baseball cap. He seemed to be a little too young. BASBSB. The Rockets boy suddenly clapped his hands and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to be so powerful that you can actually make it all the way here. Fenjai Yuan's trainer is really talented. I've gained some knowledge. Little kid, where is your adult? Can you help me find him? Be good, don't stop us from doing things. Xiao Juer teased. Yes, he joined the Rockets at a young age. The future is really promising. He will definitely become an amazing big shot in the future. Maki also agreed. Although the boy opposite was dressed very maturely on purpose, his face and his thin figure were clearly the same child. Damn it, you will pay the price for it. Remember my name. The person who killed you is Zero-san. When the two of them teased each other, Zero-san couldn't hold it back and said, gritting his teeth, he suffered from a special disease. Although he was in his 30s he looked like a child. Because of this Zero-san was often teased by others, which became his reverse scale. As long as someone mentioned this he will get angry. No more said anything. Zero-san took out the number 2 Pokemon ball he just got and prepared to start the battle. When the elf ball opened, a white light lit up and then it appeared a large Pokemon. It floated in the air. Its whole body was blue and white. Its bloody mouth was huge, revealing 4 sharp teeth, 2 long beards floating on both sides, and a 3-pointed horn was pressed on the top of its head. The Pokemon that appeared was Gyarados. Gyarados male. Qualification level blue. Attributes water flight. Characteristics excessive self-confidence. Strength level 39. Senior level 30-40. Introduction. The vicious Pokemon is said to have evolved from the Carp King to Gyarados because the structure of brain cells will be reorganized so the personality will become violent. Damn it, I was cheated. Maki cursed inwardly. When the interrogation was just now, the man did not say that there was such a strong Gyarados in 03. Gyarados reached level 39, forming a huge suppression of strength on their side. You should know that the strongest Pokemon on Maki has only reached level 25. Xiao Juer, prepare for battle and let your Thunder and Lightning Zebra attack. Maki mobilized his Pokemon while communicating with Xiao Juer. Their advantage is that they can play one more, which has a numerical advantage, and Xiao Juer's Thunder Zebra happens to be a Pokemon with electric attributes and can be called the nemesis of Gyarados. Because the attribute combination of Gyarados is water plus flight, it will be restrained by 4 times the electric attribute. The 4 Pokemons quickly dispersed surrounding Gyarados in the middle, and the green vine snake took the lead in attacking, and 2 vine whips tended out to try to tie Gyarados' body. Lucario also launched a ball of wave missiles, forming a joint attack with the 100,000 volts of the Thunderbolt Zebra. It's useless. With my equipment strengthening, Gyarados' biggest weakness is no longer a weakness. Zero-san pressed the button in his hand and the equipment on Gyarados was activated and its whole body was suddenly covered by a set of mechanical armor. As soon as the green vine snake vine whip approached, it was cut off by the blades stretched out from the Gyarados armor, and the 100,000 volts of current connected were also absorbed by the pair of armor. Xiao Juer, be careful, its armor has the ability to absorb current. Maki shouted. Useless. Gyarados, attack the Thunder and Lightning Zebra. Zero-san ordered. To him the Thunder Zebra is the most threatening one. Gyarados roared and rushed towards the Thunder and Lightning Zebra. His whole body was covered with a layer of colorless energy and directly hit the Thunder and Lightning Zebra. The mecha on its body popped up many spikes when it touched the the Thunderbolt Zebra, causing severe damage to the Thunderbolt Zebra. The Thunderbolt Zebra could not withstand the damage and fell into a coma. The situation took a sharp turn. Gyarados had protection from electric armor, and he also damaged the general of the Thunder and Lightning Zebra. Now is not the time to hesitate. Training space start. Time seemed to be stopped and the surrounding space quickly became distorted. Maki felt the scene in front of him change a little. After a while he appeared in a strange space, and beside him were his 3 little Pokemon. Seeing that everyone was there, Maki breathed a sigh of relief. Gensha, where is this place? Xiao Zhuer said in confusion. She was just fighting against Gyarados, and the Thunder and Lightning Zebra was knocked down by Gyarados, and the net moment Shay found that the scene in front of me changed. The Gyarado disappeared and the Thunder and Lightning Zebra had appeared in her arms. This is a space, and the flow rate of time is different from that of the outside world. After a year the outside world will only pass by 1 second. Because the situation is urgent, I activated this special ability. Maki E-Plane. Unexpectedly the system actually sent Xiao Zhuer and the Thunder Zebra in together. It should be a good thing because Xiao Zhuer and the Thunder Zebra also had a year to improve themselves, and they would be more confident after they went out. Oh my god, Dashi, are you a superpower? You actually have such magical abilities. Xiao Zhuer's eyes shining. Maki nodded and said seriously, yes, I am a superpower. This is my special ability. It can only be used once in my life. We must grasp this period of time, work hard to improve our strength, and turn around when we go out situation. Fortunately there are people like superpowers in the Pokemon world, otherwise Masaki wouldn't know how to E-Plane it. Xiao Zhuer is also worthy of being a person in the Pokemon world. She has a strong ability to accept, and she suddenly accepted Maki's identity. Now her eyes were full of admiration when she saw Maki, which really made Maki a little amused. After healing the Thunder and Lightning Zebra, everyone officially entered a state of cultivation. With the pressure of the outside world, everyone entered a state of full commitment. This is probably what the blue one looked like in the space. Chapter 58 Super Evolution. Time flies in the training space very quickly, and a year has passed. When the real tree came to its senses, time was still at the moment when Gyarado attacked the Thunderbolt Zebra. Ha ha ha, now the only Thunder and Lightning Zebra that you may pose a threat to Gyarados has lost their combat ability. What are you going to fight me? Zero-san laughed wildly. He himself never thought that he would have such a day. The Rocket Sparely, who was originally looked down upon by everyone, can now defeat the hall owner in the battle. This contrast made Zero-san fly happily. Oh, is this really the case? Look behind Gyarados, Maki suddenly said. Hearing Maki's words, Zero-san subconsciously looked at the Thunderbolt Zebra, who had already fallen to the ground in pain, but was surprised to find that the Thunderbolt Zebra had stood up at some point and looked energetic, as if he was better than before. Much stronger. Impossible, I just saw it. The Thunder and Lightning Zebra was knocked down by a Gyarado. This must be an illusion. Gyarado, knock it down again. Looking at the scene in front of me, Zero-san widened his eyes and even had doubts about himself for a while. After receiving the command, Gyarado turned his head without hesitation and launched an attack on the Thunder and Lightning Zebra. Although it was also puzzled that the enemy he had just defeated stood up again, the solution to the problem was also very simple, that is, just knock the other side down again. But this time Gyarado's attempt failed. When it collided with its body with its colorless energy and its body with its Lightning Zebra, it was evenly matched, and some current even penetrated Gyarado. The armor pierced its body. What's going on? That wasn't the case just now. The Gyarado separated from the Thunder Zebra had a big doubt in her eyes. No, the opponent who could still control it casually in the last second would become evenly matched with it in the net second. Impossible. What did you do? Why did you suddenly become so strong? Zebra really couldn't believe everything in front of you. It was real, and its strength increased by a higher level in an instant. Is this possible? The good show has just begun, Maki said softly. His hair was windless and a mysterious aura surrounded his whole body. What surged around his body was a powerful bonding force, and the keystone in his hand had already shined with the colorful light which was connected with the evolutionary fossil on the mantis beside him. Yes, during the year in the training space, the flying mantis has completely absorbed the metal film and evolved into a completely new form, the giant clamp mantis. In an instant the fossil on the body of the giant clamp mantis shone with light, and a purple energy cocoon spread from inside and out of the evolution fossil wrapping the giant clamp mantis. The gathered dream crystal will open a new door to evolution and become a path to shine with light. Mega Evolve Super Giant Pliers Mantis. After a moment the purple cocoon plotted, and the giant mantis had already taken a brand new look. The red armor on the whole body was covered with a lot of black steel, and it was shining with a dazzling metallic luster. The originally flat double clamps became fierce, just like a cathode. No matter how many times I have watched it, it's so handsome. Maki and Mega have evolved. Xiao Zhuer, who was watching, smiled lightly, and her eyes were full of longing when she looked at Maki. She felt that the real tree was like like a treasure chest and would give her many surprises from time to time. Impossible. I was obviously a flying mantis just now. Why did it suddenly evolve? And the giant clamp mantis is already in its final form. Why can it continue to evolve? Zero-san covered his head, his face full of his eyes. Unbelievable. Everything that just happened almost subverted his views. Everything was fine, but he used the Gyarados given by the boss of Bio as expected. But just after Gyarados defeated the Thunderbolt Zebra, it should have only been a blink of an eye. Then the enemy who had lost the ability to fight stood up and became stronger. Then even more outrageously, the other enemy not only became stronger but also showed an unheard of evolution in front of him. How could he accept this? Is there any problem in this world? Zero-san fell into deep suspicion of the world and temporarily blocked his perception of the outside world, just like a computer that was attacked by a virus and became frozen. Net Maki directed the super giant mantis and knocked his Gyarados away with one plier, and even the armor on Gyarados was smashed to pieces. The super giant mantis quickly came to Gyarados and applied it on the wall with one plier and kept hitting it until Gyarados turned into a pig's head and stopped after being unconscious. During the entire unilateral beating, Zero-san did not move at all, just stood there blankly. No matter what kind of screams Gyarados let out, he kept calling his temporary trainer, but Zero-san just didn't react. At that moment Gyarados was also desperate. The green bug that could have been easily dealt with suddenly turned into a red steel worm and then easily beat it, pounding it like a gopher. This is called it. How come it is can be accepted? After the battle, the super evolutionary energy on the super giant clamp mantis dissipated and turned back to the giant clamp mantis. Everyone surrounded Zero-san watching the human-shaped statue. Zhenshu, what should I do? He seemed stupid and had no reaction at all. He could have become a vegetable, Xiao Zhuer said in confusion. She shook her hand gently in front of Zero-san's eyes, but Zero-san had no reaction at all, and even her eyes were dull like a puppet. It's so pitiful. I didn't expect his psychological endurance to be so weak, but this is not enough. However, this is also the punishment he deserved, Maki said lightly. In fact, any normal person will suffer a certain psychological impact when facing such outrageous situations. However, Maki will not sympathize with Zero-san. If he does not have the trump card of training space, his life will probably be him and Xiao Zhuer. Unexpectedly, when Zero-san heard the voice of Maki, he suddenly reacted. He looked at Maki, his whole body trembling and his pupils unconsciously magnified as if he had seen some terrifying evil spirit. There are ghosts. Who will save me? There are ghosts. Zero-san ran backward, but after just one step he fell down. He crawled forward but did not realize that it was not an it in front of him but a hard metal wall. Bang! A dull sound came and Zero-san's head hit the wall hard and fainted directly. Chapter 59. The method of heating up. Masaki, what's wrong with him? Xiao Zhuer was obviously scared by Zero-san's strange behavior. Just like his crazy look just now, people who don't know really thought they ran out of the mad asylum. It should be because of excessive stimulation that caused mental disorder. Masaki didn't say much and started the treasure touching process again. He searched all over Zero-san's body and even took off his clothes. Not to mention there are quite a lot of things found, and there are more than 10,000 league coins alone, so they were naturally confiscated directly by the tree. The rest are props such as injury medicine and elf balls. The thing that Maki was most interested in was not found. He originally wanted to see if there were any technological props on him that were equipped with Pokemon, but unfortunately he didn't find it. But then I thought about it, this kind of thing should be difficult to put on my body, so I can search in his laboratory. After searching, Maki gave Zero-san another beautiful tortoise shell, tied him up. Recently there have been more people tied up and Masaki's rope skills have been improved a lot. In my previous life I might be able to use a rope art guide in a certain video industry in a certain island country. 03's Pokemon, a Gyarados that was just defeated. The other one is pretending to be Abbott. He should have taken it from the rocket. The rockets should have experience into IC Pokemon cultivation and have established a sound Pokemon cultivation base that can continuously provide them with highly talented Pokemon, and Abbott, Snake and Gas Bomb are Rocket, the two Pokemon that the team is best at cultivating. Pokemon training base is a necessary department for every large underground organization. Without its own exclusive training base it cannot be called a large organization. After all, Pokemon is the strongest representative of force in this world. How can you, an underground organization, not even the source of weapon? Maki properly collected these two elves balls. Although he did not plan to cultivate them, these elves balls were still useful, such as throwing them out at critical moments to block the knife for him or giving them to those in need. People are all good choices. Gyarados of 02 are really powerful. If it weren't for the training space of the Maki, even if they could win this battle, it would have been a tragic victory. It would not have been so easy to crush it. This year's training really made several Pokemon gain a lot. Looking at their current panels, the tree is full of pride. Green vine vine snake female. Qualification level purple. Attribute grass. Features sing the opposite tune. Strength level 32 senior level 30-40. Skills leaf blade vine whip impact stare super sucking big snake staring parasitic seed flying leaves storm. Giant pintail mantis male. Qualification level purple. Attributes steel insect. Features technical e-pert. Strength level 32 senior level 30-40. Skills continuous / wing attack stare point until the end high speed movement shadow clone gathering energy iron wall bullet fist. Lucario male. Qualification level purple. Attributes steel fighting. Characteristics mental power. Strength level 26 proficiency level 20-30. Skills wave missile flying knee kick see through help harsh sound bullet fist metal claw electric light flash. Everyone's strength has improved greatly. The green vine snake and the giant pintail mantis have reached level 32 while Lucario has also reached level 26. The Qingteng snake learned a very powerful skill Fei Storm. Fei Storm was originally a skill with strong side effect. Although it has very high power, it will cause a significant decrease in special attacks after use. However, under the influence of the characteristics of the Qingveng snake, this side effect will become a super gain effect. After using the Fei Storm, the special attack will not only not decrease but will be greatly improved. Therefore, the green vine snake that learns to fly leaf storm can be strengthened while fighting, which is really perverted. After the evolution of the giant clamp mantis, he also learned several skills by himself, such as his signature skill Bullet Fist. Bullet Fist is a physical skill with steel attribute. Although it is relatively small in power, it has a high speed increase and can make a very fast attack. In addition, the low power of the Bullet Fist can just match the characteristics of the giant clamp mantis. The technical e-pert makes the Bullet Fist increase by 50%, which is really abnormal. After finishing everything, Mashu and Xiao Zhu'er continued to move forward, preparing to go to the depths of Xin Zijin and break up with the man named Biu. After coming to the depths of the new purple corundum, the temperature suddenly dropped and a thick layer of frost formed on the surrounding walls. Masaki, it's so cold here. Xiao Zhu'er kept breathing out the heat and naturally grabbed Masaki's hand. After staying in the training space with Maki for a whole year, they are already very familiar friends. This should be required for the e-periment. That guy probably needs to use a machine that generates very high heat in his e-periment so he cools down like this. However, their physical fitness is really good. He can wear such thin clothes every day. Clothes live here. Maki complained. When he is cold, he will want a Pokemon with fire attribute. Not to mention anything else, at least he is invincible in giving you warmth. Think about how happy it would be to have a stove that can automatically follow you in the cold winter. As for the Pokemons of Maki's own, they are completely unreliable. Not only can they not produce fire, they are also afraid of fire. Maki just discovered that his team had a fatal weakness, that is, they were all weak in fire. The green vine snake and Lucario were twice restrained by the fire attribute. As for the giant clamp mantis, they were even more heavyweight and were 4 by the fire attribute restraint. So in order to make up for this weakness, Maki felt that his NET Pokemon choice would be best to resist the fire attribute. After walking a while, the temperature here was even lower, and even Lucario on the road could not stand back and wait for a rest in the elf ball. My shoe, I'm still so cold, what should I do? Xiao Zhu'er's voice trembled. Her lips were a little purple when frozen and her body kept shaking. Judging from her appearance, she obviously had some symptoms of loss of temperature. Let's go back. This won't work. If you lose temperature for too long, you will die. Seeing Xiao Zhu'er's appearance, Masha felt a little distressed and took her hand and wanted to walk back. However, Xiao Zhu'er grabbed Shizu and said, "No Shizu, I thought of a way to relieve the cold." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Zhu'er threw herself into Mashu's arms and her two bodies were tightly pressed together. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Both of them turned red quickly and their body temperature also rose. Chapter 60. The wrench is too hard. Masaki, can you take out the wrench in your pocket? It's too hard and it's against me. Why do you have to stuff a wrench into your pants? The two hugged quietly for a while and Xiao Zhu'er suddenly broke the silence. Her face turned red and she looked no longer cold. Hearing Xiao Zhu'er's words, Masha paused, coughed twice again and said, "Well, as a trainer with bicycles, I always have to repair cars or something on the road. It's reasonable for me to carry a wrench with me." Well, it's true. If the car broke down halfway, it would be very trouble. Xiao Zhu'er laughed softly. She buried her head into Maki's chest again, sucked twice hard and murmured softly, "Ah, Maki's taste is great. Thank you for the hospitality, Maki. You are so perverted, Senior Xiao Zhu'er." Maki gently patted a perky part behind Xiao Zhu'er and teased softly, "Hehe, you met me on the first day, Xiao Zhenshu." Xiao Zhu'er smiled and suddenly raised her head and looked at Zongshu with gentleness. "Strictly speaking, if it is not considered a year in the training space, we only thought we had known each other for a few hours." "Masaki," he said softly, looking at Xiao Zhu'er, suddenly looked at his eyes seriously and he asked again, "What's wrong? Senior Xiao Zhu'er. Zhenshu, I'm so happy now. I really want time to stop at this moment forever. Xiao Zhu'er looked at Zhongshu like this and told her gently. Her pupils were full of reflections of Zhongshu. I promise you that you will definitely be happier in the future than now, so can you promise me something? Maki and Xiao Zhu'er looked at each other and said softly, well Masaki, I will agree, I can agree to anything. Xiao Zhu'er raised her head, her eyes full of anxiety. Is anything really okay? My request is a little too much. Maki suddenly smiled evilly, and with that handsome face it was quite lethal. Well, if it's true, that's okay. Hearing the words of the master, Xiao Zhu'er lowered her head and her face suddenly turned red to the base of her neck, paused for a while and then said slowly like a mosquito, okay, since you promised me, then don't hug me first. I've found a way to keep warm, and don't cry so easily in the future. I'll be sad when I see you crying. Maki said. He gently let go of Xiao Zhu'er and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Just now the system suddenly prompted that it was detected that the host was in an extremely cold environment which was likely to endanger life, so it gave me a few bottles of warm-up potions, saying that after drinking it would form an insulation layer on the surface of the body. I took off all my clothes and didn't feel cold at all. With this kind of warmth you naturally don't have to hold it all the time. Although Maki likes the feeling of holding her, it's not a big deal to stay still. They have to seize the time to deal with the last, be a researcher. So what you said is this? Xiao Zhu'er held the warm-up potion in her hand, her face full of disbelief. The atmosphere was so strong that Mashu actually sent her with a bottle of this thing. It's really hateful. She thought that Maki would. I heard that this potion is quite bitter. Forced you to drink bitter potion should be considered an excessive requirement. After all, what you don't like the most is the bitter thing. However, Senior Xiao Zhu'er, since you have agreed to me, then you can't regret it anymore. Maki once again showed an evil smile, but it made people feel disgusted. Damn it, Xiao Zhenshu, he actually treated me like this and promised me to make me happy under the coercion and temptation of Zhongshu. Xiao Zhu'er could only pinch her nose and drink the one from Zhongshu. Although the liquid was very bitter, she still drank it all. After all this was agreed with Zhenshu, she will definitely complete this request from Zhenshu. Hey, I'm really not cold anymore, it's so amazing, real tree. Xiao Zhu'er, who drank the potion, looked surprised. The biting cold that had just felt was gone all of a sudden. She walked around the place and then he jumped into Maki's arms happily. Stop, 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 hug it first. Senior Xiao Zhu'er, let's hurry up. First, would you please hug it net time? Seeing Xiao Zhu'er's disagreement and hibernate into her arms, Masha smiled bitterly. If they keep holding on like this, should they still do serious things? Of course it is absolutely okay to postpone it until the net time. Okay, I promised you don't regret it. I'll hug you net time. Please tell me clearly when it will be net time and then swear don't regret it. Xiao Zhu'er said, and she suddenly left Maki's arms. Show a successful smile. Okay, no problem. Maki agreed with a smile. Hey, I said. Maki looked reluctant to hug me, but she actually thought about it very much. After all, your body is very honest, so cute, Maki. Xiao Zhu'er suddenly said playfully and gently hooked Zhenshu's chin. Now that it was Maki who turned into a big blushing face, he suddenly accelerated his pace, pretended to have a dry cough and then said, no, Senior Xiao Zhu'er, let's go quickly. Well, wait for me, Mashu. Looking at Mashu's embarrassing look, Xiao Zhu'er covered her mouth and chuckled, then caught up with Mashu and grabbed his collar. The two continued to move towards the depths of Xinzisi, and Maki also drank warm potions for the Pokemon. In this way, when the battle was fought later, they would not be unable to exert their strength because of the cold. After all, a few small ones are still very afraid of the cold, especially the green vine snake. When it is cold, she won't even move. As a snake in grass, she is born to be very afraid of the cold. It can only be said that fortunately the green vine snake did not have the habit of hibernating like the snake in the previous life of the snake, otherwise the snake would have cried to death. After drinking the warm-up potion, the green vine snake suddenly changed from a motionless way snake back to the original young girl snake. She occupied Maki's right shoulder and was always on guard against the little Zhu'er behind her. After a year in the training space, she had confronted Xiao Zhu'er many times for this territory. The green vine snake knew very well that woman's desire for the shoulders of the tree, so every time Xiao Zhu'er and the tree were close, the green vine snake would firmly occupy the shoulders of the tree and would not give Xiao Zhu'er any chance at all. This is the war between them. Chapter 61 Fusion Pokemon. Deep in the new purple corundum, the master tree and the little Juju continued to explore the depth. There seems to be movement in front of the tree. The voice of the green vine snake suddenly came to the tree. A sound in my ears. She stared at the passage in front and there was movement in that place. It's a Pokemon waveguide, but this kind of waveguide is very strange. Lucario was also communicating with Masaki. It has never seen such a waveguide. This waveguide is like a ball of wool entangled together in chaos, and it doesn't look like a normal Pokemon at all. Well, I understand. Everyone beware, there is movement ahead. Maki also vaguely heard the dull footsteps coming from the front. It seems that the guy is not small in weight and he can make such a big noise from a distance. Moreover, the guy should be quite confident in his strength and does not hide the noise he makes at all. Masaki, could it be the man named Biu? Xiao Zhuer said worriedly. Logically speaking, the only remaining enemy of this new Zijin is the so-called Biu boss. It shouldn't be Lucario's feeling that Pokemon's wave guide. Maki said. I felt the sound suddenly became louder, so big that both Shishu and Xiao Zhuer could clearly hear it. Finally, at the corner ahead, a quick black shadow rushed out quickly, aiming directly at the real tree and pounced on it. However, Maki's 3 Pokemons were also prepared for a long time and they directly attacked together to repel the black shadow that pounced on Maki. The black shadow fell on the ground in front of him in a mess, and then everyone saw it clearly. The Pokemon in front of me look very strange. Even the real tree with rich Pokemon knowledge reserves could not tell what Pokemon it was. It has many different Pokemon characteristics with wings and fish fins on its body. Its feet are eagle claws and its mouth is covered with tiger-like sharp teeth, but it has a snake-like forked tongue. This is completely a fusion beast. Fusion Pokemon, no gender. Qualification level white. Attribute general. Features none. Strength level 45. Elite level 40-50. Introduction. Artificial Pokemon has a powerful body and no puppet of its own soul. Be careful, this is an artificial Pokemon. Maki shouted. Although this fusion beast has no characteristics, its strength has reached a terrifying level 45 and it is a very terrifying opponent. Is this the product of their experiment? Xiao Zhuer said in shock. The 4-dimensional Pokemon in front of me is artificial and has no idea of its own. It is a monster created as a weapon. There are many ambitious scientists in the Pokemon world who desire to gain powerful powers, so they use the power of science to create many powerful Pokemons as tools they use to kill. Yes, these people are hiding in this dark base to create this kind of monster to satisfy their ulterior motive. This is really a blasphemy to life. Looking at the monster in front of him, Maki felt that very angry. After a few moves with the fusion beast, Mashu discovered that although the fusion beast had no thoughts, it had extremely terrifying combat instinct. Whenever Maki wants Pokemon to siege it, it will nimbly escape and use its strong body to counterattack, causing a lot of trouble to Maki and the others. And after observing the enemy for a while, the fusion monster seemed to have found that only Mashu and Xiao Zhuer were the best persimmons on the field. Therefore, every attack of it is directed towards the real tree or the little chrysanthemum, but it is blocked by the real tree's Pokemon. This won't work. You have to use all your strength to attack and solve it at once, Maki said after being pulled by the fusion beast several times. Now they are trapped in a deep passive state. The fusion beast is too strong. The general moves have no effect on it, but its attack requires several Pokemon to defend together. Giant Pintail Mantis, are you still strong enough? Maki asked. The best way to break the deadlock at present is of course to evolve with Mega, but the Giant Mantis has just been used once. This frequent use will bring a great physical burden to it. Oh, the Giant Pliers Mantis nodded firmly and his eyes were full of fiery eyes at Maki. Bring it on. No need to worry about that much, just evolve. Together defeat the strong enemy. The true tree and the Giant Pliers Mantis have a similar mind and already understands its meaning. The keystone in his hand lit up again, and at the same time the evolutionary fossils on the body of the Giant Lamp Mantis shone together. The gathered power will become the iron fist that runs through the world and become the path to shine with light. Mega evolved. Appear Super Giant Pliers Mantis. The Giant Clamp Mantis has once again evolved in the purple cocoon formed by super evolution energy. A violent light shone and the Super Giant Clamp Mantis flew out quickly. Its speed is very fast and only a red meteor flashes by with his naked eyes, and a figure has appeared in front of the fusion beast. Bullet fist. Bang bang. The iron pliers shining with strong white light fell down and hit the head of the fusion beast. The Super Giant Pliers Mantis opened their bows left and right. Before the fusion beast could react, the fist fell like raindrops, and every time it was accurately hit the head of the fusion beast. The Super Giant Mantis, with the characteristics of a technical expert, plays the skills. Every bullet punch brings a little shock and it suddenly hits the fusion beast to a consciousness and does not fight back at all power. In other words, the fusion beast is a little more resistant to beating. If a normal Pokemon is beaten like this, it would have been no longer possible, but the fusion beast is just a little dizzy. Seeing that the fusion beast was almost dizzy, the Super Giant Mantis stopped bowing and directly clamped the fusion beast's neck with double pliers, signaling everyone to concentrate fire and attack together. The other Pokemons have been waiting for a long time. Seeing the Super Giant Mantis beat the fusion beast so badly, they wished they could replace him. When they heard the instructions of the real tree to gather fire and fuse the beast, they were suddenly very happy and used their strongest attack. The Qingtang snake used the strongest skill, Flying Leaf Storm, that he had just learned recently. In the battle just now, its special attack had long increased to the highest highest level through the continuous flying leaf storm. This recorded the strength of the last flying leaf storm. It can be imagined Lucario had already jumped out and used its most powerful skill, flying knee kick. It had been toned on the spot several times when the super giant mantis was hitting, just waiting to hit this attack. Now the Thunder Zebra also used up 100,000 volts after charging. The attacks of the three Pokemons all fell on the fusion beast regardless of the front and back. Chapter 62 Mental Illness. The neck was pinched by the super giant mantis pliers. The fusion beast could not be used with force. It could only watch the attack land on him, and it was impossible to avoid it. Boom! Under such a powerful attack, the fusion beast just let out a wail and fell softly to the ground. What surprised Maki was that after this powerful fusion beast lost its combat ability, its vitality was losing rapidly. Its strong body quickly became shriveled and its heartbeat almost disappeared. Maki tried to use the power of orange flower to treat it, but found that it had no effect at all. No, why is the power of orange flower ineffective? Maki murmured. The power of orange blossom is a mysterious power given by Shi Rabbi. This energy containing vitality should theoretically be able to treat this symptom of loss of vitality, but when used on fusion beast it has no effect at all. Real tree, don't try it. This fusion beast should be a semi-finished product produced in biological experiment. Its genes are defective and will die if it cannot survive for a long time. This is a collapse at the genetic level which is simply ineffective, Xiao Zhuer said seriously when she was abnormal. She has read related reports before. Hes Hong also had a crazy scientist trying to gather the advantages of various Pokemon through experiments to create the so-called strongest Pokemon. Finally, the four-dimensional defective product like the fusion beast in front of me was created. Since these Pokemons are all produced through violent gene fusion experiments, their genes have more or less natural defect. This also leads to the Pokemon produced by this experiment that can only last for a week at most and will die due to gene collapse. The process of gene collapse is irreversible. At this time, the real tree trying to treat is like adding water to a leaky bucket. No matter what, it will leak light. So that's how it is. After listening to Xiao Zhuer's explanation, Masha stopped inputting the power of orange blossom to the fusion beast and fell into a long silence. At this time, the heart of the fusion beast had completely stopped beating and its body turned into starlight and dissipated in this world. Xiao Zhuer said softly, Real tree, don't be sad. This is the sad fate of the fusion beast. Since they were brought to this world by those irresponsible scientists, their fate has been destined to die. Come to them. Say maybe it's a relief. Looking at the sad look of the heart, Xiao Zhuer also felt a little pain in her heart. She gently hugged Maki from behind, trying to bring him a little warmth. Xiao Zhuer, let's go. Let's go and find that guy named Biu and tell him that wanton blasphemy of life will cost a heavy price. Maki's tone was very firm. He also figured it out. As long as people still exist in this world and as long as people's desires have not disappeared, such things will continue to happen. Whether it is the rabbis when catching or the experimental creation of fusion beasts, they are all driven by the desires of some people. Then what he has to do is very simple. It is to deal with these people who are driven by desire and abandon their moral bottom line. Yeah, Xiao Zhuer nodded slightly. She doesn't care about anything else. She is willing to do it as long as she is with Maki. The fusion bee seems to be the last obstacle. On the NET journey, Mashu and Xiao Zhuer were unobstructed and soon arrived at the end of Xinziiong. What appeared in front of them was a closed iron door, and behind the iron gate it should be the so-called Bio Boss laboratory. This is the last battle. Looking at the iron door, Mashu and Xiao Zhuer looked at each other, both showing firm eyes. Go in and take a look. The iron door is not locked. Maki twisted the switch on the door and rushed in quickly with Lucario. After entering the door, what appeared in front of Maki was a huge laboratory. Not only does it have a strong smell of disinfectant, but it also has a noisy sound of machine. Maki glanced at it and found that most of the things in the laboratory were equipment that he didn't recognize. However, the large cultivation cabins in the corner of the laboratory should be used to create meltingits used in veterinary use. There is also a cultivation compartment placed in the center of the laboratory with a mask on it, and I don't know what it is inside. Maki was about to go up and take a look, but heard a sound of footsteps that were not too fast. Turning his head and looking, a tall and thin man in a white coat walked out in an open door deep in the laboratory. His face was pale, his eyes were deep, and his dark circles had reached a very serious level. His mouth was covered with black stubble. It should have been a long time since he took care of his appearance, but what is inconsistent is that his eyes are very vivid, with a light of wisdom flashing in his eyes and a faint sense of madness. Seeing the person suddenly popping up in front of you, Mashu and Xiao Zhuer both became serious and quickly entered a state of fighting. That person should be the boss of Biu as Zero-san and the others, and the last enemy left in the new Zijin Li. However, Biu seemed very peaceful when she was tense with Maki and Xiao Zhuer. He narrowed his eyes with a slight smile on his face and clapped his applause while approaching Maki and Xiao Zhuer without seeing any hostility at all. People who don't know might even think that he and Maki are old friends who have not seen each other for a long time. Oh, you are welcome. Thank you so much. From the entrance to the deepest part of this place you should be very tired after passing so many levels along the way. Do you want to come to my office for a cup of tea? Biu said with a smile. He walked to the large-scale training cabin covered in the center of the laboratory and stopped and said, however, although I really want to invite you friends who have come from afar, you are really the right time to come, because you will witness the great experiments ever and the birth of the greatest life ever, which will be the beginning of a new era, and you will have the honor of being witnesses of the new era. Speaking of the new era, Biu's temperament suddenly changed and the gentle and elegant researcher's appearance disappeared. He became crazy and aggressive, and the expression on his face also became fierce and gloomy. It is hard to imagine that the difference between a person can be so big within a few seconds. Looking at it now, Maki can't connect the Biu whose temperament has changed drastically in front of him with Biu who just invited them to have tea. Maki suddenly raised his hand and asked, well, researcher Biu, do you have schizophrenia? I know a pretty good doctor who has a lot of research on the treatment of mental illness. Chapter 63 Jalala. Is there something schizophrenia? Maybe it's a little bit. After all, this world will force ordinary people into madmen. The seemingly crazy researcher Biu still spoke so slowly. You are still too young and have not had enough experience. If you can have the same experience as me, we may be able to understand each other. Have you tried the feeling that your results were plagiarized and that person is still your teacher? Your teacher has achieved fame with your research results, and you will always be that unappreciated young researcher. So I want to prove to the world that I am the one who is truly talented and capable. Look at it. This is my experimental result. It is very beautiful. This is a work that has devoted all my efforts to the public. Biu suddenly lifted up the mask covering the experimental cabin, and his tone began to become crazy again. In the nutrient solution in the experimental compartment, a Pokemon is asleep. It is like a human-shaped big cat with mainly yellow and black fur with some blue and black lightning shape patterns on its body, and its two cheeks are also, they all have beards that are like lightning. Is this Jirala? How did it do it? Maki said in shock. He originally thought that the Pokemon in the experimental cabin should be a creature like a fusion beast, but he didn't expect it to be a fantasy Pokemon. Jirala, how about it? This is my work that I have put all my strength into. It is completely different from those defective products. With its help I can definitely guide the world into a new era. Everyone is equal there, and no one like me will appear again. Everyone can stand up with their own strength instead of plagiarizing. Seeing Maki's shocked expression, Kitatsu was obviously very happy. He began to introduce his ideals, his face full of longing. It's really an ideal that you overestimate yourself. Just relying on a single Jirala, you want to subvert the existing order. I think you are a little too optimistic. Maki said lightly. Jirala is very strong, but there are many instances in this Pokemon world that are stronger than it. For example, the Super Dream that was born in the laboratory should be several levels stronger than Jirala. He originally thought that Biu was just an honest man driven crazy by reality, but he didn't expect that he was not only crazy but also stupid. Hearing Masaka's words, Biu laughed at herself. How do you foolish and inferior people understand me? Let you see the true power of my work. Biu pressed the button of the remote control in his hand, and the experimental chamber slowly opened and the culture medium inside flowed all over the ground, and Jalala in it also slowly opened his eyes. The newborn Jirala was still very curious about this strange world. It scanned everything around with its big blue eyes and finally locked its gaze on Maki. It felt that the person was emitting a special aura which made it unable to help but want to get close to him. And at this time the true tree was naturally looking at Jirala and even opened the eye of data analysis. Jirala clone male. Qualification level golden. Attributes electric fighting. Features electricity storage. Strength level 35. Introduction. A special Pokemon born in the laboratory is cloned by the genes of Jirala. It is full of curiosity about the world. Looking at the actions and expressions of Jirala and normal Pokemon, Biu nodded with satisfaction, which is worthy of being its most proud work. Very good Jalala, welcome to this world. I am your father and master Biu. Your first mission is here. Go and tear the two people in front into pieces and use their blood. Announce your arrival to the world. Biu stopped pretending and ordered directly. Jirala paused in place and rushed directly to the real tree that had been looking at it. Then under the expectant gaze of Biu researcher, he ignored his instructions, hugged Mashu directly and rubbed Mashu's face affectionately. For this new Pokemon compared to Biu, which is full of ferocious faces, the true tree with the power of Orange Blossom is indeed a little more popular. Hello Jirala, my name is Mashu. Welcome to this world. Mashu chuckled and touched Jirala's little head intimately. Just now when Jirala rushed over, Maki was still a little panicked. However, looking at Jirala's clear eyes, Maki felt that it didn't seem to attack him. So Maki stopped the Pokemon clowns who wanted to intercept Jirula and directly let Jirula get closer. Ching Teng Snake originally disagreed and she did not allow Maki to use her life to bet whether Jirula was really not hostile. But Lucario convinced her that according to Jirula's wave guide, Jirula not only has no hostility but also exudes good feelings. So such a dramatic scene happened in Xin Zigen's laboratory. Jirula, created by Bio researcher, did not listen to him and killed Maki. Instead he hugged Maki and interacted intimately. Bio's face suddenly turned dark and he felt that even his research results were plagiarized by Dr. Fuji. How could this happen? It was obviously me who came first. Before Jirula was born I was always taking care of him. Why do you fall into someone else's arms after birth? This world is indeed extremely unfair and needs to be corrected. Jalala's betrayal suddenly made the memory sealed by Bio researchers revived again. At that time Bio researchers developed results and overcome a problem in Pokemon cloning technology. He immediately went to report the good news to his mentor Dr. Fuji and showed the result. Unexpectedly Dr. Fuji plagiarized his achievements later and was suddenly appreciated by Sakaki and was appointed as the general leader of the Super Dream project. Not only did Bio fail to succeed in his research, he was suppressed by Dr. Fuji everywhere and was bullied in the rocket. Fortunately Bio was very strong and did not give up on himself but silently endured him and secretly grabbed a few people in the rockets who had similar experiences to him. They secretly found out the rocket security plan, took the opportunity to steal the gene bank, obtained the genes of Jirula and escape from the rockets and came to Fenjai Yuan's Xin Zigen. Researcher Bio worked hard in this dark new Zigen for so long and successfully cloned the Jirula perfectly just to prove to the whole world that Bio is the truly talented person and that Dr. Fuji was just a shameless thief. Unexpectedly the Jalala he created with great effort betrayed him again. Chapter 64 Friends. Zeraola, what is it? A childish voice suddenly came from Maki's mind. Jirara in Maki's arms was full of doubt. He had just arrived in this world and didn't know his name. It's your name is Jirula, my name is Maki, we are friends. Seeing Jirula's a little stupid and cute look, Maki gently touched Jirula. He pulled his pointed chin and said, I Jirula, true tree friend. Jirula nodded thoughtfully, then asked with his head tilted, just tree, what is a friend? Friends are a relationship that can trust each other and help each other. Just like now I hold you, our relationship is very close, so we are friends. Maki looked at Jirula's eyes and slowly explained. Now Jirula should understand. It nodded vigorously with a happy smile on its face. Maki, friend Jirula, happy. Not long after I came to this world I made my first friend and Jirula seemed very happy. It jumped from the arms of the tree to the ground and turned around the tree on the ground. The enthusiasm of Maki and Jirula to communicate completely ignored the Bio researcher who was still in the memory. He finally came to his senses from his memories and was sweating all over like a nightmare. Seeing that Jirula had already started playing with Maki, anger rushed towards him in his heart. His E-Press Zion suddenly became ferocious. Bio slowly took out a small remote control from his white coat pocket and murmured, I don't want it either Jalala, you are perfect, no longer my own, so I will have imperfect one. I am your creator, you should listen to my commands. Looking at the hot Jirula who was fighting with Maki, Katatsu firmly pressed the button of the remote control. This is the backhand he buried in Jirula before. As long as the switch is activated he can activate Jirula's internal brainwave controller, allowing him to fully control Jirula, but the price is Jirula. The self-awareness will be sealed up and in the future it will become a puppet who can only obey orders. Bio didn't want to do this because after activating the brainwave controller, Garula who lost her self-awareness is no longer the perfect work, but he doesn't care about these things now. If he doesn't start, Jirula will be abducted by that kid. I don't know what kind of ecstasy that kid gave Jirula. Logically speaking it should be that he has a higher likelihood in Jirula. Buzz. After the remote control was pressed, a low fluctuation spread. Jirula who was still jumping around in the same place just now stopped suddenly and became still. Its face drooped and its eyes became dull. Jirula, what's wrong with you? Bio, what did you do right? Seeing that Jirula's abnormality, the tree stepped forward and shook Jirula's body, but it had no reaction at all. Like a soulless puppet, Jirula's appearance made Maki suddenly think of the fusion beast just now. He looked at Bio in the distance and the anger in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. Oh, can you finally understand my feelings? Boy, it's a bad feeling that this kind of love is taken away by someone. After all, you have just become good friends. Looking at Maki's angry gaze, Katatsu not only did not get angry but also had a very pleasant feeling. He continued, let's make this performance more dramatic. Jirula attacked. With the issuance of Bio's order, a strange purple light suddenly lit up in Jirula's godless eyes. Then it was like a robot inputted to the program, repeating two syllables constantly in its mouth. Maki heard Jirula's murmur that was saying attack. Oh no, everyone hide. Stay away from Jirula. Jirula, don't attack, I'm Masaki, your friend. Masaki realized that something was wrong and shouted. The thick electrical energy has begun to condense around Jirula and electric arcs are constantly instantly emerging in the air. Then a dazzling lightning appeared on Jiraiya's body and its figure disappeared from the spot and suddenly appeared in front of Maki. His right arm was arched back and horror had already condensed on his fist current. Plasma lightning fist. Jiraiya quickly punched forward but he punched the air. The real tree that was originally in front of it had disappeared. Just before Jiraiya punched, two vine whips quickly wrapped around Maki's waist, pulled it hard and directly pulled Maki out of Jiraiya's attack range. Thank you Qingveng Snake, you saved your life again. I don't know what to do without you. Zhenshu, who just escaped from death, seemed very calm and did not forget to praise him. Saved his hero. You obviously find that Jiraiya is abnormal but you still run so slowly. Do you think you are not dying fast enough? Qingteng Snake complained mercilessly. If Maki hadn't told her in advance that she was ready to save him at any time, she wouldn't have reacted so promptly. However, although it is to awaken Garrula, if Maki does this it would be a little too hard. If the green vine snake reacts a little slower, the real tree will really die. Nothing will happen. Qingteng Snake, haven't I told you that I absolutely believe in you? Since you promised to save me, I will definitely be fine. Maki responded. What a fool. Qingteng Snake cursed softly. However, the expression on her face was very proud. The green vine snake was very happy that she could be unconditionally trusted by the true tree. Back to the current situation. The situation on the field is not optimistic. Although Maki and their opponents are only Jiraiya and Buu facing the full firepower of Jiraiya, Maki and the others can only passively counterattack. Although Jiraiya's level is only 3 levels ahead of the green vine snake and Lucario, it is a real phantom beast clone. The power of that piece of skills is very huge, and today the giant clamp mantis has used Mega twice to evolve. The super evolution energy in the evolution fossil has been used almost all, so you need to wait for it to recover slowly. The situation suddenly fell into a stalemate. Jiraiya was unable to break through Mashu and the others' defense, and Mashu and the others could not organize any effective offensive for the time being. Chapter 65. Because I'm here. Zhenshu, this won't work. We're going to fight back, Xiao Zhuer said. She directed the thunder and lightning zebra to block Jiraiya's attack and then pulled Maki away from Jiraiya. Well, now the thunder zebra will be the main attack. After all, it is not afraid of Jiraiya's electric attack. Maki quickly gave the command. Now it's not Yora, it's time to be indecisive, and if this continues their physical strength will be exhausted by Jiraiya. You must first control Jiraiya and then find a way to restore its consciousness. The characteristic of the thunder zebra is the thunder engine, which can just ignore the terrifying electric attack of Jiraiya. The electric shock will not only not harm it but will increase its speed. Under the command and mobilization of the master tree, everyone formed a triangle formation with Xiao Zhuer's thunder and lightning zebra in the front and the green vine snake in the middle, so it is convenient to use a vine whip to respond at any time. Lucario and the giant clamp mantis are on both sides looking for opportunities to attack. After setting up the formation, Jiraiya had rushed up again and dazzling lightning appeared on its fist again, and the plasma lightning fist was ready to go. Thunder and lightning zebra, kick it down, Maki shouted. Since Jiraiya's characteristic is to absorb electricity damage that can absorb electricity, the thunder zebra cannot use the electric skills it is good at for attacking and kicking. The fighting skills has become the best choice. Jiraiya hit the thunderbolt zebra with his thunderbolt fist. Not only did it not cause any damage, but it also accelerated the thunderbolt zebra's speed. The thunder and lightning zebra seized the opportunity and kicked it out with a sweeping leg, which directly caused Jiraiya to lose balance and fall to the ground. The other 3 Pokemons will naturally not miss this excellent attack opportunity. The green vine snake gently shook its body and several parasitic seeds full of vitality have been planted on Jiraiya. The vines bursting out of the seeds will be immediately. Jiraiya was tied firmly and tracked Jiraiya's energy. Lucario and the giant mantis also rushed to Jiraiya, and their raindrop-like fist kept falling, making Jiraiya dizzy. It's almost done. What should I do if it is broken? Maki shouted uneasily. Hearing the words of Maki, Lucario and the giant pliers mantis immediately stopped and waited for the vine whip of the green vine snake to tie Jiraiya into rice dumplings, and then they let go. Carefulness is the most basic operation when dealing with a powerful Pokemon like Jiraiya. Jiraiya, can you remember? I am Shizuo. Shizuo immediately ran to Shizuola and stared at its eyes tightly. But unfortunately Jiraiya's eyes were still so unsightly and there was no sign of recovery at all. It's useless. Jiraiya is now a good baby who only knows how to listen to me. It doesn't need friends or something. It just needs to kill all the enemies by following my orders. Buu smiled, said. He took out a remote control from his hand and pressed the buttons on it. In addition, do you think these tricks can control Jiraiya? Let's show you Jiraiya. The real power. Bang! With the press of the remote control, the floor in the center of the laboratory slowly opened and a huge iron cage slowly rose from the ground, all of which were electrical Pokemons installed with various instruments. The large iron cage stood firmly on the ground and the machines on the Pokemon immediately immediately began to work. The machines kept sending electric currents to stimulate the electric Pokemon, and the Pokemons began to be forced to release the current. All of these Pokemon's currents were collected by the machine, and after being strengthened by the electric energy enhancer, they were released from the last gun and all hit Jiraiya. The characteristics of Jiraiya are triggered. After absorbing those currents, its state suddenly returns to a peak and the momentum emitted by it is still increasing. Wow, wavy! The rich lightning energy gathered on Jiraiya and the vines attached to it suddenly turned into coke, and Bio had no intention of stopping at all. He continued to increase the power output from the machine, and a large amount of current was like the rushing river water all merged into Jiraiya's body and was absorbed by it. The air around Jiraiya jumped into an arc again, and this time the arc was several times stronger than before. Scatter! Maki shouted. This is a precursor to the attack of Jiraiya. After obtaining the increase in power, Jiraiya's attack will definitely be very terrifying. If you don't avoid it quickly, your life will be in danger. Maki picked up Xiao Zhuer, and the wind speed shoes were fully powered and retreated backwards with other Pokemon. After running for dozens of meters, Maki heard the sound of lightning falling behind her. Looking back, the area around Jiraiya has become unrecognizable by the sphere of more than 10 meters around him. Even the sturdy metal floor has become charred and carbonized, and it looks very miserable. So you asked your subordinates to kidnap the electric Pokemon in the city to strengthen the power of Jiraiya. In this way, I will make you pay the price. Maki's face turned gloomy and his eyes were also. He showed a crazy and fierce look. In his heart, Bio was sentenced to death. Looking at Maki's cold eyes, Bio felt like he was being targeted by a terrifying beast. He shuddered and goosebumps appeared on his skin, but Bio still showed a confident smile on his face. He pressed the button of the remote control in his hand a few more times. This is where it is. Jiraiya is a genius among geniuses, and this is not its at all extreme. I want him to break through the limit and become my absolute help in opening up a new era. As the switch was opened, the originally quiet laboratory made another rumbling sound and several large iron cages emerged from the ground. The same process was gone through again, and the current sent to Jiraiya was suddenly it has increased several times. His whole body was covered with electric current, and Jiraiya's face was a little distorted and he kept making painful groan. Maki understood the sound of Jiraiya. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The entire body is filled with energy, and the current promotes the strengthening of Jiraiya's strength. Although this is far from its limit, but the feeling of all the cells being constantly stimulated by the current was as if they were being stimulated by Lingqi. Jiraiya, it's okay, it won't hurt anymore because I'm here. In the shocked eyes of everyone on the field, Maki rushed up and hugged Jiraiya directly. The lightning flashed, covering the real tree. Chapter 66 Electricity Storage. Real tree. How could it be? Looking at the real tree flooded by the lightning, Xiao Zhuer felt like someone had pinched her heart hard. A feeling that could not be said came. She lost all her strength and sat on the ground. Tears suddenly fell. Go down. Tang Tang, that guy from Masha won't have any trouble. I know him. He is not a reckless person, so don't worry. Seeing the sad little Zhuer, although she was not inconsistent with her, Qingveng Snake was the one who usually had a bad deal with her, but Qingveng Snake I came to Xiao Zhuer and gently touched her head with a vine whip to help her wipe away her tears. Although the green vine snake was also worried, she also absolutely trusted the true tree. If the true tree rushed up and was electrocuted, it would not be the true tree it knew, so the green vine could be so calm. Thank you, green vine snake. Although Xiao Zhuer couldn't understand the words of green vine snake, she saw that the Pokemons of the Maki were so calm and remembered the magical things that Maki once showed. I felt a little relieved. If it was a real tree, it would be fine. Xiao Zhuer stared at the lightning that wrapped the real tree and Jiraiya and silently prayed for the real tree. Little devil, don't you have to die? Bio was also shocked when he looked at the tree, who suddenly rushed to Jiraiya. He thought he was already crazy, but he didn't expect that someone was even crazy than him. Since you like being powered so much, let me add some materials to you. Bio pressed the remote control a few more times and the stun gun began to output current at full power. At this time there was nothing wrong with Maki beside Jiraiya. He activated the feature steel card of the previous system reward and temporarily obtained the power storage characteristics of Jiraiya, and it is a super enhanced version. Feature stealing card. After using the feature stealing card, the host can temporarily obtain the features after super enhanced Pokemon around him. The super enhanced power storage characteristics are very abnormal. Not only can you recover your physical strength by absorbing current, but you can also use the absorbed current to quench your body and continuously strengthen your physical fitness. Jiraiya, it's very painful, right? It's okay. Release all the current to me, let me bear it for you. Although you may not remember this now, we are good friends. Good friends just need to help each other. Maki hugged Jiraiya tightly and said in its ear, real tree friend. Jiraiya actually responded to the words of the tree this time. It murmured the name of the tree intermittently and listened to the tree. If you send all the painful currents in your body to Maki's body, a strong current kept pouring into Maki's body. Maki not only did not feel any pain but was also very comfortable. He felt that his body was constantly strengthening and the speed was very fast. This comfortable stimulation made him faint quickly. Now, it's so cool. The comfort from his body made Maki couldn't help but whisper a few times. He felt that the current was slowly getting smaller. He also took the initiative to ask Garrula to increase his strength. Garrula, don't worry about me. How many come until you empty your body. Jalila actually regained a little consciousness just now. It was a little afraid of destroying the real tree's electricity, so it tried its best to control the power supply to the real tree and did not dare to send too much electricity. After all, if there is too much electricity it will be very painful. Jalila has a deep feeling about this and does not want the Maki to suffer. But the tree actually took the initiative to ask it to increase its power. What does this mean? Can't he feel the pain? Jalila opened his eyes in confusion and looked at Maki but found that he was bathed in the current. Not only did he not look in pain at all but seemed to be very comfortable. Masaki, is it very comfortable? Looking at Masaki's intoxicated look and remembering the firm tone when Masaki asked for electricity just now, Jalila made up her mind. It no longer restrains and directly sends all the electricity on its body to the real tree. Now the best of both worlds is, after sending out all the electricity, Jalila's pain suddenly reduced to a negligible level and his consciousness is returning to normal. The feeling of being controlled has disappeared. It was the shout of the true tree that awakened Jalila's consciousness of being sealed. Jalila also successfully broke through the control of the thinking controller and once again became a Pokemon with his own thought. Maki's body was also rapidly becoming stronger. His eyes were closed as if he was so comfortable that he fainted. That's right, Jalila, that's it. Absorb electricity as much as you want. You will become the world's strongest Pokemon and create with me no oppression for everyone, a new era of waiting. Bio shouted excitedly. Looking at the lightning lights gradually getting smaller around Jalila, Bio thought it was Jalila who converted all the electricity into strength. It has been dozens of minutes since the current was first transmitted. Those electrically attributed Pokemon are not generators that will not stop. Several of them have fallen into coma due to excessive discharge. Power transmission has come to an end. As the last Pokemon fell in the big iron cage, the electric light shining in the center of the laboratory was gradually dimming. Everyone was staring at the direction where Maki and Jalila were, full of tension. Oh, amid everyone's expectations the lightning completely disappeared and the figures of Maki and Jalila slowly appeared. Maki looked nothing but seemed to have become very strong. His clothes were now stretched out by his muscles, showing that perfect muscle outline. Maki seemed to feel that his clothes were a little tighter now, so he simply took off his top, revealing his strong chest muscles and well-proportioned 8-pack abs. Masaki, you're fine, it's great. As soon as Maki opened her eyes she had not seen the scene in front of her clearly, and then she felt a gust of wind blowing. Then she felt a familiar soft body pressing on her face and her slender hands were also supported on his waist. Sorry Xiao Zhuer, you're worried. Looking at the tender girl in front of her, Maki always felt a little indebted. No Masha, don't apologize to me. I believe you will be fine. Xiao Zhuer looked at Masha's eyes and said seriously. Then her attention shifted to the perfect figure that Maki showed. She poked Maki's hard chest muscles with her fingers and chuckled. How come she is electrocuted and has the effect of fitness? Maki, is this your superpower? Chapter 67 Spiritual Manipulation. Feeling the teasing in Xiao Zhuer's words, Masha was a little embarrassed. He touched his head and whispered, this is indeed my superpower, but it is also a one-time. It is very dangerous to run into the lightning. You can't imitate it. Hearing Genshu's words, Xiao Zhuer couldn't help rolling her eyes, and she didn't really want to care about Genshu in an instant. She also told her not to imitate and rushed into the thunder and lightning alone to take a bath. I'm afraid only the real tree can do such a thing. The matter of Jalila has been resolved and we will deal with the bio researcher NET. Maki said on her own and looked at Bio with a smile. Bio was very collapsed at this time. Just as the lightning disappeared he was trying to order Jalila to kill the real tree, but Jalila did not react at all and was still surrounded by the real tree. Look, he looked very close to him when he went up. Do you say it? Bio immediately felt a bad premonition in his heart. He quickly ran to the side and looked at Jalila's eyes. Sure enough, his premonition was correct and Jalila had regained his consciousness. At that moment Bio fell into despair again. Jalila is not under his control now, which means that all his efforts have been wasted and all the cheaper boy. Do you have anything else to say? Maki took a group of Pokemons and surrounded Bio. Her cold presence combined with her muscled body look quite like a bad boy. I feel that if there are passers-by I might think that the real tree is the villain. I am not willing to give up. The experiment has been successful. Why is it still like this? This world is so unfair. Why should I treat me like this? What am I doing wrong? Bio didn't even have the strength to stand. As Maki slowly walked over he instantly lost all his strength and knelt on the ground. His nerves were severely damaged and his whole body was in a bit wrong. His eyes became dull and he completely lost his spirit. Bio now doesn't look like a genius researcher at all but rather a patient with congenital dementia. No, I'm stupid again. Am I that scary? Looking at Bio, who had become wise and was crawling on the ground, Masha began to doubt himself a little. Zero-san just now went crazy and Bio is also crazy now. Fortunately everyone here is all his own people, otherwise some bad rumors might have spread. No, Masha is obviously very handsome but he did too much trouble and dared not accept the consequences of his failure. Xiao Zhu'er comforted Masha softly but she had no sympathy for Bio. As for the dirty things that Bio did, he should be imprisoned for the rest of his life. If he is crazy now, it may be a good ending for him. It's okay, I have a way to make him re-behave. Maki suddenly showed a mysterious smile and took out a syringe from her backpack. Just when Bio went crazy, Masha received a prompt to complete the system task. He successfully rescued Xiao Zhu'er and destroyed all the conspiracies in Xin Zijin Li. Therefore he completed the task and obtained 20 mental manipulation injections. As long as this injection is injected into someone, Maki can manipulate the person's spirit and even change his memory. It can only be said that this injection was just the right time. Masha felt that Bio was going crazy like this. It was a bit too cheap. He had to use this injection to help him work for the rest of his life to redeem his previous sins. Net Maki asked the giant mantis and Lucalio to hold Bio directly and he opened the packaging of the injection and tried test whether the syringe is normal. After all preparations were complete, Maki came to Bio with a kind smile and said softly, Bio, although you may not understand what I say now, I still want to tell you I will give it to you soon. If you inject an injection, after you inject it you will forget everything you are now and gain a new life. You must work hard and atone for yourself. Ya, what do you want to inject me, you demon? Unexpectedly Bio, who was originally stupid, suddenly returned to normal when he heard the words of Shizu. He glared at Shizu with a fierce expression on his face. If he wasn't held down by two Pokemons he would have pounced on him and bit the real tree. Seeing that Bio had returned to normal, Masaki was stunned for a moment and then laughed even happier. So you are pretending to be stupid? You are worthy of being the boss of Bio, but I won't pursue this matter with you now. After all, you are my subordinate soon and I won't bother with my subordinate. You demon, you will definitely be retribution. Looking at the needle tube getting closer and closer to him, Bio's whole body began to tremble. His voice was filled with fear and the crotch under him was also in his crotch. I don't know when there was a pool of water, but it seems that I was really scared. Do you remember what I said? You will pay the price and you will get retribution. Masha did not hesitate at all and he found Bio's vein and started the injection directly. As the liquid in the syringe was slowly pushed into Bio's body, Bio also slowly stopped struggling. His eyes became dull and dull again, but this time he was not pretending. Instead it has entered the state of setting input. Maki slowly inputted the settings he had thought into Bio and after repeatedly confirming that it was fine for several times he completed the input. After the input was completed, Bio's eyes suddenly regained their spirit. After seeing the tree he lowered his head suddenly and said in panic, Master, is there anything you have to do with me? Seeing Bio's actions, Maki nodded with satisfaction. Then Masha saw Bio's so crotch. He shook his head with disgust and said, it's nothing. Don't call me master in the future, just call me boss. Also go and clean up your room and clean up the pants are too dirty. As for orders, boss, I will go change my pants immediately. Bayu, who found that he was wetting his pants, couldn't hold back on his face, so he hurried back to his room and cleaned up the mess. Seeing that the matter was over here, Xiao Zhu'er, who was watching, also came over and joked, Masaru, your injection is so powerful you won't use it to do anything evil such as turning the beautiful girl into yours exclusive or something. It's exciting to think about it. What are you thinking, stupid? Don't you know my character? I swear this injection will only be used to make bad people re-behave. He patted Xiao Zhu'er's head and said angrily. Chapter 68 Righteousness. You know what he mainly focuses on is a righteous and upright person. How could he do such a dirty thing? Okay, I know, I'm just a joke. Xiao Zhu'er covered her head with a grieved look and looked at Masha with an innocent look on her face. Xiao Zhu'er's pitiful expression and her overly delicate face make her feel pity for me. However, Masha is already immune to Xiao Zhu'er's move. During the year of training space, Xiao Zhu'er will often act like this. At first he was still moved, but later he gradually became immune. Okay, don't interrupt, I still have some serious things to do, Maki said and took Xiao Zhu'er back, preparing to join 02 and 03. They are all talents. Their invention made Maki very envious. Since Bio has been incorporated, his two younger brothers naturally cannot let go. Maki has now thought it through. A person's power is still not enough and he has to develop his own power. As a celebrity said, if you want to use magic to defeat magic, and if you want to defeat those huge underground organizations, Maki himself must have a powerful force. Now he had an idea and then asked Bio to take out all his remaining funds and register a company and then sell the inventions of 0302 on a large scale. scale. Dashi dared to bet it will definitely sell well. In the laboratory at the bottom of the new Zijin, Maki is practicing his three newest brothers. Byujeng 0 and 0 and 0 and 0 and 3 who have changed their new identities are standing in a queue. They are counting and resting and they look very professional. After completing the queue, Bio ran to the real tree, saluted and said, strongly report to the real tree boss, the 3 people in the evergreen tree group have all been in place. 3 people should be there but 3 people are actually there, please review. Bio took a camouflage hat from somewhere and wore it. It looked very professional but there were fewer people. Okay, very good. Bio, you can return to the team. Maki stood with her hands behind her back and said lightly, yes boss. Bio saluted again and ran back to the queue to stand attentively. Maki came to the 3 of them and said slowly, I am very happy. You have changed a lot of mental outlook compared to before. You have completely bid farewell to the past and have the opportunity to be a new person. From now on you are the evergreen group and you want to devote your life to the prosperity of evergreens. Do you understand? I understand. The 3 of them shouted. They all used their full strength, fearing that their voice would be suppressed. Hearing the powerful responses of the 3, Maki nodded with satisfaction and he continued to ask, what is our slogan? Strive and strive, be brave to explore, work hard today and succeed in the Ming dynasty. The neat slogans of the 3 people resounded throughout the Xin Zijin laboratory. Very good, very energetic. Everyone should disband and go busy. Maki smiled. Yes boss. The 3 of them disbanded and began to clean up the equipment in the laboratory and prepare to evacuate. Maki was planning to let them move all the equipment and machines here and then rent a place in Zijin City, move these things in and set up a company. The company's name is Real Tree and it called Evergreen Tree. The name Evergreen Tree is taken from the name of the real tree and has a good meaning, so the real tree fell in love with it all at once and made a decision directly. After packing up, Bio pressed the hidden switch of the base. Amid the rumbling sound of the machine operation, the entire new purple corsage began to change and return to its original empty appearance. In this case, even if someone finds this place after they evacuated, they will not find anything abnormal. After they were all done, Mashu and Xiao Juer took the evergreen threesome and left the base and returned to the ground. Jirula also left with Maki. When Maki asked about its future plans, Jirula took the initiative to drill into Maki's elf ball without saying a word. After all, in its opinion, the real tree is the closest person it is in this world and it can go wherever the real tree goes. So Jirula officially became Maki's 4th partner. As soon as Mashu and the others arrived at the door of Xin Zijin, they separated. Mashu took Xiao Juer to ride an enhanced bicycle while Evergreen Trio went to Zijin's city to find the base they would rent afterwards. Since they still have a lot of funds left, they are able to rent a bigger place. After returning to Zijin City, Maki called Taiyuan. Tell him that he not only solved the problem of Xin Zijin but also found Xiao Juer, the missing gym owner. This shocked Taiyuan. You know, Taiyuan cooperated with the alliance official to watch the surveillance for several hours but was still confused, which made them very uneasy. Xiao Juer is not only the owner of Hez Hong's gym but also a very famous model in the local area. Such a celebrity has disappeared in Zijin City, which is a big news. If it is known to the outside world, it will have a great negative impact on the image of Zijin City. But unexpectedly, Xiao Juer, who had been searching for Zijin City and could not find it, was found directly by Maki. Tai Xian once again saw the magic of this young man. He told Maki to take Xiao Juer to the Zijin gymnasium to wait for him, and he and the members of the alliance will arrive soon. Maki took Xiao Juer and rushed to Zijin gymnasium, quietly waiting for the arrival of Tai Yuan. Xiao Juer was actively looking around the gym as if she was curious about her baby, pulling Maki and asking about it. Her main purpose of coming to Zijin City this time was to come to learn from the owner of Tai'an Pavilion, which is equivalent to getting on track. Masaka, come and see, this is amazing. Your Fenjai Yuan's gym is so advanced. I will also find one in my gym when I look back. When I walked into the maze in the battle area of the gym with Masaka, Xiao Juer said excitedly, it's better not to be good. Your gym still needs to have some of its own characteristic. Anyway, this maze is very unfriendly to challengers. I recommend you not to learn it. Maki said helplessly. He knew why there were mazes of big and small in the entire Feng Yuan gym. It turned out that everyone was learning from each other, which was really an unfair trend. Then Xiao Juer experienced the electric shock device in the maze again, and now it really opened the door to a new world for her. She just became the owner of the gym and then realized that other gym owners were so sinister and enjoyed playing with challengers. Xiao Juer immediately said that this method is very fun and she would have to make one in the gym when she goes back. Maki silently held his forehead, and I have tried my best to be trainers. Chapter 69. The situation is wrong. Maki took Xiao Juer to walk around the gym for a whole time. The two also played a battle. Xiao Juer was the owner and Maki was the challenger. The two briefly discussed and finally tied finish. Just as they returned to the entrance of the gym. The gate of the gym was just opened. Tai Xuan walked in first, followed by Juncha in a uniform. Xiao Zhu'er was nothing, so she immediately went up and greeted Tai Xuan enthusiastically and started chatting. Masaki was stunned for a while because the Juncha brought by Tai Xuan, he knew Juncha whom he met when he was in the stone cave of Wuda town. She also had a piece of stockings hidden in Masaki's backpack. What about inside? Jun Shabath was stunned when he saw the tree and then rushed up and hugged the tree master. It's great. He actually met so soon. I miss you very much. Why has it been so long? I didn't call a single call. Jun Shabath didn't expect that the boy with great power in the iron spiral mouth was actually the real tree she was thinking about, which made her very happy. Well, bye, it's been a long time since we saw each other, Maki said softly, a little uneasy. It's not him I like to be held like this, but Tai Xuan and Xiao Zhu'er net to me are watching. Tai Xuan looked at Mashu with playfulness, giving Mashu a smile that even a man understands. It seems that he is also an indecent person. Xiao Zhu'er looked at Jun Shabath with a little annoyed, and she didn't understand. She just chatted with the owner of the Tai Yuan pavilion, and when she turned around, her home was stolen by someone else. Xiao Zhu'er looked at Jun Shabath, saw her somewhat amazing upper body, and looked down at herself and suddenly felt so angry that she was so angry. Zhenshu, who is this? Why haven't you mentioned it? Let me introduce it to me. Xiao Zhu'er walked to the side of Zongshu and teased. Hello Xiao Zhu'er, my name is Jun Shabath. I am here to confirm the incident with you. Of course, I am also a good friend of Zhenshu. Xiao Zhu'er's jealous tone made Jun Shabath feel that he came. She was not kind, so she immediately let go of Maki and said slowly, and even emphasized her tone when she talked about her good friend. The two of them looked at each other, and the struggle between the women began quietly. Their eyes completed several rounds of confrontation in the air, and no one allowed to let go. However, because Xiao Zhu'er is a little taller, Jun Shabath had to look at her slightly. If he raised his head, his momentum would be weaker, so in this first round of eye-catching competition, Xiao Zhu'er won. But in the NET handshake session, because Xiao Zhu'er was not strong enough, Jun Shabath exercised regularly. In this competition, Jun Shabath won. The two sides tied in the first two rounds, and they were about to start a verbal confrontation. Now Maki couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted directly. Oh, listen to me. As soon as Maki spoke, he attracted the eyes of both of them. This time they looked at Maki with sharp eyes, which made Maki feel a little nervous. Maki swallowed slightly. He sighed and said, or we can find a place to sit down and chat. According to Mashu's experience, as long as a person sits down, his anger will suddenly become much smaller, so he put forward this suggestion. Tai Xuan also echoed, yes, I happen to know a cafe with a good environment. Let's go there to talk. Since Maki has spoken, both women agree. Under Tai Xuan's leadership, they came to a remote cafe. The environment was quiet and there were few people. It was a good place to talk about things. However, when choosing a seat, Jun Shabath and Xiao Zhu'er almost had a dispute again, and they both wanted to sit net to the real tree. In the end, the real tree changed to a small round table and sat down so that they could all sit net to the real tree, which resolved the storm. After a while, the coffee they ordered came up, and then they started to talk about the main things. Jun Shabath took out his notebook and pen, became serious, looking like he was doing business. Okay, Mr. Maki, I heard that you discovered Xiao Zhu'er in Xin Zijan. Can you tell me about the detailed process? Junsha turned to look at Maki and asked. Maki also entered the state and said slowly, well, after I separated from the Tai Yuan pavilion, I arrived at Xin Zijan all the way. I used the key given to me by the Tai Yuan pavilion, and then I found it inside the fainting little Zhu'er and many kidnapped electric Pokemon. I treated Xiao Zhu'er. When she woke up, she told me that she witnessed a kidnapping case. Finally, she followed the kidnappers to Xin Zijan. She beat the kidnappers away and saved all the kidnapping Pokemon. Finally, she also I fainted from Ehostion. Now that the original murderer has become Maki's subordinates, Maki naturally cannot tell the truth, and he has to help his subordinate cover up. Therefore, he and Xiao Zhu'er had already made a confession when they were in Xin Zijan, and they put all the credit on Xiao Zhu'er, and the robbers had already escaped. Okay, thank you, Mr. Masaki. So can you tell me the details of your battle with the robbers? Jun Shabath, who entered the work state, seemed very professional. She quickly focused what Masaka said. I recorded it and asked Xiao Zhu'er at the same time. Well, I followed the robbers to Zinzijinlai and found that they were all tied to Pokemon. I was so angry that I launched a sneak attack and injured the robbers. The robbers wanted to escape immediately. I was just now when I was about to pursue, I stepped on the trap set by the robbers and fainted. Xiao Zhu'er has good acting skills, and she speaks in a way that makes people feel immersive, as if she has really experienced it. Okay, thank you, Xiao Zhu'er. I want to talk to you alone. Net. Can you come with me? Jun Shabai closed the notebook and said, no problem. After receiving the invitation from Jun Shabath to chat alone, Xiao Zhu'er first glanced at Zhenshu. After seeing Zhenshu nodded, she followed followed Jun Shabeth away. After the two girls left, Tai Xian, who had been paddling by the water, started chatting with Mashu. He smiled at Mashu in a lewd way and said, "Boy, it's not bad. There are two big beauties who like you. Reminded me of when I was young. Tell me, how did you hook up with me?" Tai Xian's gossip soul has been ignited. I didn't expect that Mashu is so powerful. He is worthy of being a young man he is optimistic about. Even in this regard he is very similar to the young him. Tai Xian now thinks about Mashu more and more. The more I like it. This is a long story. Looking at the gossipy Tai Xian, Masaka said helplessly. Chapter 70 Evergreen Company. After talking nonsense with Tai Yuan, Maki said that a friend wanted to open a company. Tai Yuan agreed with a wave of his hand. Mashu helped him a lot and he was a junior who was very optimistic about it would be a trivial matter to do him a favor. After all, Tai Yuan is still very energetic in Zijin City and he is also one of the senior executives of Zijin City Alliance. He can solve such a small matter with just one phone call. There was a lot of chatting here and Xiao Zhuer and Jun Shabe also finished talking and came back. I don't know what they said just now. They were still tit for tat, but now they are back with their hands in hand. They look like they are talking and laughing. Look, Maki asked them curiously what they were talking about, but they all said it was a secret and it seemed that they had established a consensus. Net Juncha asked Masaki and Xiao Zhuer to answer a few small questions and this transcription session was officially over. Juncha is going back to work. When she left, she hugged Maki reluctantly, then turned around and left. After Juncha left, Maki glanced at Xiao Zhuer but found that she had no jealous reaction, which was completely different from when she met Juncha. Xiao Zhuer's abnormal behavior made Mashu even more suspicious. He asked Xiao Zhuer again, what did he say to Juncha? Why can the difference between the front and the back be so big? Xiao Zhuer really couldn't resist Mashu's coquettish offensive and said, "It's nothing. We talked honestly about how we felt about you. I found that she really likes you and she can accept me. So we started to live in peace and deal with you, the bad guy. You should be kind to us in the future and don't let us down." What? Can such a consensus be reached in this way? Maki said in confusion. In his understanding, this kind of emotional matter should not be able to live in harmony like this. After solving the problem of the Xin Zijin case, Xiao Zhuer began to formally learn some of the precautions of the museum owners from Tai Yuan, and Mashu also officially began to plan the matter of Evergreen Tree Company. The company is just starting out now. There are many things that need to be done by him as the boss himself. With the help of professionals introduced by Tai Yuan, the license of Evergreen's company has been in place. With Tai Yuan's help, Zhenshu has really realized what efficiency is. In less than half an hour, all certificates and licenses of all sizes have been processed. The certificate and license have been released and the company has been officially established through legal procedures, which also means that Masaki is no longer the original little trainer but the boss of a company. Although there are only 5 people in this company including Xiao Zhuer, no one knows what this company with huge potential will become like in the future. After having his own company, Masaki's career aspirations suddenly became ignited. Unexpectedly he became a boss at a young age in this life. Isn't he going to make great achievement? At this time Maki was inspecting the company's resident rented by his 3-person team. The resident rented by Bia was on the edge of Zijin City. Because this is a relatively remote place, you can rent this kind of large area cheap rent. When Maki arrived, the trio had already placed all the equipment and machines clearly and now they were doing their own research. All 3 of them have entered the working state and only the real tree seems to be redundant. Of course Mashu won't feel embarrassed, after all he is the boss. The boss doesn't need to work as seriously as the employee. He just needs to have a way to make the employee work hard. Besides, Maki has actually completed what he should have done long ago. The current development directions of the 3 of them are all defined by Maki. Although Masaki is not all big shots with top-level technology like the 3 of them, Masaki also has his own advantages. He knows how to sell technology for more money. For example, 02 Masaki set the development direction for him to develop a virtual reality glasses through his super illusion manufacturing technology, which is the VR device of Masaki's previous life, but it will be even better than VR in his previous life. It is much more advanced. After all, the illusion technology of 02 can achieve even the sense of smell and touch. Think about it, when you use these glasses to watch animations, you can truly smell the beautiful girl in the animation and truly touch the beautiful girl. That feeling is not too good to think about. Once the development of 02 is successful, start mass production and will definitely be sold. The development direction of Zero-san also played out Zero-san's strength. Isn't Zero-san the best at making equipment for Pokemon? Zero-san asked him to make a positioning for Pokemon with him devices, and they are devices that can be directly hidden in Pokemon's body and cannot be lost. This is also the inspiration that Maki got from this Pokemon kidnapping case. If everyone has such a device installed on their their Pokemon they can be quickly found even if the Pokemon is lost in the future. Maki is also very confident in this product. You should know that when he lost his phone in his previous life he also found it through a similar positioning method. Pokemon is much more important to humans in this world than mobile phones. Maki believes that most people should be willing to buy such positioning equipment for their Pokemon to ensure their safety. For example, Maki himself, if Zero Sands equipment is really developed, he will install all his Pokemon. As for Bio, he is the most awesome boss in the trio in cloning. The research is already at the forefront of the Pokemon world. Maki temporarily sets his development goal to create an adaptive game for Zero ER's VR glasses, which is the Pokemon battle game he played in his previous life. Maki directly told Bio all the mechanisms of the Pokemon game he remembered. I believe that with Bio's ability he can create an excellent battle simulator game. Considering that there is no real online Pokemon virtual battle game in this world, Maki thinks this idea must be a big deal. If such a game is really released, I believe that no matter trainers or those who are interested in battles, they will definitely buy a game to play. Masaki is also planning to launch a Krypton Gold gift package in the future. As long as you recharge the first SI Alliance coins you can get the Water Lord. If you recharge 1000 you can use the Risky Sit, and if you recharge 1 million you can use the Alcers. Chapter 71 Office Dorm. Think about it, if you can't become a top trainer in reality, you can become a top trainer in the game with just a little money. Just thinking about it, this attractiveness is enough. Therefore Masaki is quite optimistic about this game project and also requires Bio to strive for excellence and achieve the best quality so that players will buy it. In addition to developing games, Bio's top cloning technology cannot be abandoned like this. Before he used such top level technology on the evil path, but Masaki gave him a new way of application. He told Bio that his cloning technology could be applied to medicine because through cloning technology cells and tissues that are exactly matched with the patient's own genes can be cultivated so as to avoid rejection, which can also be used for organ transplantation and tissue repair, and disease treatment offers new possibilities. After hearing the guidance of Maki, Bio's eyes suddenly shone with light. He hadn't thought that his technology could be used like this before. He thought about using cloning technology to create the strongest Pokemon, then conquer the world or something. After the new research direction, Bio's enthusiasm for work was ignited. He was completely addicted to work, and even Maki was watching from the side. He didn't notice it. Yet it's not bad. Maki nodded with satisfaction, very satisfied with everyone's work status. Even Xiao Zhuer came and she stood beside the tree and looked at Bio and the others working curiously. Although she couldn't understand it very well, she seemed to feel very powerful. Masaki, let's not disturb them here. Let's go to your office to have a look. Xiao Zhuer whispered in Genshu's ear. Yes, as the largest boss of Evergreen Company, Maki naturally has his own office, but he hasn't been in yet. Okay, let's go. After Xiao Zhuer reminded him, Masha realized that he had another office that he had not visited, so he immediately took Xiao Zhuer there. Just kidding, how could I not experience the feeling of sitting in the office as a boss? Because the company is still just starting out, Masaki's office is still relatively simple. Although the office is very large, the decorations inside are very simple with only one desk and a chair. This chair is still the kind of wooden chair that cannot be rotated at will. But Maki didn't mind these things. In his opinion, no matter what the place looks like, it is its own place. Sitting in the empty office and looking at Xiao Zhuer standing net to her, Mashu always felt that something was missing. Xiao Zhuer, do you think there is something missing in my office? Masaki said. Hearing Masaki's words, Xiao Zhuer covered her mouth and smiled, then walked playfully to Masaki and sat directly in Masaki's arms. She hailed gently at Maki's face, then hooked Maki's chin with her slender finger. I think there is a beautiful secretary missing, Xiao Mashu, otherwise I will let me be your exclusive secretary in the future. Xiao Zhuer said softly in Mashu's ear. So Secretary Xiao Zhuer, can you call the boss and listen? Genshu couldn't stand being teased by Xiao Zhuer like this. He also hugged Xiao Zhuer's waist and said slowly. After knowing Xiao Zhuer's attitude, Mashu's attitude also changed. He was very concerned at first, but now he is willing to accept Xiao Zhuer's initiative. Boss, can you keep holding me like this? Xiao Zhuer hooked Maki's neck and her azure blue eyes stared at Maki. Mashu didn't say anything but just hugged Xiao Zhuer more forcefully, and the eyes of Xiao Zhuer were full of gentleness. In his opinion, action is the more moving language. The two of them looked at each other like this. Under the influence of hormones, the air around them seemed to turn pink suddenly. In this way it seemed that the distance was still too far. Both sides were slowly approaching each other and the two passionate hearts had already been touching each other. However, just when the lips of both sides were only one finger away, the office door suddenly opened and the person who opened the door was full of excitement. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted, "Boss, and no boss, my VR glasses are finished, boss, come and try it." After Zero finished speaking, he saw Mashu and Xiao Zhu'er with an awkward look on his face. He instantly realized that he might have ruined his boss's good things and his originally excited face froze. That boss, I'm here at the wrong time, sorry I didn't mean it. 0ER seemed to have figured out something and he burst into cold sweat all over his body and then an aggravated 90-degree bow instantly. Looking at 0ER's panic, Mashu and Xiao Zhu'er both looked at each other and smiled. They were a little angry, but then they thought that it was 0ER whom he had just ordered to report the result. This time I can't blame 0ER for not being able to blame him for not locking the door. Ha ha ha. 02, it's okay, have you done anything wrong? Why do you want to apologize? We're just laying right, Xiao Zhu'er. Mashu stood up from the chair as if nothing had happened and walked to 02's side, pat his shoulder gently. Yes, it's just laying. Xiao Zhu'er's face was already red. He could still be very calm in front of Maki, but once there were others watching, this calmness would be disappeared. No matter how you look, it doesn't look like you're fine, Ling Er thought to himself. Not only did he not get up, he pressed his body a little lower. I'm really sorry, I'll knock on the door first. Net time, boss. 0ER's tone sounded like he was about to cry. Zhenshu's face was covered with black lines and he said it was okay. Why did he get darker and darker as he drew it? Okay, let's go quickly. Take us to see your work. Whether our company can get up depends on you, Maki said angrily and directly pulled 0ER, who was still bent over, and walked out. He knew why 02 was so powerful but still didn't live well with the rocket. He was doing well in the workplace unless he was the boss. No matter how strong he was, he had to understand some human nature. With Maki's comfort, 0ER finally dared to speak normally. When he was in the office just now, he was still submissive. When he introduced his invention, he seemed to have changed his other person. Chapter 72, Cooperation. Boss, look, this is the VR glasses generation I developed. 0ER took out a sample and handed it to Maki. Maki weighed it curiously and felt that it was no different from ordinary sunglasses. NET02 introduced the various functions of glasses to Maki, which surprised Maki. Bringing this thing with you can really feel immersive. Although there are still some places that are not detailed enough, it is already very good. After the trial of the Maki, Xiao Zhu'er couldn't wait to try it. Judging from her smiling face when she tried these VR glasses, can be said to be very successful. However, there are still too few glasses nowadays, so you can only watch videos or something. To this end, Maki has asked 0ER to develop a beautiful girl game. Try to think about it. When playing games, you can experience a real beautiful girl in front of you, smell her and have real touch. Even adults can pay to unlock some content. If such a game really came into being, Masaki would not dare to think how popular it would be. Don't worry, boss, I will definitely speed up the development and strive to drive our product to the whole world. 0ER was full of longing when he heard the game described by Maki for him, and he wanted to make the game immediately. In addition, Maki also gave his own opinions on the further development of VR glasses. Although the current VR glasses sample is powerful, it is also very expensive, which is not conducive to future promotion and sales. Therefore, Masaki proposed that it can launch a variety of configurations for glasses, both of which are low configured but also low priced versions, and also a Luyuri version with huge configurations and huge price. Various configurations are introduced for the budgets of various people, which will definitely increase the popularity of VR glasses. In addition, considering the aesthetic needs of customers, various different color schemes can be launched. Those beautiful colors can be sold slightly more expensive, and various co-branded versions can even be launched in the future. After hearing Maki's suggestion, Xiao Zhu'er and 0ER were both stunned. Zhenshu, it seems that you have the potential of an entrepreneur. How did you think of these strategies? Xiao Zhu'er's face shining, and she had a little more admiration for Zhenshu. She felt that the true tree was like a treasure chest, and she could always take out some incredible things, and she couldn't finish them all. 0ER started taking notes halfway through hearing this. Such suggestions that are of cross-generational significance must be recorded carefully. He has now come up with a new idea, and then he will record the teachings of boss Maki to him and then gather them all out to publish a biography for the boss. They didn't expect that in a small pricing process they could still play so many tricks, which is worthy of being a real tree. When Maki looked at the two of them with no prospects, she smiled helplessly. These are just very basic things. I just know a little bit of the fur. Since there are not many electronic products in this world, no one has seen such marketing method. In the past life of Shiza, these are just basic footballs in the basic football. NET with the leading demonstration of Mashu, Xiao Zhu'er and 0ER also gave some suggestions from them. Xiao Zhu'er said she could advertise the products of Evergreen's company for free, but she wanted to let Masahi design a co-branded version of Xiao Zhu'er for her as a reward for the mirror. In addition to this, the real tree also needs to meet Xiao Zhu'er's unduly request. Maki naturally agreed at once. You know, Xiao Zhu'er is a very famous model in the Hezhong area and has a certain popularity in other areas. With her helping to shoot advertisements, it will definitely promote product sales. As for the reward she needs to be given, Xiao Zhuer's joint version is naturally fine. The real tree should be designed in no time. Another requirement is that as the boss of Evergreen Company, Maki is willing to sell his own little color for the development of his company. In the NET few days, Maki was busy working for the official launch of VR glasses. With the help of Tai Yuan, without leaving any effort, Mashu enjoyed smooth treatment in Zhejiang City. He directly found a production line with very good conditions. He only needed to make some configurations and start production immediately. Tai Xian is more concerned about this matter than Mashu himself. Mashu just tried VR glasses for him and he was shocked at once. It turns out that such powerful electronic product can really exist in the world. This is simply an invention that has been cross-age. Seeing the real world in VR glasses, Tai Yuan's evaluation of Zhenshu has once again raised. He originally thought that he had a very high evaluation of Mashu, but he didn't expect that Mashu still has such talent in technology and business, and at such an age he could produce such excellent product. The business philosophy mentioned by Maki made Tai Yuan, who had lived a long life, feel deeply amazed. Is this really something that young people can understand? Tai Xian believes that such a person cannot simply summarize his talents in the word genius. He is simply a monster. Tai Xian didn't know how many surprises Maki would bring to him, but in short he had made up his mind to tie this monster tightly to the chariot in Zhejiang City. Just the VR glasses production line of Evergreens, I don't know how many high-quality jobs it can bring to Zhejiang City. Moreover, under the technical poverty alleviation of Evergreens, Zhejiang City should have an industry afterward. Great upgrades to attract more talents to join. Tai Yuan has foreseen the thriving scene of Zhejiang City in the future. If Zhejiang City can continue to develop according to the expected plan, it is not impossible to catch up with Kaunas City and Shuijing City in terms of science and technology and economic level. So after that, the official Zhejiang City Alliance represented by Tai Yuan reached a formal cooperation with Evergreen Company represented by Maki. After the official investment and stake in Zhejiang Alliance, it will give Evergreen Company as much resources as possible and provide Evergreen Company with various help needed. Evergreen Company must also firmly take the focus of development in Zhejiang to promote the industrial upgrading and economic development of Zhejiang City. When Tai Yuan proposed the intention to cooperate, Mashu agreed without thinking. That's the official of Zhejiang City. A super thick thigh came to the door by himself. There is no reason not to hold it. Maki deeply knows the reason why it is easy to enjoy the shade by leaning on a big tree. After that, Evergreen's company officially became the official enterprise of half of the alliance. The VR glasses advertisement shot by Xiao Zhuer also began to be played every day on the large screen of the tallest office building in Zhejiang City. Chapter 73 Hot Trail. A few days later, Tai Yuan found the real tree and said he wanted to discuss some things. It turned out that Zhejiang City was going to hold a gym owner exchange meeting and Tai Yuan wanted Maki to attend on his behalf. I'm not the owner, why do you want me to participate in the competition? Maki was a little confused. Zhenshu, you must know that you are already the focus of cultivating talents in our Zhejiang town. It would be a good opportunity to communicate with outstanding gym owners from various regions. Is this old bone? If you need it, I will give you this opportunity. You have to seize it, Tai Xian said solemnly, and he raised his eyebrows at Maki. Of course, if you want to become the owner of the museum, it's not impossible for me to give up Zhejiang Gymnasium to you, but I have to wait for me to retire. Yesterday, Tai Yuan applied for the key talents to cultivate Maki, so Maki will receive a lot of preferential treatment in Zhejiang City. This opportunity to participate is one of the benefit. Of course, there are also reasons why Tai Yuan is too lazy to participate. Okay, I can participate. Thank you for your cultivation in Zhejiang City. I will continue to contribute to the development of Zhejiang City. After thinking about it, Maki accepted Tai Yuan's proposal. Tai Xian was right. This kind of opportunity is indeed rare. You have to seize it. Besides, Mashu is actually quite interested in the Zhejiang Gymnasium. If he can become a manager in the future, it will be a good choice. Okay boy Maki, since you agree, I have a task to hand over to you. Please go to Bayan town to find Yasha, the owner of Bayan Gymnasium, and tell him the news of the owners' exchange meeting. By the way, I will give this thing to her. Tai Yuan laughed and took out a folder and handed it to Maki. Okay, Maki nodded silently. Mashu felt that Tai Xian might not be kind, and it turned out that he was waiting for him here. It seemed that he was too lazy to go this trip, so he threw everything to Mashu. But Mashu felt that it was nothing because he was going to go to Bayan town to challenge the fourth gym, and now it was just right. Install the folders given by the iron spindle and ride them on your own. The car started to set out for Bayan town. Bayan town is located in the north of Zhejiang City. It is a small town with a large number of elderly people. Bayan town is located at the foot of Chimney mountain. It has rich geothermal resources and has created many large natural hot springs. If you want to go from Zaijian town to Bayan town, you have to go all the way north and pass a cave called Hot Trail. The real tree rode very fast and had reached the entrance of the Hot Trail according to the route on the map. The terrain in the tunnel should be relatively rugged and is not suitable for riding a bicycle anymore. The tree put away the bicycle but saw a warning sign hanging net to the entrance of the cave which read, "Beware of the high temperature and beware of the wild Pokemon." "It seems it will be a sweat journey," Maki murmured. The temperature in the Hot Trail is the same as its name. Since it is close to Chimney Mountain, the Hot Trail also has rich geothermal resources, so the temperature here is very high and there are many fire attribute Pokemons living here. As soon as I walked into the tunnel, the tree felt a sultry heat coming. The environment here was like an enhanced sauna, but after walking about a few dozen meters inside, the tree was already sweating a lot. I don't know what happened here, but Maki went deep into the tunnel and encountered dozens of Pokemon. Logically speaking, Pokemon would not appear in one place in such a dense manner, and the more you go the higher the temperature will be. Real trees guess that the temperature here must be above 40 degrees. Although the temperature here has reached a level that ordinary people cannot accept, Masaka thinks it is okay. He is just very thirsty. After the last charging and strengthening, Masaka's body has reached a very terrifying level. The calories are still tolerated. No, something should have happened here. No matter what, it's too abnormal. The more he walked forward, the more abnormal he felt, and he was about to find a Pokemon in the hole to ask about the situation. The green light shone and the power of the orange blossom of the Maki spread. Under the influence of this affinity power, the Pokemon around him took the initiative to lean on him, trying to help Maki. "You are the only one." Among the many Pokemon surrounding him, Maki picked a clever si-tailed look and let it climb into its own hands. "Xiao Liuwei, what happened in the Hot Trail? Why are everyone gathering on the periphery?" Maki asked softly. "Dala," Liuwei responded. Under the influence of the power of orange flower, the sound of the si-tails automatically becomes a true tree. After communicating with Liuwei, Maki finally knew what was going on here. It turned out that the breath of a powerful Pokemon suddenly appeared in the depths of the Hot Trail recently. Therefore, many Pokemons living inside were forced to move to the periphery. Liuwei is one of them. After being with Liuwei, I didn't expect that the long law system would happen. Ding! The limited time mission has been unlocked. Please go to the depths of the Hot Trail as soon as possible to explore the truth of the incident. Mission reward: champion level experience card. Ding! Because the mission location is too hot, I will give you a bottle of anti-heat potion. Seeing that the reward for the mission was actually a champion level experience card, Maki is not calm now. This is a god level prop that can reverse the overall situation. When he was rescued last time, he relied on this prop. Since the rewards are so rich, then do a task. By the way, Maki asked Liuwei to lead the way in front, and they headed deep into the Hot Trail together. As Liuwei said, the more he went inside, the less he could see the Pokemon. It seemed that he was forced to move outward. Moreover, the internal environment is getting worse and worse. Not only is it hotter, but it also has strong magnetic field interference. Under the influence of the strong magnetic field, Maki's mobile phone suddenly lost its signal. He originally wanted to ask Lucario to use a waveguide to explore the way, but Lucario said that he could not detect the waveguide in this environment. This made Maki feel worried. According to Xiao Liuwei, even he didn't recognize the way forward. After all, Xiao Liuwei was not very strong and would not move deeper. The road is normal. Xiao Liuwei took Maki to an intersection with several forks and went back directly. Taking Maki here was his limit. It depends on Maki himself. Maki went directly to the leftmost road based on his feelings. Now it's a part of luck to see if he can get the right path. However, after just a few steps forward, Maki was stunned, because just now a voice suddenly came from his mind. "Hey, you stepped on my face." The sound is soft and sweet, like a little girl can make it. Chapter 74. Bettini. Who is talking? Maki looked down and found no abnormalities. Can you actually hear me? It's great. After so many days, someone can finally hear me. The female voice in her mind seemed very excited, and even her voice became much sharper. This time Maki sensed it carefully and found the source of the sound. It turned out to be a red stone under his feet. Because he stepped on it, he didn't find it just now. "So it looked like an ordinary stone. Why can you still talk?" Maki held the stone in her hand, her face full of black lines. Thinking about the sound of a soft girl coming from a stone, it would be too weird. "It's right. You seem to be thinking about something very rude. I'm a super cute Pokemon." The red stone lit up and continued to make the girlish voice full of incongruity. "I just leapt a few days ago. I woke up and realized that I was already in this stone." Speaking of this, the red stone's chat box was opened suddenly, and it told the Maki about his experience in the stone these days. After the consciousness is trapped in a stone, no matter how you speak out, you will not get any response and can only live alone in a small space. It's really pitiful if this happens, but it doesn't matter. matter now because I will chat with you to relieve my boredom. Let me introduce myself. My name is Masaki. I am a trainer. I just set up a company recently. Masaki took a quick photo. He slapped the stone to show comfort. My shoe, it's great to meet you. You are the first human friend I've met. Hongshita's voice also sounded very happy, sweeping away the depression just now. Where is your name? You can't call you Hongshita from now on. Maki gently tapped the red Shitou in his hand and said, a name. Hongshita suddenly fell into deep thought. After a while he suddenly said, I remember that the humans who have seen me before call me Biktanai. Bitini is my name. Biktanai? Hearing the name of Red Stone, Maki suddenly widened his eyes and looked in disbelief. Biktanai, do you look a bit like a little mouse with two blue ones? He has big eyes, two small wings behind him and a V-shaped ear on his head. Masaki immediately described the image of Bitini in his memory to Hongshitu. He thought that what he said was not vivid enough, so he took out a piece of paper and started drawing it. How did you know what I look like? Looking at Maki's slightly abstract painting, Hongshi's tone was filled with shock. Then it said in a very proud tone, it seems that my fame is also very great in the human world. Even the real tree you just met can know me, and it is worthy of being me. Sorry Bitini, although this is a bit bad, I still want to say that there shouldn't be many people who know you in Fengyuan, but I still have some understanding of Pokemon, so I can know yours. Look, Maki interrupted Bitini's narcissism. What Maki said is the truth. Bitini is a phantom beast from Hezhong, and few people from Fengyuan should know about it. Of course it has a big background. I heard that Biktanai is a Pokemon that can bring victory. It is said that trainers with Biktanai will win any battle. When Maki heard what he said, Bitini was not unhappy, so it seems that Maki is indeed the special person. She can not only understand me but also know me, unlike the two people I saw before. They obviously stepped on me, but they didn't even say an apology. Maki said in surprise, what? You said there are people in this hot trail? This place is already deep in the hot path and the temperature has reached a very terrifying level. Maki only looks as if she drinks the anti-heat potion given by the system. In such an environment there are actually two strangers. It seems that the task of this exploration is indeed not that simple. Yes, they are a man and a woman, all wearing strange black clothes. When they heard what they said, it seemed like they were going to catch some Pokemon inside. They should be some bad guys. It can be heard that Bitinatai, when they arrived at those two, there was a little anger in their tone. Catch Pokemon? It seems that where did the poachers come from? They should be heading for the powerful Pokemon that caused abnormal movements in the depth. Maki said based on these pieced together clues he already had some speculation. There is such a group of people in the Pokemon world. Their profession is to capture Pokemon and sell it to the black market for money. Such people are officially called poachers, also known as Pokemon hunters. Because people have a very high demand for various rare Pokemons. Rare Pokemons can often be sold at very high prices on the black market, so various poaching phenomena are still banned. This group of poachers who are doing illegal activities even created an organization called the Hunter Guild, which attracted many hunters to join. According to the communication between the two, it is very likely that they are the Pokemon hunters who have given the league a headache. Yes, there should be a powerful Pokemon here. I think many Pokemons have run out and are still saying that it's so scary. They should be scared by the guy inside. Bitini also continued to add, then let's get those two guys done quickly. Bitini, thank you. Your message is really critical. I'm so lucky to meet you. Maki put away the stone and continued to move forward. He felt very lucky. He was worried about whether this road was right. With Biktinai's information, he can now be completely sure that this road is right. Even if it is wrong, he should be able to meet just now the two people who ran over. According to Biktinai's information, the two of them had just left for a short time and at most an hour. If Maki went there quickly now, she should still be able to catch up with them. After running forward for about 10 minutes, Maki's speed suddenly slowed down, not because he had no energy but because he heard the sound of someone and Pokemon not far ahead. Judging from the sound, it should conduct a fight. Okay, I've caught up. Maki showed a sinister smile, lowered her voice and slowly moved forward. He was very satisfied with this situation. He was clear and secret, and it was the sneak attack process that Maki liked the most. Chapter 75, Kanjian Blade Ghost. With the help of a large stone, the real tree slowly approached the battlefield. The one who was fighting was a tall man in black. He was wearing black sunglasses covering his upper half of his face and holding a net-catching gun against Pokemon. There were several Pokemons that were occupied by the internet by him. It seems that he has gained a lot this time. At this time, opposite the man in black was a purple humanoid Pokemon confronting the man in black. It was wearing purple armor all over its body with long swords with flames on its arms, and the purple flames on its helmet swayed in the wind, looking majestic. Kanjian Blade Ghost Male. Qualification level purple. Attribute Fire Ghost. Features Fire Induced. Strength level 30. Proficiency level 20/30. Introduction Fire Sword Pokemon. The flame sword with both arms is fueled by resentment and will mercilessly cut off the enemy. Oh, it's actually a wild Kanjian blade ghost. You can make a fortune now. The man in black smiled contemptuously, picked up the net arrest gun and pointed it at the Kanjian blade ghost and fired directly. Bang bang bang. The special net was continuously fired out with the trigger pulling, shooting towards the Kanjian blade ghost, but it just gently waved two flame swords and each slash could accurately cut open to face. Come to catch net. It's not bad, try this. The man in black licked his lips and quickly took SI elf balls from his pocket. Then the SI Pokemon released from the elf ball suddenly surrounded the Kanjian blade ghost. Moreover, the SI Pokemons surrounding the Kanjian blade ghost are actually big-tailed raccoons with water attribute. It seems that this is a Pokemon configuration specially prepared for the hot trail. Although these big-tailed raccoons are not very strong and are completely crushed by the Kanjian blade ghost, they win by bullying the less. Moreover, their attribute combination is to add water to the general, which just restrains the Kanjian blade ghost with fire and ghost. General attributes can be directly immune to attacks from ghost attributes, and the water attributes are also resistant to fire attribute. The Kanjian blade ghost is in a tough battle and his physical strength is being consumed continuously. These big-tailed raccoons cooperate with tacit understanding and launch an attack from a different angle every time, which makes it difficult for the Kanjian blade ghost to resist. Every time they hit a big-tailed raccoon, they will be attacked by other big-tailed raccoon. The man in black was not idle either. He took out an electric gun from his body and kept shooting at the Kanjian blade ghost. The Kanjian blade ghost was constantly hurt and even the flame on his helmet became much smaller, looking precarious. But at this moment the situation suddenly turned around. The Kanjian blade ghost suddenly saw two black shadows sprinting towards him at an extremely fast speed. These two black shadows were naturally Maki and his partner Jirula, who had just been observing secretly. Seeing that the Kanjian blade ghost could no longer hold on the man in black, also Rela ed because he was shooting. Beware around you, this is the best time to attack. So Maki and Jalila rushed out from behind the big stone. Jalila was very fast and the same was true for the body quenched by electric energy. They almost arrived at the black, who was still shooting passionately at the same time. Behind the man in clothes, they had a tacit understanding and shared the same mind. At the same time they punched the man in black and hit the back of the head. The man in black was still shooting at the Kanjian blade ghost shooting gun with great pleasure, but suddenly felt a strong wind blowing from the back of his head as if something was coming. He didn't give him a chance to react at all, as if someone was hitting his forehead with a big hammer. The man in black fell to the ground with his eyes closed and he was already unconscious. Maki skillfully took out the rope, preparing to eliminate possible hidden dangers, while Jirula did not stop and came directly to the big-tailed raccoon, who had not yet figured out the situation. Jirula looked very excited. It jumped high and there was dazzling lightning on its body. A terrifying arc of electric power spread from its body into the air, constantly making a harsh sound of electric current. Then a powerful current surged out of it and Jirula suddenly became a sea of lightning. All Pokemon present were attacked by lightning indiscriminately. Under this terrifying current, all the big-tailed raccoons fell down instantly and only the Kanjian blade ghost was still struggling to support them. The Kanjian blade ghost couldn't say anything about the pain. It originally thought that the two guys who suddenly appeared were on the side of it, but unexpectedly Jirula actually fought with it. The electric current was wandering on the Kanjian blade ghost, bringing a strong stinging sensation. The flames on its helmet were about to be extinguished, shaking in the wind, which was very dangerous. However, at this moment the Kanjian blade ghost heard an angel-like voice. Jirula, stop quickly, the Kanjian blade ghost will be corroded by you. As soon as the word fell, the continuous attack of electric current suddenly came to an abrupt end and a vital green light also wrapped the Kanjian blade ghost tightly, quickly healing its injuries. Sorry Kanjian blade ghost, I accidentally hurt you, Maki said with apologies. Maki and Jirula said that they would go up and kill those enemies, while Jirula used the Kanjian blade ghost as the enemy to light up together. The injury has recovered. When some Kanjian blade ghost looked up, they saw two apologetic faces with deep concern in their eyes. This made a cold heart feel a long-lost warmth. When was the last time that was cared for by others? I can't remember it anymore. The Kanjian blade ghost recalled his memories and found that they were all battle scenes and he couldn't find any warm scenes at all. It paused and then slowly responded, it's okay, I'm too weak. If it's not you, I should have been caught. Your Pokemon is really strong. Under the influence of the power of the orange flower, Mashu understood what the Kanjian ghost wanted to impress. He gently touched the Kanjian ghost head wearing a helmet and comforted him softly. It's okay, you are already it's just that there are a lot of opponents, so I'm just at a disadvantage. By the way, my name is Masaru. It's Jirula. I'm very happy to know you, Kanjian blade ghost. Under the treatment of the power of the orange flower, the Kanjian blade ghost can now stand. It slowly stood up and looked at the true tree gratefully. However, Maki pulled Jirula, who was standing net to him, to the Kanjian Blade Ghost and enthusiastically introduced the two Pokemons to each other. Jirula touched her head a little embarrassedly and stretched out her hand to the Kanjian Blade Ghost. The Kanjian Blade Ghost also wanted to reach out but found that its arms were full of flame sword and it could not complete the handshake. Facing the hand that Jirao stretched in front of him, it seemed very uneasy. Jirula was also stunned. After it stretched out its hand, it found that the Kanjian Blade Ghost had no hands at all and didn't know what to do. For a moment the two Pokemons were in awkwardly and the atmosphere suddenly became strange. Chapter 76. Little U. Maki couldn't help laughing when she looked at the two stupid Pokemon. He grabbed Jirula with one hand and Kanjian Blade Ghost with the other and directly hugged them together. Isn't this a solution? If you can't shake hands, just hold one. This is called adaptation. Have you learned it, Jirula? Maki said with a smile. Jirula is still too young and Maki often teaches it all kinds of things in life. The two Pokemons who were forced to hold each other were a little embarrassed. They both took a step back and began to communicate. Jirula became more and more excited as she chatted. She looked very excited. This time she made a new friend, which was a great thing. The Maki net to him walked to the man in black who was tied tightly by him and started to heal with the power of orange flower. Under the treatment of the power of orange flower, the man in black slowly woke up. Looking at his eyes with no spirit, he seemed to have not figured out the situation. Mashu didn't have much patience and just slapped him in the face and said lightly, I'll give you 3 minutes to quickly introduce myself and the purpose of coming here. You'd better be faster, otherwise the consequences will be, but it's very serious. Damn it. The man who was slapped twice finally recovered from his awakening. He looked as if he was not afraid of the threat of Maki and said sternly, you dare to sneak attack me? The Hunter Guild will definitely make you pay the price. The man in black showed a cold light on his face and he had no intention of cooperating at all. He kept twisting his body trying to break free from the ropes on his body. Hearing the man's harsh words, Maki not only wasn't angry but she smiled with peace of mind and said softly, it's indeed a mess of the Hunter Guild, so I'll be relieved. Don't say I'm cruel, after all I've given you a chance. As he said that, Maki took out the mental manipulation injection from her backpack and fiddled with the syringe on her own. Seeing Maki take out a large syringe tube with a super standard, the man in black suddenly panicked. No longer had the iron-brained look just now and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Yeah, what are you Yuri going to do? The man in black said tremblingly, his eyes fixed on the tree, slowly approaching with the needle without the initial arrogance. Don't do it. Come here. I've called it. I really do it. We're here. It's too late to regret it now. After all, I don't have much patience, Maki said lightly. He had skillfully pierced the needle into the man in black vein and completed the injection. The man in black said nothing important because he would say it obediently after the injection came into effect, and it also eliminated the possibility of lying. After the man in black, who was already full of fear, was injected with the injection, his E-Pression suddenly became dull and he had already entered the state of setting input. Maki lost a few new settings for him, such as the heart full of justice committed to protecting the Pokemon ecology, completely obeying Maki's orders, and once there is a thought of betrayal he will implode and die. In this way the original hunter who caught Pokemon indiscriminately turned into a Pokemon ecological protector who only listened to the words of True Tree. True Tree expressed his satisfaction. After completing the setting input, the man in black's unscrupulous eyes regained his spirit and Maki also loosened him. After seeing that the person in front of him was Maki, the man in black became humble. He immediately got up from the ground, bowed a lot to Maki and shouted, hello boss. Not bad, very energetic. I'll just introduce myself to the topic just now and the purpose of your coming here. Maki nodded, very satisfied with his current appearance. This question went much smoother and the man in black directly told everything he knew. It turns out he belongs to the Hunter Union, numbered Hunter code named Hunter Yu. He and another colleague Hunter J were doing a mission in Fengyuan. By chance they arrived at the hot trail and felt the change in the energy of the fire attribute here. According to their speculation, there should be some powerful fire attribute Pokemon here, so we came in and captured it together. Hunter Yu originally wanted to catch a group here and then go to the front to meet with his companions, but he was directly the tree took it down. So that's the case. It's almost the same as what I guessed. Net, you are a member of our evergreen company. From now on I'll call you Xiao Yu. First let put all the Pokemon you caught. Maki nodded and pointed to the Pokemon trapped in the net around her. Xiao Yu looked very guilty and quickly released these poor Pokemon. The captured Pokemon were stunned and didn't know what was going on. Why did the bad guy who caught them suddenly let them out with a kind look on his face and kept saying something to them, be careful in the future, don't be caught. That person must have a brain problem, right? It definitely a brain problem. The Pokemon who escaped fell into deep thought. After dealing with Xiao Yu's affairs, Maki came to Jirula and Kanjian Blade Ghost again. Seeing them having a happy time together, Maki breathed a sigh of relief. It is the time when Jalaura need friendship. With the irrigation of friendship it can continue to develop on the right path. Maki has always been worried about Jiraiya's mental state for fear that it will become extreme because it is too withdrawn. However, now it seems that Jiraiya can handle a good relationship with other Pokemon, so he will rest assured. Maki also tried to release his other Pokemons and get to know Kanjian Blade Ghost, but those weak guys only came out for a while and said that the environment here was too hot and they wanted to get comfortable. Go into the elf ball. The green vine snake even cursed the fool of the tree when it came up. I wonder if they didn't like the heat. After that they went back to the elf ball by themselves and they didn't give the tree a chance to retaliate. The giant clamp mantis and Lucario seem to have a lot of emotional intelligence. Although the temperature here also makes them uncomfortable, they still insist on saying hello to the Kanjian Blade Ghost before returning to the elf ball. Sorry, they are not intentional, they just don't like too hot places. Maki explained to the Kanjian Blade Ghost with an apology. I originally wanted everyone to make friends, but I didn't expect that the environment here was not suitable. However, the Kanjian Blade Ghost didn't think anything was wrong. Instead it yearned for the easygoing relationship of Maki and Pokemon. After silently encouraging himself in his heart, Kanjian Blade Ghost bravely took the first step. That Maku, can I join you? I want to be your Pokemon too. A shy and firm voice suddenly sounded in Maku's mind. Chapter 77 Flame Bird. After passing through a long dark cave, the front suddenly became clear. Unlike outside, it was actually drizzling in the deepest part of the cave. In such a hot place it will rain? Maki continued to move forward with questions, and then she realized the reason for the rain. In front of the huge magma pool there was a silver-haired woman wearing the same black coat as Xiao Yu's. She should be what Xiao Yu calls Hunter J. Beside Hunter J there are 5 big mouth gulls flying around her, and there is also a huge super armored rhinoceros standing in front of her. It seems that the rain here is caused by these big mouth gulls. The big mouth gulls have the same characteristics as Gaaka and rainfall. The effect of rainfall is to turn the surrounding weather into a rainy day, but it seems that in this environment the rainfall characteristics have also been weakened to a certain extent. Under the influence of the 5 big mouth gulls it only caused such light rain. And above the magma pool opposite Hunter J, a Pokemon full of oppression hovered in the air. It looked like a big yellow bird with an elegant crown made of flames and long tumbling strips. Its huge wings also feature a sacred flame and it looks elegant and holy. This is the flame bird. Flaming bird male. Qualification level golden. Attribute fire flight. Characteristic sense of oppression. Strength level 65. Master level 60-70. Introduction flame Pokemon. As long as it flaps its wings the feathers will flash red flame. It is very beautiful and is one of the legendary bird Pokemon. It's actually a flame bird. Maki was shocked. This is the Pokemon that is in the Legend of Status, the flame bird that is as famous as the lightning bird and the frozen bird. In fact, he had just guessed that the flame bird's flame can be regarded as the sacred fire of the Quartz Conference, which is very consistent with the special characteristics of the flame mentioned by Bettini. However, the true tree really didn't expect that the flame bird really came to Feng Yuan. Although this should not be the flame bird with a divine position, it is also extremely rare. What is worrying is that the flame bird looks in a bad state at this time. Many blood marks of all sizes appeared on its body and even the flames on its body became much dimmed. It seems that it was just injured in the battle. However, although the body is covered with scars, the flame bird is still full of momentum. It suddenly flapped its wings, flew high and made a sound, the loud bird song. Human, your greed has blinded your soul and made you ugly. Let me purify all this with flame. What a great Pokemon. I ate a rock cannon with a super armored rhinoceros, but I can still maintain this state. Hunter J licked his lips and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. She was preparing for this trip. After knowing that her opponent was a super hot Pokemon, she prepared 5 big mouth gulls with rainfall characteristic and a powerful super armored rhinoceros as the main attacker. You should know that the flame bird is a combination of fire plus flight attributes, and what you fear the most is the rock attribute attack. Hearing Hunter J's words, Maki also turned her attention to the huge super armored rhinoceros in front of her. Super armored rhino male. Qualification level blue. Attributes rocks ground. Features hard head. Strength level 55. Garden level 50-60. Introduction drilling a cone Pokemon, stuffing rocks in the hole in the palm, launching it with the power of muscles and occasionally launching the small fistone. Although Hunter J's super armored rhinoceros is much worse than that of the flaming bird, he can still wrestle the wrist with the flaming bird when he has the advantage of his attribute. With such strength, no wonder Hunter J can maintain such a calm attitude when facing such a powerful flame bird and even successfully injured the flame bird. Pokemon's strength is the source of her confidence. However, in comparison, the little UNET to him is much inferior. No wonder Later he was sent to the periphery to capture those weak Pokemon. Xiao Yu also felt the boss's playful gaze. He looked at the intimidating Hunter J in front of him and then looked at himself hiding behind the stone and peeping at him. Xiao Yu suddenly realized what the boss was thinking. He said weakly, "Boss, I am good at tactic. If I prepare well I will not be weaker than that woman. It's just that you are too strong so shh." Because Xiao Yu was a little excited, his voice was also used a little louder. Shi Shu immediately covered his mouth and forced to stop this behavior that was suspected of cheating his teammate. Fortunately Hunter J's attention was all focused on the flame bird and he did not notice the slight movement behind the big rock behind her. Maki breathed a sigh of relief. He planned to give Hunter J a big one but he couldn't be opposed here. Raw cannon. Hunter J's voice was cold and he directed the super armored rhinoceros to launch the attack first. The super armored rhinoceros reached forward and a large amount of earth yellow energy gushed out from the small hole in the palm and the energy condensed and turned into a huge rock. Then the super crazy rhinoceros exerted force on all muscles and the rock cannon in his hand also flew towards the flame bird in the sky. However, the flame bird's reaction was also very fast. After being hit by a rock cannon once, it was already prepared for such an attack. Faced with the rock cannon that was coming, the flame bird quickly dived down and avoided the rock cannon. After that, a red light emerged from the flame bird's mouth and a fierce bright red flame suddenly released. The flame turned into the shape of a flame bird in the air, just like another clone of the flame bird. The terrifying fire bird composed of sacred flames flew straight towards the Hunter J. A lot of tiny flames were ignited in the air along the way and the terrifying temperature seemed to even the space was about to be burned. Even the real tree, who was observing in secret, could feel a strong burning sensation surged into her heart, which showed the terror of the flame bird's attack. Jirula and Kanjian Blade Ghost net to the real tree saw such gorgeous and terrifying moves and their eyes were full of glory. Don't envy him, Jirula. Kanjian Blade Ghost believe that we will be stronger than the flame bird in the future. Maki patted the two little ones on the shoulders and said, Hearing the words of Maki, Jirula and Kanjian Blade Ghost looked at each other with strong fighting spirit in their eyes and set new goals in their heart. Maki is right, the road ahead is still long and they will surely become super Pokemon that is famous all over the world. Chapter 78 Crazy Big Tail Cyclop. Water Cannon. Hunter J quickly took a few steps back and all the big mouth gulls around her blocked her, spraying violent water cannons together. 5 water cannons gathered together turned into thick water dragons and rushed into the air. The flame of the bird bang. The direct collision between fire and water finally made an even match. The originally mighty water dragon was evaporated into a large amount of water vapor after hitting the fire bird, and the fire dragon was also consumed by the water dragon and disappeared into the air middle. Raw cannon. Hunter J seized the opportunity and launched an attack. Hidden in the water vapor, a terrifying huge rock condensed in the hands of super armored rhino once again and fired towards the flame bird. Boom! The rock cannon suddenly emerged from the water vapor, made the flame bird unresponsive and could not maintain its flight. It fell into the magma pool, which seemed to be seriously injured. The legendary Pokemon has just been like this after she has taken off those halos. Hunter J took out a huge iron cage and it seemed that he was preparing to turn off the flame bird. Let go! Maki whispered, releasing all the Pokemons, and briefly told everyone about the tactic. The situation is urgent now and the flame bird is very dangerous and cannot tolerate them to observe secretly. Boss, where is me? You haven't arranged tactic for me yet. Xiao Yu looked very aggrieved. You make arrangements by yourself, don't ask me anything, Mashu said angrily. After saying a few more precautions, they rushed out. All of a sudden, during the sprint, the keystone in the real tree's pocket burst out with a strong light, allowing the giant clamp mantis to complete the super evolution. The tree arranged their own goals for everyone. Jirula took the lead and rushed to the group of big mouth gulls. There was a dazzling lightning on its body. The long-standing discharge burst out and swept through everything in an instant. Big mouth gull. Before the big mouth gulls could react, they were hit by the discharge. The electric attack was 4 times that restrained them. The big mouth gulls could not bear such an attack and they all fell to the ground in an instant and fell into a coma. The target of the green vine snake Lucario and the super cyclone mantis is the super armored rhino. While the super armored rhino has just released the rock cannon and is still exhausted and weak, this is the most suitable attack moment. The first move was Xiao Yu, who was ordered to play on his own. He threw out Si big-tailed raccoon. The small big-tailed raccoon instantly surrounded the huge super armored rhinoceros, which looked a little overestimated. Looked like angry front teeth. The big-tailed raccoons had long known Xiao Yu's tactic. The first Pokemon they saw after coming out of the Pokemon was the enemy. No matter who it was, they rushed up and bit it. The super armored rhinoceros is in the kidney deficiency stage after excessive force. Suddenly a large group of weird little mice surrounded it. Then they rushed up and bit themselves hard with their big teeth. Hard rock body. Bite ping stones with teeth seems to be a stupid move. Normal people should not do such things. The super armored rhinoceros was originally disdainful of the little guys surrounding it. After a while its body recovered and it shook its body gently and the guys would have to burp directly. But when a group of big-tailed raccoons climbed onto it and bit the super armored rhinoceros with their super large teeth, the super armored rhinoceros suddenly couldn't calm down. How come he hurt so much? The super armored rhinoceros felt that the group of big-toothed mice were not biting its own armor but directly on its nerve. He was bitten by big-tailed raccoons. Even a tough guy level Pokemon like super armored rhino could not bear such pain. The super armored rhinoceros body suddenly trembled in pain and the original powerful momentum was also being quickly weakened. Xiao Yu on the side showed an E-sided E-press-Zion and he knew that his tactics had worked. Under normal circumstances ordinary Pokemon cannot cause damage to powerful Pokemons that are much stronger than themselves, but the big-tailed raccoons are different. Although they are weak in strength, they have a super perverted skill, anger front teeth. No matter how strong the opponent's Pokemon is or how strong the defense is, as long as the big-tailed raccoons find the opportunity to attack, an angry front teeth will have to reduce their physical strength by half. Angry front teeth are so unreasonable. The super armored rhinoceros, which had taken angry front teeth at one time, was not only painful but also had a sudden overwhelming physical strength. At this time it angrily shook its body, threw all the big-tailed raccoons off, and then it stepped back, instantly dealing with all the big-tailed raccoons. However, Xiao Yu on the side smiled and took back the big-tailed raccoons who were in a coma and said lightly, "Big-tailed raccoons, you have done a good job. It depends on the other partners." The super armored rhinoceros has just solved the big-tailed raccoons when they saw a figure like a red meteor rushing in front of it. The iron pliers like dragon heads have already collided with huge airflow. On the face, sonic fist, the super giant lamp mantis's use of all-out sound fist, and it was firmly stuck on the face of the super armored rhinoceros. The huge impact force burst out on the face of the super armored crazy rhino. The huge body of the super armored crazy rhino fell to the ground, smashing a large pit on the ground, and a circle of sand and dust spread around. And this is just the beginning of the attack. After the super armored rhinoceros fell to the ground, another blue meteor-like figure appeared in front of it. The knee, which was burning with flames, hit its side face directly. Flying knee kick. The blue meteor that launched the second attack was naturally Lucario. After a kick from the knee, several wave missiles flew out and hit the super armored rhinoceros. However, super armor crazy rhino is worthy of being a super strong master level Pokemon. After so many attack, he still stood up tenaciously. He fell to the ground and stared at Lucario fiercely with his thick right arm. A fierce white light appeared and blasted towards Lucario. This is an arm hammer, a powerful fighting attribute skill. However, the super armored rhino was seriously injured and its attack was still too slow. Lucario just jumped back and avoided its dying struggle. The net attack. The super armored rhinoceros lying on the ground could not avoid it. A breeze blew around the side of the super armored rhinoceros. Then a huge tornado made of green leaves suddenly surged up, blowing the heavy super armored rhinoceros from the ground. The green leaves kept cutting the body of the super armored rhinoceros. The powerful grass attribute energy also made it unable to withstand it at all and fell into a coma in the storm and lost its combat ability. Flying leaf storm. The effect is outstanding. Chapter 79 Rescue. The last move was naturally the Chingvu snake, and her grass attribute attack skill was the one who can control the super armored rhinoceros 4 times, was specially arranged by the Maki in the final harvest position. The green vine snake fell on the super armored rhinoceros. Looking at the super armored rhinoceros unconscious under her feet, a trace of disdain appeared in its red pupils, as if saying, "It's just that. Damn it, Hunter, you actually betrayed." Hunter J said, gritting his teeth. She watched the overall situation, which was originally completely advantageous, suddenly turned around and a burst of anger rushed to her head, but she couldn't make any counter-attack because a sharp long sword of flame was already on her neck. The Kangyan blade ghost looked at her with a vicious look. Net to her. Hunter J only felt a cold and hot feeling coming from his neck. When he turned his head, he saw the kind Kangyan Biao ghost. Net to him. "If you act rashly, you will die." Hunter J sensed the meaning revealed in Kangyan blade ghost's eyes and was also very sensible and stopped moving silently, allowing the enemy to deal with it. Jirula, who solved the big mouth gulls, also came over and tied the Hunter J firmly with the rope given by the real tree. After following the real tree for so long, it also learned a good rope art and directly brought the Hunter J was so tied up that he couldn't move. After completing the binding, Jirula took out another rag and skillfully stuffed it into the Hunter J's mouth, which would have completed the entire treatment of the prisoners. Jirula took a look at the work he tied and was very satisfied. Compared with Maki's works, it was almost the same, but it was a little less artistic. Maki said that it was something that children cannot learn, so there was no teach Jalila. Everyone has solved the enemy and the Shizu naturally has his own mission. He ran to the magma pool under the high temperature and covered the flame bird in the magma with the power of orange blossom to help the flame bird recover quickly. Masaki, you are so powerful. Such a powerful opponent was solved by your friends at once. The red stone in Masaki's pocket lit up and Bettini was very surprised by everyone's record. It was a little worried just now, but I didn't expect everyone to win so smoothly. That's right. After all, when it comes to sneak attacks we are professional. Of course we have to thank you too. Bettini, you are our goddess of luck. I heard that the trainer around you will fight without a fight not to win. Maki said with a smile. Is it my credit? Then I will always follow the real tree from now on, okay? The real tree? Bettini said suddenly. Maki gently tapped the red stone in his hand and said, of course I will always welcome you. Bettini, I will try my best to help you get your original body back, but it may be a bit boring with me. Oh, if that is the case, are you still willing? Of course I'm very serious. It's very interesting to be with you. Maki, I'll follow you. Don't want me? Bettini said angrily, looking like he was with Maki. The questioning is very annoying. That's good. Welcome Bettini. I will be my closest companion from now on. Maki said with a smile. He also likes Bettini very much. It would be great to be with it, but he still needs to find his original body as soon as possible. It is still a bit strange to chat with a stone every day. After Maki finished speaking, he devoted himself to the treatment of the flame bird. He mobilized the power of the orange blossom in his body and all of it was poured into the flame bird body. Because the flame bird was seriously injured this time, even if it was in trouble, the power of orange flower, the therapeutic effect this time are limited. However, the good news is that the tree can feel that the aura of the flame bird is constantly getting stronger and it seems that it is recovering very quickly. This is of course, after all, the flame bird originally has the attribute of recovery. In this way, it is said that it can absorb power from the magma and thus restore its injuries. Time passed slowly and everyone surrounded the real tree and watched nervously the recovery of the flame bird. The green vine snake Lucario and the giant pliers mantis have already returned to the elf ball to rest. The temperature here is still too high for them. After they finished the battle, they went back on their own and did not stay for a moment. Fortunately, the flame bird is fine. These Pokemon hunters are really hateful. I will definitely capture them all in the future. Xiao Yu said angrily and kicked the hunter Jnet to him hard. It seems that he has accepted his new identity very well and it is completely different from his past self. The hunter J on the ground pressed his surprise at what Xiao Yu looked like now. She originally thought that this sneak attack was planned by Xiao Yu and wanted to possess the flame bird alone. This is understandable to her. After all, the hunter is know what you understand. It is normal to be a bad person. However, what hunter J didn't expect was that Xiao Yu was completely different. He was obviously an evil hunter, but now he acted like a good person who loves Pokemon. And it seems that Xiao Yu is respectful to the handsome man standing net to the magma pool and calls him the boss. It seems that he is the mastermind behind the scene. What is that young man who is from? He can actually change a person's mind like this. Hunter J looked at the real tree that was trying his best to rescue the flame bird and fear suddenly surged into his heart. For her death was not a fearful thing. If you lose your own thoughts and become the enemy's lackey like Xiao Yu, then it should be 100 times more terrifying than death. Maki didn't have time to care about Hunter J at this time. He felt that the flame bird was about to fully recover, but it was like a bottomless pit, constantly absorbing the power of the real tree's orange blossom, almost sucking the real tree dry. Stop sucking, you're really sucking it away. Flamebird, wake up! Maki shouted, trying to convey his voice to the flamebird in the magma. The bond formed by the power of orange blossom connect the real tree and the flame bird. The real tree's shout this time is really conveyed to the flame bird. The flame bird raised its eyelid and opened its eyes again. His pupils had a bright look and suddenly rushed out of the magma. At this time the flame bird looked very energetic and the scars on its body had completely disappeared. It was impossible to see that. It seemed to have just been seriously injured, but it seemed that it had just practiced and became stronger. The flame bird looked around and his eyes suddenly locked in the middle of the tree, surrounded by Pokemon with soft eyes. Thank you, the best friend of the forest. Thank you for your help. Chapter 80, The Origin of the Holy Fire. The flame bird looked at the boy in front of him and showed a rare prescience of human satisfaction. No wonder he could get the power of Shirabi. The boy in front of him can lend a helping hand to it in danger and can also defeat a powerful enemy that even the flame bird cannot deal with. With such a gentle heart and such powerful potential, the flame bird seems to have seen another new star rising. It's nothing, tend a helping hand to friends who are in trouble. This is the most basic etiquette. Hello flame bird, when I first met, my name is Mashu. As you can see, I am a fledgling trainer. Maki's voice rarely brings a hint of nervousness. It was the first time I communicated with the real legendary Pokemon and it was fake to say it was not nervous. Masaka, thank you. This is my thank you. Thank you for saving our family. You will be our friend from now on." The tone of the flame bird sounded sincere, and then the flames on the body of the flame bird suddenly burned and the sacred flames continued to condense on its chest and finally slowly turned into a small flame. It looks insignificant, but it contains a terrifying aura. This is the origin of the sacred fire condensed by the flame bird. It can temper the body and is of great benefit to human. The white and pure holy fire flame slowly fell into the hands of the real tree like a newborn fire lotus. "This is..." Maki stared blankly at the cute little flame in her hand, her face full of curiosity. "This flame is really magical. It clearly seemed to be formed by a lot of flame. When it came to Maki's hands, he couldn't feel any temperature. He just felt a little warm in his heart. This is the origin of the holy fire which can temper your body. Just eat it." "So that's how it is," Maki said suddenly. After saying that, he picked up the fire lotus in his hand and stuffed it directly into the mouth of Kang Yanbian Ghost. Net to him, his body is already strong enough, but he doesn't need to be quenched. It's better if he eats the Kangyan Blade Ghost. Before the Kangyan Blade Ghost could react, the real tree put the fire into its mouth, which suddenly triggered its fire-induced characteristic, and it absorbed the origin of the sacred fire of the flame bird in an instant. Suddenly the Kangyan Blade Ghost suddenly entered the state of cultivation. It sat down and was receiving this sudden energy. Seeing the abnormal behavior of the real tree, the flame bird was also surprised. Unexpectedly, he gave the precious source of the sacred fire to the Kangyan Blade Ghost without thinking. The flaming bird perception of the real tree suddenly increased a lot. From him the flame bird saw truly excellent qualities. This child is worthy of being chosen by Shi Rabbi, and this kind of heart that considers Pokemon is enough to surpass many people. Master Tree, do you know, even I can't condense a few of the origins of that kind. This is a precious treasure that even other flame birds will fight for when they see it. The flaming bird voice contained a hint of admiration, and it had fully recognized the real tree. It's okay, Kangyan Blade Ghost is my partner. This origin is more helpful to it. It must give resources to people who can play a better role in resources. Maki looked indifferent. He had already begun to imagine what the Kangyan Blade Ghost looked like. At that time the Kangyan Blade Ghost will be the holy fire sword on the left and the ghost fire sword on the right. One sword kills evil and one sword suppresses soul. Please, that would be cool. Okay, but that is a very precious thing, something that is so precious that Pokemon will be moved by. The flame bird was about to say a few more words when he heard a familiar voice coming from under the magma. It's okay, Genshu, I'll just give you another source of the holy fire. An elegant female voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Maki turned her head in confusion, looking for the source of the voice. Net, an amazing scene happened. There was a sudden movement in the magma pool ahead. A beautiful and elegant figure emerged from the magma, and it turned out to be another flame bird. Flaming bird female. Qualification level golden. Attribute fire flight. Characteristic sense of oppression. Strength level 60. Master level 60-70. Introduction. Flame Pokemon. Every time you flap your wings, sparks will shine, which will make the minds of those who see it excited. It is a beautiful legendary Pokemon. It turned out to be female flame bird. It seems they are a pair. Strange. The flaming bird just said thank you for saving their family. There are still family members of the flame birds hidden in this magma pond. After the female flaming bird flew out of the magma, it also condensed a source of the holy fire and sent it to the hands of the real tree. It's not good. Holding the origin in his hand, the tree hesitated a little. The little fire lotus in his hand is a precious treasure even for the flame bird, and he actually gave him another one. It's okay, don't be polite to us. You have to accept it well. If others don't give it to you. The new female flame bird should have a more generous personality. When listening to the sound, which dispelled Maki's hesitation in just one sentence. Thank you, I'll accept it. Also, let me ask, isn't this flame possible to be used with a fire attribute Pokemon? Can it enhance the fire resistance of Pokemon? Maki asked while playing with the little flame in her hand. He had another new idea and was now testing feasibility. It's okay, just reduce the amount of the original source a little, but I still recommend that you use it yourself. The female flame bird said hesitantly. That fine, Maki said, satisfied. He threw out the elf ball, released the green vine snake Lucario and the giant pliers mantis, and divided the origin in his hand into 5 equally. The green vine snake was called out again when it saw it. It was still net to the magma pond. Just as it was about to question the real tree, it was fed into a small flame by the real tree. Maki used the same technique to feed the giant mantis Lucario and Jirla the flame. In the end, he took the remaining small flame himself, and in this way everyone would have the flame to eat. Moreover, the origin of the holy fire will enhance the fire resistance. If the team of the real tree faces the Pokemon with fire attributes in the future, it will not be as difficult as it is now. This time I really gained a lot. Net to the magma pool, the real tree and the Pokemon were both wrapped in a ball of flame and were absorbing the energy from the origin of the holy fire. The flame bird above the magma magma pond also began to communicate. Maki heard their conversation clearly and the content was, "How are the child? Don't worry, it's great." Chapter 81 The Legend of the Writing Man. It turns out that the flaming bird and the others have descendant. No wonder the flaming birds wanted to disperse the Pokemon around them before. It turned out that this is the reason. Maki thought the origin of the holy fire has been completely absorbed by him. A fire lotus-shaped mark was left on the back of his right hand. After absorbing the origin of the holy fire, the body of the tree has been strengthened in all aspects. Moreover, fire resistance has also increased a lot. The green vine snakes opened their eyes and were filled with surprises. Now they are no longer afraid of heat, and even if they stand net to the magma pool there is no problem. The Kenjian blade ghost has mastered the use of the holy fire, and this time it is the one that has gained the most. Congratulations Masha, come with me. The flame bird looked very relieved and red energy emerged from its body, wrapping Maki and his Pokemon, forming a protective cover attached to the surface. This is a fire cover. With the protection of this fire cover, Genshu and the others can enter the bottom of the magma pond. Both flaming birds got into the magma one after another, and the flaming bird followed closely with their friends. As soon as you enter the magma pool, the whole world turns fiery red. Maki also saw a lava snail hidden in the magma pond, looking very leisurely. It saw the flaming bird and nodded slightly without seeing any fear. Maki secretly smacked her tongue. This is the hidden boss. She is not panicked at all. As a neighbor of the legendary Pokemon, he was led by the flame bird and walked under the magma pool. Maki and his friends entered a deep cave together. The magical thing is that there is no magma here, but the temperature is also very high, making it suitable for the residence of the flame bird. As soon as the two flaming birds entered the cave, they heard a loud bird song. A mini version of the flame bird flew out of the cave and rushed into the arms of the female flame bird. The little flame bird looked uneasy and seemed a little dissatisfied with his mother's departure. "Mautri, this is our children. It says that you want friends. Can your Pokemon make friends with it?" said the mother flaming bird. "Of course, there is no problem." Genshu agreed immediately. The little flaming bird was not long after it was born, but because of some congenital defects it needed to live in a hot place to make up for its innate shortcomings. Therefore the two Kanto flame birds traveled through mountains and rivers and found the hot path of Fengyuan just to find a suitable place for their children to recuperate. Although the process was a little turbulent, the ending was still very good. Even the little flaming bird is in the cave every day and does not have a playmate, so the flaming bird and his wife brought down the tree and the others. The Pokemon of the Mai tree has a natural affinity. Not long after, they had a good relationship with the little flame bird and started playing around. Maki continued to chat with the flaming bird couple net to her, just like a parent who took her children to a friend's house to play. "Flame bird, can you tell the origin of this stone? My friend Bettini's consciousness is trapped inside." As the chat was chatting, Maki took out the red stones on her body and wanted the flaming bird to help her take a look. Bettini wanted to join the real tree and the flame bird chat, but unfortunately its sound cannot be heard even by the flame bird, and only the real tree can hear it at present. A more common flame ore, but it looked like Chimney Mountain. However, how could the stones of Chimney Mountain come to this hot trail? The flame bird looked at the stone in front of the real tree and found nothing unusual at all. It was just a very ordinary stone. The only feature of this stone should be that it shouldn't have appeared. However, it is very likely that he was brought here from Chimney Mountain by Pokemon who had the habit of migration. Masaki, I remembered that I ran into a strange stone while playing on the top of the Chimney Mountain and then fell asleep. When I woke up I was already trapped here. Bettini suddenly shouted loudly. Listening to the flame bird lifting Chimney Mountain, it finally remembered the memories before its consciousness was transferred. "You remember such an important thing earlier. Now your body may have been picked up by someone else," Maki said uneasily, but he didn't expect that Bettini would forget such an important thing. "It's such an unreliable Pokemon." It's okay Maki, I specially chose a place where there are no people. There shouldn't be anyone running to the top of the volcano." Probably Bettini was hesitant. "Road, you know it probably bastard, what if someone just happened to pass by? Wouldn't you have to stay in this stone all your life?" Maki gently patted the red stone in his hand and said angrily. He then explained the whole story to the flaming bird and prepared to leave and go to Chimney Mountain as soon as possible. The priority of Bettini is currently the highest, so Maki can only leave first and come to play with the little flame bird net time. However, the flame bird told Genshu not to worry. He asked Genshu to recover some of the things here first and then take Genshu to Chimney Mountain later. Maki was ecstatic and wanted to shout that the flame bird was awesome. This is an opportunity to take advantage of the legendary Pokemon flying, just like the Super Luyuri car in my previous life. Who doesn't want to take it once? Saying goodbye to the reluctant little flame bird, Maki quickly returned to Xiao Unet to the magma pool and gave Hunter J a quick injection of mental manipulation. From then on, the Hunter J who did everything everything evil disappeared into this world, replaced by Pokemon enthusiast Yao Jie. Maki asked Yao Jie and Xiao Yu to report to the headquarters of Evergreen Company in Zijin City on their own, and then they were responsible for the company's security work during this period. He couldn't help but sigh that for him he really hoped that these bad guys would come to him and add more words to his company. You should know that these bad guys in the Pokemon world have some skills, and the real tree will let them wash their hands thoroughly, and from then on they will fight for the prosperity of evergreen trees for the rest of their lives. After solving the problem of Hunter J, Maki officially rode on the back of the male flame bird and prepared to leave the hot trail. The system's mission has been completed and Maki successfully obtained the precious championship Eparians card. It is worth mentioning that after the real tree rode on the flame bird, it also triggered the system prompt. Ding! It was detected that the host successfully rode the flaming bird, unlocked the achievements and rode the legendary person. Reward: Z Bracelet 1, Grass Attribute Z Pure Crystal 1. Chapter 82, Red Flame Pine. The real tree rode on the flame bird and was on its way to Chimney Mountain. At this time in Chimney Mountain, a group of people wearing red uniforms were busy cleaning up the wild Pokemon on the road. Boss, the wild Pokemon nearby has been almost cleaned up, so we can start to the top of the mountain. A lava team pawn in a uniform ran behind a man with long red hair and reported. The long-haired man turned around, nodded and said, "Well, I understand. Let everyone prepare and go up. The location of the meteor fragments should be there." "Yes, boss," the lava team's pawn replied, and immediately ran to let everyone prepare to go up the mountain. The task of epondaying the land is really heavy. Chi Yinsong looked up at the towering Chimney Mountain and murmured to himself, "Chisayansong, what exactly do you want to do?" Ignoring the Alliance's regulations, stepping into the Chimney Mountain Nature Reserve and wantonly hurting civilians who climbed the mountain. Several coalition police officers broke through the layers of defense of the lava team's pawns and sternly said to Chi Yinsong, "This is also part of the earth, right? I just walk freely on the earth. How come I have violated the rules? Also, those who climb the mountain are too tired, so I just ask them to go down the mountain to rest first." Surrounded by several alliances, Chi Yinsong was not nervous at all and was still talking. Several police officers: "The earth is the territory on which people rely for their survival. Without this solid land, we humans will have no more the habitat, and the dangerous ocean is eroding this beautiful land all the time. Let us gather our strength and epand the land together. Come on, join the lava team and let us complete this great cause together. Your remarks are okay to deceive children, so you don't have to fiddle with them in front of us. Chi Yinsong, you have violated the laws of the Alliance. We will arrest you now and surrender." Several League police officers threw out their elf balls. Mighty one after another Fengsu dog surrounded Chi Yinsong in an instant. "Alas, great careers always suffer a lot of setbacks, but I, Chi Yinsong, will use my strength to break all obstacles and firmly walk on the road to epondaying the earth." Chi Yinsong also threw out his elf ball casually, and a huge fire-breathing camel appeared in front of everyone. It is about 25 meters tall and has a length of more than 3 meters. High-temperature white smoke continues to spray out from its nostrils, and magma continues to flow from the rock hump on its back. Even when facing the Fengsu dogs, the fire-breaking camel still looked very calm. Instead, the Fengsu dogs were a little scared. They kept roaring at the fire-breaking camel and all their hair was standing up. He got up, but he didn't dare to attack the other party first. "This is a fire-breathing camel of the king level. What a strong sense of oppression," a coalition police officer murmured, already giving in. "The Pokemon of the heavenly king level, but it is no wonder that Chi Yinsong can still chat and laugh when surrounded by so many people. The powerful Pokemon can be said to be the strongest force in this world. Chi Yinsong, who has mastered such power, does have the capital to be arrogant. Go and find Alliance support and send a strong man of the king level here," an Alliance police officer directed. He knew that just by his own people he could not do anything to Chi Yinsong. "Do you choose to find reinforcements first? It's a great choice, but it's a pity that you may have to sleep here for a while." Chi Yinsong smiled faintly and he stretched out his hand and directed the fire-breathing camel to launch an attack. The power of the earth. The fire-breathing camel howled and his two front hooves stepped forward heavily. At that moment, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly appeared on the ground. Then stone pillars quickly rushed from the ground, hitting the Fengsu dog, which was not responding in time. The Fengsu dogs all came to the ground after 8 such terrifying restraint damage, and the faces of the Alliance police officers surrounding Chi Yinsong became ashen. They thought that they would fail, but they didn't expect that they would fail so thoroughly. The wind speed dogs all reached the gym level, but compared with the king level fire-breathing camel, it was simply that elementary school students met the Boeing champion and had no power to fight back. "Okay, now please have a safe sleep." Fire-breathing camel Yu yawned. After solving the powerful Pokemon's Xianpine was usually very simple and said lightly. Chi Yinsong knew very well that he could not hurt the coalition police, otherwise he would end up in a situation where he would never die with the coalition, which was something he didn't want to see. So just let them fall asleep. As Chi Yun-song's instructions came out, a white bubble suddenly appeared from the fire-breathing camel's mouth. It yawned and a lazy sound also came from its mouth. The coalition police officers opposite suddenly felt a sense of sleepiness. They tried hard to open their eyes, but they could not do it at all, and they could only fall to the ground one after another. Oh, people without strength are so sad. They don't even have the qualifications to be my obstacle. Fire-breathing camel, let's go and go to the top of the mountain. Chi Yun-song stretched, patted the hunchback of the fire-breathing hunchback and said. He walked slowly with the fire-breathing camel to the top of Chimney Mountain. Chimney Mountain is a volcano and there is a crater on the top of the mountain. When Chimney Mountain was active in the past, no one would go to the top of the mountain. The crater was filled with real magma. The high temperature would make the nearest of the mountain like purgatory, form a natural forbidden zone for life. However, over the past decade, Chimney Mountain has been dormant and the top of the mountain here has naturally become a good place for travel check-in. Boss, we have made a major discovery. Look, we found it net to the crater of Chimney Mountain. A mysterious Pokemon and a stone suspected to be a piece of meteor. As soon as Chi Yun-song reached the top of the mountain, a lava team soldier in a uniform rushed up. He held a red stone in his left hand and an iron cage in his right hand. In the iron cage is filled with an unprecedented Pokemon. It is very small, like a squirrel with big red V-shaped ears on its head and a pair of cute small wings behind it. Take it over and let me see, Chi Yun-song said lightly. He took out his glasses from his pocket and wanted to take a good look at this creature that was said to be an unknown Pokemon. He took the cage and red stone from his subordinates and just took a look. Chi Yun-song's eyes widened. The Pokemon in his hand seems to be a Pokemon symbolizing victory in the legend of the United Zone. By the way, it seems to be called Bitini. Chapter 83. I'm here. Have you actually discovered the Pokemon symbolizing victory? It seems that this is the revelation of the god. This means that our ideal of Ipondaying the continent will definitely be realized. Chi Yun-song laughed loudly, looking very happy. It was indeed a good sign to pick up such a Pokemon. Old boss, but this Bitini looks unconscious. Did he have any disease? The lava team Pon Net to him whispered. Bitini had vital signs but was unconscious. They tried to wake it up but several methods failed. Nonsense, how could such a legendary Pokemon be picked up by you so simply? Something must have happened, Chi Yun-song thought, but he didn't think of anything, so he put down the iron cage in his hand, prepared to check the meteor fragments in their hands first. This is their main goal of this operation. It is said that the meteor fragments contain incredible power which may become their power to expand the continent. Chi Yun-song gently stroked the red stone and kept playing with it in his hand, but the meteor fragment seemed to be like an ordinary stone without any reaction. Are you sure this thing is a real meteor fragment? Chi Yun-song asked in confusion. He always felt that he had been fooled. This was clearly an ordinary stone, but the color was a bit special. He doesn't want to pick up such a stone, but he has to spend so much effort. Chi Yun-song suddenly felt that this operation was a bit of a loss. He mobilized so many people to come here and even offended the alliance. In the end, he only gained a broken stone and an unconscious Pokemon. Forget it, take all the things down and go back and let the people from the research department take a good look and let everyone clean up. We are ready to evacuate. Chi Yun-song threw the red stone net to Bitini and said casually, they have been staying on this Chimney Mountain for too long and it is time to leave. Okay boss. The lava team's young man nodded and said respectfully. However, just as he was about to put away the iron cage, a change occurred. After the red stone touched Bitini, it suddenly showed a dazzling red light and a strange energy spread out, wrapping the unconscious Bitini. Under the influence of this energy, Bitini actually slowly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. It glanced around and a humanized expression of doubt appeared in its big gem-like eyes. Where is this? Aren't you still coming in the pocket of the real tree just now? You're going to go to the top of the Chimney Mountain to find your body. Bitini looked down and saw his familiar little hand. Only then did it realize that its consciousness had left the red stone and returned to its body. Great, I'm finally back. You have to find the real tree. Bitini excitedly waved his little arm, trying to fly to find Maki immediately, but found that he was trapped in an iron cage. The excited voice of the lava team's servant also came from his ears. Boss, it's great. I didn't expect that the meteor fragments actually restored Bitini's consciousness. He is worthy of being the boss and he did what we couldn't do at will. Well, I just thought of it. Bitini's coma may have something to do with meteors, so I tried it casually. It seems that my guess is correct. Bitini has indeed recovered. It seems that our career is it will definitely succeed. Chi Yun-song coughed twice before saying, oh no, Maki is right. There are really people who are idle and have nothing to do to wander around the crater. I'm really caught. Bitini realized his current situation and his original excitement disappeared. appeared. It immediately remembered the way to escape and a solution quickly emerged in its mind. It grabbed the railing with its hands and then looked at Chi Yinsong with a pitiful gaze. Boss, look, Bettini seems to want to come out. He should want to express his gratitude and become your Pokemon. The rocket's pawn immediately said his attention was always on Bettini. Okay, let it go quickly. In the future Bettini will be the victory star of our lava team. Our career will surely succeed and the great continent will expand into the whole world. Chi Yinsong opened his hands and laughed loudly. Long live the lava team. The pawn net to him was also infected by Chi Yinsong's word. He echoed loudly and opened the iron cage with the key. Okay, Bettini officially become my Pokemon. Let's work together for the career of the lava team for the rest of our lives. Chi Yinsong took out a elf's ball and said to Bettini. However, instead of scoring the goal as he had imagined, Bettini flew directly out, wanting to fly away from Chimney Mountain and meet with Maki. How could it become this guy's partner? Maki is its recognized partner. In order to escape, Bettini almost used all his strength and fire broke out on its body, which further accelerated its speed and rushed out in an instant. But before long Bettini heard the lazy yawn of the fire-breathing camel. This yawn made it drowsy, lost its strength to fly and landed on the lava team waiting below in the hands. I actually want to run away. Today you have to become our boss's Pokemon and there is no second choice. The young lava team soldier showed his fierce look and shouted angrily at Bettini. If Bettini really ran away he would be punished very severely. Fortunately the boss took action in time and stopped Bettini. Bettini kept struggling, but due to yawning it couldn't use any strength and couldn't break free. Look, this is the charm of power. As long as we have enough power we can achieve any goal. Even the legendary Pokemon will still be our help. If we can go further we can make it the earth expands into the whole world. Chi Yinsong said with a calm look on his face. Yes boss, now Bettini has become our help and our career will definitely succeed. The lava team pawn respectfully handed Bettini up. Chi Yinsong also took it out, elf ready to conquer. At this time the change occurred again. In the sky not far away a firebird quickly attacked. Its body was elegant and its whole body was burning with sacred flame. On the back of the firebird a handsome boy stood straight and his voice spread all around Chimney Mountain. Bettini, I'm here. Chapter 84 Reunion. Flame bird attack. The Maki patted the body of the flame bird and it suddenly spewed out a surging flame and attacked the red flame pine. Breathing fire. Chi Yinsong stopped the movement in his hand and directed. The hump on the hunchback of the fire-breathing hunch suddenly turned red and high pressure. Then two pillars of fire like a long dragon suddenly rose up from the sky, dispersing the flames of the flame bird and flew straight towards the flame bird and the real tree. The flame bird dodged in the air, drawing an elegant trajectory and fleibly avoiding the coming fire. That fire-breathing camel is so strong. Maki sighed secretly and immediately opened the eye of data analysis. Fire-breathing camel female. Qualification level purple. Attribute fire ground. Features lava armor. Strength level 71. Tianwang level 70-80. It turned out to be a Pokemon of the Heavenly King level. No wonder it can be used to destroy the flame bird's jet flame with just one blow. The opponent is completely higher than the real tree in terms of hard power. It seems that I can't save it, Maki murmured, preparing to use the championship experience card I just got. You kid, you are very good. You can have such strength at such an age, but you can't defeat me for the time being. Chi Yinsong spread his hands towards Maki and said, come and join the lava team, kid. Your talent should be used on the right path. Our lava team lacks a genius like you, and with your help our ideal of epandaying the mainland will definitely be realized. You're not going to be so mean to say your nonsense so he won't join. A sharp female voice suddenly came from Chimney Mountain. Maki and Akayasong looked into the sky and found a blue shadow like a jet fighter quickly approaching and landing on the ground. Only then did Maki see clearly. What appeared in front of me was a strong Pokemon. The bottom of the body was dark blue from the lower jaw to the upper half of the abdomen was red and the lower half of the abdomen was yellow. It has two protrusions on its head, an inverted pentagram of yellow spots with inverted pentagrams at the tip of its nose and sharp teeth in its mouth. Fierce bite of the land shark female. Qualification level golden. Attributes dragon ground. Features Cheyenne. Strength level 81. Champion level. Introduction. If the sonic Pokemon is closed and the wings are stretched, it is like a jet plane. Can fly at the speed of sound. It was actually a fierce shark. It still at the championship level. On top of the Ligi Road shark there was a beautiful blonde woman standing on it. She was wearing a slender black windbreaker suit and her long blonde hair could already hang to her calves, looking handsome and beautiful. On her chest there was a jade pendant that was very familiar to the real tree. The blonde woman suddenly turned around, looked at Maki resentfully and whispered, long time no see Maki. Long time no see bamboo orchid. The flame bird flew to the side of the Ligilo shark and the real tree also hugged the grown bamboo orchid. He felt that the delicate body in his arms froze at first as if he was a little at a loss by Maki Maki's hug. Then Zulan took the initiative to hug Mashu's body and kept muttering, "It great, I finally saw it, Mashu." In Maki's opinion, the meeting between the two was just in the Orange Hua forest a few months ago. For Zulan, she looked forward to this meeting, but she had been looking forward to it for more than 10 years. Generally speaking, I won't remember the experiences from more than 10 years ago very clearly, but Zulan just remembers them firmly. Meeting Maki has even become her motivation for her continuous growth. Zulan's only worry is whether Mashu will have forgotten her. Now Zulan finally got what it wanted. Fortunately, Zulan's worries were not realized. When Maki saw her, she recognized her, who had changed so much, and hugged her directly. It seems that he remembered her very well. "It hasn't changed at all. Zulan is still so cute." Maki patted Zulan's back and teased. He was also quite moved. When he met Zulan last time, she was still a little bit, and now she is about the same height as him. Even the stupid and cute Yuanlu shark at that time became the current champion level fierce road shark. Zulan has completely surpassed Zhenshu in terms of strength. "Where is cute? My outfit is obviously handsome. I'm a fool. Do you understand it? Besides, I'm older than you now. You have to respect me." Hearing Masaka's praise, Zulan's face turned red, but she still raised her head and tried hard to defend her outfit. "It's very handsome, but I still like you who wear skirt. After all, in my impression, you have always been that cute little girl, but now you are a very feminine adult," Maki said seriously. Although she is so handsome now, Maki still prefers the skirt version of Bamboo Orchid. "Okay, wait, Dashu, I'm here. I'll change my skirt for you to see." When he heard the words of Zhenshu, Zulan was in high spirits and wanted to leave while riding the fierce bite of the Lu shark, but was grabbed by Zhenshu. "Hey, my eldest lady, it's better to handle the main business first." Maki helplessly pointed to the stunned Xiansong and the lava team's pawn, who were eating melons beside her. Originally they were confronting Maki well, but suddenly a very perverted woman came from a distance. Under the pressure of her fiercely chewing road shark, even the king-level fire-breathing camel wanted to find a place to hide, which shows their horror. But this is the woman who is suspected to be a champion, and she is actually hugged by that kid, showing her look like a little girl. "By the way, we have to deal with them first." Zulan realized that there were so many people watching them in front of her. When she saw Maki just now, she was so excited that she left everything else behind and was too lazy to think about it. "Fierce bite the road shark, do it," Zulan said lightly, jumping off Lijilusha. The figure of Lijilu shark disappeared first and appeared directly in front of the fire-breaking camel. With a simple dragon claw, he knocked the powerful fire-breaking camel unconscious. Then the Liazulu shark appeared in front of Qi Yunsong again. He grabbed Bettini with his hand. Qi Yunsong didn't dare to move at all. In this way, Pokemon of the monster level was in front of him, and he probably wouldn't have to survive for half a second if he showed his intention to resist. Smoke screen. The moment the Lego road shark led Bettini toward the real tree and Bamboo Orchid, the lava team's patrol immediately directed, and their Pokemon immediately created a smoke screen that affected their vision, and they also took this opportunity to clean up and run away. Although Bettini failed to successfully conquer it was enough when he had already obtained the epected meteor fragment. Chapter 85 Hug. The Yuanlu shark has grown up at the beginning, and now he is a super powerful Pokemon. Mashu gently touched Lijilusha's head, and Lijilusha also rubbed his head with his head intimately. "That's right, we have gone through all kinds of experiences before we grow up to this point. Let me tell you the truth, I am the champion of the Shenao area now, real tree," Zulan said proudly. Seeing Maki's shocked expression, the efforts of so many years seemed to have meaning. Zulan nodded with satisfaction. "It's so amazing, Zulan. I will protect me from now on." Maki took out the full remedy medicine and gave it to Bettini. The full remedy medicine worked immediately, and Bettini also woke up from her drowsiness. "Thank you, Maki." Bettini suddenly recovered and threw herself into Maki's arms. Before they were with the real tree in the state of a stone, but now they have finally recovered their original body. This makes it look very excited. "I can't thank you for it. You have to thank her. Her name is Zulan. She is my good friend. Strictly speaking, she saved you this time." Maki introduced Bamboo Orchids to Bettini and also introduced Bamboo Orchids to the Flaming Bird. "Thank you, Zulan." Bettini also threw herself into Zulan's arms and acted coquettishly. The Flame Bird also nodded friendly to Zulan. Zulan also has the same orange blossom power as a real tree on its body, which has a unique affinity for Pokemon. Bettini and the Flaming Bird are actually surrounding you. "Real tree, your Pokemon fate is really good." Zulan held Bettini and said softly. Because she was very interested in the legend of Pokemon, she naturally knew Bettini and the Flame Bird. Both are the legendary Pokemon. To be said, a few months ago Maki met Rabbi Shi, who also had a cloned version of Jirula, and now he is surrounded by the legendary Pokemon gathering place. Fate is always difficult to explain. Just like we meet here, it is also a manifestation of fate, right? Maki said with a smile. "No, I went to many places to find you. It must be up to my efforts to meet." Zulan said that she was dissatisfied and said. Thank you so much Zulan. From Zulan's tone Maki could hear her seriousness. It seemed that this encounter was not a coincidence. He thought, it's nothing, it's enough to meet you again. Zulan replied with a smile. The eyes that looked at Maki were filled with an inexplicable pression. It can be seen that she is really happy. Come and meet my friend Zulan. Maki threw out all the elf balls and his Pokemon companions also appeared in the white light. The green vine snake occupying the shoulders of the tree, the handsome giant mantis and Lucario, and the Kanjian blade ghost and Jirula, who stood beside each other and looked a little restrained. Wow, you have all grown up, from the vine snake and the flying mantis. Looking at the Pokemon of the true tree, Zulan looked surprised. She touched the head of the green vine snake intimately and then ran into a fist with the giant mantis. Masaki, you actually have the cultivation of Lucario, and I have it too. Amid the surprise voice of Zulan, her Lucario also came out of the elf ball. Zulan's Lucario looked similar to that of the real tree, but the gap in strength is very big, and her Lucario has also reached the strength of the king. But her Lucario is a female and she looked like she is with Lucario of Maki. Very good, now they are exploring the tricks for using wave missiles. Maybe Lucario will attract the first relationship in dog life, Maki thought silently. The two Lucarios were having a hot chat. The green vine snake and giant lamp mantis have also started playing with Ligilusha and also introduced Jirula and the Kanjian blade ghost to Ligilusha plus Bitini. 5 treasures Kaimon started playing games together. It's great, the friends who haven't seen each other for a long time have met again and everyone is very happy. Fortunately you still remember me. Thank you Maki. Zulan looked at the harmonious scene around her and laughed softly. She moved her hand to her chest, held the jade pendant shaped necklace and rubbed it gently. This is the token she gave to the Maki when she was separated from the Maki. Every time she thought of the Maki she liked to touch the jade pendant. Now Maki is by her side but she still retains this habit. How could I forget it? I have already agreed to that, as I will never forget it for the rest of my life. In order to meet you I have been working hard to improve my strength, but before I became the champion we just met first. Maki also took out the jade pendant she carried with her and got it together with the bamboo orchid piece. Like the jade pendant, the passionate hearts of the two of them were together. This time Zulan took the initiative to hug Genshu and Genshu hugged Zulan. They said nothing and just looked at each other silently. Indulging in the warmth brought by the other party, the two of them gradually leaned against each other and kissed each other. The atmosphere became sweeter. The Pokemon's net to them also stopped playing, watching the two people who were kissing quietly for fear of disturbing them. After a long time the two of them opened their eyes and looked at each other with strange expressions in their eyes. Masaki, I like you very much, the kind I like very much. I won't let you go. What do you think of me? Zulan's face turned red but she still plucked up the courage and whispered in the ear of Genshu. After saying this she stared at Maki nervously, waiting for his reply. The strength of hugging the real tree was also tighter. I like you. Masaki didn't say much and the simple 4-word proved his intention. Zulan was completely relieved. She looked at Mashu passionately and kissed Mashu again. This time is different from the last time. If the last time was a passionate kiss, this time it was a long kiss with joy and sweetness. The two of them were intimately in contact and Zulan also noticed something strange. Maki's hands were actually very dishonest. One hand was up and the other hand was down, heading towards the two up and down places, and then bravely climbed the peak. This guy is indeed a bit unreasonable. It's like this. Zulan was a little shy but did not stop the real tree. After a while the two separated again. Zulan's face was already red and it seemed that steam was constantly rising above her head, and the Shizu also looked very intoxicated. The two separated and the Pokemon's net to them also clapped and cheered. Chapter 86 Beach. The Pokemon all cooperated to applaud and celebrate, and even the green vine snake clapped their hands slowly, which made the real tree and bamboo orchid feel a little embarrassed. Masaki, what were you doing just now? You can actually touch your mouth together for so long. It's so amazing, I want to try it too. Jirula looked very curious and he grabbed the Kanjian blade ghost net to him and tried to kiss him. Children should not try it easily, otherwise something terrifying will happen. Also this kind of thing must be willing to do, and if you force others you will be arrested. Maki grabbed Jirula and planed helplessly. This is how Jirula is. He wants to try to learn anything Maki does. What? The Kanjian blade ghost doesn't want to? So is anyone willing to imitate the real tree with me? Jirula raised her hand and asked about other partners but received no response at all. Compared to Jirula, who knows nothing, everyone knows more. For Ample, the green vine snake, her eyes when she looked at Zulan have changed and she has become much more wary. In her opinion this is another woman who wants to shake her position in Maki's heart, and now it seems that she has succeeded. Okay, let's go eat something. I haven't eaten for a long time. Everyone is hungry. Maki changed the topic. This is very useful. The Pokemons no longer discuss the matter just now and began to discuss what is delicious. Okay, I agree, but it would be great if Maki could cook himself. What would you eat? Grilled fish? fish? Zulin raised her hand and said. The grilled fish that Maki made last time made her think about for a long time. Now she finally has the chance, so she won't let it go. The Pokemons have no objection, they all say that they eat whatever the real trees do. Zulin was happy now. She clapped her hands like a little girl and urged Maki to start cooking soon. But there are no fish here. Maki spread her hands helplessly. He didn't care what he did, but he just had to have ingredient. This is not simple. If there are no fish here, go to a place with fish. Are you stupid? Real tree. Zulin patted Maki's head and said, yes, we have people flying Pokemon now. Maki then remembered that they could actually fly over in Pokemon. Although the flame birds had just returned to the hot trail, they still had a jet plane. The strong fierce shark could carry 2 people completely. Come up quickly. After putting away other Pokemons, Zulin held Maki's hand and went up to the back of Ligilusha. Due to the limited space, the real tree and bamboo orchid are also tightly attached. This feeling makes both of them like it very much. Is there anything you need to pay attention to when I am a champion Pokemon for the first time? Maki smiled and quipped. You have to hug me tightly. The speed of Ligilusha shark is very fast. If it falls down, it will be difficult to deal with. Zulin patted Lusha's body lightly, indicating that it could start flying. The shark, a fierce Gaither, understands. It flew up and continues to accelerate and has reached the speed of the sound level. The strong wind blew towards the bamboo orchid and the real tree like a blade, but it was blocked outside by a layer of energy membrane generated by the fierce Gago shark, causing no damage. Because the speed of the harsh shark was too fast, the tree felt that they slowly landed on the ground within a few minutes. What appeared in front of me was a clean beach and a blue sea. The slight sea breeze blew on my face, carrying the unique salty taste of the sea water. The sea was constantly coming to the beach. From time to time, several long-winged gulls flew by, quickly fishing out 1 or 2 fish from the sea water, holding it at their mouth and then swallowing it. This place was last time. Looking at the familiar beach in front of you, the tree fell into memories. The last time it was Rabbi brought them. He and Zulin had a great time having fun here and left beautiful memories. Mao Shu, how about it? Remember we also played here last time? Zulin sighed. When she came to Fengyuan to find the real tree, she didn't find the real tree but instead found the beach. From then on she would come here when she had time. Every time she came here she would feel calm and she would be in a state of pleasure. Since this is a beach under a cliff, there will be no one there at all. This is convenient for real trees and bamboo orchid. This place seems to have become their exclusive secret base. They can enjoy the beautiful scenery here together without worrying about someone disturbing them. Mao Shu, I built a small house here a few days ago. I'll take you to see it. Zulin suddenly remembered something, took Maki's hand and walked towards the open space net to the beach behind. You call this a small house? It's clearly a villa, and the sea view villa. The house in front of me covers at least 200 square meters with a total of 2.5 floors. It looks exquisite and beautiful, and it is clearly a very good villa. Zulin actually called this thing a small house. It was completely in Versailles. I heard that this house was bought in full by Zulin and can be carried around. This house is equipped with the super black technology of Pokemon World, which can be reduced to a size that can be put into a pocket and carried with you. It is necessary to use it when it gets bigger. This kind of function is very powerful, and its only disadvantage is that it is very expensive. I can only say that I am worthy of being the champion of the Shenao area, and my strength seems to be very strong. This makes the little trainer and the owner of the evergreen small company a little out of reach. Can you be considered a rich woman? Maki suddenly thought. However, if this rich woman is Miss Zulin, this is completely acceptable. Come in and take a look. Although there is nothing inside, Zulin just stood in front of the villa door and the door opened by itself. Masha followed Zulin in and visited the interior of the villa. There is nothing to say here. There are not even a few pieces of furniture, but the kitchen items are quite complete and there are all kinds of seasonings. With the help of these seasonings, Maki is confident to make grilled fish that tastes better than last time. Leaving Zulin's villa, Gensha picked up a few firewood and returned to the beach, which started a fire. After communicating with the long-winged gull, the tree successfully asked it to catch a good fish for itself. After a little treatment, I started to roast it on the heat. Under the scorching flames, the aroma of grilled fish suddenly spread and Zulin's eyes also showed a look of yearning. She has been waiting for this grilled fish for a long time. Chapter 87 Hot Spring Click. Zulin couldn't wait to pick up the grilled fish and bit it down with one bite. The crispy grilled fish smelled everywhere, giving her a feeling of happiness. It was this taste that made her miss it for a long time. Now I can finally taste it again. And the bamboo orchid silently gnawed the fish and looked at the real tree thoughtfully. After finding him this time, I can eat fish all the time from now on. Eat slowly, it's easy to burn if you're so uneasy. Masha wiped Zulin and handed her a fish. She is obviously the league champion in the Shenao area, but she still looked like a young girl in front of him. That won't work. I've been waiting for more than 10 years. In this case, no one should remain calm. Zulin took the real tree and handed it over. One fish with one left and right right hands and it was very enjoyable to eat. It's okay, we've met now, right? I'll make as much as you want in the future. Maki held his chin and looked at the bamboo orchids that were constantly gnawing on grilled fish, and she felt a different sense of satisfaction. The sun sets, disappears at sea level, the sky becomes dark and full of stars. Masaki and Zulin returned to the tree at that time and lay on the bed made of leaves looking at the stars. Bathed in the moonlight, I fell asleep in this way. The morning after breakfast was ready, Maki suddenly remembered something. He also has to go to Bayan town to deliver a letter. As we came out along the way, we first encountered the flame bird and then met Bettini and bamboo orchid. Important things one after another made him forget the purpose of his first departure. So after telling Zulin, Mashu and Zulin once again boarded the Liba Lusha brand jet fighter fly to Bayan town at the foot of Chimney Mountain. With the full speed of Liji Lu Shark, Chimney Mountain suddenly appeared in front of them again. Maki held the map in his hand and directed Liji Lu Shark to slowly land on the ground net to Bayan town. The dragons fell from the real tree and bamboo orchid slowly approached the quiet town. Just a few steps away I saw an ant wearing Buletin Yan's specialty clothing walking up there. She smiled and said, "Hello, welcome to our Bayan town to have fun. Come and try our specialty Bayan fairy beans and this is hot spring eggs cooked in the hot spring." "Thank you, we are here to find Yasha, the owner of the Buletin Yan gymnasium. Do you know where she is now?" Maki took the specialty handed over by the ant and asked about the serious matter. "You should be here to challenge the gym. Yasha's girl went to Yunyu town for a business trip a few days ago. She is not in the town for the time being, but she said she will be back today. You can go to the town to have fun first. Wait for her slowly," the ant said skillfully. "In the past few days many people have also wanted to challenge the gym, but because Yasha is not here they all left. Masaka, let's go in and have fun. I haven't visited this Bayan town yet." Zulin held Jenshu's arm and said, "Today she has changed into a floral dress and tied her hair with a pair of ponytails, making her look very youthful and cute." "Okay, then go to the hot spring bar first. That should be the biggest feature here, right?" Maki agreed and walked into Bayan town with Zulin's hand. The geothermal resources in Bayan town are rich, so there are many natural hot springs and the minimum temperature of these hot springs can reach 90 degrees. Local townsmen often put the eggs directly into the hot springs and cook them. This is the hot spring eggs that Maki and the others just received. Walking into a hot spring shop, Zulin volunteered to communicate with the front desk while Masha was waiting net to her. After waiting for a while, Zulin paid the money and a staff member took them into a hot spring room, and then she went out by herself, leaving only Zulin and Mashu. This hot spring is about 3 square meters in size and it would be more than enough to soak it for 2 people. "Okay, start washing." Zulin locked the door and said, "You mean let's wash together?" Maki paused and realized something was wrong. "What about that? You're not scared, brother Maki?" Zulin chuckled and took off her skirt on her own, revealing her snow-white and smooth skin. Seeing Maki standing still, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Take off and wash it." "Why are you doing stand still?" "Then I'm not polite." Since Zulin had spoken, he didn't care. He just took all his clothes and had a frank meeting with Zulin. "That's right, come and go into the water." Zulin held Maki's hand and soaked in the hot spring together. The water temperature in the hot spring is just good. Just now that the tree has just come down, he feels a warm feeling. "How is it?" "It's very comfortable." Zulin swam in the water a few times and said lazily, "It's very comfortable, but I think it's more comfortable. What do you think?" Maki smirked and hugged Zulin. "Of course I feel very comfortable, but Maki, won't you feel uncomfortable like this?" Zulin also enjoyed the hug of Shiza, but Shiza the bad guy got him. "This is also impossible. Who made you so beautiful?" "I said." Zulin, "I think that is that okay?" Maki asked with his bracelet around the waist of bamboo orchid. "You bad guy, you obviously want to say that you pretended to be difficult just now." Zulin chuckled. She grasped Maki's weakness and whispered, "That won't work. It will work later, but now this can." At the same time, Zulin slowly approached and kissed her. In this way the atmosphere became even hotter in the foggy hot springs. When they came out of the hot spring, Maki and Zulin looked refreshed. Their hands were tightly clasped together and they were unwilling to separate them. "I said, Maki, it's great to soak in hot springs. Will you come again net time?" Zulin leaned gently on the shoulder of Maki and asked softly, "That's certain such a good place. How can you not come to it a few more times?" The wonderful feeling just now made Maki miss it very much. Such activities should be more and more good. They walked to the front desk and prepared to check out. At this time a red-haired girl came to them and said, "Xiao Yi, open a room for me. I haven't taken a hot spring in the past few days. I'm really uncomfortable. It's better for us to stay in the burning war." The front desk lady looked like she had a good relationship with the red-haired girl and said, "Yasha, you are finally back." Chapter 88. Yasha. "Yasha, isn't it the one that Maki is looking for, the owner of the Fuyan gym?" "Are you Yasha?" Maki asked hurriedly. "Yes." "Are you a challenger?" "You should have to wait a while. I'm going to take a hot spring now. I won't discuss other things for the time being. Let's go first. Bye. Yasha picked up the number plate in the hot springs, waved her hand and left without looking back. It seems that she really doesn't like working very much. Fenjiyuan's gymnasium owner is really a bit unique. Zulin complained silently. She patted Masaki on the shoulder and said, Masaki, I will take you to Shenaonet time. The owners there are all very interesting. Okay God, I will definitely go if I have the chance. Maki is now very glad that she didn't arrive early, otherwise she would have to wait for Yasha for a long time. After a period of waiting, Mashu and Zulin successfully caught Yasha again at the door of the hot spring shop and successfully brought her to the Buletin gym. Really, I haven't thought I'd go to work so soon. Let me take a few more days off. Yasha, who was pushed over, looked reluctant and didn't look like a person who had been resting for several days. Owner Yasha, I heard that you have been out for a few days before. Now you should focus your work on the work of the owner of the gym, Zulin said with a kind look and already showed the momentum of the league championship. Okay, the Taoist Master E-Change competition, right? I will definitely participate on time. I have also put away the documents given to me by Maki. What else do you have? Yasha spread her hands and said without much enthusiasm, this is not over yet. I have to challenge you again, so don't rely now and show your courage as the owner of the museum. Maki continued. After hearing this, Yasha covered her head and said, no, you still have to challenge me. It would be too troublesome. I shouldn't have taken over my grandfather's job at the beginning, or I will call my grandpa out to fight you, or I will just give you the badge. What, are you kidding? Since you have accepted this position, just move me well and return to your position soon, right away. Zulin looked very strict and directly pulled Yasha, who was lying on the table, and came to the battle venue, standing at the position where the owner greeted the venue. Yasha, if you finish the battle with me, I will teach you a trick that will make your work much less. How about it? Let me reveal it a little. This trick was taught by Taiyan of Zijin Gymnasium. He is the owner of the museum with decades of experience. Do you want to learn his experience? Maki said mysteriously. He believed that what he said would definitely make Yasha feel moved. After all, he also understands Yasha's mood. People like her who don't like work will definitely be very interested in the method of slut-ching. Besides, Tai Yuan is an older generation of museum owner with high qualifications in Fenjiyuan Li, and his experience is of high value. What? How to reduce workload? Please teach me completely. Hearing Maki's words, Yasha's eyes suddenly lit up and the fighting spirit of flame began to emerge. Since that's the case, let's have a hot battle. My Shu, you have to be careful. Although I just took office not long ago, don't underestimate me. I have the skills taught me by my grandfather, and I will let you see what we have tempered in this land. Hot move. Yasha, who entered the working state, took out the elf ball from her pocket and said seriously to Maki, you can be lazy when you don't want to work, but once you enter the work state you must be extremely serious. This is Yasha's style. Masaki, come on, I will encourage you by my side. Zulin stood net to the venue, her eyes full of spirit. This was the first time she saw her fighting with others seriously, and she was looking forward to it. I won't disappoint you, let you taste it, my level of battle. Maki said seriously. It's decided, it's Yukangyan Blade Ghost. The Pokemon used by Yasha is fire attributed, and the true tree feels that the Kang Flame Blade Ghost should be the best choice. A white light from the elf ball flashed and the handsome Kanjian Blade Ghost appeared on the battlefield. It waved its long sword with flames in the air twice, and strong flames emerged from its eyes, looking very energetic. This is his first battle since joining the Maki team. This time it also wants to show its strength well. Kanjian Blade Ghost, come on, brother, if you can't win you will practice more together later. Another ray of light flashed. Jirula himself emerged from the ball to cheer his good brothers on. Don't worry, with me here Maki will definitely win. Bettini's voice rang in Maki's mind, and it was now hiding in Maki's pocket. According to what it said, I like this feeling very much. This is a good habit that its consciousness is trapped in the stone. It's a Pokemon, I don't know. It seems that it also has a fire attribute, so I can't lose even more. Come out, Cold Turtle. Yasha also threw out her elf ball. In a white light, a big orange-red tortoise appeared on the field and landed opposite the Kanjian Blade Ghost. Cold Turtle male. Qualification level blue. Attribute fire. Features sunshine. Strength level 31 senior. Introduction coal Pokemon. A Pokemon that will constantly dig coal on the mountain and then put them into the hole of the carapace to burn. After being attacked, black smoke will be sprayed out and escape. As soon as the Coal Turtle appeared, its sunshine characteristics were activated and the weather in the field changed, becoming a sunny day suitable for the battle of fire attribute Pokemon. But because the Kanjian Blade Ghost is also a fire attribute, this sunny day is useless. Both Pokemon have an increase, which means there is no increase. Get close to it. Under the command of the Master Tree, the Kanjian Blade Ghost synthesized the two swords in front of his chest to form a cross and quickly rushed towards the Coal Turtle. Breathing fire. Yasha directed and directly let the Coal Turtle use its ultimate move to spit fire. Fire spitting is a super fire attribute skill. When When Pokemon has enough physical strength it can exert power comparable to the ultimate skill. Woo! The coal turtle roared and a violent light appeared on the turtle shell behind it. A large pillar of fire quickly rose into the sky like a terrifying dragon of flames quickly attacking the Kanjian Blade Ghost. Chapter 89 The First Battle of Bitini. With the blessing of a sunny day the power of the fire is very terrifying, but the Kanjian Blade Ghost had no intention of dodging at all but instead ran into it on his own initiative. The fire-induced feature was activated and all the super strong flames that the coal turtle had previously been unfavorable were absorbed by the Kanjian Blade Ghost. The red flames wrapped around the Kanjian Blade Ghost which instead increased its momentum again. What? The coal turtle's flame attack has actually failed. Yasha looked shocked. Logically speaking, under the super powerful fire spitting, even if the opponent is a Pokemon that resists the fire type system, he will suffer a lot of damage. But the Kanjian Blade Ghost not only did not suffer any damage but also absorbed the flame to increase itself. Zulan also nodded and claimed in her heart excellent response. The characteristics of the Kanjian Blade Ghost allow it to completely ignore all fire attack, and the real tree makes good use of this. Repent to the sword. At this moment the Kanjian Blade Ghost on the battlefield had already charged to the coal turtle. The two swords on its arm each had flames of different colors, one on one side and the other on the other. On the left is the flaming bird holy fire containing the sacred aura, and on the right is the ghost fire that it generates itself with resentment. The two swords crossed and made brilliant marks in the air, cutting at the big glands of the coal turtle. The coal turtle wanted to dodge but was powerless. Its movements were too slow and could only watch the two terrifying flame swords hit its head. Bang! The two swords hit and the coal turtle felt dizzy and it was difficult to continue fighting. Although it resists fire attribute attacks, the Kanjian Blade Ghost's attack was increased by the sunny day and the fire attributing increase and even hit the key point. In this case even a coal turtle with strong defense cannot withstand such an attack. Coal turtle used the power of the earth to fight back. Yasha changed her tactic and wanted the coal turtle to use the power of restraining the Kanjian Blade Ghost to use the earth's power, but the Shiza would not give his opponent such a chance. The Kanjian Blade Ghost immediately added a shadow sneak attack which directly caused the coal turtle, who had little energy left, to fall into a coma. Kanjian Blade Ghost won the first battle. It's so strong, I'm worthy of being my partner. Jirula rushed into the field first and fisted with the Kanjian Blade Ghost. Bitini also flew beside the Kanjian Blade Ghost making a victory gesture. It suddenly flew to Maki and asked Maki, please let me go to the NET game, I also want to experience the feeling of the battle. Bitini clasped his little fist tightly, looking very motivated. Jirula, who was still celebrating NET to her, also came over and echoed, I want to go there too. I want to go there too. It seems that they have been affected by the battle just now and have also ignited their fighting spirit. Maki gently touched their head and smiled, of course it's okay, then the NET one will be on. Bitini, Jirula, you're the finale. The relationship is really good. Maki and Pokemon. Zulan sighed. Yes, and why I haven't seen his Pokemon before. Yasha pointed at Jirula and Bitini in some confusion. She didn't know the Kanjian Blade Ghost just now or the two Pokemons in front of her. After all, the main habitat of the Kanjian Blade Ghost is in the Pedia region, which is far from Fengyuan. Jirula and Bitini are placed in the entire Pokemon. There are very few phantom beasts in the world. It is normal for Yasha to not know her. Since that's the case, I'll send this guy. Dashi, you have to be careful. Go lava snail. Yasha once again ignited her fighting spirit, threw out the elf ball and released the second Pokemon. In a gust of white light a lava snail appeared on the battlefield. It is red all over like a slug made of magma, and on its back is a snail shell made of rock. Lava snail male. Qualification level blue. Attribute fire rock. Features body of flame. Strength level 33 senior. Introduction: the body is always rising and falling, burning like lava. From time to time sparks will emerge from the shell. It's a lava snail, a difficult opponent to deal with. How will the Maki deal with it? Zulan, who was watching, thought silently. Go Bitini. Maki stretched out her hand and Bitini flew to the field. It floated in the air clenching its fist. A serious presence appeared in his big eyes and he stared at the lava snail opposite him. It seems that this time Bitini is very serious. Meditation. Bitini closed her eyes and began to concentrate on meditation. Meditation is a super enhancing move. After successful use it can improve Pokemon's special attack and special defense. Power gem. Yasha commanded enthusiastically and chose to launch an attack directly. A yellow light appeared on the lava snail and a shiny gem formed in front of it, turning into a beam of light toward Bitini. Bang! The meteor beam hit, but because of the meditation that Bitini had just completed, he improved his special defense and this blow did not cause much damage. Continue to meditate. Maki continued to order and Bitini closed her eyes again and her momentum was still rising. Maki wants to decide the outcome in one go. Zulan thought, because the attack power of the lava snail is not not high and the power of the moves is not high. Bettini can use meditation enhancement against the opponent's attack and finally complete the final result through the enhanced super attack power. Sure enough, the picture on the field was the same as that depicted by Bamboo Orchid. The power gem of the lava snail was easily eaten by Bettini again, and Bettini has now completed 2 reinforcements through meditation. The last blow, Bettini used the spirit to strengthen your mind. Bettini flew up and strange purple energy gathered on it, and this strong spiritual energy hit the lava snail like a huge purple wave. The attack after the 2 strengthenings was powerful. The lava snail blinked blankly, then fainted and fell to the ground. Bettini successfully implemented Maki's tactic, and after strengthening it he was completely finalized. It is now floating in the air with its waist on its back with a look of smugness on its face. Bettini's excited voice also sounded in Maki's mind. Look, I'm not just cute, I'm also top notch. You know how powerful I am, Dachu. It's so strong, I deserve you. Maki also echoed and applauded Bettini's wonderful performance. Chapter 90 Firepower Coverage. The second battle ends and the NET is the final third game. Yasha sent her ace, the duck-billed flame beast. The duck-billed flame beast is sturdy and the hair on its body look like it is burning. The front end of its arm looks like a huge cannon barrel with flame patterns on it. Duck-billed flame beast female. Qualification level blue. Attribute fire. Features body of flame. Strength level 35 senior. Introduction. There are many factories that still rely on the flames of the duck-billed flame beast to process metals. It's a duck-billed flame beast. It look very courageous. No wonder it can be Yasha's ace. This will be a fierce battle. Zulan looked at the duck-billed flame beast and nodded. Yasha is worthy of being the granddaughter of the former king. There is indeed no problem in training this Pokemon and has been recognized by Zulan. On the side of Maki, Jirula also jumped onto the field. It was ready to rub its hands and there were constant electric arc leaping on its hands, which was a manifestation of entering a combat state. Both Pokemons were ready and the battle was officially kicked off. As soon as the fight started, Jirula began to sprint forward, narrowing the distance with the duck-billed flame beast. The duck-billed flame beast is a type that prefers ranged attack and Jirula will have more advantages if it is close to combat. Spray the flame. The duck-billed flame beast also took a deep breath and the air around it began to stir up. The temperature rose rapidly and a large area of hot and terrifying flames spewed out quickly, forming a wall of fire blocking the Jirula and the duck-billed flame beast between. The violent flames were burning and crackling sounds kept coming from the air. Zulan, who was watching, felt the high temperature and unconsciously took 2 steps back. Thanks to the use of special fireproof materials in this competition venue, otherwise such fire would not be able to withstand. Faced with such a terrifying flame blocking from the duck-billed flame beast, Jirula was not afraid at all. It's coming. When he arrived at the fire wall, he bent his legs lightly, then he jumped up like a spring and jumped over the fire wall. What kind of monster is your Pokemon? It can jump so high, Yasha said in surprise. In the jump just now, Jirula almost hit the ceiling of the gym. Such a jumping height was almost the same as flying. The terrifying jumping ability is worthy of being the legendary Pokemon. Zulan also nodded and took out her notebook to record it. Through the jump just now, Jirula successfully completed the close up to the duck-billed flame beast. It was quick to move and it appeared in front of the duck-billed flame beast with a flash. A terrifying arc of electric power had already jumped on its right fist. The electricity gathered and made a harsh sound. Plasma lightning fist. Bang! He swung out a punch and hit the duck-billed flame beast's left face. The duck-billed flame beast screamed and was knocked away several meters in one go. The electric current passes through its body, causing intense pain, and its movements become slower under the influence of the electric current. This trick by Jirula has a very strong effect. Beautiful attack. This is Jirula's exclusive signature skill, Plasma Lightning Fist. Zulan was very excited and recorded the power characteristics of this move in her notebook. Smoke screen. Yasha ordered quickly. The duck-billed flame beast endured the pain and raised his 2 cannon-like arms. Thick black smoke kept coming out from the front of the cannon barrel, completely covering the figure of the duck-billed flame beast. Jirula originally wanted to pursue further, but due to the smoke screen it could not detect the opponent's figure at all. Good opportunity. Duck-billed flame beast. Spray flame. Yasha seized the opportunity to direct the duck-billed flame beast to launch an attack, and a ball of flame quickly blasted out of the smoke screen with a very tricky angle. But Jirula's reaction was also very fast, turning around sharply and thrillingly, avoiding the sinister jet flame. However, its tail was still rubbed by the flames and its hair was burned a little black. Good. Duck-billed flame beast continue to attack. Yasha was excited and commanded enthusiastically. A series of flames kept coming out of the smoke screen, making Jirula hide in a miserable way. Although it avoided most of the attacks, it was still rubbed by some flames, leaving many scars on its body. However, under the treatment of the power of the orange flower of the true tree, its injuries were also rapidly improving and returning to its original state. Oh no, Jirula has fallen into the opponent's attack rhythm so it will be very passive. The real tree must find a way to deal with it quickly. Seeing Jirula in a tough battle, Zulin couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The situation began to reverse and Yasha smiled again. She said, "This is the move we exercised at the edge of the crater. How about it? It's very strong. It's really good, but there are still some things to improve." Jirula used the shadow clone, Maki whispered. As soon as Maki finished speaking, Jirula suddenly separated many clones. Now Yasha was stunned. The duck-billed flame beast in the smoke screen could not see clearly outside, so the direction of the attack before was commanded by Yasha, and now the same looking Jirula is everywhere on the field. She had no way of confirming the authenticity. With the cover of the clone, the attacks of the duck-billed flame beast were all gone and they could not hit Jirula's true body at all. With a beautiful defense, if you use the shadow clone, your opponent's attack will not be hit at all. But the key point now is to find the duck-billed flame beast in the smoke screen, which is the key to victory. Zulin touched her chin and chanted softly. As Zulin said, on the field Jirula's clone kept rushing into the smoke screen trying to find the duck-billed flame beast. But the duck-billed flame beast is also good at hiding in the smoke screen. After several searches by Jirula, he could not find any trace of his opponent. "Jirula, don't look for it anymore. I have a more direct way." Maki covered her head, looking helpless. It seems that Jirula's combat intelligence still needs to be cultivated. Just looking for opponents stupidly is really the best choice. Since you can't find it, don't look for it. Just cover the fire power directly. If you attack the entire smoke screen, you can hit the opponent no matter what. Maki woke up Jirula with one sentence. "It's right, you don't need to look for it at all. Just mash the skills into the smoke and you'll finish it." Jirula, who suddenly realized, directly used the discharge. The strong current suddenly covered the entire smoke screen and the duck-billed flame beast, who had only a few physical strength, could not hold on and fell into a coma in the smoke. Jirula won and Maki won the gymnasium challenge with a record of 3-0. Chapter 91. The Snake of the Monarch. Grey Jirula. Bettini looked very excited and flew around Jirula with excitement. "It's still the style of fighting against Shishu. I'm looking forward to fighting with Shishu in the future." Zulin also came to Shishu's side and encouraged. "Then I'll probably wait a little longer, but it probably won't be too long. We'll probably meet in the competition later," Maki said firmly. Although now there is still a big gap between us, but Maki is very confident about his progress. "Well, I believe you," Zulin whispered. As the two of them were talking, they did not notice that Yasha had arrived net to them and were quietly looking at Mashu and Zulin. Maki turned his head and saw Yasha's serious face, which really scared him. "I said, now you can teach me Taiyuan how to suck fish." Even though he lost, Yasha did not look sad. From her eyes Maki saw a strong desire for knowledge. Maki thought she was asking what she was asking, but it turned out to be asking about this thing. It seems that she really attaches great importance to this method of slapping fish. Of course that. Maki was stunned for a moment and then told her about the arrangement of Taiyuan in the gym and various mechanisms and mazes. "So that's how it is. No wonder I heard that the old man looked rela ed every day and could still go around to play. It turned out that such an agency helped him stop many challengers." Yasha's eyes shone and she wished she would put such configurations on her own gym immediately. Compared with other Fenjayuan's gyms, the Barian gym is indeed a kind of clear stream. There is no mechanism you can challenge it as long as you come. This is convenient for the challenger, but it is a nightmare for the owners. It's no wonder the owners designed so many levels in the gym not to relieve their pressure on being challenged. "My tree, wouldn't this be bad?" Zulin looked at Yasha, who had been inspecting the design of the agency in various parts of the gym, and Zulin asked with some concern. As a league champion, she always feels that this is a bad behavior, but it is not easy to directly interfere in other people's gym affairs. It's not bad. Think about it from the perspective of others. The mechanism in this museum is like the 4 heavenly kings in your alliance. With the 4 heavenly kings, they will help you stop many challengers and you won't be squeezed out. It's been more time. Genshu slowly analyzed to Zulin. "Masaki, you're right. The owners really need these mechanisms to stop some challengers." After Mashu analyzed it to her like this, Zulin understood it all at once. If the 4 heavenly king hadn't helped her stop 90% of the challengers, she wouldn't have had so much time to come to Fengyuan to find the real tree to play. "Zulin, are you tired to be a league champion? Do you have a lot of things to deal with? If you are too busy, I won't be a champion in the future." Maki suddenly thought of a question and started asking questions. "If I were to be a little more responsible, it would be very busy, but I handed over everything to others, so it was very rela ed." Zulin shrugged and said. After hearing Zulin's words, Maki felt that the championship seemed to be not easy. No wonder Dao didn't even deserve the championship and went to dig stones all over the world every day. "Sorry, I forgot to give this to you." Yasha touched her head and said embarrassedly. She took out a flame-shaped badge and handed it to Maki. After just hearing the way to fish in the fishing tree, Yasha was just taking care of the arrangement of the agency and completely forgot about the badge. badge. It was only after Maki's reminder just now that she remembered. It's okay, I can understand. Maki smiled and put the badge into the badge bow. In this way he collected 4 badges which were already halfway there. Ding! The host was detected to successfully obtain the Burning Flame badge and received the reward Magic Candy 10 Silver Crown 1. Magic Candy containing strange power. Each can increase the level of Pokemon by 1 Silver Crown. A crown containing mysterious power. After use it can increase the talent level of Pokemon by 1 level. Not bad, very good. They are all props that can directly improve Pokemon's strength. It can be said to be very practical. Come out. Green Vine Snake. The Green Vine Snake just came out but it looked unhappy. Maki has recently had a new Pokemon and has paid much less attention to her. Even this time the gym challenge did not send her to the stage. What? I was in the mood to call me out today. The voice of the Green Vine Snake sounded in Maki's mind, which sounded like a lot of sourness. Of course there is a good thing to give to my ace. Maki took out the silver crown he just obtained, looked at the Green Vine Snake and clicked on the system panel to confirm use. What to use? The Ching-Tang Snake was about to speak when he felt a surge of energy entering her body from the silver crown, nourishing her body cells. This has improved her body in all aspects and the energy content in her body has also increased. Isn't it over yet? Come and eat. Maki smiled and took out a few more magical candies and continued to feed them to the Green Vine Snake. The magical candy once again turned into a mysterious energy and poured into the Ching-Tang Snake's body, and her strength was also visible to the naked eye. Due to the level increase coupled with the talent of the silver crown, the King Viao Snake, which was already very close to evolution, suddenly broke through the final step. A green light wrapped her and the body of the Green Vine Snake also changed its life level in this mysterious light, moving to a higher level. Is this Ching Vine Snake evolved? Is something happening? Real tree? Zulin asked in surprise. She was just chatting with Yasha and gave some opinions on establishing an agency. Just as I turned my head I saw that the Green Vine Snake in the real tree was already evolving. It was really sudden. The accumulation is almost here, but this is just a lasting shot. Of course I used a little catalyst, Maki said softly, looking at the evolutionary Green Vine Snake, her eyes full of fiery. Thinking about the first time I met Tang Snake, they were all young newcomers. Now the true tree has achieved great growth. The Vine Snake is also evolving towards its final form. This is the meaning of growth. Evolution is the time to pick the fruits of growth. The green light dissipated and the Green Vine Snake appeared in front of everyone in a brand new form. Now she has a new name. That is the Monarch Snake. Chapter 92 Friendship War. Monarch Snake female. Qualification level golden. Attribute grass. Features sing the opposite tune. Strength level 37 senior. Introduction royal Pokemon. Just staring can make the opponent unable to move. It can increase the energy of the sun in the body. After evolution the Monarch Snake became closer and closer to the snake. The original forelimbs and hind limbs had disappeared. Many gorgeous yellow patterns grew on her body just like noble royal pattern. The 2 rolled up leaves near the neck are like the collar cuffs of a suit. The Monarch Snake's eyes were still as red as ever. She raised her head like a noble queen full of pride and majesty. Are you unaware of your hands and feet? The Monarch Snake. Maki held the Monarch Snake into her arms and asked worriedly. Often Pokemon cannot accept his evolution and becomes depressed. He is worried that the Monarch Snake will also have this situation. I don't know, the stupid real tree. Of course it's getting more and more powerful after evolution. The Monarch Snake stretched out 2 vine whips from the 2 leaf vines at its neck and danced fleibly, indicating that it would be okay if it had no hands as long as there was a vine whip. She bent down again and crawled quickly on the battlefield, which was more than twice as fast as when she was a Green Vine Snake before. After evolution the Monarch Snake physical fitness has been several times stronger and it is worthy of being the final complete body form. Real tree, it's great. The Monarch Snake has finally evolved. Zulin tried to touch the head of the Monarch Snake. She seemed to suddenly feel excited and said, would we come to fight too and also try the strength of the Monarch Snake's battle? How about it? She stared at Maki with a serious expression on her face. Speaking of which, she seems to have not officially fought with Maki yet, so let's have one this time. You champion, come and challenge me. Although I am very confident in myself, I will do it any time. Maki smiled bitterly. If it were the little bamboo orchid before, Masha could still play with her. Now forget it. He really couldn't stand it. It's okay Maki, let's have a fight. I will use Pokemon with similar strength to the Monarch Snake. Zulin held Masaru's hand and shook it with a bit of coquettishness in her word. Then okay. Maki nodded and agreed. He didn't expect Zulin to do this, and the dignified god Austrian champion actually used a coquettish offensive against him, a little trainer. In this case he can only obey his orders rather than respect. Okay, start quickly real tree. Zulin clenched her fist excitedly and she jumped to the original position of Yasha, and a sense of oppression of the champion slowly spread. What a terrifying momentum is this! The god Austrian champion Yasha, who was watching, couldn't help but sigh. Zulin's champion was a real battle step by step. The strong men she had defeated over the years alone could not know how many long queues she could line up. Go Huayan monster. Zulin threw out the elf ball and released the Pokemon she wanted to use to fight against the monarch snake. In the white light of the elf ball, a strange stone appeared on the ground with strange patterns on it. Then a mysterious substance in an air appeared on the stone and a strange smile appeared on it. The flower rock monster stood there and a strong sense of oppression spread out, making people feel cold on their spine. Flower rock monster male. Qualification level purple. Attributes evil ghost. Characteristic sense of oppression. Strength level 41 elite level. Introduction ceiling Pokemon consisting of 108 souls. In order to prevent the redoing of evil, he was tied to the wedge stone. It's very difficult to deal with Pokemon. It's several levels ahead of the monarch snake, especially the trainer on the opposite side is Zulin. Masaka looked at the bamboo orchid and the flower rock monster, and many fighting strategies flashed through his mind. The main body of the flower rock monster is the stone underneath, so its movement will be very inconvenient. It is basically in a state of no movement. The monarch snake can use its advantage in speed to deal with it. However, the flower rock monster is a Pokemon with ghost and evil attributes and has many special skills. Maki felt that this had to be guarded. Start when you're ready. Alright Maki. Yasha, you can be the referee first, Zulin said. Zulin, who entered the state of fighting, had an unquestionable aura of speech which made Mashu and Yasha feel like they saw their boss. Okay, Maki and Asha said in unison. Then I announced that the battle begins. Yasha recalled the way the referee spoke and also announced the start of the game in a very good manner. Curse. Big snake stares. At the beginning of the battle the game, and Zulin quickly ordered it, making the atmosphere of the battle hot from the beginning. A cold breath appeared on the body of the flower rock monster and the smiling face on the gas was strangely distorted and a shrill wail spread out, ready to add an evil curse to the monarch snake. But the monarch snake was faster. A ray of light appeared in her noble red pupils and there seemed to be a phantom of a terrifying giant snake behind her. The giant snake opened its eyes and a terrifying aura spread out. All the flower rock monsters as ghosts were affected. Under the influence of the monarch's fast stare, the flower rock monster entered a state of paralysis. The speed was already very slow, but now it has become slower due to the influence of paralysis. What's worse is that under the influence of paralysis the Huayan monster showed a short-term image of different movements which broke the curse that the Huayan monster was releasing, making the efforts just now become useless. This situation where the other party is unable to move after paralysis is called smart. In Maki's previous life, every time she was attacked by the opponent's flashlight, Masha felt very disgusting, but this time he made Zulin feel a shot. I believe she should want to whistle now. Damn it, I actually interrupted my curse in this way. It's worthy of being a real tree, Zulin said, gritting her teeth. Start an attack. Monarch snake use flying leaf storm. The master tree seized the opportunity and immediately commanded the monarch snake to start attacking. The extremely slow flower rock monster is now paralyzed again and is completely a living target, which can give the monarch snake a willful output. Every flying leaf storm of the monarch snake will greatly strengthen her special attack under the influence of her opposite characteristic. It can be said that as long as the flying leaf storm of the monarch snake is used several times, the flower rock monster will not be able to withstand the monarch snake at all attack. Chapter 93. Discovering. The monarch snake rotated its body and a strong green light burst out from its body. Countless fallen leaves spiraled around the monarch snake, turning into a terrifying tornado attacking the flower rock monster that was still moving. At the same time, the monarch snake's opposite singing characteristics worked after using the flying leaf storm, which greatly improved the special attack of the monarch snake. What a powerful power! If you take this attack, even the Huayan monster will be seriously injured. Yasha, who was watching, was a little worried that Zulin was coming. After all, the attack of the monarch snake seemed too strong. Faced with the terrifying flying leaf storm, Zulin was not panicked. She stretched out her hand and calmly directed flower rock monster raid. When the Fee storm came in front of him, a dark evil energy wrapped around the flower rock monster. Its figure disappeared directly from the spot and appeared behind the monarch snake. The black energy on the Huayan monster's body turned into a sharp blade, slashing sharply at the back of the monarch snake. This is the place where the monarch snake is not prepared for, and the Huayan monster is bound to win this attack. It's worthy of being the champion's respawn. He actually avoided the attack through the raid skill that can attack quickly, thus making up for the weakness of the Huayan monster's slow speed. Yasha sighed. The battle between Zulin did indeed gain a lot. However, the monarch snake was like a gaze on its back. Two vine whips stretched out directly binding the blade attacked by the flower rock monster, resolving this attack. How could it be? Why did the monarch snake react so quickly and block the attack behind it in an instant? It wasn't that I noticed it in advance. Yasha looked admiring. This was the first time she had seen a Pokemon like the monarch snake which could actually block the sneak attack from behind. fine. Flower rock monster use of disasters will not only happen. Zulan did not hesitate because of the unfavorable situation in front of her, but still gave the fastest and accurate command. After hearing Zulan's instructions, the flower rock monster quickly dispersed the entangled evil attribute blade, and wailing sounds sounded again around it, and a cold feeling arose, making Yasha, who was watching, feel it. A chilling feeling, a creepy feeling. Then a large amount of ghostly energy attacked the monarch snake from the flower rock monster, eroding the monarch snake's body. Oh no, this is a ghost attributed skill. Disasters do not happen singly. Using Pokemon when it is in an abnormal state can increase a lot of power. And now the flower rock monster is in a state of paralysis, so this disaster will increase even if it fails alone. Yasha is now starting to worry about the monarch snake again. This powerful thing that does not last singularly will cause huge damage to the monarch snake. The monarch snake twisted her body uneasily. It seemed that the disaster caused her to be a strong pain, but her eyes still shone with a firm look without any timidity. Flying leaf storm. The monarch snake completely ate the disaster and turned directly behind him and tied the body stone under the flower rock monster with a vine whip. The flying leaf storm was directly lifted up beside her, and countless leaf blades began to cut the body of the flower rock monster. Since the monarch snake used the flying leaf storm directly this time, it did not give the Hawaiian monster any reaction chance, so this time the Hawaiian monster ate the Fee storm. After the special attack was strengthened, the Hawaiian monster trapped by the Fee storm kept wailing shrilly, and it seemed that he had suffered a lot of damage. However, in the face of such an unfavorable situation, Zulan didn't seem to be worried. Instead, a slight curve appeared on the corner of her mouth, looking confident, and the flower rock monster in the flying leaf storm also flashed with a strange light on its face. Is there any way to reverse Zulan? Yasha looked at Zulan, then looked at the one-sided situation on the field and shook her head helplessly. In short, Yasha couldn't see any way to remedy the current situation under such circumstances. The flower rock monster could not get rid of the attack of the monarch snake. Sir, stop first. In Yasha's shocked expression, the monarch snake stopped the flying leaves storm and stared at the Hawaiian monster with big eyes. Why should I stop? If the Fee storm continues, wouldn't you win? Zulan asked, looking a little unwilling. Yes, Maki, don't you want to win, or you have other reasons? Yasha looked at the tree and then at Zulan with an intriguing look on her face. It seems that she is thinking about something not very good. It's the same fate, right, Zulan? Otherwise you shouldn't be so calm. When facing failure you shouldn't look like that, so you must have a backup plan. Maki began to analyze that while paying attention to the situation on the field. He was also observing Zulan's expression. Zulan is a very competitive trainer. It is impossible to show such a rela-ed look when she is about to lose, so Masaka guessed that she must have other ways. In this case, Maki can only think of the same fate. The same fate is an exclusive skill with ghost attributes, and you can die with your opponent. However, this skill also has a fatal disadvantage, which is that its duration is limited. As long as the opponent does not attack and waits for the time of the same life to pass, the opponent will still be unable to escape the fate of losing. You guessed it, Maki. It seems that I will show off a poker face in the future. I did use the same life just now. Zulan sighed and said helplessly. Then Zulan waved her finger at Mashu again and said playfully, but one thing, you said it wrong. If you lose to someone else I will be angry, but if you lose to Mashu I won't. So I gave up on the loss, worthy of being the original Pokemon of the true tree. The monarch snake is really strong and I look forward to her future growth. So that's how it is. The Hawaiian monster just used the same fate without everyone's knowledge, and this was completely seen through by Maki. There are so many battle routines between the two of them. Yasha sighed silently beside her. Although she is a gym trainer, she is completely unable to be as thoughtful as Zulan and Mashu, and she thinks so much during the battle. Then I announce that Zulan will admit defeat and the real tree will win. Wait, Yasha. Yasha was about to learn from the referee and announce the results of the game, but was interrupted by Maki. I gave in too, so this friendly match will be a draw. Maki thought about it, and it was still a bit unfair to win Zulan by reading expressions, so this time it would be considered a draw. Net time I have the chance to beat Zulan again. Chapter 94. The Owner's Tea Party. After playing a game with Zulan, Mashu and Zulan were about to leave Bayan Town. I bought a lot of herbs in the special herb shop in Bayan Town. Mashu, Zulan and Yasha left Bayan Town together and rushed to Zijin City to participate in the upcoming e-change competition for the main halls. At this time several people had gathered in the gymnasium in Zijin City and Tai Yuan's reception room. Tai Xuan was sitting in the main seat pouring tea for the other people. He said with a smile on his face, "Welcome to Zijin City. Everyone is an excellent gym owner. I believe that I will learn a lot from this e-change meeting. This is the meaning of the e-change competition, ha 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 ha." A young brown-haired girl quickly took the teacup and said with a smile, "Thank you for the warm hospitality of the Tai Yuan Pavilion. I have learned a lot from this visit, especially the institutions of your Zijin Gymnasium. I feel it's a very good design and I want to design a similar agency in Hualan Gymnasium. Of course it's best to be related to water. After all, Hualan Gymnasium is a water-attributed gym. This girl is Xiao Ia from Kanto Hualan Gymnasium. Because she had just become the owner of the gym, she was specially sent by the Kanto Alliance to study. Right, the Taiyuan Pavilion owner's mechanism is great. He is worthy of being an old gym trainer. I am going to copy his design directly. Then let those challengers taste the power of electric shock. Xiao Zhu'er took a sip of tea and echoed, speaking of these mechanisms, she was very excited. And the glasses you took us to experience just now, they are really amazing. They feel immersive when watching videos. There is also the battle simulator. I feel that they are no different from real battle. Don't worry about Pokemon's injury, you can fight at will, it's really good. Xiao Ia suddenly said excitedly. Just now Taiyuan and Xiao Zhu'er took them to visit Evergreen Tree Company and experienced many products in the company which made Xiao Ia still miss it. After these days of rapid development, Evergreen's first generation of VR glasses have officially started to be launched. Under the influence of Zhejiang City's vigorous promotion and Zhejiang advertisements, VR glasses have very high sales and have become the phenomenon-level products of Zhejiang City. However, the two expected games are still under development. At present, the battle simulator game proposed by Maki Dali has been launched for trial version. I believe that after it is officially launched, it will definitely increase the sales of VR glasses again. Maybe this can be used. It may be a big seller in the entire Fengyuan area. It's very good. That's the product I endorsed. Xiao Ia, do you want my co-branded glasses? I can give you a pair, but when you return to Kanto you have to promote it more with your friends. Evergreen Company is still in its early stages and needs everyone's support very much. Xiao Zhu'er said immediately. She is a very responsible spokesperson and always recommends Evergreen Company's product to others. Of course, this is also inseparable from someone. Is it really possible? Thank you, Xiao Zhu'er. I just saw the advertisement you took on the big screen. It's really good, that color combination. Xiao Ia hugged Xiao Zhu'er excitedly, looking very happy. Because of the official cooperation between Evergreen and Zhejiang City, Zhejiang City is now full of advertisements for VR glasses shot by Xiao Zhu'er. Her co-branded glasses were sold out early and they are hard to find in the market at present, but the price has been very high. Kanto can't buy such things now, but it doesn't matter. Evergreen should soon develop its business to Kanto. Tai Xian laughed. The success of Evergreen Trees has brought great benefits to Zhejiang City. Now many tourists have come to Zhejiang City to buy a pair of VR glasses, which has really boosted the regional economy of Zhejiang City. Moreover, the several production lines of Evergreen Trees have also created many jobs for Zhejiang City. Taiyuan thinks that the best decision that he has made in recent years should be to cooperate with Evergreen. Under the influence of Evergreen's, Zhejiang City is also thriving. Similarly, the rise of Evergreen Company is inseparable from the strong help of Zhejiang City. They can be regarded as complementary and win-win cooperation. A purple light suddenly flashed in the reception room and the teacup placed on the tea table was wrapped in purple light, and it automatically floated up and flew to the front of a black-haired woman. A purple light flashed in the red pupils of the black-haired woman. She took the teacup that floated over, took a sip and said, the technology of the Evergreen Company is indeed interesting. It can actually be founded in the short time, launching so many technical products. I really want to see the leadership of this company. This black-haired woman is Nazi, the owner of the Golden Gym from Kanto region. That's right, she has superpowers and also uses Pokemon with superpowered attribute. No matter how many times I watch it, it's amazing. Nazi's superpowers are so convenient. I would have such abilities as well. I really envy you, Nazi. Xiao Ia held her face with her hands and said. She looked at Nazi, her face full of envy. Yes, and it is said that Nazi can communicate with Pokemon without saying anything. It is really a terrifying talent. Xiao Zhu'er also sighed. Superpower is a magical power that only a rare genius can possess, and Nazi happens to be the lucky one. However, Nazi did not discuss her superpowers too much and she brought up this topic in just a few words. She then asked owner of Taiyuan Pavilion, didn't you say that the boss of Evergreen Company will also attend this e-change meeting with us? Why haven't he come yet? I am worthy of being the boss of a big company. I really don't take us small managers seriously. When he comes I must meet him well. After all, I have admired him for a long time. I can actually create a company as powerful as Evergreen. He may become a big shot like Mr. Zivoj in the future. Nazi took another sip of tea and an intriguing look appeared on her face. Taiyuan laughed and said, I'm sorry, because he's going to wait for Yasha to come together, so he's delayed a little bit. I've already called him and he'll come over soon. He and you guys they are peers and they seem to be a little smaller than you, and you will definitely have a common topic. Chapter 95 Tracking. Sorry I'm late and some things have delayed a little. The door of the reception room was suddenly pushed open and and Maki. Zilan and Yasha walked in together. The attention in the reception room suddenly focused on Maki. Masaki, you are finally back. We are just mentioning you. Everyone is very interested in you, Tai Xian said with a smile at Maki. Then his eyes turned to the blonde woman Net to Maki and asked Maki, who is this? He always felt that he had seen this person somewhere but he couldn't remember it. By the way, let me introduce you to you. This is Zilan, my good friend. Introduction to the Maki go. Zilan also greeted everyone and waved her hand. Bamboo, bamboo. I remembered that you are the league champion in the Shenao area, the granddaughter of Dr. Mustard. When you were a child I saw you. I wonder if you have any impression of it. Tai Xian suddenly realized the truth. He finally remembered that the girl brought by Maki was actually the famous god Austrian champion. I really don't know how Maki hooked up. This kid is far better than he used to be. Although I can't remember it, I'm still very happy to know you, the owner of Tai Yuan Pavilion. I often hear Masaki mention you. Thank you for your help to Masaki. Zilan responded politely. Zilan and Masha sat down and happened to sit Net to Xiao Juer. Masha saw Xiao Juer looking at Mashu and Zilan with an intriguing gaze as if he had noticed something, but she didn't say anything and greeted Zilan with a smile on her face and introduced herself to each other. Maki breathed a sigh of relief and the worst expected situation did not happen. You are the real tree. The boss of Evergreen Tree Company also replaced the Tai Yuan Pavilion master in this museum owner exchange competition. I wonder what attributes are you using? Pokemon? I am Nazi, the owner of the Golden Gymnasium. I am using a Pokemon with super powered attribute. I'm very happy to meet you. Nazi suddenly raised her teacup to Maki and asked, hello, I am Masaki and the Pokemon I used is Steel. Masaki also picked up a teacup and touched Nazi for a while. In this museum owner exchange competition, each museum owner can only participate in the Pokemon of his selected attribute. Masaki thought about it and chose the Steel attribute. His Pokemon are not of the same attributes and they are very diverse. However, Lucario and the giant pliers Mantis both happen to be Steel attributes and they both have strong strength, so let's pretend to be the Steel attribute museum. Lord, Masaki Nazi often mentioned you just now. She was asking about your situation when she visited Evergreen's company. Now you finally met. Tai Yuan picked up the teapot and gave it to everyone. He filled the tea again, said, that's it. I wonder if there is any problem with the owner of Nazi. You can ask me even if you want. Maki said, that's right. I'm very interested in your VR glasses. I want to represent Golden Style to conduct formal cooperation with you. Can you tell me about the inventor of VR glasses? We have many functional issues and want to be with you are discussing it. After all, your VR glasses are likely to become a popular product all over the world. Nazi chuckled and said, so that's the case. Okay, there's no problem at all, but the company's technicians are now working hard to develop new projects, so it takes a while to wait. Maki took a sip of tea and responded. Maki's expression became a little tense. He always felt that the woman in Nazi's body was emitting a dangerous smell which made him involuntarily alert. Maki, that woman used her superpower to investigate your body just now. Although she was very hidden, I still discovered it. Bettini's voice appeared in Maki's mind. Bettini was hiding in Maki's backpack. He was a super Pokemon and she naturally felt Nazi's mental power fluctuations. Yes, I also felt a little bit bad. This guy seems to be a little bad, Maki responded. Nazi still looked smiling and responded, okay, I will stay in Zijin City for a while and we will just chat when it's convenient for you. After chatting about this, Nazi seemed to have no desire to speak. She leaned her back on the chair, squinted her eyes slightly and took a sip of the tea in her hand from time to time. Xiao Ia was still very active. She discussed various Pokemon training issues with Zilan with excitement, and Xiao Juer and Yasha also participated. I have to say that women's friendship is built quickly. After a few chats, Xiao Ia, Zilan, Yasha and Ziju became familiar. They even made an appointment to go to have hot pot together later. They originally wanted to ask Maki to go with them, but Maki refused because she hadn't returned to the company for so long and wanted to go back to the company to check it out later. Everyone chatted for a long time and Tai Yuan made several pots of tea, but they all finished drinking. Since we have almost met each other, the tea party of the owner of the museum has officially ended. This meeting was a warm-up for the gymnasium owners challenge. All participating owners come to meet and chat. Now that everyone is almost chatting, Tai Yuan announced that the show will end temporarily. Zilan, Xiao Juer and the other four went to the hot pot restaurant together while Zongsha left alone. Maki, that woman is following you. She used her superpowers to reduce her presence. She thought she was mysterious, but I completely saw it through. Bettini's proud voice rang in Maki's mind. Have you actually followed again? It seems that guy really has no good intentions. Maki curled his lips and on the surface he still looked calm and gentle. I originally wanted to go to the company, but now I should change my direction. Maki guessed that woman's target was probably Evergreen Company. After all, in her words just now, she kept kept saying that she wanted to meet Evergreen Company employees, but the employees of Evergreens are all members of the Rocket. It seems that Nazi is likely to be the employee who came to investigate Maki, and maybe it is the undercover agent sent by the Rocket. Maki quickly analyzed the current situation and many guesses kept coming to his mind. Maki walked slowly, and according to Bettini's real-time broadcast, Nazi kept following him firmly. It seems that this guy wants to act seriously, so let's try. Who is the hunter? Masaka lowered his head and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 96 5000 IQ is awesome. The tree speeded up and came to a remote alley. It was quiet around and only the footsteps of the tree could be heard. Maki stopped slowly, holding the elf ball in both hands. Don't you come out yet? You don't know the skills you are following. It's really clumsy. If you want to learn how agents are following others, you have to practice first. I'm right, Miss Naz. Maki suddenly turned her head and said. In front of Maki's eyes a sudden sound of footsteps came and a strange purple light flashed and Nazi's figure also appeared. Her whole body was covered with a purple energy and her hair floated upward, completely overcoming the natural gravity. I didn't expect you to find it. It seems that you are a not simple person. My premonition is indeed correct. A dangerous smile appeared on the corner of Nazi's mouth. She licked her lips with her tongue and said, so I've said a long time ago that if you follow up like you without any concealment, you may even be able to discover a 3-year-old child. What's the purpose of you following me sneakily? If you say it now, I'm afraid I can let you go. You have to think it through clearly. If you don't answer now, you won't even want to answer later. There is a chance, Maki said coldly, and a light flashed in his eyes. Facing Nazi's aura, he was not at all inferior. Ha 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 ha, you actually dare to threaten me? It seems that you still can't figure out the situation. I originally thought you were a special person, but it seemed that you were just an ordinary person. Nazi smiled. A stream of mental power spread out from her body, silently trying to wrap around the tree, but it was blocked by all the Bettini in the tree's backpack. Did you start to play tricks if you can't chat? But it's not just you who have superpowers. Maki gathered the waveguide on his body and a blue waveguide quickly flew towards Nazi. The white light of the elf ball lit up and the Pokemon of the Maki immediately rushed out and surrounded Nazi. Is the power of the waveguide in front of my superpowers, but so let me destroy all your unrealistic fantasies. Nazi's body floated up and he quickly moved in the air, avoiding several wave missiles. At the same time, in front of her several white lights were lit up and several super-powered Pokemons appeared, blocking the Pokemons of the true tree. Among them the strongest one is a Hudi. It held 2 spoons in its hand and its eyes were filled with the light of wisdom. Hudi stretched out his hand forward and a shield formed by mental power rose up, blocking the attack of the monarch snake. After blocking the attack, Hudi threw out several more energy balls, but they were all dodged one by one. Hudi female. Qualification level purple. Attribute superpower. Characteristics mental power. Strength level 41 elite level. Introduction Pokemon has a mind that is faster than the computing speed of a supercomputer. Its IQ is about 5000. Hudi, who has an IQ of 5000 points, seemed to have a precise insight into every detail in the battle. It supported Nazi's entire combat system and was responsible for the central dispatch of the battlefield. It can always make the most accurate on-site decisions. The magic wall doll on one side can no longer withstand the attack of the Kangyan Blade Ghost. Hudi immediately appeared in front of it with an instant move, using mental interference to sway Kangyan. The ghost of the blade forced him to retreat. Jirula and Lucario, who have fighting attributes, are a little difficult to encounter these super attribute Pokemon. The damage caused to Nazi's lip-like sister and the dream-inducing Tapio is very limited. Instead, the sudden appearance of Hudi brings great pressure to both Jirula and Lucario. That's right, Maki, they actually use rare Pokemon and they are also very good at training. But unfortunately, under the absolute joint defense system of Hudi, your attack cannot break through my defense at all. I think you'd better surrender. Nazi raised her hair gently and a dazzling purple light burst out from her red pupils. This is using superpowers to communicate with Pokemon. With superpowers, she is born with the ability to communicate with the superpower attributes of Pokemon. Therefore, she doesn't have to talk at all when fighting, and she can use superpowers very much command Pokemon well. Of course, the same is true for Maki. Whether it is the system's own communication power or the orange flower power given by Rabbi, he can communicate with Pokemon, thereby achieving a perfect command effect. You may be too happy too early. This battle has just begun. No matter how powerful the defense is, it still has loopholes, and I will find out your loophole and then pierce it through. Maki responded. Lucario closed his eyes and was locking Hu's waveguide. Although Hudi can use instant movement to wander around the battlefield and support it, but the real tree also has its own way to deal with it. Under the locking of the waveguide, the Hu land will have nowhere to hide. Jirula was fighting with Sister Milika. It fleibly dodged, avoiding Sister Milika's kissing attack, and and at the same time punched her backhand and hit her. Hooty's figure appeared in time. It flashed in front of Jirula. The spoon in his hand burst into substantial superpowers, blocking Jirula's attack. However, at this time an accident occurred and a rotating flying leaf storm suddenly appeared, just landing at the position where Hooty had just lashed. Hooty was beaten by this flying leaves storm that was like a foreseeing the future. Countless flying leaves were constantly cutting Hooty's body under the guidance of the tornado. Damn it, how could it be? How could you know where Hooty appeared? Nazi looked shocked and she widened her eyes and asked, this is the first time that someone can use this method to directly break through Hooty's defense. Every living holy spirit has its own unique fluctuation. As long as this fluctuation called waveguide is captured, you will have nothing to hide. Maki said that the power of the waveguide and the power of the orange blossom burst on him at the same time, making him look extraordinary, and all his hair was raised upwards just like a sun. Although Hooty has a high IQ, its body is also extremely fragile. Under this terrifying flying leaf storm, Hooty was dying all of a sudden, but he did not lose his combat ability for the time being. The aura belt it carried with it made it desperately hold on, and it still retained the last bit of physical strength. The situation on the field suddenly changed from the original stalemate to the great advantage of the Maki. Chapter 97. Where is your limit? After seeing Hooty in crisis, Nazi's other Pokemons quickly blocked Hooty behind and protected Hooty. However, Maki continued to launch a fierce attack which made Nazi's side only struggle to support it. A terrifying phantom of a giant snake appeared behind the monarch snake and a terrifying wave spread. The magic wall doll felt a stinging pain in her body and was already in a state of paralysis. Plasma lightning fist. Finally, it was time for Jirula to be proud. A dazzling lightning appeared all over its body and a punch was blown out. Countless python-like lightning fell around it, hitting Pokemon on Nazi's side. Faced with such an attack, they can only try their best to boost up the small amount of super energy remaining to form a barrier. Nazi, your Pokemon are almost unable to hold on. You should just surrender. Who sent you here? I might be able to open the door. Maki continued to shake with his word. Nazi's mentality. However, Nazi still looked calm and she said playfully, Masaka, do you think you really won? Net, I will take it seriously. She stretched out her hand and had a purple ball in her hand. The ball was purple overall, emitting a dangerous fluctuation. Bang! The ball was thrown into the center of her Pokemon and plotted directly, and a strange energy surged. Hooty's physical strength is recovering rapidly and all the Pokemon's momentum on Nazi's side are constantly rising. A mysterious prop directly reversed the situation. It seems that you are really tenacious. You actually have such props. No wonder you are so confident. Maki smiled. It seems that Nazi really has a trump card. This is why she can remain calm under an absolute disadvantage. Bar. This is a precious prop to save your life, but it's a pity that I gave it to a guy like you for the first time. Nazi covered her mouth and smiled. With the supplement of the mysterious energy of the purple ball, Hooty not only recovered his physical strength at once, but his strength was much stronger than before. His casual mental interference could bring huge damage to the Maki side. However, under the full treatment of the power of the orange Hua, everyone still maintains relatively healthy physical strength. Hooty has learned to be smart too. It no longer supports it everywhere. It relies on its strength to become stronger and continues to organize attacks trying to directly destroy the defense of the Genshu side. Under the fierce offensive of Hooty, Maki also entered a passive defense state. Everyone was trying their best to observe Hooty's actions and avoid its chain attacks again and again. It seems we have to be serious too, Maki murmured. The keystone on his body suddenly burst into a colorful blazing light, and at the same time the evolution fossil on the giant clamp mantis also shone with 7-colored light. That's what. Nazi was also attracted by the changes in the scene and stared at the giant clamp mantis. Under the influence of super-revolutionary energy, a purple cocoon quickly wrapped it and a mysterious change was happening. The gathered power will become the iron fist that runs through the world and become the path to shine with light. Mega evolve. Appear super giant pliers mantis. Maki shouted. The purple cocoon plotted and the giant clamp mantis also showed a brand new look, at this time covered with black armor on its body, and the double clamps like dragon heads had a heart-wrenching momentum. What? The giant pliers mantis has clearly been in its final form, so why can it continue to evolve? It has actually discovered a brand new evolutionary form. Are you really incredible, real tree? Nazi sighed. She looked at the evolutionary super giant mantis and the shock on her face could not be hidden. This is a huge discovery that shocked the whole world. If this secret is revealed, a major earthquake will occur in the Pokemon world. But Maki doesn't care. He is ready to take the initiative to tell everyone in the world about Mega Evolution. Kitatsu has started writing a detailed paper on Mega Evolution under his instructions. At that time he will be in the name of the research department of Evergreen's company. Send it out. In this way Evergreen company will become popular again with the popularity brought by Mega evolution, thereby increasing the company's popularity and influence around the world, which will surely bring the sales of VR glasses to the hottest. Supergiant Mantis Cross / After receiving the instructions from the True Tree, the Supergiant Mantis flashed and appeared behind the magic wall doll closest to it. The dragon-like iron pliers were wrapped with a thick layer of light green light, and then the two iron pliers crossed and fell, and a cross-shaped light drew out in the air. The insect attribute restrains the superpower attribute. This powerful blow directly caused the magic wall doll to fall into a coma, causing Nazi's side to lose his staff. What a strong attack power! It actually solved the magic wall doll with one move. Nazi said in a panic. You should know that the magic wall doll has opened the reflective wall in the previous battle, which can reduce half of the physical damage. Unexpectedly, even so, the Supergiant Mantis took it away with one move. This kind of Supergiant Mantis with fast attack and high speed brought great trouble to Nazi's side. Hu Di was vigilantly watching the surroundings and always guarded against the appearance of the Supergiant Mantis. However, Hu Di quickly analyzed the weaknesses of the Supergiant Mantis with an IQ of up to 4000. It quickly sprayed out a large amount of magic flames, wrapping them around them firmly to prevent the attack of the Supergiant Mantis. I have to say that this defense method really has some effect. Although it has undergone super evolution, the attribute combination of Giant Clamp Mantis has not changed, and it is still steel and insect. In this case, the fire attribute is still the Supergiant Clamp Mantis nemesis. Moreover, Hu Di further discovered that the magical energy on the Supergiant Clamp Mantis is constantly fading. This means that the special evolutionary form of the Supergiant Clamp Mantis is time limited, as long as by blocking its attack with a firewall you can wait for it to return to its original appearance. In the past, the situation is likely to reverse again. How is it? Although your new evolution is very strong, Hu Di still found his weakness, so you should give in. All your struggles seem so ridiculous in front of Hu Di. Nazi smiled. She felt very happy as she looked at the Supergiant Mantis, who kept trying to break through the firewall but failed. So you won't really think that's all I have? Nazi Maki smiled, and the wristband on his wrist also shone with dazzling light. Chapter 98 Masaka Team Rockets. Right then, I can use that thing with confidence. Maki crossed her arms and the Z bracelet on her hand began to shine, and a strange energy surged out, wrapping Maki and the monarch snake. Maki clasped her hands together and spread them to both sides. The monarch snake also made the same move as the Maki. Because it had no hands, it spread to both sides with a vine whip. A powerful aura surged from the monarch snake, and a turbulent air began to emerge from the monarch snake, shining with a dark green light. What kind of move is this? Who did do a good job of defense? Nazi covered her eyes with her hands to block the two dazzling light. She didn't understand why Maki always could take out moves she had never seen before. According to her guess, Maki should now use a move called Z skill. She heard a colleague who had been to Aurora before. Z moves are emitted through the Z bracelet and the Z pure crystal on Pokemon. The trainer and Pokemon make the same movements as the bridge of energy communication, thereby bursting out powerful Z skills with super high power. Unexpectedly, I just heard of the moves I saw in Maki today, which made Nazi a little difficult to accept. How much is this kid hiding? Whether it is the evolution that surpasses the limit just now or the current Z moves, they are areas that ordinary trainers cannot reach. Besides, there are several of the Pokemons of the Shizu that Nazi has never seen before. This guy is indeed very mysterious. According to the e-isting information, he has just become a trainer who has not long been a trainer, but now he has such strong strength. Moreover, whether it is the rabbi incident in the Orange Hua Forest or the Xin Zijin who escaped from Bio, the traces of the real tree can be found, not to mention the Evergreen Tree Company that has shown its strong technical strength just recently. No matter from any angle, Maki has many suspicious points, which is why Nazi insists on following him. This is a blow that combines our beliefs. The monarch snake and the colorful flowers are blooming. Maki shouted loudly. He quickly punched forward and aimed at Hudi's direction. The monarch snake also let out a loud long roar, and beautiful flowers suddenly bloomed on the surrounding ground, turning the surrounding area into a sea of flowers. Net, the violent energy was released and headed towards Hudi. Would he use it to keep it? Faced with such a terrifying attack, Nazi's voice was extremely rapid, no longer as calm as before. Hudi also trembled slightly, stretched out his hand forward and set up 2 spoons. The energy in his body gathered in front of him, forming a transparent wall of defense. In the blink of an eye, the attack of the monarch snake came, ruthlessly shattering the defense made up of whose energy. The defense, which originally seemed indestructible, was like a thin piece of glass that broke instantly when facing the Z move of the monarch snake. Hudi's body began to implode violently, and the implosions successively knocked it into the sky like flower-shaped firework. In the end, Hudi fell heavily on the ground, his eyes closed and his body was covered with charred mark, and he had lost the ability to fight. How could it bite? Actually broke broke through Hooty's defense. This is impossible, how could it be like this? Natsi stood there in a daze, her face full of incredible impression. This shouldn't be the case. Hooty's strength is stronger than the monarch snake and he just used a super burst ball. Logically speaking, the ending shouldn't be like this. You know, even the super giant mantis who have gone through the extreme evolution cannot break through Hooty's defense. Unexpectedly, the monarch snake completely defeated Hooty with just one move. This made Natsi difficult to accept. Even the legendary mysterious Z skill, such power would be a little too much. The battle on the field is not over yet and the remaining Pokemons of Natsi are still struggling to support them. However, after losing the tactical core, they can no longer organize an effective counter-attack and can only be beaten passively. Two completely different flames emerged from the Kanjian blade ghost sword, just like an envoy from the underworld with a cold aura. Two dazzling sword lights lit up and the figure of the Kanjian blade ghost flashed quickly and it was impossible to see clearly. When it appeared again, it still maintained its position of just drawing its sword, and the mysterious sister behind it also let out a whine and fell to the ground. The effect is outstanding and you can kill it in seconds. Without Hooty's joint defense, Nazi's other Pokemons seemed fragile. Jirula launched another discharge attack, taking away all the remaining Pokemon. After all Nazi's Pokemon fell to the ground, Maki rushed towards Nazi quickly. Bettini has completely locked Nazi with his mind, so Nazi is now in a state of being immobilized and has no way to escape. Even with her superpowers, she felt a little scared at this moment. I couldn't do anything, so I could only watch Maki rushing towards her. Her fist kept magnifying in her eyes and hitting her head. Maki knocked Nazi to the ground with a punch. He let out a deep breath. After fighting nervously for so long, he finally defeated this guy. This is the first time that Maki has directed such a melee between teams and he feels a little dizzy now. Such a large-scale battle is really a test for trainers. They must accurately grasp every situation on the battlefield and then quickly make the correct command. There can't be a slight slack of slackness. If there is a slight slackness, the opponent will hit your weakness and affect the overall outcome. However, although Nazi is very strong, she is still a legendary superpower and is still defeated by him. Are you convinced now? Tell me, why are you following me? Maki asked after tying Nazi with a rope. He took out another bottle of energy drink from his backpack and took a sip, replenishing the somewhat over-expendable energy. Although you defeated me, you can't get any news from me. Although he was completely controlled by Maki, Nazi still looked cold and refused to say anything. Okay, don't you say it, right? I think I have a way to let you speak. Maki showed a smile of a harsh smile. He liked such a stubborn person the most, so that he could use his hard-working interrogation skills. After a harmonious exchange, Nazi was finally willing to speak. She said hoarsely, "It was Sakagi who asked me to come. He asked me to use this exchange competition for the main hall of the gym to investigate the missing Biu. After I investigated, the clue pointed to you. So it's from the rocket. You can use it with confidence now." Maki nodded and took out the injection from her backpack. Chapter 99. Nazi is a talented player. Yeah, what are you going to do? I will tell you what you want to know, don't. Nazi saw the injection in Maki's hand and suddenly changed her face and begged, "It's a pity that it's too late to regret now. I gave you a chance long before the fight started, but you just didn't cherish it. It's too late to regret now." Maki skillfully prepared before the injection and said lightly, "How can I believe what people like you say? From the moment you joined the Rockets, you should have realized something. You should be glad. If you meet me, you can have a chance to turn from evil to goodbye. Don't be afraid. Prepare to welcome a brand new life." Originally, he didn't want to use mental manipulation injections. After all, it would be a moral burden to directly change other people's thought. But if you know that Nazi is from the Rockets, then you're completely it can be used. Who makes the Rockets always ignore personnel? Maki's favorability towards the Rockets is a negative number. Don't. Nazi wanted to break free but was tied tightly by the rope. She wanted to use her mental power, but she was completely suppressed by Bettini. She has now gone from a high-ranking superpower to a helpless ordinary person and can only look at the injections in Maki's hand approaching her little by little. Masaki completed the injection with ease. After getting too many shots, he was already very skilled in the technique. He felt that he might be able to apply for a job at the Pokemon Center and maybe he could be a colleague with Miss Joey. The effect of mental manipulation injection is still very powerful. After one injection, Nazi no longer struggled and entered a state of consciousness editing with no mind in both eyes. Maki is already very experienced. After quickly entering a few instructions, Nazi woke up from the chaos. Now she is no longer the indifferent Rockets member but a subordinate who is completely loyal to Maki. Nazi, who had just woken up, showed a surprise expression as soon as she saw the Maki in front of her and said excitedly, "Master, why are you free to come to me today? I miss you very much." Seeing Nazi's hot eyes, Maki felt that when she was editing it seemed that she had gone a little too far. Masaki, what a magical injection. Just one injection can turn a bad guy into a good guy. It's So amazing, Bettini said curiously, flying around Nazi, whose temperament has changed a lot. It was obvious that the enemy was coming just now, but now she called Maki the master. The changes in this are really a little too big. Although he was very shocked, Masha still looked calm. He threw a few cans of medicine to Nazi and said calmly, cough cough, these are Yuankai pills and Quanfa medicine, please give it to use your Pokemon, don't get hurt too much, something happened. Yeah, thank you for the medicine you gave me, I will definitely use it well. Nazi immediately began to use the energy pills and full remedies for the fallen Pokemons, awakening the Pokemons who were in a coma. They were also surprised when they woke up. Why did her trainer just now look like she was fighting with Maki and now she is so obedient to him? How long have they been fainting? When they just woke up, the world completely changed. Although Nazi's Pokemon were all confused, they still returned to the Pokemon to rest. After just passing such a battle, they were all exhausted. Let's do the training business by themselves. That's good. Just go to the Pokemon Center for inspection later to ensure that there are no hidden dangers left. In this way it will not affect the subsequent e-change competition between the main halls. Maki said Nazi, now she is already an absolute trustworthy person and her Pokemon's health is still very important. Thank you master, I don't know what to do without you. Nazi suddenly hugged Maki and said softly. She looked up at Maki, her eyes full of heat. Maki took 2 steps back, got rid of Nazi's arms and said, hee, I said Nazi, you can't call me master when someone else is there in the future. Just call me Maki, and it's okay not to be so close to me when speaking. That means when there is no one else you can call the master, right? Nazi listened to Masha's words very much, kept a little distance from Masha and asked softly. Maki quickly waved his hand and said no, when there is no one else it is also called Maki, and his tone should be more normal. Do you understand? He was so heartbroken by Nazi's master's screams that he was about to lose his bone. Why didn't he notice it just now? It turned out that Nazi was such a person. It's really hard to resist being called by such a beautiful woman. Okay, I understand Maki. Nazi looked a little aggrieved and said in a normal voice, but this time she had some sobs in her voice. Masashi immediately stopped her and said, don't cry, stand up straight, raise your head and chest, and now you're back to the cold look you just now. Think back to that feeling, it's not okay now. Mao Tree, is that true? Nazi suddenly regained her cold presence, no different from before. She stood up straight as she listened to Maki's words with a different look in her red eyes. That's right, it's great, that's it. It's great. Remember your current state and keep it there. Also, you don't have to stand up so much. You're a little too strong. Nazi's standing posture makes it difficult not to focus her eyes on a shy part, and she immediately corrects her mistake. I didn't deliberately go there, this is how strong it is. Maki is too unreasonable. Nazi said, choked again as if she had suffered some great grievance. Okay, stand up, don't talk back. Now you are punished not to speak for 10 minutes. You must stand up straight during the whole process. Don't be nervous, just stand up normally. Maki showed her stern side and said he didn't look closely before, but now he realized that Nazi was right and her talent could not be hidden at all. Yes, Nazi immediately stood up straight, not talking or moving. Maki's instructions are the first priority. Net Maki continued to start obedience exercise. Such sounds kept coming from remote alleys. To the left, turn right. Chapter 100. The secretary does something. In the Evergreen Company, the office of the real tree. Boss, why did you bring back another woman today? Who is this? Zero Arai asked seriously. This is my new secretary, you can see it from my outfit, Maki said silently. He was checking the document. He was not in Zijin City these days and there were a lot of documents needed in the company. Nazi, wearing a professional suit and black stockings, Net to her stood dignifiedly, Net to the tree, looking very professional. After Maki's military training just now, Nazi has gradually become accustomed to standing like this and not moving for a long time. If Maki doesn't speak, she won't speak either. Boss, then you're busy, I'll go to work first. Zero closed the door skillfully and went out. The documents have been handed over to the boss so he can evacuate. As one of the core employees of Evergreen Company, he has a lot to be busy with. Although the company has recently recruited some other employees, he still needs to take the lead in the development of various projects. Nazi, come and have a massage. Also take all these documents to stamp them later. Maki felt dizzy after reading some document. She should let the secretary do such a thing. After all, there is a saying that goes, well, the secretary does it and it's okay. I finally had a trustworthy, beautiful secretary, so I couldn't help it. Okay, yes. Nazi smiled sweetly. After coming to the back of Maki, she gently pinched his shoulders. She activated her superpowers again and all the documents and seals on the desktop flew up and started to build them up at an extremely fast speed. Maki's eyes lit up. This time he really recruited a treasure secretary. Such a file processing speed is simply not as good as a machine. It's very good, Nazi, you are born to eat this bowl of rice. Your superpowers are so convenient. Maki closed her eyes and enjoyed Nazi's massage. massage while sighing. It's amazing, right? I have a better usage. Do you want to try it? Natsu suddenly said temptingly, slowly pressing her from behind on Maki's body. I'm not doing well again, right? Don't massage it first. Stand for a while and then wait and move a bow of paper into my office in the warehouse. Maki said pressionlessly. He found that the settings he added to Natsu at that time were indeed a bit too hard. Now Natsu is like a fool, crazy about being obsessed with Maki, which is a bit difficult to resist. Yes. Hearing Maki's instructions, Natsu immediately stood straight like a conditioned rifle and stopped talking. This is the result of Maki's obedience training. Natsu may do something extraordinary, but as long as Maki makes a quick decision, she will immediately become obedient. Natsu stood in the military position while Maki left the office for inspection. The Evergreen Company is no longer a small workshop like that. There are already many neat workstations in the empty space, and the newly recruited employees are working hard. During the period when Gensha was away, Evergreen Company has expanded a lot all of a sudden, and it is becoming more and more like a big company. As soon as he came out of the office, the employees' attention turned to Maki. The employees all knew that the boss of their company was a very young person, but when they saw the real person they were still shocked and began to whisper, hey, that's not our boss, maybe I'm too young. That's right, haven't you seen it just now? Even Zero Urgent follows him to report on his work. He is Mr. Maki, the founder of the legendary Evergreen Company. Damn it, it's okay to be a boss at such a young age. He is so handsome. The boss really hasn't considered other people's feelings. I heard that all the products sold by our company are planned by the boss. If you have such a business acumen at such a young age, the boss is a little too strong. Some of the discussions among the employees reached the ears of the Shinshu. He nodded with satisfaction, walked through the employee's office area and came to Bio's office. Bio is still wearing a white coat and look very haggard. I don't know how long it took him to rest. He is such a person. He is a real workaholic. He often works 24 hours a day, and when he sleeps directly in the office. The rapid growth of Evergreen's company is inseparable from Bio's effort. You should know that his work covers almost all aspects of the company. From big things to small things, many of them have to be handled by Bio. Thank you for your hard work, Bio. I'll give you some salary and you'll double your salary. Also be careful of your health and don't get sick. Maki patted Bio's shoulder and said he was really worried that Bio would become ill due to overwork and something happened. If something happened to Bio, it would be a huge loss to their Evergreen Company. It is because of his assistance that Maki can be so happy to be a hand-off manager. Hearing Masaka's words, Bio's attention was still focused on a large amount of data on the computer. He said, boss, you don't need to raise your salary. As long as the Evergreen Company can develop, this is the best reward for me. Evergreen Company is like my child. I will definitely work hard to make him a big company, and no matter how much effort I put in for it, I can do it. Of course, there is nothing serious about the physical aspect. I have been monitoring my physical condition. If my physical condition is not good, I will consider replacing myself with a newly cloned organ. Bio is worthy of being a great man. He can say such words with a plain face. The Rocket did not appreciate him at that time, but it was a loss for the Rocket. Net let him shine in the Evergreen Company. I hated Bio before. Now that he has become his own person, Maki is more and more pleasing to him. Okay, then you can work hard and take a break when you want to. Maki gave a few more encouragement and prepared to leave. Although he is the boss, it is not good to keep disturbing others' work like this. However, when he walked to the door, Maki remembered another thing and asked Bio, I asked you to write a super evolutionary paper last time, right? It well, have you got it? It done, boss, you can come and have a look. Bio said calmly. He is the type of person who says whatever others ask, and he doesn't like to say more useless things. Okay, I'll take a look. Maki returned to Bio.